Day 33. Bang, bang, bang. The incessant thumping was irksome, and even stuffing paper towels into her ears could not muffle the sound. The man, seated against the wall, stretched out his long legs and nudged the edge of Kong Chi's shoe. He was urging her to deal with the encroaching zombie attempting to break through the door, a sentiment she was well aware of, yet she was reluctant to comply, deliberately remaining still. In response, the man lightly kicked her calf, leaving yet another black shoe print on her already dirted red sweatpants. I have endured you for far too long. Kong Chi suddenly sprang to her feet, pointing an accusatory finger at him in indignation. Don't think that just because you're near death, I have to accommodate you. This marked the 33rd day since the outbreak of the zombie virus, October 3rd, 2033, and Kong Chi had been trapped in the storeroom of a supermarket in a county town with Ish. Dead man for 3 days. To be precise, Kong Chi had ventured to the supermarket in search of food when the man, pursued by zombies and severely injured, retreated inside, pulled down the shutter, locked it, and threw the key out the window. As Kong Chi emerged from the storeroom, carrying a box of instant noodles, she just happened to witness the key flying out the window. The man paused upon seeing her, yet the situation was irrevocable. The key was outside, and with zombies lurking beyond, they were both doomed to perish together or, perhaps, even transform into the undead side by side. The man possessed a firearm, a fact that was hard for Kong Chi to overlook, yet he had not fired it during their journey here. Otherwise, she would have heard the gunfire and abandoned. At her quest for food, fleeing through the door, she recalled the unsettling smile he had flashed at her, a grin that was somewhat disconcerting despite his handsome features. His smile bore an unsettling quality, reminiscent of a lunatic. You are fortunate I still have 2 bullets, the man remarked, shaking the gun in his hand. My mother always taught me not to accept things from strangers. In truth, Kong Chi had no parents. She had been abandoned at the gates of the 7-Point orphanage, the very place where the miracle began. It was not uncommon for infants to be left at its entrance. Growing up, Kong Chi listened to their stories, tales of those children who, upon reaching adulthood, became remarkable figures, business tycoons, immortal cultivators, and interstellar overlords. Very well, you have the choice between death and becoming a zombie, the man stated, blood oozing from his shoulder where a chunk of flesh had been bitten away. He chuckled again, as if mocking Kong Chi's innocence. Outside the supermarket, a horde of zombies clamored to enter, while inside, a wounded individual was on the verge of transformation. Whether she ventured outside or remained, the outcome would be the same. The supermarket had no back door, only a window fortified with mesh, allowing her to toss the key outside, yet preventing the zombies from entering. Should the mesh be breached, the zombies would rush in. In the man's eyes, this filthy little girl had reached the end of her road. Kong Chi discerned the man's despair and, fearing that his extreme emotions might lead him to take her along in his demise, offered a compromise by expressing her willingness to me a zombie. The man respected her choice, contemplating a bullet for himself, only to lose consciousness at a critical moment. Kong Chi was unafraid of the zombies. It was the gun that terrified her. Regardless of whether the man would awaken, she resolved to eliminate the threat and picked up his gun, hurley. Ain't out the window. Now they are all safe. The man lies on the ground, exhaling more than inhaling. Kong Chi is acutely aware of what will transpire next. Following the outbreak of the virus, each day witnesses the death and subsequent resurrection of the living, transforming them into mindless creatures that relentlessly pursue the living to bite. Initially, she experienced panic, fleeing in haste, seeking every conceivable refuge. It was only when her companion, in a moment of desperation during their escape from a horde of the undead, shoved her, propelling her into the throng of zombies behind her, that she truly understood the gravity of her situation. Both she and her assailant froze in shock, for the zombies merely collided with her, continuing their pursuit of the fleeing individual ahead. Astonishingly, they seemed to regard her as if she were invisible. Chapter 2. He survived. She was jostled out of the line by a horde of zombies, enduring several kicks, yet miraculously avoiding bites. The man who had pushed her, however, could not barter her survival. In the blink of an eye, he was overtaken and became one of the undead. The speed of transformation into a zombie is correlated with the number of bites. Being bitten by multiple zombies hastens the process, while a single bite typically results in transformation within an hour. Kong Chi harbored no malice, but the man had already been bitten, and there was nothing she could do to save him. Any action at this moment would be futile. Once he transformed, she planned to pry open the rolling shutter to escape. She did not wish for anyone to know about her brush with the undead, fearing exploitation and the loss of her freedom. Having left the orphanage at the age of 18 to enter the workforce, she had toiled for 7 years as a cog in the machine. Despite her youthful appearance, resembling a high school student, her age and experiences taught her the unpredictable nature of humanity. The zombie virus currently had no cure, and hospitals were now mere gathering places for the living dead. As the man exhaled his last breath before her, Kong Chi anticipated his imminent transformation, momentarily lowering her guard. She wielded her trusty axe to break the door lock, clutching a packet of instant noodles, ready to venture out. The zombies outside did not attack her. The two that had entered were clearly intent on rushing further inside. Kong Chi understood the peril. Transformed corpses hold no allure for their kind, but the living are irresistible to them. Even those on the brink of death are still considered alive. She could not bear the thought of him being devoured alive, so she hastily pushed the two intruding zombies back outside and pulled the door shut once more. The lock had been damaged by her earlier efforts, so she found a suitably sized iron rod to secure it. According to her observations of the patterns of corpse transformation, the man should have already succumbed to becoming a zombie. Yet, the reality is that, although he appears half dead, he remains very much alive. Upon cessation of breath, he awakened once more, still a living being. She had watched numerous apocalyptic films where such scenarios typically indicated that the individual harbored viral antibodies, potentially beneficial to all of humanity. Kong Chi had never been bitten by a zombie, leading her to believe her situation was rather unique. The man, however, had been infected by the zombie virus and had withstood its onslaught. While this was undoubtedly a fortuitous circumstance, it was ultimately someone else's affair. As for whether the man's revival would result in him pilfering her instant noodles, she dared not wager. She performed a rudimentary bandaging on the man, embodying a spirit of humanitarianism, and then, taking advantage of his unconsciousness, she contemplated escaping through the window. She had prepared a barricade to ensure that no zombies could infiltrate through the window to devour her. However, the man seemed to possess a sixth sense, as he immediately opened his eyes and fixed an intense gaze upon her the moment she approached the window. The look in his eyes was one she would never forget. It was utterly terrifying. The man drew a dagger from his pant leg and threatened Kong Chi, warning her that should she dare to open the window, he would demonstrate a deadly accuracy akin to shooting a target at 100 paces. Clutching the instant noodles symbolized her desire to flee. She had considered abandoning her food in a desperate bid for escape, but the stark reality was that there was no sustenance nearby. The prospect of starving to death felt far more agonizing than a swift demise by knife. Thus, the two remained in a tense standoff for 3 days. Whenever the man regained a semblance of consciousness, he would command Kong Chi to perform various tasks, having already discerned that the zombies did not attack her. This realization came when she managed to push 2 zombies that had squeezed through the door back outside. Kong Chi could only chastise herself for her overly tender heart. Torn between the reluctance to allow the zombies to enter and bite him, and the moral conflict of taking a life to silence him. For 3 consecutive days, 5 waves of zombies attempted to breach the door, eager to feast upon fresh flesh. The men consistently called upon Kong Chi to resolve the situation. Dispatching the zombies was a straightforward task for her. Merely opening the door and delivering decisive blows with an axe to their heads sufficed. However, this endeavor was physically demanding. They shared a single box of instant noodles, leaving her perpetually unsatisfied after each meal. Today, once again, the men urged her to confront the zombies outside, and she could no longer contain her frustration. She was famished and disinclined to work. Chapter 3. The half-year packed the man. With his handsome visage flushed crimson and sweat-soaked hair clinging to his forehead, slightly opened his eyes upon hearing Kong Chi's protests. He proposed an enticing offer, food. He promised that as long as Kong Chi assisted him in clearing the zombies daily, once he regained his strength and they could escape, he would procure supplies, including 5 large boxes of chocolates for her. The more days she worked, the more boxes she would receive, calculated daily. Kong Chi swallowed hard, her resolve wavering. In the past, going a month without sweets would have seemed inconsequential, but her current predicament was starkly different. The sight of food rendered her immobile. Such is the nature of humanity, driven by the primal urge to survive. The city had descended into a state of chaos, devoid of water and electricity. Supermarkets and stores had been ravaged by panicked crowds, leaving little food and water behind. In such dire circumstances, zombies were abundant, deterring ordinary people from scavenging for the remnants. The instant noodles she managed to find were those that had fallen behind the shelves during the frenzy, while other items, like hand sanitizer and towels, remained largely untouched. She carefully applied hand sanitizer to the man's face and dried it with a towel, then fetched several electric blankets to keep him warm. This must be the stockpile prepared by the supermarket owner for the impending winter. The thought of winter's approach fills Kong Chi with trepidation. This small town, situated near the northern border, experiences extremely low temperatures due to the frigid air from Siberia. This year, one cannot expect any heating. Electric heating devices are also rendered useless. Kong Chi's options for enduring the winter are limited. Either migrate south or seek out coal or wood for warmth. She has grown accustomed to relying on herself in times of crisis, for throughout her life, she has had no one else to depend upon. Whenever she finds herself in a predicament, she must think calmly to devise a solution, for fear and tears are of no avail. She reflects that as long as she can secure the promised chocolate from the man, the likelihood of perishing in the cold winter diminishes, if only slightly. Over the past month, the world has transitioned from a cacophony to a profound silence. The small town has been entirely cut off from the outside world. The radio fails to receive any signal, and one cannot even mention mobile phones or the internet. With a population of 150,000, most have succumbed to a zombie-like state, and the cries for help have dwindled, leaving the remaining survivors shrouded in mystery. In her moments of boredom, Kong Chi rummages through the boxes in the supermarket, collecting items like batteries and band-aids, which may prove useful. By chance, she discovers 2 cans of baby formula, allowing them to endure a few more days. On the 7th day of their entrapment in the supermarket, the man finally manages to stand and walk. The wound on his shoulder has scabbed over, showing no signs of impending transformation. "Girl, what is your name?" The man, towering in stature, compels Kong Chi to tilt her head back to meet his gaze. It is not that she is short. Rather, he is exceedingly tall, and looking up at him is somewhat uncomfortable. "My name is Wang Guizhi." Kong Chi maintained a vigilant demeanor towards strangers. She could save lives but would not extend her trust unreservedly. Silently, she offered an apology to the late dean, regrettably resorting to using her esteemed name. "I am Jia Zhigua. 6 months from now, if you are still alive, seek me in the capital. Mention my name along with yours, and the people there will provide you with everything necessary for survival." "Why 6 months? It must be 6 months." Kong Chi nearly blurted out, "But what about this winter?" Yet she restrained herself. What could be done? She would have to manage on her own. The man's promises were peculiar and lacked credibility. She reminded herself to harbor no expectations. Chapter 4. Leaving the city, the residential community housing the supermarket was situated on the outskirts of the city. To save on rent, Kong Chi deliberately chose a location far from the city center. Moreover, given the scarcity of tall buildings and the absence of commercial activity in the vicinity, the number of zombies was significantly reduced compared to urban areas. The man's vehicle was parked nearby, separated from the supermarket by 2 streets. During the 7 days spent caring for the injured, Kong Chi had nearly eradicated the zombies surrounding the supermarket. Within her sensory range, every zombie attracted by the man's blood had been drawn in. Those that did not come were simply too distant to catch the scent of humanity. The man's firearm had been discarded from the window by Kong Chi, and he had procured a sharpening rod from the shelves of the supermarket as a weapon. Though the tip of this implement was not particularly sharp, it depended on the wielder. Kong Chi believed that even a brick in the man's hands could serve as a formidable weapon. Armed with a rod and an axe, they cautiously stepped out of the supermarket, with Kong Chi leading the way. In the city, numerous locations are engulfed in flames, while the streets are obstructed by a series of colliding vehicles. The ground, walls, and shop windows are marred by grotesque splashes of blood. Occasionally, decaying limbs can be spotted by the roadside. In the initial days, Kong Chi would feel her legs weaken at the sight of such horrors, struggling to walk normally and relying on the walls for support. However, she has since improved. As long as she avoids stepping on these gruesome remnants, she feels little. With each few steps they take, they pause to listen to their surroundings, for if zombies catch a whiff of a living person, they will recklessly charge towards them, oblivious to the sounds of their own footsteps or roars. Lacking any food, Kong Chi has somewhat lowered her guard against the man. At least he poses no threat of murder for robbery. The man's Jeep, a modified armored vehicle, is parked by the roadside, its exterior reinforced with steel plates, and the windows and windshield secured with iron mesh. Upon seeing this vehicle, Kong Chi's heart races. It resembles a mobile vault. Would she be able to enter and exit safely? I do not consume humans, nor do I require stored provisions, she mused. The man seemed to possess an uncanny ability to read her thoughts. You do not consume, but you could sell, he remarked. Realizing that the man had discerned her intentions, Kong Chi decided to be forthright. I will not repay kindness with malice, but I will seek vengeance if wronged. As he uttered the latter half of his statement, his expression darkened, suggesting a recollection of some unpleasant memory. Oh, then let us proceed. Kong Chi understood the necessity of gathering sufficient provisions for the winter. The last official announcement broadcasted urged citizens to fend for themselves, indicating that survival now rests solely upon their own efforts. Thus, she resolved to take a gamble. As soon as the engine roared to life, it attracted the surrounding zombies. The man accelerated through the horde, navigating several neighborhoods with fewer undead, ultimately steering the vehicle onto the road leading out of the city. He forsook the highway, opting instead for the dusty rural path, raising clouds of dust as he transported Kong Chi to a small village 50 kilometers away. Initially, she contemplated criticizing the absurdity of venturing into the wilderness for mere sustenance. But upon witnessing the serene village, her perspective shifted instantaneously. Rural households stockpile firewood and winter fuel. Settling in this locale might afford her a safer winter. Moreover, the village was enveloped by farmland, and its sparse population meant that the urban zombies were unlikely to wander this far. Although there were indeed zombies within the village, Kong Chi discerned their distinctive low growls emanating from various courtyards. However, they were confined by closed gates. A few straggling zombies on the streets were swiftly dealt with by the man. Observing his adeptness in dispatching the undead, she gathered that he was no ordinary individual, perhaps a practitioner of martial arts. He led her into a courtyard, which was impeccably clean, devoid of both zombies and living souls. Navigating with ease, he entered the house, which was unlocked. Upon entering, they found themselves in the kitchen, where several travel bags lay piled at the entrance. The man lifted the bags and loaded them into the vehicle, stating, "The food in the freezer is all yours." As he retrieved the last 2 travel bags, Kong Chi hurried to the freezer, lifting the lid to peer inside. Although the freezer had lost power, it was not filled with frozen meals but rather brimming with an assortment of convenience foods, including various candies, pickles, and vacuum-sealed jerky. She sought to ascertain whether the man had truly gifted her all of these items. Yet, upon reaching the courtyard, all she could hear was the distant sound of the jeep departing. Chapter 5. Abundance. Kong Chi approached the gate of the courtyard and listened intently. Indeed, the vehicle had driven away. The provisions she had saved could sustain her for 2 months, but given the prolonged winters in the north, she needed to prepare enough sustenance for 5 months. With food now before her, a sense of security enveloped Kong Chi. From a young age, she had not been the kind of child who could have whatever she desired. Rather, she harbored a psychological yearning regarding food. Consequently, after entering the workforce, 50% of her monthly expenses were dedicated to nourishment. Food provided her with a sense of psychological fulfillment, and she silently expressed gratitude towards the man. Her previously negative impressions of him dissipating, a thought flickered in her mind. If she continued to run errands for him, might she receive even more provisions? However, he had already departed, seemingly heading to the capital. Since he was a man of his word, could she dare to hope for their agreement in 6 months? Jiajigua. Kong Chi silently etched this name into her memory. The man appeared to be no older than 30, and his name possessed a certain vintage charm. She could only hope that the girl would survive the winter. Unbeknownst to her, the name Jiajigua was also a fade. Yet she clung to it in her heart, nurturing expectations for the rendezvous in the capital 6 months hence, planning to set forth in the spring of the coming year. Nevertheless, she first needed to navigate through the challenges of the current year. Venturing out in search of food was imperative. In such extraordinary times, survival dictated one's dwelling, and no one scrutinized these matters. Kong Chi began by inspecting the courtyard walls for any damages or piles of debris that could be utilized for leverage. She feared not the undead scaling the walls, but rather the intrusion of living beings. She was not the only one scouring for sustenance. Many survivors existed, and there might well be living souls within this village. Outside the courtyard walls, there were no piles of debris. She discovered a ladder and placed several bowls atop the wall. Should anyone attempt to scale it in the dark of night, they would inevitably knock over the porcelain and create a sound. Inside the courtyard, there was a stack of firewood and a coal shed, its contents resembling a small mountain of coal. Beneath the window of the east room lay the entrance to a cellar. Climbing the ladder into the cellar, Kong Chi was utterly astonished. The shelves on either side of the cellar were brimming with canned goods. To the left, meats, and to the right, fruits, luncheon meat, yellow croaker, and chicken stewed with mushrooms. Her gaze swept over the rows of cans, and she realized that the provisions within this cellar could sustain her for several months. Amidst her astonishment, an unsettling feeling began to stir within her. Had that man prepared far too abundantly? Between the two rows of canned goods stood several large boxes, filled with compressed biscuits and self-heating meals. If these were provisions for winter, one would expect an emphasis on radishes, cabbages, and potatoes. Yet the food stored in the cellar did not resemble typical winter supplies. What, then, could be the purpose? This question arose in Kong Chi's mind, pondering the impending apocalypse. It seemed absurd. Who could possibly foresee the arrival of such a calamity? Chapter 6. That day on that day. The northern hemisphere experienced rain, while the southern hemisphere was shrouded in fog. The inhabitants of Blue Planet had long since acclimatized to extreme weather phenomena, snapping photographs and sharing them on social media, merely expressing mild grievances. No one was alarmed until someone collapsed in the rain. The individual who perished in the downpour was lifted onto an ambulance, and the catastrophe began precisely at that moment, as the lifeless body on the stretcher sat upright, transforming into a ravenous creature that lunged at any human in sight. The blood was washed away by the rain, and the screams of the people even drowned out the thunder. Yet this gruesome incident was merely a prelude. Kong Chi had not yet reached her residence. The wail of sirens and frantic shouts surged like water approaching a boil, echoing all around. She heard someone scream, "They are eating people." Having watched zombie films and witnessed the dead rise to bite the living, she began to form a dreadful suspicion. The journey home was interminably prolonged, with individuals collapsing on the street only to rise again. People dared not extend a hand to those who had fallen, for even such kindness could not shield them from the grim fate of being bitten. During the evening rush hour, as the crowd became increasingly dense, Kong Chi had no choice but to seek refuge in the nearest building, a fast food restaurant. Upon her entrance, the owner lowered the security gate, and there was another staff member present. The establishment was under renovation and thus not yet open for business. Kong Chi hardly noticed the A4 paper affixed to the door, and the owner did not urge her to leave. Aware of the chaos outside, he kindly offered her shelter. The three of them listened intently to the sounds beyond the door, their eyes wide as they endured the night. The cacophony of that night would haunt Kong Chi for the rest of her life. The sounds of car crashes, explosions, screams, and cries, all drowned in the howls of the undead. The air raid sirens blared above the city until midnight, and in the early hours, they were met with a barrage of gunfire. Yet by dawn, all that remained in the city were the grotesque wails of the zombies and the incessant patter of rain. Who could have foreseen that an autumn rain would herald such a calamity? The meteorological station? No. That day's forecast had promised merely cloudy skies with no rain for the next 3 days. She was perplexed as to why the man had prepared enough emergency provisions to last several months at home. And his assertion that a safe zone would be established in the capital 6 months hence implied that calamity would persist for the foreseeable future. How could he know? In times of impending disaster, conspiracy theories often emerge, yet Kong Chi was not one to indulge in such notions. She suspected the man might be an enthusiast of apocalyptic survivalism, a type of individual who tends to stockpile ample supplies in anticipation of the end of Blue Star. The current reality was already dire enough. Kong Chi preferred to turn a blind eye to overly complex thoughts. All she comprehended was that the man had left the food for her, treating it as a loan of sorts, enabling her to endure the prolonged winter, a rare stroke of fortune she had no desire to disrupt. Chapter 7. Silence. However, she could not afford to squander water resources, especially since the city had long since been deprived of both water and electricity. Bottled water was a vital lifeline. Using it merely to wash her face would be tantamount to self-destruction. There was a deep well in the yard, though she was uncertain if the groundwater had been contaminated. At the onset of the disaster, the broadcast had stated that the virus could not survive in environments exceeding 100 degrees Celsius, and that high-temperature boiling could eliminate it. Was this information still valid? Kong Chi was unsure, but she resolved to test it. Without water, she would surely perish, given the current circumstances. Rainwater and melted snow were both unsafe. She would boil everything. At worst, she might become a zombie. After all, the yard gate was locked, and even in death, she would be confined and unable to roam freely. Before that, she needed to rest. If she continued to push herself, her body would inevitably succumb first. There were beds in the other rooms, but Kong Chi did not venture inside. Instead, she settled on a small stool in the kitchen, leaning against the wall, and succumbed to sleep. Awakening in the deep of night, enveloped in a profound silence, Kangchi abruptly sat upright, sensing an unsettling anomaly. Why had the zombies in the village ceased their cacophony? Upon entering the village with the man, she had distinctly heard the unsettling moans of the undead. Typically, zombies vocalize not only upon sighting the living but also occasionally emit sounds while aimlessly wandering when deprived of a target. The absence of their cries indicated but one grim possibility. They had fallen silent, utterly perished. Would they resort to self-destruction? Certainly not. Thus, the likelihood that someone had infiltrated the village to eradicate them loomed larger. The silence intensified her dread. If someone could dispatch the zombies without a sound, the same could be true for the act of murder. She had witnessed several instances where individuals had met their demise over mere scraps of food. In a rush of instinct, she darted into the west room, concealing herself beneath the bed, striving to remain vigilant until dawn. The village lay in utter stillness, devoid of any soul prying into homes, breaking down doors, or prying open windows in search of sustenance. Lying beneath the bed until nightfall, she encountered no disturbances. Eventually, she emerged, stretching her stiff limbs, resolved to venture out under the cloak of darkness. Grasping the axe once more, she gently opened the door and stepped into the vast, shadowy abyss of the night. The sky was pristine, adorned with a tapestry of stars, devoid of clouds, and the cool moonlight spilled into the courtyard. Standing at the entrance of the yard, she strained to discern any sounds from the outside. The village was eerily silent. She had noted on her arrival that not a single bark had echoed through the air. Chickens, ducks, geese, wild cats, and rats, she had encountered none of these living creatures. With careful deliberation, Kangchi unlatched the yard gate, cautiously peering out to survey her surroundings. The streets lay deserted, and no lights flickered from the neighboring yards. Those who would venture out at night to scavenge would inevitably wield flashlights, their beams dancing as they rummaged through the darkness, making them easily detectable. Kangchi encountered a peculiar situation. She concealed herself in a shadowy corner, remaining utterly silent until they had finished packing their belongings and departed. At that moment, the village was enveloped in tranquility, with only the whisper of the wind to break the stillness. She navigated from one courtyard to another by the light of the moon, recalling that the latter harbored zombies. On the day of her arrival, she had heard their guttural growls from outside the courtyard gate, and now she wondered what had befallen them. Why had they fallen silent? The courtyard walls were rather high, and lacking any footholds outside, she was unable to scale them. Instead, she crouched low to peer through the gap beneath the gate. Within the courtyard, several corpses lay scattered upon the ground, their exposed skin having decayed beyond recognition. Unlike the zombies, which exhibited a grotesque semblance of life, these bodies had rotted thoroughly, resembling those of ordinary corpses. Chapter 8. A Fruitless Hope. The heads of the corpses appeared intact. To deal with them, one must aim for the head, indicating that they had not succumbed to violence at the hands of another. Could it be that they had perished by their own accord, the virus rendered ineffective? Contemplating this, Kangchi gathered a few bricks, stood on tiptoe, and scaled the wall into the courtyard. As a child, she had relished climbing walls and trees, and later, as an adult, she maintained her physical fitness. Not for any other reason but to ensure that, if illness struck, she would not be left uncared for. With her limbs strong and her body agile, she effortlessly vaulted over the courtyard wall and landed within to inspect the corpses. Upon closer examination, she found no bullet holes or signs of knife or axe wounds on the three bodies, two elderly individuals with silver hair and a small child. Their skin bore no bite marks, suggesting they may have mutated due to the peculiar rain on that fateful day. If zombies could indeed die of natural causes, this was undoubtedly a momentous revelation. With a glimmer of hope igniting within her, Kangchi unlocked the courtyard gate from the inside and ventured forth to continue her exploration of other courtyards inhabited by the undead. All the zombies have decayed normally. They are utterly lifeless and will no longer rise to bite. Such monumental news, if true, surely she would not be the first to discover it. While she lay beneath the bed, others must have already become aware of this fact. The authorities, upon receiving the news, would likely communicate something to the citizens, she mused. Yet the radio continued to emit only static, devoid of any signal. If all the zombies in the village have naturally perished, why is there no word from the outside world? Kangchi rushed to the village entrance, gazing into the distance. The city was nowhere in sight. All that lay before her was an endless expanse of fields and unharvested corn. and the forgotten zombies scattered across the land? She spotted a small black figure struggling atop a farm vehicle. No, it was waving its arms. She sprinted towards it, drawing near, and indeed, it was a zombie. Its head wrapped in a black scarf. A collision between a truck and the farm vehicle had crumpled the front of the ladder, leaving the zombie trapped in the driver's seat. The truck lay overturned on the other side, the truck driver's corpse a gruesome sight, head severed from body. Kong Chi watched as the black-scarfed zombie attempted to escape the vehicle. Its eyeballs had popped from their sockets, and its head swiveled back and forth, a typical behavior of zombies in search of food, lacking any specific target, remaining in a state of readiness. The zombie virus had not lost its potency. Kong Chi's mood shifted from elation to despair as she scoured the fields outside the village, searching for the scattered zombies. 1, 2. In total, she found 6, all vibrant and healthy zombies. In the east room of a man's house, there were 10 gas canisters. When Kong Chi first entered society, she rented an old house devoid of natural gas and drainage, and during that time, she relied on gas canisters for cooking. Now, she used them without any issue. Upon returning to her modest courtyard, Kong Chi fetched water from a bucket, steamed, and sterilized her food, and busied herself with cooking until dawn broke. The sweet aroma of boiled corn wafting through the air. No one had shared their experiences regarding whether high temperatures could completely eradicate the zombie virus. If this method proved ineffective, she would face the grim prospect of dying of thirst. The bottled water she had previously collected was sufficient for only 3 days. Although a few households in the village stored water, it was unfortunate that those barrels were either toppled over or contaminated by zombie blood and severed limbs. Was it fate conspiring against her? Or was it merely that the heavens do not completely forsake humanity? Kong Chi chose to believe in the man's prophecy. He had no water storage, and a person so well prepared lacking this essential resource indicated something significant. Using the chopsticks that had been steamed at high temperatures, she skewered the corn and, with determination, devoured 3 ears in quick succession. The sweet, soft corn satiated her hunger, and after finishing, she patted her belly and lay on the bed in the west room, awaiting death. As the food in her stomach neared digestion, she found herself still alive. And more importantly, she had not transformed into a corpse. This method worked. Kong Chi murmured softly to herself, wishing she could share her experience with others, to inform fellow survivors that steamed water and food were safe. However, her phone had no signal, her computer lacked internet access, and worst of all, there was no electricity. As night fell, the world turned as dark as an inkwell. On clear days, it was bearable, but when it rained, visibility was utterly obliterated. Kong Chi lay upon a small single bed, her profile gazing out into the pitch blackness beyond the window, listening to the delicate patter of rain. Whenever it rained, daylight seemed to elude her, a pattern she had discerned. Since the outbreak of the catastrophe, the weather had turned peculiar. On rainy days, the clouds loomed like dense black drapery, shrouding the sky in impenetrable darkness. Though it was meant to be morning, the heavens appeared as dark as the bottom of a pot. The rain held a sinister quality, and on such days, Kong Chi resolutely refused to step outside. She dared not switch on her flashlight for fear that its beam might attract the attention of others. The city was fraught with peril. She preferred to remain in this secluded village, hibernating through the winter. From another perspective, one could argue that the man was her savior. Having whisked her away from the treacherous city to this deserted hamlet, where the essentials of sustenance and water were readily available. Yet a pressing question lingered in Kong Chi's mind. Why had the man amassed such ample supplies in this dwelling, yet chose not to reside here, hastily departing instead? Kong Chi turned and sat up in bed, surveying the room in which she found herself. The decor was exceedingly simple. Beside the door stood a 5-drawer chest, adjacent to a wardrobe, followed by a window. The single bed rested beneath the window, facing a writing desk adorned with an antique lamp and a picture frame. Within the frame lay a photograph of 3 individuals, 2 males and 1 female. The 2 young men appeared to be around 17 or 18 years of age. Upon closer inspection, the taller youth on the left must be the man who had brought her here, albeit looking somewhat younger in the photograph. The boy on the right was a chubby lad, possessing a cheerful demeanor, with eyes that twinkled like crescent moons when he smiled. Between 2 young men stood a young woman, evidently older than them, appearing to be around 25 years of age. Her long hair cascaded down to her waist, and her beauty was striking, even without makeup. The 3 of them bore no resemblance to one another, suggesting they were not family. Kong Chi recalled that several photographs adorned the wall of the eastern room, depicting group photos as well. She stepped towards the eastern room. As the presence of 9 gas canisters within that space instilled a sense of insecurity, prompting her to seek refuge in the western room instead. The eastern room contained a double bed, furnished with antiquated pieces, and the walls were adorned with glass frames housing numerous photographs. The corners of these images bore dates of capture, the earliest depicting an elderly couple holding a small boy, presumably 3 or 4 years old, whose features unmistakably identified him as Jiajigua. The man had not changed significantly over the years, merely transitioning from a smaller version of himself to a more prominent figure, with sharper facial features. The remaining photographs chronicled the boy's growth, from kindergarten to primary school, then on to secondary school, and eventually, military service. Observing the man in uniform, Kangqi raised an eyebrow, thinking to herself that indeed, handsome men were often devoted to their country. This was undoubtedly the man's home. Yet where were the elderly couple from the photographs? The couple captured 23 years ago now bore gray at their temples, perhaps. Chapter 10. The woman in the rain. She spent a month in a state of anxiety and trepidation, her mind dulled, with many matters relegated beyond her contemplation. While in the city, the cacophony of incessant sounds overwhelmed her, leaving her with no moment of peace for 24 hours. Now she finds herself in a tranquil village, where the suppressed thoughts surge forth, overwhelming her mind. For instance, the last call she received before the mobile signal was lost was from her friend Lin Baoni at the orphanage. On the line, Lin Baoni was in a state of despair, sobbing intermittently, exclaiming, "Baby, my baby is gone." Just before the connection was severed, Kangqi heard Lin Baoni's piercing scream and the growl of zombies, alarmingly close to her ear. Some memories are etched in her mind, resurfacing with vivid clarity. Kangqi pulled out a tissue to wipe away her tears, sitting by the stove and weeping for a while. She dared not let her cries drown out the sound of the rain. Her experiences of survival in the city had taught her that silence is conducive to survival. Her true fear was never the zombies, but rather her fellow humans. As she contemplated placing a plastic bag over her head to venture out into the drizzling rain to gather corn, she suddenly heard a noise from outside the yard. Could it be that the poisonous rain had resurrected the deceased zombies? Her heart raced as she secured the plastic bag, grasped her axe tightly, and stepped into the yard. It would be best if there were no humans. "Is anyone there? Please open the door." A woman's feeble voice echoed from outside. It could be a ruse. Kangqi had witnessed such deceit in the city, where women and children were used as bait to lure victims into a false sense of security before a group of strong men would spring forth to rob and kill. "Xiaobei, it's me. Open the door." "Xiaobei." The woman's voice was urgent, her speech seemingly exhausting her strength. And she gasped for breath, as if on the verge of collapse. Kangqi eased her pace, picked up a ladder from the yard, and stealthily climbed up to the wall to take a look outside. There was no one around, only a long-haired woman clad in a hospital gown, bent over and clutching the door as if she might collapse at any moment. "Whom are you looking for?" Kangqi, both cautious and compassionate, inquired as she leaned against the wall, noticing the absence of anyone else or any vehicles nearby. The woman appeared either ill or injured, and Kangqi could not ascertain whether she had been bitten by a zombie. Thus, she hesitated to open the door. The zombies might ignore her. Yet if someone already infected had scratched her before transforming, the virus could still enter her body. "Lu Xiangbei, are you there?" "It's him, a friend." The woman lifted her head to gaze at Kangqi. She turned on her flashlight, illuminating the woman's face, which was pale and devoid of color, her hair damp, and her hospital gown soaked by the rain. Noticing Kangqi's bewilderment, the woman rummaged through her pocket and produced a photograph, raising it for Kangqi to see. It depicted 3 individuals. 2 young boys flanked a young lady of striking beauty and grace in the center. Kangqi recognized the photograph, having seen it just moments ago on the desk in the west room. However, she did not know who Lu Xiangbei was. Perhaps he was the chubby boy? No. This was another boy's family, so Lu Xiangbei must be. Jiajigua? Chapter 11. Sending someone away. "Oh, he is not here. He has gone out." "Are you injured?" Although Kangqi was currently occupying a place that was not her own, she was not brazen enough to lie and claim it was her home. "I am unwell. I will be fine after some rest. I have not been bitten by a zombie." The woman, struggling to move, slowly turned in place to show Kangqi her gown. On a rainy day, it is rather cruel to make a patient remove their clothes and spin around. However, in this harsh world, Kangqi must prioritize his own safety before rescuing others. The woman exhibited no visible injuries, prompting Kangqi to descend the ladder and open the courtyard gate for her. Yet, He did not relinquish the axe in his hand. The woman's shoes were caked with mud, and her pant legs were splattered with dirt, indicating she had been walking in the rain for quite some time. Likely without any other means of transportation, she had come on foot. "Where did you come from?" Kong Chi inquired, unable to restrain his curiosity. "You walked all the way from the city?" he expressed in astonishment. "Yes. Oh, I rode my bicycle here, but it broke down at noon today." Kong Chi scrutinized the woman closely. She was drenched through and through, her hair dripping with water, clearly having endured the rain for an extended period. By the patterns he had observed, the woman should have succumbed to death and subsequently risen as a zombie by now. Yet, she remained unchanged and appeared entirely normal. Was she yet another unique exception? Kong Chi could not ascertain this, so he ushered the woman into the courtyard. She seemed well acquainted with the area, making her way towards the east room. Noticing the 9 gas cylinders in that room, Kong Chi quickly called out to her, instructing her to rest in the west room instead, cautioning that the east room was rather unsafe. The woman paused at his words and asked, "What about you?" "He has gone on a long trip," Kong Chi replied. "I'm just watching over the house for him. Please, make yourself comfortable. I am not accustomed to sleeping in a bed. I find more security in resting on a stool." "Thank you," the woman murmured, seemingly too fatigued for further conversation. She entered the west room without fully closing the door, leaving a slight gap. Kong Chi felt a pang of guilt. The woman was indeed a close acquaintance of Lu Xiangbei. Her presence in the house lacked the owner's consent, and if the woman were to stay, perhaps it would be prudent for her to find another place to reside. There were plenty of vacant houses in the village. Once the woman entered the room, she fell silent. Kong Chi peered through the crack in the door and caught sight of the woman lying motionless on a narrow single bed. If she were merely resting for a short while, or even half a day, Kong Chi would not have thought much of it. However, the woman had remained in that position for a full 2 days since her arrival, her posture unchanged. The woman, teetering on the brink of death, had lain there for 48 hours. Kong Chi covered her with a blanket, wiped her face, and checked her temperature, ultimately tending to her as she departed from this world. The moment Kong Chi confirmed that the woman was no longer breathing, her hands trembled. How to describe it? A living being had passed from life to death without transforming into a zombie. The sensation was entirely different from witnessing a zombie spring forth to bite. The woman appeared to have succumbed to illness, yet Kong Chi was oblivious to the nature of her ailment, leaving her with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. There was nothing more she could do, such as calling for emergency assistance. The lifeless body could not remain in the house indefinitely. Kong Chi deemed it best to lay the woman to rest. In the corner of the kitchen lay several tools, a shovel, a hoe, and the like. She took a shovel and ventured into the yard to dig a grave. At that moment, there was no coffin to be found, nor even a shroud. Kong Chi wrapped the woman's body in a bedsheet and placed her in an old-fashioned trunk. Though her actions resembled those of a murderer concealing a body, her intentions were pure. If, one day, calamity were to pass and the woman's friends and family still roamed the earth, they would find it easier to reclaim her remains. Chapter 12. What is this? For several days, the rain had incessantly poured, rendering the soil in the courtyard soft and easy to dig. However, for Kong Chi, clad in a raincoat with a plastic bag over her head, the task was particularly cumbersome. After much effort, she unearthed a substantial pit and dragged a box intended for a corpse into the yard, preparing to slide it into the hole. Just then, a flash of lightning streaked across the dark sky, illuminating the yard. Kong Chi let out a piercing scream, for she witnessed the corpse within the box sit up. The zombie revived with its own sound effects, groaning and wailing incessantly. Yet, the woman sat up silently, which was far more terrifying than any zombie. Kong Chi had always harbored a deep-seated fear of ghosts. In fact, she had not screamed so loudly even when she was thrust into a horde of zombies. Her legs turned to jelly, and she collapsed to the ground, unable to muster the strength to rise. The body, wrapped in a striped bed sheet, wobbled its head and peeled away the covering, its stiff neck creaking as it turned. A ghastly pale face now faced Kong Chi. She felt as though she might faint, yet her mind remained alarmingly lucid, and her heart's capacity to endure surpassed expectations. It was as if she were paralyzed by fear, unable to flee. "Where am I?" the woman inquired, fixing her gaze on Kong Chi. After posing the question, she appeared momentarily stunned, then began to bob her head, furrowing her brow as if pondering something. This is Yushatown, Higo Tun," Kong Chi stammered nervously, recalling her visit to the village chief's home while investigating the cause of death among the zombies. Having seen the accolades adorning his wall, thus familiarizing herself with the locale. My name is Nan Xing. I am 29 years old, a doctor of biology, and unmarried. The woman murmured, her head swaying as she spoke. Kong Chi sensed that something was amiss, yet dared not voice her concerns. This scenario was evidently not a precursor to becoming a zombie. It felt more like a case of borrowing a corpse to return to life. Who are you? What is your name? After murmuring to herself, the woman's head steadied. Her profile now turned towards Kong Chi. I am called Kong Chi. Kong Chi's thoughts were a chaotic mess, resembling a thick porridge. Do you know Lu Xiangbei? I do, she stammered. Where is he? He seems to have gone to the capital, I think. I am not certain. You are not afraid of zombies. How do you know? Only after uttering those words did Kong Chi realize she had confessed. Help me enter the city to retrieve something. I have no means of transportation, and I am unfamiliar with the area. Then you may as well perish. The woman raised her arms, her fingernails long and dark, floating directly out of the box towards Kong Chi without touching the ground. Fear not, I am not a ghost, yet I can just as easily take your life. You are no match for me, so obediently comply. The woman floated to the doorway, leaving behind a chilling remark before gliding into the west room. She could float, but she was neither a ghost nor did she resemble a living person. Once the woman entered the west room, silence enveloped the space. Kong Chi dared not sleep, terrified that upon opening her eyes, she would be greeted by the enlarged face of the female ghost. The following morning, the rain continued to fall, and the woman emerged from the west room, urging Kong Chi to hurry outside. Kong Chi pinched her arm fiercely, almost bringing tears to her eyes, confirming that this was no dream. Chapter 13. Hanging leave the food behind and run. Kong Chi screamed inwardly, yet instantly felt a tightness around her neck. Startled, she reached to touch it but found nothing there. Her neck bore no encumbrance. A smile adorned the woman's face, yet she remained in a state of ethereal detachment. Kong Chi discerned the truth. The female ghost had ensnared her with an invisible noose around her neck. Should she fail to comply with the ghost's whims, she would instantly transform into a hanged specter. What devastation could metamorphose a person? Perhaps it could be anything. Resigned to her fate, Kong Chi mounted her bicycle and pedaled towards the city. The noose around her neck served as a constant guiding force. A wrong turn would tighten the rope, while a correct path would ease its grip. This sensation was more surreal than the outbreak of a zombie virus. After all, she could not afford to provoke the formidable female ghost. Even after cycling for several kilometers, the noose's presence lingered. Since the ghost had released her, it was clear she had confidence in her ability to maintain control. At this moment, unable to consult any search engine, Kong Chi pondered the probability of the dead returning to life with superpowers, the criteria for reanimation, and whether ghosts truly existed. No, the woman possessed a corporeal form. Her body floated above the ground, not merely a spirit, thus rendering her last inquiry moot. As she pedaled and mused, she recalled that when Lu Xiangbei had taken her out of the city, he had driven a modified off-road vehicle, often avoiding the highways due to the numerous stranded cars and overturned trucks littering the road. This time, on her bicycle, she could weave through the obstacles without needing to traverse the fields flanking the highway. Suddenly, she found herself ambushed at a toll booth, her blood running cold with fear. The assailant brandished a blood-stained watermelon knife, the wooden handle entangled with a lock of long hair. The ambusher's white van loomed nearby, its door dripping with fresh blood. There were 5 imposing men, all notably robust, wielding either knives or axes, their bodies reeking of fresh blood rather than the decaying stench of corpses. Surrounding the toll station, there were no zombies in sight, and Kong Chi cursed her own negligence. She should have anticipated that this area had been cleared. Thus, the scent of blood failed to attract the undead, allowing the bandits to murder and plunder without restraint. For 20 years, Kong Chi had lived an honest life, and since the outbreak of the virus, she had merely survived by treading cautiously. Now, facing these armed assailants, she felt like a lamb awaiting slaughter. The 5 burly men conspired right before her eyes, deciding to kill her first, then search her for provisions. If she bore none, they intended to turn her into jerky for future sustenance. Terrified, Kong Chi crouched on the ground, unable to meet the gaze of the man advancing with his weapon raised. Her features contorted in fear as she braced for the inevitable strike, knowing she was encircled. With her strength, she could not break free from their clutches. Suddenly, the clang of a watermelon knife fell to the ground, followed by the thud of an axe. Kong Chi dared not open her eyes, tightly shutting them as she awaited the blow. After a moment of suspense, she realized no blade had struck her. Cautiously, she opened one eye, counting the weapons scattered at her feet, 5 in total. Indeed, the instruments of death lay abandoned. But where were the men? Glancing around in confusion, she slowly raised her head, only to be met with a sight that nearly dislocated her jaw in shock. The 5 men hung in midair, a meter above the ground, their feet suspended. Adorned with masks that concealed their expressions, they bore wounds at their throats, from which blood gushed forth. Kangchi collapsed onto the ground, scrambling to escape from the eerie circle that surrounded her. She too had lost her sanity. Discarding the blood-stained raincoat onto the ground and tearing the plastic bag from her head. As she inhaled the damp air, she sensed that the world had gone mad. And perhaps it was time for her to embrace this madness, freeing herself from the constant fear that had plagued her. Chapter 14. Transform, she gasped for breath, drawing in the thin strands of rain mixed with the metallic scent of blood. Transform, become a zombie, she chanted silently in her heart. Suddenly, she felt a tightening around her neck, an invisible rope seeming to pull her forward. Yet, Kangchi no longer wished to move. She settled on the roadside, beside a patch of greenery, awaiting her transformation into a zombie. The rain gradually soaked her hair, her athletic wear drenched, as darkness enveloped the world around her. Save for the small LED light on her chest that flickered, an absurd thought struck her. She was like the little match girl from the fairy tale, waiting for this flicker of light to extinguish so she could meet her grandmother. After sitting by the roadside for nearly an hour, Kangchi began to feel the chill of autumn rain seep into her bones. Before she could become a zombie, she might succumb to the cold. With a deep sigh, she resolved to get up and move about, reasoning that whether she transformed here or elsewhere mattered little. She would walk and wait, for it was far too cold. Uncontrollably, she sneezed, clear mucus trickling from her nostrils. It had been a month since she last washed her face or hair. The raindrops that fell upon her were tinged with the color of dirt. She thought to herself that since she had already surrendered to her fate, it was better to wash her face with the rainwater, for someone like her could no longer survive in this world. Near the toll station, there exists a gas station accompanied by a modest supermarket, though the latter has been utterly ransacked, leaving no edible items behind. However, an abundance of towels and soap remains. She took 2 towels and unwrapped a box of soap, scrubbing herself as she walked along. Being a somewhat clean and tidy zombie isn't such a bad notion. So she paused in the garden of a small residential area on the outskirts of the city, where a man-made fountain stood with water remarkably clear. She plunged her head into the water, lathering up with soap, scrubbing vigorously. The cold was indeed biting, penetrating from her crown to her toes. But this was a necessary ritual of grooming before her demise. She also changed into a new set of athletic wear from a roadside clothing store. A vibrant red ensemble adorned with white stripes along the sleeves and sides of the pants, complemented by pristine white sneakers. Should she meet her end now, she would undoubtedly be the most fashionable of corpses. As Kangchi stepped out of the clothing store, she surveyed the filthy and grotesque figures of the undead on the street, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Yet, the moment was not yet ripe. She felt no inclination towards transformation, yet an invisible tether around her neck urged her to proceed in a specific direction. All right, I understand, dear sister. I am on my way. Kangchi sniffled, following the invisible force as she ventured southward. She navigated through the throngs of corpses in the city, arriving at the opposite side, closer to the border. The invisible tether guided her to the riverbank, where a considerable number of zombies lingered, predominantly elderly. A few black commercial vehicles were parked at the shore, standing normally without collision. However, bloodstains marred the windows and doors of the driver's compartments. It was evident that the drivers had taken their own lives inside, implying they were all armed. An invisible tether guided Kangchi towards the rear of the vehicle in the center. Initially, she listened intently, detecting no sounds from within, leading her to believe there were no zombies present. She attempted to lift the trunk lid, but found it unyielding. Contemplating using her axe to force it open, she was startled as the trunk suddenly sprang ajar. Stepping back in trepidation, she anticipated the presence of something alive, only to discover a safe within, its door slightly ajar. Leaning closer to inspect, she found nothing but a package of bear-shaped biscuits. The invisible cord quivered, and Kangchi understood. She opened the safe and retrieved the biscuits. Although the packaging appeared intact, the contents seemed not to be biscuits at all, as a gentle shake revealed a clattering sound, reminiscent of metallic fragments. Chapter 15. The Biscuit Heist. Upon obtaining the bear-shaped biscuits, the invisible tether urged Kangchi to depart the city. Was this vehicle specifically designated for transporting bear biscuits? The outer shells of both vehicles bore bullet holes, a testament to the lessons learned through calamity. The vehicles flanked the central one, which concealed a safe in its trunk. Kangchi pondered how the ghostly woman could have known of this vehicle, its cargo, and its contents. Did she enter the city in this very car? Yet, following the outbreak, escaping the city alone seemed nearly impossible. As far as she knew, those capable of navigating outside the city required 3 essentials: personnel, weaponry, and transportation. As for the ghostly woman, Kangchi recalled she had exited the city on a bicycle, unarmed and devoid of bloodstains, suggesting she had not engaged in combat with any zombies. In the realm of the zombie-infested city, the only individual who can traverse freely without engaging in combat is Kangchi herself. Despite the formidable prowess of the enigmatic sister ghost, she has chosen to send Kangchi on a retrieval mission, clearly harboring reservations about the undead. If she is indeed cautious, then unrestrained passage through the throngs of corpses is implausible. Kangchi pondered for an extended period, unable to fathom how Sister Ghost managed to exit the city unscathed. If she too was escorted out, what of the person riding the other bicycle? Did they, like Lu Xiangbei, venture elsewhere? Kangchi's mind was consumed by thoughts of Sister Ghost. This extraordinary woman continually challenged her understanding of the world. Stop. As Kangchi delved deeper into her thoughts, a sudden sharp command interrupted her, halting her progress. Startled, she raised her gaze, having been lost in contemplation. Don't move. The voice emanated from above. She looked up to find herself at the entrance of an office building, its doors barricaded from within. With a long reception counter obstructing the entrance and a multitude of office chairs filling the upper space. The voice belonged to someone on the 3rd floor, where a window stood ajar, and a crossbow protruded, an arrow poised, and aimed directly at Kangchi. She was perilously close to the building, well within the range of the crossbow. Even if she attempted to flee, escape from its trajectory would be impossible in an instant. Hand over your bag. I have no desire to take a life. The window was narrow and partially open, obscuring the speaker's identity, leaving only their voice to resonate in the air. Barely had the words left their lips when a rope descended from the window, its end secured with a stapler, ensuring it remained steadfast against the wind. The bag may be given to you, but I must retrieve something from within. It belongs to another, not to me. Kangchi resolved to sacrifice 2 pancakes in exchange for the safety of the little bear cookies. Open the backpack and show me your hands, shouted the individual above. Reluctantly, Kangchi faced the window, unzipped her backpack, and extracted the little bear cookies. Just as she was about to tuck the cookies into her coat pocket, the voice from above called out again, "Leave that behind and hand it over as well. This is not mine. It is something entrusted to me by another. And it is not food." Kangchi hoped they would understand her predicament. No more nonsense. If you don't want to die, just hand it over. Within the bag, there seemed to be either nails or perhaps a keychain indeed. Whatever it is, hurry up and hand it over. The other party, unable to shout loudly, made an effort to control their volume, yet the anger in their tone was unmistakable. Chapter 16. From afar an hour ago, Kangchi had steeled herself to accept the fate of death, though it was to be at the hands of the zombie virus. She would peacefully transform, causing no harm to others and avoiding harm herself. She did not wish to be struck by an arrow before her demise, as it would be excruciating. Just as Kangchi grasped the rope, ready to secure her backpack, she sensed a rush of air and heard a sound of something descending. She had no time to evade. A heavy object struck her head from above. Believing she had been shot, she clutched her head and collapsed, bracing for the pain. She had never experienced the sensation of being struck by an arrow. It was indeed quite painful. No, that was incorrect. She quickly sat up and glanced at the ground beside her, where a crossbow lay. Who would release an arrow along with the bow? She gently rubbed the area where she had been struck, a sizable swelling rising like a balloon, yet there was no blood. This was not an arrow wound. She glanced up at the partially ajar window above, still failing to spot anyone, but she did see blood trickling from the edge of the window. The crimson liquid flowed outward from the base of the window, cascading from the 3rd floor to the 2nd, and Kangchi was taken aback, instinctively rising to flee. However, after only 2 steps, she halted abruptly, her backpack still clutched in her hand. The weapon intended to harm her had already fallen to the ground, and those who sought to endanger her lay lifeless at the scene. Was the terrifying Grim Reaper protecting her? Ghost sister, is that you? Kangchi felt a wave of realization wash over her. How could she have been so dull-witted, not to have considered this sooner? It was not a malevolent force indiscriminately taking lives, but rather something lurking in the shadows, safeguarding her. The invisible noose around her neck seemed to quiver, as if in acknowledgement. At that moment, Her astonishment surpassed her earlier fear. Previously, she had been frightened, but now she was utterly astounded. Across dozens of kilometers, the ghost sister could not only manipulate the unseen cord guiding her actions, but could also strike from afar. Incredible, truly remarkable. Kong Chi yearned to cry out. But she restrained herself, realizing that the number of survivors in the city was far greater than she had anticipated. She wished to avoid further bloodshed and decided it would be prudent to navigate through uninhabited areas. The city's desolate zones were predominantly industrial districts, currently. Very few factory workers were on overtime, as employers were reluctant to pay triple wages for extra hours. During the viral outbreak, workers had left the factories as their shifts ended, resulting in an absence of people. With no one around, there were no corpses. Kong Chi secured her backpack and recharted her course, heading towards the densely packed industrial sector. Near the border, many individuals engage in import and export business. Kong Chi deliberately steered clear of the area densely populated with food processing factories, opting instead to walk along the outer wall of a crafts factory. The invisible tether did not hinder her, indicating that Sister Ghost also endorsed her choice of route. Kong Chi left her bicycle outside the city. For the closer she approached the urban area, the more zombies appeared. Attempting to navigate through them without provoking their wrath would be nearly impossible. Due to the incessant rain over the past few days, the sky remained shrouded in darkness, regardless of the hour. After a day of travel, exhausted and famished, she paused at the entrance of a small processing factory to inquire of Sister Ghost whether she might find a place to spend the night. The invisible tether quivered once more, seemingly granting her permission to stay within the city for the night. Fainting from hunger is not a trivial matter for some afflicted souls. It would be akin to a pie falling from the sky. Chapter 17. Discovery. Kong Chi resolutely refused to become someone else's pie. She intended to search for food along the way, targeting the small convenience stores lining the streets. Items such as instant noodles, bread, and cookies had long been stripped bare. So she sought out lollipops and milk candies, initially overlooked by others, yet easily missed during a frantic shopping spree. While sugary treats may not satiate hunger, they could prolong her existence. As she traversed the industrial zone to the city's edge, her backpack gradually filled with an assortment of candies, alongside some bear-shaped biscuits. She lacked the courage to gaze upon the gruesome corpses that lay scattered. The rain continued to pour. Kong Chi had been drenched all day. Though she had not succumbed to mutation, she was perilously close to catching a cold, her nose having run incessantly along the way. Upon departing the city via an alternate route, she encountered a previously unseen signpost, which read, "Proceed south for 100 kilometers. The survivor camp awaits you." The prospect of a survivor camp situated 100 kilometers to the south amidst the expansive fields was indeed plausible. However, Kong Chi harbored no intention of venturing there. The mere thought of a place inhabited solely by humans instilled a deeper sense of dread within her. She fervently hoped that, considering her dutiful errands, the ghostly sister would permit her to winter at Lu Xiangbei's residence. At that time, Kong Chi clung to a glimmer of hope, yearning for a day when the zombies would cease their relentless pursuit. Yet, the scene she witnessed upon entering the city starkly contrasted with the experts' predictions. The zombies exhibited a heightened activity compared to the initial outbreak of the virus. They showed no signs of prolonged decay. Only the surface skin had deteriorated while their muscles and bones remained intact, rendering them even more grotesque and agile. Kong Chi possessed an instant camera, purchased with her first salary, which she cherished for capturing the small nuances of life, such as feral cats perched on trees or ants busily traversing flower beds. Later, while scavenging for food, she procured a simple camera from the electronics section of a large supermarket. This camera required film and necessitated a darkroom for developing photographs. Lacking the convenience of her instant camera, yet proving superior to a data camera reliant on battery power. The simple camera operated on batteries, and she had amassed a collection of various types. On this outing, she decided to bring along the simple camera, not out of any particular intention, but rather as a matter of habit, thinking that perhaps there would be something worth documenting. Serendipitously, she came across the transformation of the zombies and captured their images. In the early days of the zombie outbreak, she meticulously documented both the initial and current states of the undead through her camera. She observed that the early zombies were devoid of sight, as evidenced by their indifference to the camera's flash when she captured their images. However, this situation has since evolved. The contemporary zombies now respond to the flash, turning their gaze towards the source of the light, despite their eyes remaining murky and yellowed with dilated pupils. She felt a peculiar sense of safety in the presence of the enigmatic figure known as Ghost Sister, even though they shared little camaraderie and she harbored a certain trepidation towards her. In this moment, with no one else to share information with, she found Ghost Sister's threat comparatively minimal. Chapter 18. Farewell. As she rode outside the gate, she spotted Ghost Sister standing there, awaiting her arrival. Looking up, she noticed smoke billowing from the chimney, a reassuring sign that a fire was crackling within the home. The comforting scent of smoke calmed her nerves. She felt secure knowing Ghost Sister was present. Even if the smoke attracted ill-intentioned individuals, she reasoned that as long as her heart's fortitude grew stronger, she need not worry. Ghost Sister remained suspended, her feet never touching the ground. Upon parking her bicycle at the entrance, she removed her backpack and retrieved a packet of teddy bear cookies, offering them to Ghost Sister. There was no corn stored at home, so had Ghost Sister ventured into the fields to harvest corn in her absence? The thought struck her as absurd. She could scarcely envision the formidable Ghost Sister drifting through the fields, plucking corn. Yet, with delicious food at hand, she had little time to ponder further. She produced a brand new fork she had scavenged from the city, eagerly unwrapping it for immediate use. The aroma of boiled corn was both fragrant and sweet, a delightful essence of sustenance. As she blew on the kernels and took a bite, her hunger surged. The dry flatbread and candy had failed to satiate her yearning for a true meal. You've been caught in the rain, Southstar remarked, drifting to the stove, where she too retrieved an ear of boiled corn. She would catch a cold. Nanqing's concerns diverged somewhat from Conchi's assumptions. She floated to the sink, seized a dry towel from the rack, and tossed it atop Conchi's head. The warmth radiating from the fire in the kitchen enveloped them, and the towel, clean and cozy, made Conchi feel at ease as she clutched an ear of corn in one hand while rubbing her head with the other. Thank you, she managed to say amidst her tasks. Are you leaving? Just as Conchi was about to bite into a second ear of corn, she heard that Ghost Sister was departing and abruptly looked up, a hint of reluctance glimmering in her eyes. Remember to convey my message. It seems the virus hasn't affected you. You need not worry about the climate, food, or water contamination. However, it would be prudent to avoid being bitten by zombies, as the virus will mutate once it enters the human body. And how long might that take? I don't know. Nanqing could not estimate a precise time frame, and could only offer Conchi an uncertain deadline. That's not necessary. I can find him. All right, I shall take my leave. Nanqing turned and drifted out the door without uttering a farewell. Conchi followed her to the entrance, watching as her figure faded into the distant horizon. As Ghost Sister departed, an unexpected wave of emotion washed over Conchi, stirring a desire to weep. She had always considered herself a solitary person, yet within just over a month of isolation, she had begun to cherish the companionship she had found. Ghost Sister was not an actual ghost. She could kindle a fire and share a meal. So the trunk could not truly be deemed a coffin. It could still be repurposed as a box. Chapter 19. Wintering alone in the absence of companions, Conchi busied herself, immersing in tasks to stave off the feeling of being the sole inhabitant of the world. After Nanqing departed, the weather cleared, and the crisp autumn air was perfect for drying corn and vegetables. Since becoming independent at the age of 18, Conchi has acquired numerous life skills. Even before turning 18, she often assisted in the village canteen. She learned to pickle vegetables from the ants at the canteen and also tried her hand at making sauce. Though unfortunately, there were no soybeans cultivated in the surrounding area. However, this did not deter her. She could prepare sweet flour sauce to enjoy with noodles during the winter months. Having resided in the village for half a month, Conchi occasionally pondered why no survivors had come to sweep the place. Logically, if there were people nearby, they would surely be drawn to it. Yet, there had been no visitors, not even once. This absence emboldened her. She had previously been hesitant to make any noise, but now she banged and clattered without restraint. It seemed unlikely that zombies would easily approach this yard. She could only manage to fortify against the undead, as defending against living threats was far more challenging. With her current skills, she could not construct a fortress capable of deterring humans. As for why a chosen one who was overlooked by zombies would spend time and energy fortifying against them, Conchi reasoned that perhaps someone would eventually visit. Some relatively harmless individuals with good intentions. In such a case, they could seek refuge in her yard. If, however, someone approached with malicious intent, she would face a dire fate. Thus, while engaging in these preparations, she experienced an internal conflict, yet unwittingly, she constructed a small fortress against the undead. She pushed movable carts to block all the entrances to the village, sealing off every route into the settlement. As long as the zombies could not jump or scale walls, the village would remain safe. Those inexplicably deceased zombies were interred in the yard where they fell, with wooden planks erected as markers. The identities of the deceased could be traced back to their respective households. Engaged in defense, harvesting, and conducting burial services, Kong-chi was constantly occupied. By the time she completed these tasks, the first snow of early winter gracefully descended. She relished these activities, not merely for sustenance, but also for physical exercise. A robust physique was essential. In her leisure moments, she practiced with an axe in the yard, having fashioned a wooden dummy for this purpose. Next year, she intended to journey to the capital in search of Lu Xiangbei, bracing herself for the myriad challenges that lay ahead. Thus, she diligently honed her skills, determined to no longer be a soft target. She also prepared several concealed weapons, believing her deceptive appearance could be advantageous for employing stealthy tactics. Each day, she turned on the radio, yearning for even a whisper of human presence, yet to no avail. The world was vast, and humanity possessed a wealth of advanced technology. Why then this desolation? Chapter 20. The wolf approaches. Kong-chi speculated that beyond the virus, other calamities might be lurking, though their nature eluded her. With no news from the outside world, she continued to live in her secluded realm. The cornmeal she ground would suffice until spring. Modern individuals often extolled the virtues of coarse grains, yet she had recently indulged in an overly healthful diet, consuming cornbread daily. She refrained from consuming the preserved rations Lu Xiangbei had stored, recognizing their practicality for transport and longevity. Should this disaster persist for years, sealed provisions would be invaluable. Just as Nanxing mentioned, Kong-chi had consumed rain-soaked grain and drank well water without succumbing to infection. Occasionally, while laboring, she would sip from the freshly drawn well water, and it had not adversely affected her. The sauerkraut has been pickled, and she stews it with potatoes, while also steaming a bowl of pickled snow mustard drizzled with a touch of sesame oil, served alongside cornbread. Unfettered by concerns of water pollution, she manages to indulge in a hot bath from time to time. The interminable winter passes in a tranquil flow of time, leading Kong-chi to feel somewhat dazed, as if calamity had receded from her life. However, the arrival of a pack of wolves shatters her illusion. The starving wolves invade the village, yet unlike zombies, they seem oblivious to Kong-chi's presence. The pack besieges her small courtyard, but she has fortified the walls, embedding sharp kitchen knives with their blades facing upward. Any wolf daring to scale the wall would surely draw blood, and the same applies to the predators. Though they are clever enough to attempt a wolf ladder to leap over, their claws cannot avoid the peril of the knives. Those who misstep howl in agony as they tumble down. Kong-chi retrieves her well-practiced slingshot, using iron beads as ammunition. This is no child's toy. With sufficient strength, it can be lethal. Whenever a wolf shows itself, she sends an iron bead flying, causing the famished wolves to yelp in distress. This pack seems relentless in their pursuit, a fact that oddly brings her some comfort. If they engage her in a prolonged siege, her sleep would surely be disturbed, and her spirits would dwindle. A swift resolution to the encounter would be most welcome, allowing her a peaceful night's rest. The wolf pack consists of 16 beasts, and Kong-chi climbs to the rooftop, launching her attack from the highest point. She observes one wolf leap nearly half a meter into the air, and although they sustain injuries, cry out in pain, they appear less like living creatures and more like the undead. Many of them bear festering wounds not inflicted by her hand. Their fur is falling away, their eyes clouded and devoid of pupils, resembling zombies in every aspect. She recalled that as she left the city, the animals were still behaving normally. They too were prey for the zombies. Mice, cats, dogs, and birds would fall victim to the same relentless attacks. Yet, zombies showed no interest in insects, fixating solely on the allure of crimson blood. Consequently, the animals managed to flee more swiftly than humans, vanishing without a trace on the very day the catastrophe unfolded. A ravenous wolf lunged tirelessly at Kong-chi, undeterred by wounds inflicted by her kitchen knife or the barrage of marbles. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she swiftly exchanged her weapon for a crossbow. With precision, she aimed solely at the wolf's head. Only when the arrow penetrated its skull did the creature fall silent. This process resembled her encounters with zombies, and after some time, she successfully dispatched the pack of wolves. The ancients wisely advised to remain vigilant in times of peace, and she felt justified in her relentless practice with the slingshot and bow. To her surprise, she discovered a latent talent in this regard. Subsequently, she climbed atop the wall and prodded the lifeless bodies of the wolves below with a long bamboo pole, ensuring they were indeed deceased before she dared to exit the courtyard. The stench emanating from the carcasses was unmistakable, a foul odor reminiscent of putrid flesh, akin to that of the undead. Could it be that even the animals had succumbed to the infection? A wave of despair washed over Kong Chi, darkening her thoughts. If this were true, where could safety be found in the world? Chapter 21. The peril of venturing out to survive. It was imperative to fortify her fortress and hone her skills in combat. She meticulously laid out a perimeter with shards of iron and various metal objects around the village entrance and its surroundings. This makeshift warning system would alert her to any animal intrusions, though it offered no protection against human threats. It was solely designed to deter beasts. The animals that had succumbed to zombification would, like their human counterparts, lose their capacity for rational thought, driven only by the primal urge to charge recklessly. Devoid of cunning, making them not overly difficult to contend with. In a tranquil village, Kong Chi persevered through to the new year, devoid of a calendar for 2034. She turned the final page of 2033, awaiting the unknown. She scoured every house in the village, yet found no power bank. However, she did come across a flashlight and some candles. Seizing a notebook, she inscribed the character to mark the passing days. By the 10th day, which should have been January 10th, the warning signal at the village entrance blared. Kong Chi, feeling a surge of apprehension, armed herself and ascended to the rooftop, where she could observe the road leading into the village. Expecting a beast to approach, she was instead met by the sight of a human, which heightened her anxiety even further. The newcomer donned a camel-colored cloak and a hat fashioned from animal fur, as this winter was particularly harsh, with temperatures plummeting to -39°C in January. For the past 10 days, Kong Chi had taken refuge beside the stove in the kitchen, as both bedrooms were frigid, akin to ice houses. Reluctant to consume too much firewood or coal, she had fashioned a nest for herself by the stove. The stranger was bundled up tightly, yet his physique suggested he was male. Kong Chi scanned her surroundings, hoping to discern whether he had companions. The landscape was a sea of white, with continuous snowfall since the onset of winter, and the accumulated snow now reached her waist. The man trudged through the snow with considerable difficulty, yet his steps were steady and resolute. Kong Chi contemplated feigning invisibility, but the smoke billowing from her chimney rendered her position too conspicuous. Alas, the stranger spotted her perched on the rooftop and gestured in her direction. "Hello, I am Li Chi, sent by Nanxing. She mentioned you could assist me in retrieving an item from the city. I have brought compensation. Please take a look." A figure stood 10 meters away from the small courtyard, emerging from beneath a voluminous cloak while holding two well-prepared lamb legs, devoid of fur and skin. "I was sent by Nanxing. She mentioned that if you doubt my words, you may inquire about Ghost Sister." Ghost Sister is a code name that Kong Chi had internally assigned to Nanxing, a name that had never been uttered aloud, yet the stranger invoked it, leaving Kong Chi's mind buzzing with the weight of this information. "What do you require?" Although Kong Chi's thoughts were in disarray, she felt it inappropriate to remain silent. Thus she casually inquired, "Oh, it is not particularly difficult to carry. A corpse, rest assured. It is not heavy. You can manage it alone." Rejecting an invitation from a stranger is common sense. Kong Chi did not know this individual, nor was she particularly acquainted with Nanxing. Moreover, given the frigid weather and the increased activity of wild beasts, it was evident without consulting the calendar that this was not an auspicious day for venturing out. "You help me, and I shall assist you. There are many wild beasts around. This year, the cold has made them increasingly ferocious, and they will inevitably besiege this place. You cannot fend them off alone." Kong Chi remained silent, yet the stranger seemed to read her thoughts, articulating her recent concerns. "Where shall I carry the corpse?" Kong Chi asked again. "Outside the city, to the survivors' camp." Chapter 22. Attending to immediate matters. The stranger pointed in a direction, and Kong Chi recalled seeing a sign for the survivors' camp the last time she had ventured beyond the city. The general direction aligned with her memory. Yet Kong Chi was puzzled as to why the survivors' camp required her assistance. It occurred to her that the area may have already succumbed to the presence of zombies. Nanxing was keenly aware of her uniqueness, and her introduction to others as a messenger was undoubtedly due to this very quality. Indeed, the increasing presence of wild beasts around the small village necessitated assistance for Kong Chi in alleviating this threat. The arrangement was made. She lacked foresight. Content to maintain the tranquility of the present, believing that delving into a horde of corpses was preferable to confronting a pack of wolves. As the newcomer pulled down the fox fur collar that obscured his face, a broad smile emerged, revealing a mouth adorned with a haphazard beard, frosted with white. Kong Chi noted the absence of a front tooth, likely lost after the onset of the calamity, for there were no dental clinics available now to remedy such misfortunes. Her thoughts began to wander. Having not encountered her kind for an extended period, a swirl of emotions enveloped her. Were there many survivors still? With her backpack slung over her shoulder, Kongqi followed the newcomer out of the village. He chuckled at her departure, remarking on her sense of responsibility, as if she were concerned about perishing in the wilderness and had made a point to instruct others to relay her message. The words entrusted to her for Lu Xiangbei remained firmly etched in her memory. "My name is Li Qi, and yours?" he inquired. "Kongqi," she replied. They stepped into the vast snowfield, where the unharvested fields lay shrouded beneath a thick blanket of snow. The thought of treading upon grain left behind in haste caused a pang of discomfort in her stomach. The biting wind outside rendered their brief conversation futile. The temperature plunged to such depths that inhaling felt as if freezing her lungs. No one was inclined to speak amidst the chill. The northern winds howled, lifting snowflakes that struck their faces like tiny pebbles. Kongqi, bundled in layers of cotton clothing, down jackets, and a military overcoat, found her movements laborious. Li Qi teased her, likening her to a penguin. The penguin need not wear such heavy attire. Kongqi cast a glance at Li Qi, who appeared to be in his 40s, with dark skin and a robust physique. His eyes sparkled with vitality, leading Kongqi to believe he was not nearsighted. This notion was swiftly validated when, having ventured less than 2 miles from the village, they encountered a black bear. Kongqi recognized that her slingshot and crossbow would be utterly ineffective against such a formidable creature. The bear was scouring the snowy terrain, sniffing the air, and unexpectedly emerged from behind a snow mound without a sound, catching Kongqi completely off guard. She felt her legs weaken, teetering on the brink of collapse, torn between the instinct to flee and the fear of provoking the beast. What to do? In that critical moment, she instinctively glanced at Li Qi, hoping to confer with him. If they were to run, it would be prudent for them to do so together. "Stay put," Li Qi said, exhibiting a demeanor of calmness, devoid of any sign of fear or anxiety. "Then I'll play dead." Kongqi recalled having read that one should lie down and feign death in the presence of a bear, as it typically does not prey on lifeless animals. Of course, this was not an absolute rule. If someone were to flee, the bear would likely pursue that individual. Chapter 23. A single punch. Li Qi chuckled lightly and agreed, prompting Kongqi to lie down. She then witnessed Li Qi, with astonishing swiftness, deliver a single punch that felled the charging black bear. The bear, having spotted them, charged with bloodshot eyes and drool dripping from its maw, a sight terrifying enough in itself, only to be struck dead by Li Qi's formidable blow. It took Kongqi a moment to comprehend that the bear was not merely stunned or injured. It was lifeless, utterly silent. Everything transpired with astonishing swiftness. In a moment of dazed contemplation, Kongqi entertained an absurd notion. The creature sprawled upon the ground was not a black bear, but rather a comrade of Li Qi, clad in a bear suit, conspiring to deceive her. "What are you searching for?" Li Qi inquired, puzzled by her actions. He laughed heartily for a full 2 minutes, leaving Kongqi bewildered as to the source of his amusement. The bear's carcass bore no zipper, thus confirming its authenticity, and Li Qi's prowess was equally genuine. The black bear they encountered towered at an impressive height of 2 meters, its robust fur and formidable claws presenting an imposing figure. Kongqi released a crossbow bolt towards the body, but it failed to penetrate. "Uncle Li, are you not more formidable than a tiger slayer?" Li Qi found Kongqi's youthful spirit amusing, her attempt to shoot the bear eliciting another bout of laughter from him. It took her a moment to realize that Uncle Li referred to Li Qi. Despite their recent acquaintance, he had introduced himself in such a familiar manner, which left her feeling somewhat unsettled, for such people who forge connections effortlessly do exist in the world. "Impressive," Kongqi expressed sincerely, not only recognizing Li Qi's strength, but also harboring a sense of envy towards him. His single punch that felled the black bear was a testament to his capabilities, serving to demonstrate his prowess to her. He requested her assistance in running errands, offering to clear the wilderness as a condition, hoping she would comprehend that his words were not mere rhetoric, but rather a promise of his capability. Li Qi informed Kongqi that he had been a martial artist long before the calamity struck, having trained under his master since the age of 3 and rarely descending from the mountains over the past 40 years. Due to the absence of transportation, their journey necessitated walking, and they would seek refuge in sheltered spots whenever fatigue set in. Initially, she harbored suspicions that Li Qi might be a nefarious character intent on luring her away to become cured meat. However, witnessing him dispatch the formidable black bear with a single blow dispelled all her apprehensions. The wilderness is teeming with creatures, not solely comprised of zombie beasts. And for Li Qi, the pursuit of meat is an effortless endeavor. There is no need to exert herself to deceive her into relinquishing the scant flesh she possesses. Prior to the calamity, she lamented her weight exceeding 100 jin. Post-disaster, she has successfully shed down to 90, yet her spirits remain unlifted, and instead, she finds herself engulfed in anxiety. Devoid of fat, she cannot withstand the toll of consumption. Under the circumstances of minimal food supply, the slender will falter against the stout. As she relinquished her guard and apprehensions, Kong Qi's words began to flow more freely, transforming the narrative from a solitary account by Li Qi into a shared dialogue. "Are you friends with Nanxing?" Kong Qi inquired, curiosity piqued. Nanxing, a PhD in biology, and Li Qi, a martial artist long accustomed to the mountains. How did these two individuals intersect? She was eager to discover the connection. Not quite. We crossed paths by chance and encountered some trouble, which we resolved together, Li Qi replied, tossing a branch into the fire. This was their third respite since departing the village, and they had chosen a modest brick house beside the fields as a temporary refuge. The interior was bare, yet it provided some shelter from the wind. They kindled a campfire within, for in such frigid weather, they dared not sit idle without warmth, fearing the chill could prove fatal. Chapter 24. The lives of others are remarkably vibrant before nightfall. They would undoubtedly fail to reach the camp. They needed to select a site for the night along the way. Li Qi had already identified a location upon their arrival. This small dwelling served merely as a transient stop, and for an overnight stay, a more insulated structure was essential. With the presence of the living, Kong Qi found the wild gusts less intimidating. She broached the subject of the survivor camp, a place she had not dared to approach. Li Qi admitted his ignorance regarding the conditions there. When he arrived, the camp had already transformed into a graveyard. Yet the corpses he sought were not those of the undead, but rather an ancient corpse. He was better off remaining silent, but upon mentioning the ancient corpse, Kong Qi immediately conjured unpleasant associations and instinctively attempted to leave. Hold on. It's not something to be terrified of. It's merely an ancient mummified body, the kind exhibited in museums. Li Qi hastily gestured for Kong Qi to take a seat. How did an ancient corpse find its way to the survivor camp? Kong Qi sat down once more. She was not afraid of mummies, having visited exhibitions before, and as long as it wasn't a ghost, she felt no fear. This is crucial for our lineage. We cannot leave it in a place that could be obliterated at any moment. Li Qi had previously explained that he learned martial arts not in a martial arts academy, but through apprenticeship. His master resided in the mountains, having taken him in as an abandoned infant. Although it was not as mystical as portrayed in martial arts novels, their lifestyle was somewhat hermetic compared to modern existence. Li Qi descended the mountain once a month to procure necessities. He possessed a smartphone, but regrettably had few contacts. Only two individuals necessitating communication, his senior brother and junior brother. His senior brother, aged 72, lived in the south with his son and grandchildren, while his junior brother, now 30, had vanished a decade ago. The one who fled with the ancient corpse to the survivor camp was none other than his long-lost junior brother, who had sent him a message via carrier pigeon, summoning him to visit. However, upon his arrival, he discovered that the camp had transformed into a haven for zombies. Li Qi considered himself highly skilled in martial arts. Nevertheless, the strength of one individual inevitably wanes, and even the most formidable techniques falter against a kitchen knife, or worse, the overwhelming tide of humanity. Thus, he sought out Kong Qi, the special young girl mentioned by Nanxing, requesting her assistance in retrieving bodies from the pile. If one were to disregard the absence of her parents, Kong Qi's life had been rather uneventful, devoid of any remarkable highlights or sensational tales. Consequently, as she listened to Li Qi recount these extraordinary stories, she felt a sense of novelty and excitement. For instance, Li Qi spoke of their sect as significant reverence for an ancient corpse, which certainly sounded intriguing. Furthermore, he mentioned his missing junior, who had vanished for a decade. Where had he gone? Where had he discovered the ancient corpse? How had he managed to carry the desiccated body with him? What tribulations had he faced in the quest for the corpse? Such experiences were not those of an ordinary person. Now, Kong Qi found herself tangentially connected to this fantastical narrative. Regrettably, Li Qi remained quite circumspect regarding critical information, revealing little to her, and she felt too shy to inquire further. As they continued their journey, they reached the roadside outside the city, where abandoned cars lay blanketed in thick snow, leaving only their roofs visible. They crossed the road and proceeded towards the survivors' camp. Along the way, several private vehicles discarded in the wilderness suggested they had been left behind by survivors rushing to the camp. In a bid to combat the biting cold, Kong Chi had packed high-sugar, high-calorie foods for her outing. Even so, she could feel warmth rapidly dissipating from her body. The chill was unbearable, and she began to long for the comfort of Lu Xiangbei's kitchen and the warmth of a cozy stove. Chapter 25. The zoo approaching the survivors' camp. The sky began to snow once more, and Kong Chi found it hard to believe that zombies could still move in such weather. However, Li Chi asserted that they were indeed capable, their movements not lacking in swiftness. He had previously stood outside the camp, observing and roughly estimating the number of zombies, ultimately deciding against a reckless assault. Upon arrival, Kong Chi discovered that the so-called camp was, in fact, a zoo. Unaccustomed to visiting parks or amusement areas, she was unaware of the existence of a zoo on the outskirts of the city. The journey from the urban center took an hour and a half by car, and the park appeared to have been constructed not long ago, its expanse nearly rivaling that of an airport. Standing at the entrance, she examined the park's map while Li Chi refrained from joining her. The grounds teemed with zombies, and any living person approaching the gate would inevitably attract their attention, leading to a commotion. Thus, Li Chi maintained a safe distance, leaving the remaining tasks to Kong Chi alone. Uncertain of the old corpse's precise location, Kong Chi had to conduct a thorough search of the area. This was also the reason Li Chi could not search for the corpse himself. Had he known its exact whereabouts, with his formidable skills, he might have been able to seize the enemy commander's head amidst the throng. However, without knowledge of the old corpse location, entering the park for a search necessitated the elimination of all zombies. He had considered luring the zombies out to clear the area before searching, but ultimately refrained from doing so. Releasing thousands of zombies could lead them elsewhere, endangering other survivors. Li Chi could not bring himself to commit such a self-serving act. Zombies were akin to a raging flood, not to be unleashed lightly. Upon learning of Li Chi's intentions, Kong Chi became even more convinced of his integrity. She left her backpack and military coat outside, striving to remain unencumbered, and scaled the wall to enter the camp. The zombies, still clad in autumn attire, wore a layer of white frost upon their decaying skin. They wandered aimlessly through the grounds, lost and directionless. Since the onset of winter, several heavy snowfalls had occurred. The zombies had undoubtedly not ceased their relentless movement, with none being buried beneath the snow, which had been compacted by their shuffling feet. Countless zombies traversed this artificial pathway, inadvertently smoothing the way for Kong Chi, as trudging through the snow was particularly exhausting, rendering her journey akin to walking on solid ground. The camp was overwhelmed with survivors, leaving insufficient space for tents. Given the sheer number of zombies, even if tents were erected, individuals could only sit side by side to rest, unable to lie down. The situation could only be described as overcrowded, making it all the more susceptible to catastrophe. If an infected individual were to infiltrate, there would be nowhere for the others to escape or hide. Kong Chi noted that the zoo's entrance had been locked from the outside, trapping those inside. She imagined the despairing cries of humanity echoing in that moment, envisioning the fate of men, women, and children, including infants swaddled in blankets, none spared from the horror. The zoo's outer wall had been raised by half a meter, making it impossible for two individuals to climb over. The area surrounding the wall was teeming with zombies, perhaps remnants of their desire to flee. Initially, Kong Chi intended to search by section, but upon entering, she felt such a strategy was futile. There was not a single vacant spot within the premises, all teeming with people. The old corpses could be lurking anywhere, be it in flower beds, pathways, or restrooms. Delicate snowflakes floated through the air as the wind calmed slightly, prompting Kong Chi to hasten her search for the dead. She first circled the perimeter of the wall before spiraling inward towards the heart of the grounds. The snow had been compressed by the weight of the zombies, and she was acutely aware of the arduous nature of her task. The old corpse would not move on its own. If Li Chi's junior disciple had perished, the old corpse would certainly be buried beneath the snow. She could traverse the area once or twice, yet it was implausible to clear all the snow to check for bodies beneath. Such an endeavor would be monumental, and by the time she finished, spring would have arrived, making it more sensible to wait for the snow to melt before searching again. Chapter 26. Gazing at the sky, the wandering zombies paid her no heed. Yet Kong Chi remained vigilant, for Li Chi's junior disciple possessed distinctive traits. Locating the old corpse in such an environment proved challenging. Thus she resolved to find Li Qi's junior disciple first, the bearer of the old corpse. The absence of ears was a striking feature of Li Qi's disciple, making identification straightforward. As her gaze swept over the heads of the zombies, she noted that they typically bit at the neck, rarely targeting the ears, facilitating her task of distinction. Ultimately, she discovered Li Qi's junior disciple at the base of Bear Mountain. This particular zombie exhibited a slight peculiarity. It did not wander upon the ground, but instead crouched atop an artificial hill, gazing skyward. Nevertheless, it too ignored Kong Qi. She devised a method to approach the base of Bear Mountain and began to search around the skyward-looking zombie. Upon investigation, she found a cave at the foot of the artificial hill, nearly submerged by the accumulating snow. Drawing a folding shovel from her belt, she commenced to excavate the snow. Indeed, something lay within the cave, a human-shaped object swathed in a blanket. As she dragged it out and unfurled the blanket, her initial disappointment transformed into confusion. It was a large doll. Who would hide a doll in such a manner? She gently caressed the doll's leg, only to discover that it was not filled with soft cotton. Turning the doll over, she located the zipper on its back and, upon unzipping it, was met with the sight of a desiccated corpse crammed inside. The cadaver, standing approximately 1.60 meters in height, appeared to be that of a woman. Her hair intricately styled into a bun at the back of her head. Having found her objective, Kong Qi wasted no time. She zipped the doll back up, wrapped it once more in the blanket, and secured it to her back with a rope. The weight of the corpse was surprisingly light, and its stature was not taller than Kong Qi herself, making it effortless for her to carry. As she departed from Bear Mountain with the old corpse in tow, an unsettling sensation washed over her, as though unseen eyes were scrutinizing her every move. This peculiar feeling of being watched did not dissipate until she had exited the confines of Bear Mountain. Coincidentally, Bear Mountain was situated at the heart of the park, marking Kong Qi's final destination. She felt a sense of fulfillment. Her journey had not been in vain, for she had located the old corpse without encountering any significant trouble. With her spirits lifted, she hastened towards the entrance of the zoo. She refrained from tampering with the chains securing the gate. Having entered by scaling a rope to climb over the wall, zombies, she reasoned, were incapable of climbing ropes, which allowed her to leave it undisturbed. Within the camp, there were no living souls and no provisions. She produced a spray can and inscribed a warning on the zoo's entrance. Realizing that her options in the face of calamity were limited, providing a cautionary message for those who might come after her was one of the few actions she could take. Li Qi, upon noticing the object strapped to Kong Qi's back, felt a surge of excitement. Were it not for the biting cold, he might have removed his hat to wave it in celebration. Well done. You have truly been a great help to me. Kong Qi quickened her pace, detaching the old corpse and handing it over to the approaching Li Qi. Your junior disciple has turned into a zombie. Kong Qi felt it would be better to inform Li Qi. As something seemed amiss, he remained still, gazing at the sky. Perhaps he was frozen, or did he sustain an injury? Li Qi secured the old corpse behind him. Enough of overthinking. Let us go. Uncle Li will take you hunting. Li Qi, overwhelmed with joy, hastily offered Kong Qi her reward, dismissing her concerns. Chapter 27. The Year Calendar. Upon hearing Li Qi mention hunting, Kong Qi immediately cast aside all other thoughts, her mind consumed by the prospect of stewed meat. Under the spell of this delicious vision, her fatigue vanished. She eagerly followed Li Qi, traversing several dozen kilometers, witnessing firsthand how he used martial arts to conquer tigers. The hunting expedition lasted a month, during which Li Qi eliminated all wild beasts surrounding the small village, assisting Kong Qi in collecting pelts and butchering meat, while imparting to her a set of self-defense techniques. Martial arts must be cultivated from a young age. Thus, Li Qi's prowess could not be directly transferred to Kong Qi, as her age was no longer suitable for such foundational training, but mastering basic self-defense was certainly within her grasp. This skill was essential for survival, and Kong Qi approached her lessons with utmost seriousness. Li Qi also taught her various hunting techniques and how to construct simple traps. Kong Qi understood that Li Qi's endeavors lay beyond her reach. They inhabited different worlds. This disparity was akin to her practicing Tai Chi in the park for health, while Li Qi prepared for a duel at Mount Hua. At present, she felt powerless to assist him further. She had already contributed all she could. As she bid farewell to Li Qi upon his departure from the village, she once again experienced the poignant sorrow of parting. In this world, the living are becoming increasingly scarce. Each encounter is a fleeting one. Although she is not particularly fond of socializing, Kong Qi is reluctant to remain alone in this vast expanse. She mused that perhaps if her desires were modest enough, the heavens might grant them. Lu Xiangbei had meticulously prepared an array of condiments, Sichuan pepper, star anise, cinnamon, and ginger powder, each in ample supply. It was evident that he intended to reside in the small village for an extended period. However, he abruptly changed his mind, abandoning all his preparations to venture to the capital. Why? Kong Qi felt a curious inclination to inquire about it when they next met. Before leaving, Li Qi bestowed upon Kong Qi a calendar, a relic from the year 2034. She carried it with her, treasuring it dearly, for it might very well be the last calendar in existence. On New Year's Eve, Kong Qi prepared a celebratory feast for herself, featuring braised pork, canned fish, and a fruit platter. As the clock's hands passed midnight, her anticipation for the arrival of spring grew stronger. She yearned to journey to the capital, to a place where the living thrived. Equally daunting as calamity is solitude. One is akin to a boulder crashing down, while the other resembles a dull blade slicing through flesh. To combat her loneliness, Kong Qi dedicated herself to physical training, painstakingly practicing the self-defense techniques taught by Li Qi, with a particular focus on arm strength. She had never possessed such resolve during her previous attempts at weight loss, where she merely downloaded a plethora of videos that languished in her favorites. Now, she rose at 5 to practice stances, trained in boxing during the morning, practiced archery in the afternoon, and concluded her day with jump rope and push-ups. Chapter 28. Unwelcome guests. What troubled her further was the arrival of uninvited guests in the village. A trio of individuals stealthily infiltrated the area. Upon noticing the curling smoke rising from a small courtyard, they realized there were still living souls within the village and began to prowl around the premises. Humans are not beasts. They possess a cunning far superior to that of animals. Kong Qi found herself unable to employ the same tactics against them as one would against wild creatures. They stood beyond the range of her crossbow, manipulating a remote-controlled car to launch smoke grenades into the courtyard. The toy vehicle maneuvered with precision, rendering Kong Qi unable to strike from her rooftop position. The smoke grenades served to probe the situation. Upon witnessing the billowing smoke, those inside would inevitably emerge to investigate. This would reveal to the adversaries the number of individuals present in the courtyard, the existence of any firearms, and the locations of any hidden sentinels. Encased within a formula can, the true nature of the grenades would remain unknown until they detonated. Those capable of thwarting such a device would certainly attempt to intercept it. Kong Qi felt a sense of helplessness. She was powerless to prevent its entry into the courtyard. Fortunately, she possessed a gas mask, one of the supplies hoarded by Lu Xiangbei. Although their acquaintance had been brief, and they were scarcely friends, she had already developed a sense of gratitude towards him. This man might possess the extraordinary ability to foresee the future, truly a superhuman. Yet, while he could provide her with a gas mask, he could not assist her in repelling her foes. The task of confronting the assailants rested solely upon her shoulders. A twinge of anxiety gripped her. The self-defense techniques imparted by Li Qi had been rigorously practiced, yet she had never experienced a real confrontation and was uncertain how she would fare in actual combat. The three men, emboldened by the lack of a response to the smoke grenades, brazenly scaled the wall and leaped into the courtyard. Lacking firearms, they felt somewhat insecure in their approach. Draped in a snow-white cloak, her clever disguise, Kong Qi lay concealed upon the rooftop, making her difficult to detect. As she awaited the intruder's entry into the courtyard, she quietly loosed an arrow, striking one of them in the thigh. Two individuals swiftly took refuge beside a stack of firewood, a blind spot for Kong Qi, where the crossbow bolts could not reach them. However, one person, seemingly undeterred, remained on the rooftop, shouting, "Attack!" As he called out, he retrieved several homemade incendiary devices from his backpack. The injured individual also discarded his backpack, intent on retrieving a weapon. The other two launched a simultaneous assault, hurling 4 ignited glass bottles onto the rooftop. Kong Qi, unwilling to squander her precious crossbow bolts, executed a roll to evade the oncoming barrage. She then vaulted over the ridge of the roof, maneuvering to the opposite side, where the two in the courtyard continued to throw more bottles, seemingly attempting to force her down. Unsure of her chances against two adversaries, she hesitated to descend recklessly. Meanwhile, the duo in the courtyard seized the opportunity to pour gasoline beneath the house. All the supplies lay safely in the cellar. The flames could not reach the food. Yet, Kong Qi could not allow them to proceed unchecked. This was Lu Xiangbei's home, and she could not stand idly by while villains sought to incinerate it. Of course not. These 3 armed intruders had nefarious intentions. and Kong Chi felt it was time to test the fruits of her months of rigorous training. She seized a pole from the rooftop and struck at the incendiary bottles. Due to the thick layer of snow, the bottles did not shatter upon impact, and thus their contents remained contained, with only the mouths of the bottles igniting. It was fortunate that their crude creations posed minimal threat, as long as they did not break. Suddenly, flames erupted from the hard ground, igniting one man's tattered cotton pants, which quickly caught fire. He immediately lay down and rolled about, attempting to extinguish the flames engulfing him. The remaining individual remained hidden beside the woodpile, showing no inclination to assist. Though Kong Chi lacked firearms, it did not imply she was entirely unprepared. During her resource gathering in the village, she had borrowed several useful items. For instance, firecrackers and 1,000-shot rockets, originally intended to frighten off wild beasts, could also serve well against humans. She descended from the roof, climbed through a window into the house from the backyard, retrieved the weapons hanging on the wall, opened the door, lit the firecrackers, and executed the entire sequence with fluid grace. Without a moment's hesitation. The firecrackers did not travel far, but the yard was not expansive either. The firecracker exploded beside the woodpile, causing the person lurking there to wail in agony. Grasping an axe, he attempted to charge out, but Kong Chi hurled another string of firecrackers towards him, the cacophony leaving him dazed. Armed with a hammer, she leaped out, her intent not to kill but to strike, with the aim of inflicting severe injury, preferably breaking bones. Among the three, 2 were gravely wounded. Although they could still move and retain some combat capability, they were no match for the ferocity of Kong Chi. Standing taller than most girls, having diligently practiced her martial arts for months, she was vigorous and robust, while the 3 men appeared rather gaunt. Confronted by her fierce demeanor, they were already at a disadvantage. One man, unable to evade in time, was struck on the forearm by the hammer, the impact eliciting a sharp, penetrating pain. He cursed under his breath, lamenting the girl's formidable strength and remarkable accuracy. A single blow rendered his arm nearly immobile. The axe slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground. Today, their venture had taken a turn for the worse, and it was time to retreat. The 3 individuals had previously established a tacit understanding. The injured man retrieved a handful of lime from his pocket, seemingly forgetting that Kong Chi was equipped with a gas mask. The lime proved utterly ineffectual as Kong Chi continued to wield her hammer, striking down any who came within reach. The 2 injured men staggered to their feet, dragging their wounded legs as they sought an escape route while evading her attacks. Despite her efforts, facing 3 opponents proved to be a formidable challenge, primarily because they could flee, unlike stationary wooden stakes. The trio burst through the main gate and fled the courtyard, but Kong Chi chose not to pursue them. Recently, wild beasts had been prowling in packs around the village, and she had not ventured outside for several days. Having already inflicted injuries upon them, the 3 men limped away from the village, distant wolf howls echoing in the air. Kong Chi was unwilling to take risks for their sake, fearing that the potential losses outweighed the gains. This winter was exceptionally frigid, and without the game that Li Chi had provided her, she would find herself as weak as those 3 men, starved of strength. Engaging in combat with humans still offered her a glimmer of hope, but battling a pack of beasts would likely only lead to her demise. She harbored concerns about the possibility of their accomplices lurking nearby, ready to return and exact revenge. Yet, she was resolute in her decision to remain within the village, unwilling to create a bloody spectacle. Thus, she opted for a hammer as her weapon rather than a more lethal tool like a cleaver. The first man she had injured, clad in thick clothing, had absorbed much of his blood within his cotton garments, leaving no trace of crimson in the courtyard. As for whether the beasts outside could detect the scent of blood on him after leaving the village, she could not be certain, which further deterred her from following. Chapter 30. Grain in ear. Upon hearing the wolf's howl, she rose anxiously and conducted another inspection of the doors and windows. She had fortified them with metal plates, hoping that even if a bear were to ram against them, the barriers would withstand the assault. Yet, she remained uncertain about her ability to endure the situation. Li Chi had previously cleared the vicinity of any wild beasts, and for the time being, none had ventured into the courtyard. However, upon hearing the distant howls of wolves in the vicinity of the village, how could she not feel a surge of anxiety? Fortunately, the howls did not persist for long before fading into the distance. Nevertheless, she spent the entire night awake, listening intently to the sounds outside, fearing that the wolf pack might employ cunning tactics to catch her off guard. From that moment on, Kong Chi adopted a discreet approach to her daily life, refraining from retrieving any meat from the courtyard. The natural refrigerator was well sealed, containing raw meat, and she worried that opening it might attract the wolves. Maintaining a cautious mindset regarding matters she did not fully understand, she quietly endured the long winter. By June 1st, the northern land finally thawed, signaling that she would have to embark on a solitary journey of thousands of miles to the capital. In an era of telephones, trains, and passersby, this would not have been particularly daunting. She could have taken a train to the capital, sought information online, or inquired with travelers. However, what she now sought was a safe zone established by survivors, a place that could not possibly exist in times of peace. It was only upon deciding to set out that Kang-chi realized the enormity of the challenge ahead. Without the aid of navigational maps, lacking direction from passersby, and contending with packs of beasts scavenging along the route, she faced a 99% probability of perishing along the way without the benefit of a vehicle. Perhaps Liu Xiangbei had merely spoken casually, not genuinely inviting her. He might have forgotten this springtime promise. Perhaps it would be best for her not to go. The thought of retreating danced repeatedly in Kang-chi's mind. Yet if she did not venture to the capital, how would she survive this year? Apart from merely laboring without the ability to cultivate land or venture to areas with employment opportunities, how could she possibly survive on her own? Even if she were to grow her own grains and vegetables, the question remains whether she would have the courage to toil in the fields. The wilderness is often rife with ferocious beasts, and farming is certainly not a task that can be accomplished in a fleeting moment. Faced with the stark realities of her situation, Kang-chi wrestled with her thoughts for 3 days before ultimately deciding to journey to the capital. On June 5th, the day of the Grain and Ear Festival, she set forth with her belongings, traveling on a tricycle, one she had personally modified. The vehicle was encased in a metal cage, further shielded by a layer of mesh, allowing for ventilation while protecting against animals. To address weight concerns, the bars of the cage were not overly thick, otherwise, she would find it difficult to ride. This enclosure could deter smaller creatures. Yet it would undoubtedly be ineffective against larger predators such as tigers or bears. With an abundance of snakes in the wild this year, Kang-chi feared the possibility of encountering them while she rested at night. Thus, this protective barrier provided her with a semblance of security for a more restful sleep. Before leaving the village, she consumed all canned goods and other heavy, cumbersome foods, prioritizing them to lighten her load. Consequently, her provisions for the journey consisted solely of biscuits and instant noodles. Additionally, she packed a set of winter clothing and a winter sleeping bag, anticipating that by the time she reached the capital, winter might have set in. It would indeed be tragic to perish from the cold due to a lack of adequate winter gear, especially if the safety zone were to cease providing assistance. Kang-chi remained cautious. After departing the village, she deliberately chose routes frequented by zombies, as such areas were typically devoid of living souls. Chapter 31 Arrival in the Northern Lands. The ice and snow have begun to melt, and the frost upon the bodies of the zombies has dissipated. Their forms exist in a state of stasis, having ceased to decay for over 6 months. Initially, some still harbored hope, believing that the virus would extinguish itself upon the corpses. As long as the zombies could not find the living to transmit the virus, they would eventually perish. The wildlife has increased, becoming new targets for the zombies, leading to instances where animals would lure the undead away from the roads. The horde chased after herds of deer, leaving Kang-chi's protective barrier compromised. Yet, this was not the gravest of concerns. She noticed a persistent tremor beneath her feet, and the birds in the sky were in disarray, phenomena seemingly unrelated to the zombies. After a month of anxious travel, expecting cataclysmic events that never materialized, she finally reached the capital unscathed. She traversed the national highways without pausing in any towns, resting her vehicle amidst the zombie throngs at night. The very creatures that instilled fear in others provided her with an unexpected sense of security. Whenever she encountered other survivors, she would conceal herself among the corpses, waiting until they passed before continuing on her journey. However, there was one matter she must attend to. She needed to convey a message to Nanxing, entrusted to Liu Xiangbei. This winter had been relatively bountiful for her, and she knew the adage about not biting the hand that feeds. Thus, she pedaled onward, fortifying her resolve as she crossed the 3 northern provinces and entered the capital's territory. She acknowledged that luck played a significant role in her journey, having little to do with her own capabilities. By July, the capital no longer required winter attire, and upon entering, Kang-chi changed into spring athletic wear. Her food supplies had been completely exhausted, and she left her iron cage cart by the roadside. She picked up a mountain bike from the street, finding it a more convenient means of transportation into the city. Her bedding was securely packed in a hiking backpack. The capital was warmer than she had anticipated, alleviating her fears of succumbing to the cold, at least for the foreseeable future. Upon entering H province, she had already noticed a sign by the roadside welcoming survivors from various regions to the primary safe zone. Beyond that line, the roads were devoid of zombies and large wild beasts. Kong Chi could distinctly sense this change, which heightened her expectations for the capital's safe zone. The closer she drew to the capital, the cleaner the highways became. Abandoned vehicles had been removed, and there were no remnants of limbs or bones scattered on the pavement. As she rode beyond the 8th Ring Road, she encountered her first checkpoint. Someone stopped her and inquired about her origins, destination, and purpose. Unsure if they recognized Jia Jigua, she simply stated that she had come from the north, hoping to find fortune and a means of survival in the capital. Without any firearms on her person, the guards at the checkpoint allowed her to pass after a brief inquiry. She navigated through a total of 4 such checkpoints before finally arriving outside the walls of the safe zone. Passing by a newsstand, she picked up a map of the capital. The stand was unattended, and the books, magazines, and newspapers inside remained untouched, with only food, candy, and water having been taken. Along the streets, there was not a morsel of food in sight. Chapter 32. Entering the city. Lacking food, she was unconcerned about being stripped of anything. The guards informed her that individuals entering the city were prohibited from carrying firearms, assuring her that should she require such weapons in the future, they would be provided to her. Fortunately, Kong Chi was devoid of any hazardous materials and ventured alone, seamlessly entering the urban area. To the eyes of others, she appeared to pose no threat. Her demeanor was devoid of aggression. Since the onset of the calamity, she had engaged in but a single skirmish. Upon departing from her village, she stumbled upon 3 skeletal remains in the melted snow, their garments torn asunder by wild beasts. Had it not been for the arrows nestled among the bones, she would have been unable to identify them. That day, she had heard the ominous approach of a wolf pack, likely drawn by the scent of the wounded. The trio she had frightened away met their fate at the hands of the wolves in the wilderness, with none escaping. She harbored a profound fear that entering the safe zone would necessitate combat. The meager skills she learned from Li Chi were insufficient to navigate the treacherous underworld. At the final checkpoint, she invoked the name of Jia Jigua, prompting the guard to direct her to the reception center in the city. Anyone seeking to locate someone was required to complete a form there. Confusion washed over her. Lu Xiangbei had informed her to seek Jia Jigua upon her arrival in the capital, suggesting that this name carried weight, if not that of a tycoon, then certainly of a significant figure. Yet, the guard exhibited no notable reaction to the name, assuming she was merely looking for someone and guiding her accordingly. She contemplated mentioning Lu Xiangbei once more, but refrained, realizing that excessive dialogue with the guard would yield little benefit. It seemed wiser to locate the reception center first. The capital was far more dilapidated than she had envisioned, bearing the scars of countless battles. The buildings were riddled with damage, and the roads were pockmarked with deep craters. Evidence of explosions lingered, leaving shattered glass in their wake. The sidewalks were cluttered with assorted billboards strewn haphazardly, and while vehicles could maneuver through the streets, the refuse of the city proved more challenging to clear away. Kong Chi registered her entry into the city, riding a mountain bike she had discovered along the way. Absorbing the sights around her, the city was shrouded in darkness. It was already dusk, and not a single light illuminated the streets, indicating a complete power outage. To her slight relief, the security situation seemed manageable, as there were plenty of pedestrians, yet none approached to snatch her bicycle. Passers-by cast curious glances in her direction. It was not that no one else was riding a bike, but compared to them, Kong Chi's complexion appeared unusually rosy. The bicycle was not the focal point. It was the people that mattered. Speaking of the bike, Kong Chi's mountain bike was far from ideal. Its tires were completely deflated, and she had no means to inflate them. The deflated tires made for a bumpy ride. She persevered through this minor inconvenience and continued to pedal towards the reception area, which was a mere 10-minute ride from the entrance of the safe zone. Once a hamburger shop, the establishment now bore a freshly painted sign reading reception. The staff was still present, and the door indicated operating hours from 8 in the morning to 8 in the evening. Kong Chi secured her bike at the entrance. It had not been locked when she found it, and she hoped no one would seize the opportunity to steal it. Behind the ordering counter sat 2 employees, a man and a woman. Upon entering, Kong Chi first glanced at the female staff member, signaling that she was there to seek someone. The woman kindly directed her to the counter to fill out a form. The upper half required her personal details, while the lower half was designated for information regarding the individuals she was searching for. Kong Chi felt a flutter of anxiety in her chest. for she knew nothing about Jia Zhigua and Lu Xiangbei, save for their names, making her quest undoubtedly challenging. Chapter 33. Seeking Refuge. Kong Qi first filled in the name Jia Zhigua, leaving the sections for physical characteristics, occupation, and place of origin blank. She then proceeded to fill in Lu Xiangbei's information. Based on her estimation, Lu Xiangbei was approximately 26 years old, had once served in the military, and stood close to 1.9 meters tall, with a margin of error of merely 2 or 3 centimeters. Her vocabulary for describing a man's appearance was rather limited, and without a photograph, it was indeed a challenge for her to articulate his looks. Upon receiving the completed form, the female staff member paused at the section for seeking someone, then burst into laughter. "Are you looking for Mr. Lu?" she asked, suddenly realizing her lapse in professionalism and quickly suppressing her amusement, adopting a serious demeanor. Yes, a glimmer of hope stirred within Kong Qi. It seemed Lu Xiangbei held some renown here. "Do you know Mr. Lu?" "Yes, I have met him." "Really?" "Indeed." Kong Qi found herself somewhat bewildered by the staff member's demeanor, who appeared to question the authenticity of her words. "I can assist you in contacting him. Please hold on." "Miss Kong." The female staff member exchanged a glance with her male colleague, and then offered Kong Qi a polite smile. The staff member used a landline to make a call, and Kong Qi overheard her addressing the person on the other end as Mr. Lu, while also describing her appearance. "Miss Kong, please wait a moment. Mr. Lu will send a car to pick you up shortly." "Ah, thank you." Kong Qi's voice wavered, her heart heavy with uncertainty. Just moments ago, she had observed the streets devoid of any vehicles, leaving her perplexed about this so-called dispatch. What sort of vehicle would it be? A tricycle would suffice, but if it were a car, it would imply that Lu Xiangbei held considerable influence here. Her visit was partly motivated by a desire to seek refuge among friends. She sought not to bask in their glory, but rather to establish connections that might help her navigate this unfamiliar environment, ideally leading to job opportunities. Yet, if Lu Xiangbei's status was too elevated, she would feel reluctant to ask him for assistance. After a 20-minute wait, a familiar sight emerged. A covered electric tricycle, commonly used for ferrying tourists, arrived at the reception area. At last, Kong Qi's anxious heart found solace. This mode of transport, while not extravagant, signified that Lu Xiangbei possessed a certain level of clout, albeit without ostentation. The driver, a middle-aged man, parked the vehicle and made his way directly to the reception, pushing open the door in search of Miss Kong. Kong Qi promptly rose to greet him, remembering the mountain bike she had procured and intending to take it along. The driver kindly secured the bike atop the tricycle's canopy and transported her, along with her bicycle. As she settled into the rear seat, warmth filled her heart, mingled with a tinge of guilt. Lu Xiangbei had not forgotten her. He recalled last year's invitation. Had she known then that he would become her benefactor, she ought to have treated him with greater respect. The electric tricycle meandered through the dilapidated city streets before finally halting in the courtyard of an old residential complex. The buildings, appearing to be several decades old, lacked elevators. The driver gestured towards the entrance of Unit 3. "Miss Kong, you shall reside here, Unit 3, Room 303. Chapter 34. Settling in after the driver completed his task, he produced a set of keys and handed them to her. Kong Qi expressed her gratitude and accepted the keys, proceeding to unlock the door and disembark. The driver then assisted her in removing her bicycle from the roof rack, cautioning her that it was inadvisable to leave it downstairs, recommending instead that she take it upstairs for enhanced security. Once again, Kong Qi thanked the driver and descended the stairs with her bicycle in tow. The third floor was not particularly high, and she managed to bring her bicycle up, unlocking the door to room 303 and placing the bicycle in the foyer. It appeared that the apartment had been tidied up to some extent, yet remnants of dried blood marred the walls, stains that could not simply be scrubbed away, necessitating a fresh coat of paint to conceal them. However, at this moment, no one seemed inclined to undertake such a task. The apartment bore no signs of recent habitation. All everyday items were conspicuously absent. The layout comprised 2 bedrooms and a living area, furnished only with a mattress from a double bed, a folding dining table, and a solitary metal chair. Kong Qi harbored no doubt that a gruesome and terrifying incident had unfolded within these walls. The bloodstains at the entrance were but a fraction of what lay in the master bedroom, where the walls were drenched in crimson, with splatters even adorning the lampshade. The master bedroom lacked furniture, with the scant furnishings confined to the second bedroom, where Kong Qi naturally placed her luggage. During her journey, she had inquired with the driver about potential work opportunities and sources of sustenance. Not only did he provide her with direction on where to seek employment and food, but he also extolled the advantages of this particular community. Though an older complex, it exclusively housed single women. The perimeter was secured by a wall, requiring a card for entry, and the building's entrance was locked. After 8 in the evening, the building manager would patrol to secure the doors. For a single young woman residing here undoubtedly offered an enhanced sense of safety. The driver revealed that the newly arrived survivor was supposed to be accommodated in the chaotic new district. Mr. Liu had expressly instructed to ensure that Ms. Kong was provided with a secure place to stay. Upon hearing this, Kong Qi felt a surge of gratitude. She had already resolved that should Lu Xiangbei request her assistance again, she would comply without hesitation. As dusk descended, the outside world was shrouded in darkness. A stark contrast to the vibrant metropolis that once gleamed with lights throughout the night, now reduced to a somber silence. Having gone a day without sustenance, Kong Qi was nonetheless resilient. The building manager dutifully descended at 8 o'clock in the evening to lock the doors and inspect each floor and room to ensure no outsiders remained. Aware of Kong Qi's status as a newcomer, the manager provided her with a set of bedding and toiletries. Water was a scarce resource, but fortunately, the capital had not yet reached the dire state of water scarcity. There was simply no running water. Each morning, a water truck delivered supplies to each community, requiring residents to descend and collect it themselves. She found this arrangement manageable. Throughout the winter, there had been no running water at Lu Xiangbei's residence, and she had resorted to collecting snowmelt along the way. After a month of arduous travel, with not a single restful night, she had finally arrived at a place where she could recuperate, longing for a deep slumber. This year's spring had arrived late, and the northern nights remained quite frigid, with heating being an impossibility. Kong Qi unfurled the blankets she had brought, wrapping herself in 2 layers of comfort for a restorative sleep. The following morning at 7, the water truck arrived at the foot of the building, its loudspeaker rousing her from slumber. She promptly leaped from her bed and hurried downstairs with her bucket to collect water. The empty 10-kilogram water bucket had also been issued by the building manager the previous day, though each person was permitted only 5 kilograms of water per day. The water she had boiled was insufficient for washing her face or hair. Kong Qi felt no discontent, having emerged from the orphanage. She had long since adapted to her circumstances without complaint. Chapter 35. He has arrived. She intended to reserve the water for drinking. Thus, she merely brushed her teeth in the morning, foregoing face washing. Kong Qi deemed the search for food to be of paramount importance. Most of the young women residing in the building were reticent, their wariness of strangers palpable. The driver of the water truck, however, had greeted her warmly. Yet she discerned a hint of what seemed to be pity in his gaze. As a newcomer, she was unaware of the local circumstances and refrained from asking further questions. Unable to find a companion to accompany her to the job market, Kong Qi ventured out alone. She diligently practiced her punches in her room every morning, unwilling to allow herself a single day of lethargy. Upon reaching the ground floor, she spotted a tall, slender man standing outside the entrance. She paused, questioning why a man was permitted in the girls' dormitory. Impressive survival skills, he remarked first. And you are? Kong Qi asked, looking up at him. The man wore oversized sunglasses that obscured much of his face. Can't recognize my cherry lips? He removed his sunglasses, revealing a smirk that danced on the edges of a grin. Oh, it's you, Lu Xiangbei. Kong Qi's cheeks flushed. It was not embarrassment at encountering a handsome man, but rather the realization of her inappropriate choice of words, now articulated by the person himself, which left her feeling quite apologetic. I merely intended to describe your lips as not overly large, and your eyes, well, quite large indeed. Upon encountering Lu Xiangbei, Kong Qi felt a flicker of joy. Having interacted with few survivors after the catastrophe, the number of individuals who posed no threat to her was scant. Lu Xiangbei stood out as one of those rare acquaintances, causing a spark of delight in her heart. Perhaps it was the prolonged absence of conversation that left her feeling stifled. Previously, she could engage with others online and indulge in digital games. However, after the disaster severed her access to the internet and electricity, solitude enveloped her, amplifying the discomfort of silence. Ah, it's all about sustenance. Are you hungry? Lu Xiangbei was somewhat surprised to see this young girl again. He was acutely aware of the harsh realities of the apocalypse and the transformations it wrought upon humanity, having once paid the ultimate price for such knowledge. Yet, in Kong Qi's eyes, he saw no trace of despair or dejection. This young woman, having endured an excruciating winter, appeared robust both physically and mentally. I was just about to seek employment. Kong Qi refrained from admitting her dire hunger, having not eaten since the previous day. She had seldom experienced starvation after the disaster, and the sudden deprivation left her stomach in turmoil. First, let us have a meal, then I'll look for a job. Lu Xiangbei gestured for Kong Qi to follow him. Her bicycle was parked upstairs, and he showcased his mode of transport, a modified electric assist bike, akin to those used by the elderly for grocery shopping. The rear was equipped with a basket, which could also serve as a seat for passengers. He explained that it had been upgraded for silent operation. Fuel had become a scarce resource in the aftermath, and every drop was precious, with no one continuing to extract it. Kong Qi could hardly fathom who would dare drive a car in such times. Even electric vehicles were a rarity. As time passes, Kong Qi increasingly perceives that this calamity is far more complex than merely a virus outbreak. The prolonged winter, the persistent blizzards and frigid temperatures, along with the numerous earthquakes she encountered upon her arrival, all signify a world undergoing profound transformations. Yet, she feels like a mere ant, capable of sensing and experiencing these changes, yet unable to grasp the entirety of the shifting landscape. Chapter 36. Where are the good people? Kong Qi settled into Lu Xiangbei's silent electric tricycle, which was not only equipped with an engine but also had upgraded tires and a comfortably soft seat, albeit somewhat cramped in space. Originally designed for carrying vegetables, accommodating a living person like her surely left little room to spare. Sitting obediently like a primary school student, she noticed Lu Xiangbei's back before her. After months of separation, an unexpected thought crossed her mind. He seemed thinner. Was it due to inadequate nourishment? Did he go hungry? The realization filled her with guilt. For all the food Lu Xiangbei had stored had ended up in her own stomach. Perhaps life in the capital's safe zone was not as easy as it seemed. Mere survival in this manner was not a sustainable solution. Individuals who have relied solely on themselves since childhood often ponder extensively, harboring both immediate anxieties and distant worries. Lu Xiangbei remained unaware of Kong Qi's thoughts. If he were to learn of them, he would likely find it hard to suppress his irritation, as no one would believe he could not satiate his own hunger. Kong Qi began to feel sympathy for Lu Xiangbei. She longed to generously declare, "This meal is on me," but her financial constraints extinguished her compassion. Lu Xiangbei brought her to a breakfast stall, run by an elderly woman with graying hair, while a young man with a scar across his eye assisted her. The scar lent the young man an intimidating air, making him seem quite formidable. Lu Xiangbei seemed quite familiar with the vendor. After exchanging greetings, he led Kong Qi to a small table. It had been several days since little Lu's last visit. Was this a relative? The elderly woman brought over 2 cups of steaming water, her curious gaze fixed on Kong Qi. "Friend," Lu Xiangbei succinctly introduced, indicating a lack of desire to elaborate further. "Oh, what would the young lady like to eat?" The woman inquired kindly, a smile illuminating her features as she turned to Kong Qi. "Noodle soup," Kong Qi replied, glancing at the modest menu affixed to the wall. The breakfast offerings were limited, consisting of merely 5 or 6 items, with noodle soup being the most economical choice. Her reasoning was straightforward. Having consumed a significant portion of Lu Xiangbei's provisions, she felt it inappropriate to indulge further. Currently devoid of any income, she intended to repay Lu Xiangbei gradually once she secured employment. "Today is meant for job hunting. I can't just settle for noodle soup." "Auntie, please give me a bowl of meat noodle soup," Lu Xiangbei interjected, exercising a slightly authoritative tone as he ordered for her, without seeking her opinion. What a good person. Kong Qi nearly succumbed to tears but managed to hold them back, fearing an embarrassing display of emotion. About the things from your home. I have consumed them," she admitted, her conscience pricked. When Lu Xiangbei left initially, he had not mentioned that the supplies were meant for her, and she felt somewhat guilty for taking them. If they had been discarded items, she would have felt no moral qualms, perceiving them as unowned, but Lu Xiangbei was alive. Those belongings were undeniably his. Lu Xiangbei produced a notebook, a pencil tucked within its pages, and after placing Kong Qi's order, he commenced his work. "I will repay you in the future," Kong Qi added thoughtfully. However, those unpleasant feelings have been washed away by food. Kong Qi now feels nothing but gratitude towards Lu Xiangbei, for he has provided her with an abundance of sustenance. "By the way, your friend has come looking for you. Her name is Nanxing, and she has a message for you." Upon hearing the name Nanxing, Lu Xiangbei finally lifted his gaze, meeting Kong Qi's eyes, awaiting her to continue. The words Nanxing had entrusted to Kong Qi before her departure had been rehearsed in her mind countless times, and she recited Nanxing's message verbatim. From his expression, Kong Qi could discern no further emotions. Although they had once been close friends, their relationship had waned over time. Yet Nanqing had braved the perils post-disaster to seek out Lu Xiangbei at his home. Their bond should not have diminished, at the very least. Lu Xiangbei was someone Nanqing deemed trustworthy. However, Lu Xiangbei appeared indifferent towards Nanqing, remaining remarkably composed, even neglecting to inquire whether she had sustained any injuries while escaping the city. Was Lu Xiangbei a cold-hearted individual? Kangqi did not believe so. But she refrained from prying into their personal matters, as they were not particularly close, and such inquiries might be perceived as intrusive. She was merely curious about the nature of Lu Xiangbei's character. He ordered only a single bowl of noodles, specifically for her. Once she finished, they departed from the breakfast stall. Kangqi felt a sense of gratitude, as she believed Lu Xiangbei's circumstances were not affluent. Unbeknownst to him, he was misunderstood. He had not eaten because he had already had breakfast prior to seeking out Kangqi, as the work meal was served early. One remained silent, the other unspoken. And thus a beautiful misunderstanding was born. The survivors of the capital's security zone rise before dawn, bustling with activity. As the clock strikes 6, the streets begin to fill with pedestrians. By the time Kangqi finishes her breakfast, others have already commenced their work. She wonders if it is feasible to find employment at the talent market at this hour. Perhaps she could secure a temporary job, earning a daily wage, which wouldn't be too bad. However, Lu Xiangbei offers her no chance to ponder, directly inquiring whether she would be willing to work for him. The registration form for entering the city includes a section for special skills, prompting survivors to list their personal talents and previous work experience. Kangqi hesitates to disclose her newly discovered abilities post-disaster, opting instead to keep the matter of being overlooked by the zombies a secret. When Lu Xiangbei expresses his desire to hire her, her immediate thought is that he must be interested in her unique skills. This job undoubtedly requires her abilities. And without hesitation, she agrees, motivated by her urgent need for sustenance and the many meals she owes Lu Xiangbei. You didn't even inquire about the nature of the work. You accepted so readily, he remarks, expecting her to deliberate. In his memory, she is a cautious individual, not one to act rashly. You know me well. You would not assign me tasks beyond my capability, Kangqi retorts. Her swift agreement and rapid adjustment of her address reveal her adaptability. The one who provides her meals is her master. It is exactly as you surmised. I need you to run errands for me. No problem, she replies, eager to repay her debts. Is it all right to commence today? No issue. I am unencumbered, ready to depart at a moment's notice. Kangqi's only possessions are her bicycle stored in the dormitory and her bedding. Though these items were essential to life, they were not of such importance that she could not part with them. Kangqi's work ethic garnered the approval of Lu Xiangbei, who had prepared everything that morning: the vehicle, provisions, water, and weaponry, merely awaiting Kangqi's readiness to commence their journey. Lu Xiangbei anticipated that Kangqi might hesitate. Yet he was confident that she would acquiesce. After all, those surviving in the apocalypse preferred choice over the absence of options. Upon learning of the impending business trip, Kangqi promptly followed Lu Xiangbei, armed with her slingshot and crossbow, ready to depart at a moment's notice. Chapter 38. The first mission. J City lay not far from the capital, and Lu Xiangbei assigned Kangqi her inaugural task to retrieve a certain item from J City. Initially, she wished to suggest undertaking the mission alone, as coordinating with a team would prove cumbersome. However, Lu Xiangbei had brought no one else. It was solely the two of them embarking on this venture. This revelation eased Kangqi's mind, and despite the knowledge of traversing a sea of zombies, she felt a sense of ease. At the final checkpoint before exiting the city, they switched modes of transport. Kangqi found joy in riding the electric tricycle, though she felt a twinge of fear at the prospect of switching to a larger vehicle. Once beyond the safety zone, the sound of the engine would attract not only zombies, but also hostile survivors. Hence, after months of silence, the roar of the engine sent a wave of trepidation through her. It was as if she were destined to become a target. Observing her unease, Lu Xiangbei pointed out the modifications made to the vehicle, which had been fortified from front to back. It was not an exaggeration to call it a civilian armored vehicle, equipped with both protective measures and a heavy machine gun. With a cache of light weaponry aboard and Lu Xiangbei at her side, Kangqi finally felt her anxiety subside. Kangqi was acutely aware of Lu Xiangbei's resilience. A person on the brink of death from a high fever could awaken at any moment, poised to strike and take lives. Such individuals possessed a will forged from diamond. As long as he wielded a weapon, he would undoubtedly face few rivals. Lu Xiangbei entrusted a compact submachine gun to Kangqi and instructed her on its operation. While he drove, she was responsible for addressing any troubles that might arise. Ideally, There would be no issues, but if there were, she was to act without hesitation and fire. Kang Chi nodded earnestly, though her courage was limited. She understood the meaning of survival instincts. She had never engaged in combat, yet when confronted with 3 unwelcome intruders in the courtyard, she showed no mercy. During their journey, Lu Xiangbei briefed her on the situation in J City. Following the establishment of the capital's safe zone, significant efforts were made to clear several main roads leading into the city. Securing these routes was crucial for the safety zone, and the task of eliminating zombies within the designated area was monumental. This winter proved to be particularly long, with low temperatures having little effect on the undead. But it was unbearable for the living. Consequently, progress was slow until Kang Chi set out for the capital, at which point the area was finally cleared, particularly during snowfalls. No one dared to venture outside. This year had seen an abundance of snow, with storms occurring one after another. Within the vast safe zone, maintaining normalcy entailed numerous responsibilities. Among the rescued survivors, half were the elderly, weak, women, and children, while timid young adults who feared leaving the city made up the other half. This meant that, to this day, the safe zone lacked the capacity to extend its reach to the surrounding cities. They had ventured into smaller towns but found entry into larger cities impossible. The more prosperous a city was, the greater the concentration of zombies it harbored. Firearms have always been a scarce resource. Who would dare charge at millions of zombies armed only with a kitchen knife? Even if someone were bold enough, it would amount to a futile sacrifice. Kang Chi was filled with numerous questions. She believed that Lu Xiangbei possessed more knowledge than she did. She yearned to inquire why, since the onset of the catastrophe, there had been no aerial support and why no one had bombarded the city. It was not that she wished to witness the city reduced to rubble. She simply found it peculiar. She had countless inquiries but refrained from overwhelming Lu Xiangbei with them, fearing it would burden him. After much deliberation, she resolved to pose a few pertinent questions first, such as what she was to retrieve in J City and whether there were any survivors. A large-scale search was unfeasible, yet dispatching a couple of individuals to gather information seemed manageable. Even a distant observation from the city's outskirts could yield a semblance of the situation within. Chapter 39. I am leaving. Lu Xiangbei had sent individuals to investigate the circumstances in J City, and the outlook was grim. Due to the densely populated area, the number of survivors was alarmingly low. In the initial 2 months, some had signaled for help from high-rise rooftops using smoke signals, but with the harsh winter setting in, the survivors dwindled further. The toll of cold, hunger, and disease rivaled that of the zombies. Some even chose to end their lives in despair. This was the apocalyptic world Lu Xiangbei was familiar with, cold and ruthless. Ironically, the current prevalence of zombies might work to Kang Chi's advantage, as tasks previously deemed impossible might be achievable with her assistance. However, the dire conditions in J City raised concerns about the humanity capable of surviving such a harsh environment. Thus, Lu Xiangbei equipped Kang Chi with all the weaponry he could spare, and prior to entering the city, he dedicated time to provide her with essential training. The journey to J City had long been part of his plan, and it belonged to the category where the sooner it was executed, the better. Kang Chi arrived just in time. Had she come 2 days later, Lu Xiangbei might have taken the risk to venture forth. Kang Chi felt that Lu Xiangbei underestimated her. Her slingshot and hand crossbow required precision, a skill she was confident in mastering. After 6 months of diligent training in martial arts, her arm strength was sufficient. But in the wilderness, they dared not fire too many shots for fear of attracting nearby zombies. The route they took had been previously scouted by Lu Xiangbei using a drone, ensuring it was the path with the fewest zombies. It was a rural road, with scattered zombies in the fields along the way, which they dealt with using cold weapons. However, as they ventured further into the territory of J City, the zombies crowded the highways leading into the city like a relentless tide, in addition to the horde of zombies wandering around the residential areas. Lu Xiangbei had surveyed the area and found no green passage that could safely accommodate the living. He could only escort Kang Chi this far. The remaining journey was hers to undertake alone. If possible, he would prefer not to send a young girl on such a perilous mission. Yet no one was more suited for the task than Kang Chi. Some matters he simply had to address. Boss, if it's absolutely necessary, could you provide me with a mech? No matter how I modify it, it won't become a transformer. Kang Chi expressed her slight dissatisfaction towards Lu Xiangbei's intention to equip her with weapons. Proper armament could ensure her protection, but excessive weaponry would become a burden. After all, genuine firearms are inherently weighty. Kang Chi held a submachine gun in her hands, concealed a hand grenade in her pocket, strapped 2 handguns to her waist. and had 2 tear gas grenades dangling from her calves. Tactical gear, helmets, and bulletproof vests. Such attire may be suitable for gaming, yet in reality, the entire ensemble is excessively burdensome. There is no need for frivolous chatter. Thorough preparation is indeed commendable. Lu Xiangbei is reluctant to witness the little grass, which has managed to survive through adversity without becoming twisted, encounter unforeseen calamities. Speaking of this grass, it was preserved thanks to the supplies he had stockpiled in advance. Although it was an unintended act, he genuinely hopes to see her thrive and endure for a longer duration. While Lu Xiangbei's tone may be stern, his actions are gentle as he adjusts Kong Qi's misaligned helmet, meticulously inspects her weaponry, and ensures everything is in order before permitting her to depart. "I'm off now, boss," Kong Qi calls out, waving one hand in farewell before turning to head towards City J. "Be cautious of heights, corners, and blind spots, and avoid narrow alleys," Lu Xiangbei shouts after her retreating figure. This scene unexpectedly stirs something within her, reminiscent of a father bidding farewell to his daughter on her first day of kindergarten. Chapter 40. City J. As one approaches the city, the number of zombies increases, appearing from a distance like a gathering crowd. Only upon closer inspection can their decaying skin, murky eyes, and tattered clothing be discerned. After enduring a harsh winter, they emerge from the open elements, resembling discarded rag dolls amidst a refuse heap. Some zombies are grotesquely disfigured, having endured attacks from the living, with knives still embedded in their abdomens. Initially, people were oblivious to their fatal spots, striking from any angle. Kong Qi's focus is drawn to the buildings, for it is within those structures that the possibility of encountering living humans exists. She merges into the sea of corpses, walking amidst the zombies, the dense throng providing her with a cloak of concealment. She followed the route provided by Lu Xiangbei, finding that most street signs remained intact. At each intersection, she paused to verify her direction. After the catastrophe unfolded, the throngs of people sought to escape the city, resulting in an overwhelming presence of zombies on the periphery. Numerous vehicles obstructed the roads, many of which contained zombies, completely blocking the path for both pedestrians and cars. Kong Qi opted for the narrower streets, recalling Lu Xiangbei's caution against venturing into alleys where conflicts could erupt, leaving little room for retreat. Within less than a year since the disaster struck, many items in the city had not yet succumbed to decay, they were merely damaged, while some remained in good condition. Kong Qi suppressed the urge to hoard supplies, continually reminding herself of her mission's purpose. The address Lu Xiangbei provided was not in the city center, but rather specified a particular residential complex, unit, and floor. Whose home could it be? She did not inquire, knowing Lu Xiangbei's military background. She sensed he would disapprove of operatives prying too deeply. All that mattered was to know where to go and what to do. As she navigated the city's streets, the only sound she heard was the mournful groaning of the undead. The rooftops of the tall buildings no longer bore the signs of distress, and both the streets and interiors overflowed with zombies. If everyone was preoccupied with fleeing the city, the central areas might actually have fewer zombies. For any survivors wishing to escape without the means of flight, it would be nearly impossible. They would have to relocate to areas with fewer zombies. Additionally, the city center was replete with malls and large supermarkets, as well as underground shopping centers, though even these subterranean spaces were not devoid of zombies. They did serve to contain them, preventing their escape. As Kong Qi walked, she meticulously observed her surroundings, her firearm pointed slightly downward, poised to be raised for a sudden discharge. The city had succumbed to darkness. The once dazzling array of neon signs now appeared drab, failing to infuse any vibrancy into the desolate urban landscape. Kong Qi located the residential complex mentioned by Lu Xiangbei, where a line of vehicles lay ensnarled outside, their collisions resembling a serpentine formation. Zombies wandered both inside and outside the complex, filling the stairwells and hallways. Upon reaching the entrance, she noticed the presence of zombies in the stairwell as well, and she treaded cautiously to avoid them, ascending the stairs to the 10th floor. The exertion of climbing under load was particularly draining, so she paused for a moment in the stairwell to gather her strength. The eerie silence within the building indicated the absence of any living souls. Had there been survivors, the zombies would have exhibited heightened agitation, incessantly battering against the walls even if confined to their rooms. After sufficient rest, she approached the door of room 1005, which stood ajar, just as Lu Xiangbei had described. His exact words were, "The door is not locked," a statement that had initially aroused her suspicion, leading her to ponder that this might be Lu Xiangbei's residence. The rural cottage was his ancestral home, and he had a place in the city, which was her line of thought at that moment. However, upon entering, That notion was immediately dispelled. The living room was adorned with an enormous wedding portrait, featuring a couple that bore no resemblance to Lu Xiangbei. Chapter 41. The living. This was the abode of newlyweds. A thick layer of dust coated the surfaces, yet the furnishings and decor appeared pristine, indicative of little to no use. There were no traces of blood nor any zombies within, suggesting that the homeowners had fled in haste, inadvertently leaving the door ajar. How could Lu Xiangbei have known this? Perhaps it was the home of a friend, and they had communicated by phone on the day of the catastrophe. Kong Qi speculated as she stepped into the master bathroom of the 3-bedroom apartment, which featured an en-suite facility. Upon catching sight of a cage resting on the bathroom floor, she involuntarily gasped. Lu Xiangbei had merely instructed her to retrieve an item from the master bathroom, specifying only that it was a cage, never mentioning the presence of a living creature within. The sudden revelation of a living being in the cage startled her. A soft whimper emanated from the creature inside. In this age devoid of telephones, Kong Qi found herself unable to reach Lu Xiangbei to confirm whether she was to retrieve just the cage or the puppy contained within. She pondered aloud, how has it survived all these days? The burden of her possessions made it difficult for her to crouch down, forcing her to bend closer to inspect the cage. Indeed, the puppy was alive, its round, glossy black eyes fixed upon her. There were no signs of decay or bloodstains. It was undeniably a living dog. Yet, this only deepened her bewilderment. The building was teeming with zombies, and the front door had been left ajar. She was acutely aware of the zombies' keen sense of smell, and she knew that those lurking in the stairwell and corridors could certainly detect the puppy's scent. Why had they not surged in to tear apart the cage? Setting aside that mystery, the question of how the puppy had survived was even more perplexing. Adorning the cage was a pink ribbon, from which dangled a card inscribed with the message, "Wife, is this a surprise? This is the life you have always longed for, a romantic existence for two and a dog. Today, it has come to fruition." It was signed, "Your loving husband," clearly indicating that the puppy was a gift from the man to his wife. They are about to embark on their new married life, where everything is fresh and accompanied by a delightful puppy. If the gift is the surprise hidden in the bathroom on the day of the disaster, how has the dog managed to survive in there for over 6 months? In one corner of the bathroom lies a pile of dog food and a dog bed, the packaging of which remains unopened and sealed. In a newly renovated bathroom, what could possibly sustain a dog for more than half a year? The answer is nothing. It is a miracle that this dog has survived without food or water. No, it is a phenomenon. Kong Qi finally comprehends that Lu Xiangbei does not merely desire a cage, the true objective is the dog within it. Although she cannot fathom the purpose of a dog demon for Lu Xiangbei, it is undoubtedly more valuable than a mere cage. Kong Qi does not fear dogs, yet she is apprehensive of the dog demon. She sets down her weapon, approaches the corner of the bathroom to retrieve a can, and then heads to the kitchen for a spoon, using it to serve the canned meat to the dog in the cage. "Don't bite me. Remember I fed you," she mutters softly as she feeds. The puppy, seemingly 2 months old and a black shepherd, devours the food voraciously, oblivious to Kong Qi's caution. The absence of foul odors or any signs of the dog's waste in the bathroom only reinforces Kong Qi's belief that this is indeed a dog demon, one that has not eaten since the day of the disaster. The dog feasts happily, entirely unaware of Kong Qi's perception of it. Chapter 42. The rooftop crisis. Kong Qi gathered the conveniently portable dog food and stuffed it into the cage, securing it tightly with a rope before slinging it over her back, much like a mountaineer bearing a backpack. The dog, devoid of a collar, bore no name mentioned in the card left behind. It seemed the man had yet to bestow a name upon it. Kong Qi recalled a guard dog from her days in the orphanage, one that had tragically been poisoned. She had quite a fondness for that dog in her childhood. Lu, she decided, that shall be your name. It astonished her to realize that after all these years, the memory of that dog's name lingered in her mind. Perhaps some affections run deeper than she ever imagined. Having acquired the items Lu Xiangbei requested, Kong Qi did not linger. She descended the stairs with the cage in tow. Tentatively, she tested the area near the entrance, noting that the nearby zombies did not charge at her. It became evident that both Lu and she would remain unnoticed by the undead. With this realization, her anxiety dissipated. She hastened down the stairs. But just as she reached the entrance, a bullet struck the doorframe, mere centimeters from her head. Crouching low on the staircase, she compelled herself to think clearly. Outside thronged with zombies, while the living would certainly not be mingling within their ranks. Both inside and outside the building were swarming with the undead, save for the rooftop, which remained obscured from her view. Taking a deep breath, she began her ascent up the stairs. The building opposite mirrored her own in height. separated only by a small garden. If the assailant had a vantage point, they could easily take aim at her. That last shot had likely been premature and hasty. Had they waited for her to emerge, her life would have been forfeit. Upon reaching the top floor, she pried open the lock of the rooftop door and cautiously peered out towards the opposite rooftop. On the opposite rooftop, a gun was indeed mounted. Kang-chi contemplated the situation. The range of her handgun proved insufficient, while a micro-submachine gun could suffice, yet it demanded superior skill she did not possess. The adversary wielded a sniper rifle, and despite her arsenal, she was unable to reach them. Fortunately, her opponent was not an exceptional marksman. Otherwise, she would have either perished or been gravely injured moments ago. Lu remained silently behind her, remarkably calm, unfazed even when bullets struck the doorframe. Kang-chi shook the cage slightly, prompting Lu to emit a low whimper. This indicated its survival, alleviating Kang-chi's worries. The individual across the way likely hesitated to descend or enter the building, theoretically, as long as she refrained from appearing at the window or entrance. They were at an impasse. However, remaining hidden within the building was not an option. Lu Xiangbei awaited her beyond the city limits. Kang-chi shifted her position, stealthily observing the building across the way. She noted that although the zombies inside were vocal, they did not congregate on the rooftop. Clearly, there were individuals present above. Could it be that some were overlooked by the undead? After careful consideration, she resolved to employ a strategy of attrition, somewhat perilous, yet at least a viable plan. She gambled on the impatience of her opponents, hoping they would fire without discerning her features. This tactic allowed her to deceive them into expending 5 rounds of ammunition, causing her helmet to be rendered useless. She removed her bulletproof vest and clothed a zombie in it, employing further subterfuge to secure a few additional rounds. The enemy discharged a dozen bullets, yet Kang-chi remained unscathed, while the urgency was clearly on their side. Chapter 43. Cover. Having tested the capabilities of her adversary, Kang-chi felt a surge of courage. She procured some rope, bound the zombie, and pulled it to the window's edge, simulating the appearance of a person passing by. She wished to ascertain whether the adversaries would fire their weapons. If they remained unarmed, she intended to conceal herself behind the corpses, springing up unexpectedly to launch stones with her slingshot. However, the slingshot's limited range rendered it ineffective against the rooftop across from her, prompting a shift to a crossbow. Yet even the bolts could not traverse the distance. The opposing party had employed silencing devices, indicating their awareness that noise would attract the undead. A stalemate must be resolved. Thus, Kang-chi altered her approach, rummaging through the building, meticulously searching each unit. In one household with children, she discovered a singing toy, and from an elderly resident's quarters, she procured a battery-operated radio capable of playing a complete collection of audiobooks, as well as square dance music. Additionally, she acquired a remote-controlled car, affixing the singing toy to its roof, replacing its battery, and activating the melody. She deftly maneuvered the car to deliver the singing toy outside the unit. The cheerful children's song resonated loudly, drawing the gathered zombies in the garden square toward the sound. Kang-chi, pinpointing the optimal location, halted the car and exchanged it for one carrying the radio that played dance music, positioning it at the opposite end of the garden. 2 distinct melodies emanated from either side, enticing the zombies within the complex, particularly the dance music. She maximized the volume of the radio, a vintage model known for its powerful sound. In the stillness of the city, the songs of children and lively dance music reached even the zombies outside the community. Stimulated by the cacophony, the undead converged upon the garden, their numbers swelling until the square was teeming with them. Adorning herself once more in a bulletproof vest and donning a motorcycle helmet salvaged from a nearby residence, Kang-chi took advantage of the zombies' cover to crawl out of the unit door, maneuvering beneath their feet. To venture out like this was inevitably to invite danger. So Kang-chi had no choice but to release Lu from his confinement, stowing a can of dog food within her bulletproof vest and securing the little dog to her chest. She crawled forth, the zombies kicking at her body. Their sheer numbers rendered her progress slow as she maneuvered beneath their feet. A figure on the opposite rooftop perceived Kang-chi's intentions, firing several shots into the horde. Alas, the bodies were too densely packed, one atop another, while she crawled beneath them, the bullets striking the zombies instead. Utilizing their presence as cover, she managed to traverse around the corner of the building, reaching a blind spot from which the rooftop observer could not see her. Having been bitten once by danger, Kang-chi viewed every rooftop as a threat. Thus, she altered her planned route, opting for the low-lying neighborhoods. Although this path required a detour, It was a minor inconvenience compared to the prospect of gunfire. During her escape from the horde, her motorcycle helmet was dislodged by a zombie's kick, and her head was struck twice, leaving her with a ringing headache. Zombies lacked any control over their strength, acting solely on instinct. Emerging from beneath their feet, Kong Chi was sore all over, her body marked with bruises and a large footprint on her hand. Thankfully, she had donned winter racing gloves, otherwise, the situation could have been far worse. As she navigated the outskirts of the city, she moved cautiously, finally crossing the city limits. Exhausted, she collapsed onto the ground, quickly consuming half a bottle of water. A quick inventory revealed that her weapons, dog food, and the dog were all intact. She removed the cumbersome bulletproof vest, knowing that continuing to wear it would hinder her mobility. Chapter 44, Pursuit. After resting briefly by the roadside, Kong Chi once again took up her weapon, shouldering the dog as she ventured beyond the city. She could have lingered longer, but her concern for Lu Xiangbei's anxiety urged her onward. Lu Xiangbei spotted Kong Chi from a distance as she descended from the streetlight, heading towards him. Kong Chi first turned around, allowing Lu Xiangbei a glimpse of the dog behind her. It was inconvenient to carry the cage, so I disposed of it, she explained hurriedly, feeling the need to clarify her actions when Lu Xiangbei suggested she retrieve it. It's not important. Having the dog is what matters. Lu Xiangbei recognized the canine, though when he first encountered it, it had already matured into a large dog. Let me take care of it. I certainly do not wish to carry it, he said. Kong Chi untied the leash and set Lu down. You've done well. It's heavier than I anticipated. Lu Xiangbei hoisted the pup into his arms. Weight is not the issue. The key point is that it's a demon dog. Hurry and take it away. Kong Chi gathered the leash, preparing to stow it in Lu Xiangbei's backpack. Just as she bent down, she felt something was overhead. She quickly looked up and saw an arrow embedded in the large tree ahead of her. Lu Xiangbei had been preoccupied with the dog and, momentarily distracted, failed to intercept the incoming arrow. Fortunately for Kong Chi, she instinctively ducked, narrowly avoiding the shot. Lu Xiangbei instantly grabbed her and pulled her into the car parked by the roadside. He opened the door to shield them from the barrage of arrows, then pushed Kong Chi inside before climbing in and shutting the door. When did they start following us? Have I been tracked? Kong Chi exclaimed upon seeing a group of individuals hiding behind an abandoned vehicle not far away. I was careless, Lu Xiangbei lamented, turning the steering wheel. The cold weapons proved ineffective. Their assailants had switched to firearms, bullets ricocheting off the reinforced armor of the car. Despite this, Kong Chi felt a painful throb in her eardrums as Lu Xiangbei maneuvered the vehicle backward, evading the range of fire. The adversary, devoid of a vehicle, found themselves at a disadvantage after their ambush failed. Pursuit was futile, as they harbored no desire to engage further, ceasing to waste ammunition. This route had been meticulously chosen by him in advance, devoid of any obstructions from other vehicles. Once the dog leaped from Lu Xiangbei's embrace into Kong Chi's arms, Lu Xiangbei cast a contemplative glance at the canine. The existence of survivors in J City had been a revelation on their journey. Yet these survivors were known to assault unsuspecting passers-by, far from being virtuous souls. The mere thought of the term virtuous elicited a sardonic smile from Lu Xiangbei. A mere year had passed since the onset of the catastrophe, and compared to the forthcoming survivors, those of the present could still be deemed as good people. Fear surged within him as memories of her murderous gaze resurfaced. During the days when Kong Chi was threatened by Lu Xiangbei's ominous presence, the most striking memory remained his eyes, a haunting image that lingered in her mind despite the months that had elapsed, a testament to his grudges, as well as his gratitude. Chapter 45. The departure. Engaging in light-hearted and pleasant discourse fosters the deepening of relationships, and Kong Chi sensed it was now appropriate to pose further inquiries. With resolve, she articulated the question that had long plagued her. Why, in the wake of the disaster, had no significant official force emerged to confront the zombies? This seemed utterly irrational. Kong Chi held an unwavering belief in her nation, confident that in times of dire peril, the most admirable individuals would rise to safeguard the populace. Simultaneously, official forces from various nations had endured assaults by unidentified enemies. Lu Xiangbei had no intention of divulging this secret, however, upon Kong Chi's inquiry. He found himself inexplicably compelled to reveal it. My goodness! If such a calamity had occurred without any official presence, what could that possibly signify? The information provided by Lu Xiangbei was rather overwhelming, leaving Kong Chi in need of a moment to process. The assault on official forces was not limited to a few locations. It was a widespread attack on all fronts, and the outcomes indicated that it had been successful. Were we facing an extraterrestrial invasion? The targets of this unknown enemy were the official forces of humanity, thereby eliminating the possibility of internal strife. The assailant's objective seemed to be mankind. Kang Chi could only entertain this notion, despite its absurdity. Lu Xiangbei spoke the truth. He had learned of this matter long after it had transpired, years in fact, and his information was second-hand, not born from personal experience. The individual who conveyed this news to him would certainly not deceive him, especially given the simultaneous disasters that erupted, leaving the veracity of the situation unexamined amidst global chaos. Collapse was all that Kang Chi could think, which explained why the survivors had yet to receive assistance. The viral outbreak had incited a worldwide turmoil, rendering the living preoccupied with their own survival, leaving little room to investigate another truth. What was initially perceived as a natural disaster now appeared to be steeped in conspiracy. Kang Chi sighed deeply. She was merely an ordinary person, incapable of unraveling such complexities. Silence enveloped the vehicle as both individuals lost themselves in their thoughts. Lu lay across Kang Chi's lap, unusually quiet for a puppy. If not for the occasional wag of its tail, it could easily be mistaken for a mere toy. I just arrived, what about you? Kang Chi instinctively inquired. Upon hearing the words not safe, she felt compelled to leave. Yet she only knew Lu Xiangbei in this place, hoping for his safety as well. I am unable to depart due to pressing matters. Take this dog with you. It is no ordinary creature. In critical moments, its true value will reveal itself. You do not seek this dog, yet you have entrusted it to me? Surely, you require it more than I do. I can manage alone, so take it with you. Chapter 46. The two donkeys in Lu Xiangbei's plans. The disclosure of future information to others was not included. However, he was reluctant to witness Kang Chi's demise. This girl had emerged from the tide of zombies, surviving alone in the apocalypse, miraculously enduring the first harsh winter. Kang Chi was unaware of how many survivors had escaped the jaws of the undead, only to perish in that initial winter. Lu Xiangbei understood this, which is why Kang Chi held a special place in his heart, akin to a resilient blade of grass. Battered by storms and weighed down by snow, yet rising anew in spring. She was like a solitary green sprout in a barren desert, and Lu Xiangbei wished for her continued existence. This unique sentiment, Lu Xiangbei classified as humanity. He sought revenge, yet he yearned to retain a semblance of humanity, not allowing vengeance to blind him. He projected this fragment of humanity onto Kang Chi. Particularly because Lu Xiangbei was adept in combat, his presence provided her with a sense of security. Her martial skills were rudimentary. She was far from being able to protect herself. Lu Xiangbei felt uncertain within. Revenge entailed risks. Naturally, he wished to survive. But the path of vengeance was fraught with unpredictable elements. For instance, his most trusted elder, his former superior, had unexpectedly succumbed to illness following the onset of the disaster. This was not how events were meant to unfold. In his previous life, his old superior had passed away 3 years after the calamity. When shall I set off? Kang Chi gazed at Lu Xiangbei, wishing to linger for a couple more days, to absorb the vitality of the surroundings before confronting solitude anew. Next week, I will inform you of the precise time. Remain in that community and do not venture out. I shall deliver provisions to you. Oh, very well. Kang Chi was acutely aware that she could not repay Lu Xiangbei for his kindness in a fleeting moment. The more she owed, the heavier her psychological burden became. Yet it was not insurmountable. Do not speak of this matter to anyone. Understood. The fact that Lu Xiangbei confided in her indicated his intention not to broadcast the situation. Only a fool would disclose such sensitive information. The safe zone was on the brink of losing its security. This was no trivial matter, and if it were to spread, chaos would inevitably ensue. Will the others evacuate? Kang Chi inquired softly. Yes, but it will be chaotic, an uncontrollable kind of disorder. In such circumstances, I cannot prioritize you. So you must leave first. Take care of yourself. I owe you much in sustenance. Do not worry. I shall collect my debts. I would never default. Defaulting is for the untrustworthy, Lu Xiangbei remarked, glancing at Lu. Its name is Lu. Kang Chi affectionately stroked Lu's head. I have never encountered such a serene donkey. Then it shall be named Jingjing. It is male. In that case, let us call it Xiang Jingjing. You truly possess a genius for naming. Having imparted all necessary instructions, Lu Xiangbei continued his journey towards the capital. Subsequently, he arrived with a backpack filled with provisions, cautioning Kang Chi to ignore any knocks at the door. His tone was shrouded in mystery, and when he refused to explain the reasons for his warning, Kang Chi assumed there was danger, obediently adhering to his instructions. As Kang Chi arrived at the capital's safe zone, she had little opportunity to converse with its inhabitants. Aside from the driver who escorted her to the community on her first day and the building manager who provided her with essential supplies, she had not spoken to anyone else. Consequently, she remained oblivious to Liu Xiangbei's circumstances within the safe zone. He did not volunteer any information, nor did she inquire. This indicated his esteemed position in the area, and more significantly, he possessed knowledge of secrets unknown to others, particularly regarding evacuation plans. Even prior to the disaster, no one had cared for her in such a manner. She resolved to diligently stockpile resources and food, adhering to the principle of repaying even the smallest kindness with profound gratitude. Once Liu Xiangbei had arranged everything, he informed Kong Qi that it was time to depart. Those acquainted with Liu Xiangbei were intrigued by Kong Qi's identity. To the survivors in the safe zone, Liu Xiangbei was a formidable figure, known for his aloofness. It was widely accepted that he had no friends or family left, no ties to the world, nor anyone he cherished. Speculation abounded. Yet no one guessed that the two had only met once, rendering their relationship far from friendship. Although Liu Xiangbei's deliveries of food to Kong Qi could not remain hidden, curiosity did not compel anyone to approach her for confirmation. Liu Xiangbei was not known for his amiable temperament, and no one wished to provoke his ire. Had he been inclined to introduce her, he would have done so long ago. His choice to keep her hidden suggested a desire for privacy. Kong Qi found herself at the center of public scrutiny, yet she remained unaware of any gossip. Immersed in her own anxiety, she sensed that the capital's safe zone was no longer secure. With Liu Xiangbei forbidding her from venturing outside, she felt danger lurked everywhere. She handed Liu Xiangbei the film she had taken of the zombies, believing that such a transformation should not be overlooked. Liu Xiangbei seemed to be aware of the situation already, yet he still accepted the film rolls and commended Kong Qi for her excellent work. After a long wait, the departure notification finally arrived. Kong Qi swiftly packed her belongings and hurried after Liu Xiangbei. No worries. With these supplies you've given me, if I can't find food, I'll simply take it. Upon noticing the firearms Liu Xiangbei had prepared for her, neatly packed in a travel bag, she felt a sense of assurance. Liu Xiangbei, seemingly oblivious to her jest, nodded earnestly, leaving Kong Qi momentarily speechless. He had also equipped her with a pump, which she used to inflate the tires of her tricycle before waving goodbye to him. The warm breeze carried with it a scent of decay, as the grass in the fields had yet to grow tall enough to conceal the rotting crops and lifeless bodies beneath. She had never been fond of capturing portraits, preferring to photograph landscapes and small creatures. Yet at this moment, she suddenly wished to preserve Liu Xiangbei's image. Had I known, I would have dressed more stylishly. Liu Xiangbei was taken aback by Kong Qi's whimsical thoughts, and he felt an overwhelming curiosity to pry open her mind to see its inner workings. While internally mocking himself, a smile involuntarily crept across his lips. He could not fathom why he was amused, but it simply struck him as amusing. She recalled that the journey here had been relatively free of zombies. Some small towns along the way were devoid of them, likely having been cleared, probably inhabited by survivors. Hence, Kong Qi had refrained from lingering in such places on her way here. Now, she discovered that these villages had succumbed to the zombie horde. To confirm her suspicions, she had ventured into the town with her gun drawn and found traces of survivors' existence. The newer signs of life were closer to the capital, leading Kong Qi to deduce that the zombies from the north were advancing toward the capital. Wherever they passed, the survivors suffered greatly, though some managed to sense the impending danger and evacuate in time, resulting in the emptying of survivor camps throughout the northern regions. Kong Qi casually gathered some supplies. Yet her efforts were limited by the confined space of her tricycle. Anything too heavy rendered it unmanageable. She dared to venture into towns once more, where the streets were devoid of human life, allowing her to freely traverse both small and large cities. Fortuitously, she stumbled upon a box of vegetable seeds, preserved by the survivors. Alas, while the seeds remained, the survivors had succumbed, joining the ranks of the undead. Her athletic attire offered little warmth, especially during the night, necessitating the addition of a padded coat. In such perilous weather, who could endure? The threat to survival loomed large, prompting Kong Qi to act cautiously. She relocated the supplies she discovered along the way to the roadside, concealing them in the trunk of an abandoned vehicle. Lu consistently followed her, and she finally recognized the utility of Lu. With humanity's extinction, wildlife had proliferated, and the zombies were migrating southward. The further north one ventured, the more prevalent the beasts became. With the departure of the zombies and the absence of human activity, the animal population surged dramatically. though Kangchi wielded firearms. It was inconceivable to eradicate a vast horde of wildlife. In a moment of dire crisis, as a pack of wolves threatened to tear her apart, Lu barked twice, causing the wolves to retreat. She marveled at the remarkable Lu Xiangbei. It became clear that Lu Xiangbei sought Lu for this very purpose. He must have known that Lu could ward off wild beasts without the need for confrontation. Despite being just a pup, Lu could drive away the wolves. And Kangchi eagerly anticipated its future potential. With Lu by her side, she navigated through the wilderness with the same ease as she did among the zombies. Enjoying freedom of movement, the northern realm seemed to have transformed into her personal dominion. However, this land was no longer the fertile ground suitable for human habitation and was on the verge of becoming permafrost. Chapter 48. Busy. It was supposed to be the golden autumn of September, yet delicate snowflakes began to fall from the sky, and by mid-September, the temperature had plummeted to -3 degrees Celsius. Kangchi recalled the tales recounted by the former dean, whose father had lived in the bygone era, a lineage of fishermen by the riverside. A century ago in the northern expanse, the climate was comparable to that of the previous year, bitterly cold. Back then, there existed a type of dwelling constructed underground, reputed for its exceptional warmth. In her imagination, such a residence would likely conserve firewood, yet after careful contemplation, she relinquished the notion of excavating a pit to build a house. She possessed no knowledge of construction or stove repair, and being alone, merely digging a pit would require at least half a month. With the approach of winter, she could not possibly complete the work in time. The coal stored by Lu Xiangbei from the previous year was only sufficient to last through one winter. And with the extended duration of the cold season and record low temperatures, the consumption would be even swifter. This year, the fuel for the winter must be procured by Kangchi herself. She sharpened her axe and ventured into the woods to gather firewood, ensuring she did not overlook any combustible materials during her search. Having prepared extensively, she transformed the village into a fortress, leaving only a singular path for ingress and egress. She constructed a watchtower from the village's furniture, rising approximately 3 stories high, with stones embedded within to withstand the fierce winds. Perhaps spring would never arrive the following year. So she resolved to prepare for an eternal winter in advance. Autumn shirts, autumn trousers, cotton coats, cotton pants, leather jackets, leather trousers, down jackets, down pants, all were indispensable. And her cotton shoes would require an additional layer of felt shoes on the outside. This attire belongs to the bygone era of the northern tribes, tales of which the old dean often recounted during her childhood. While other children were disinterested, Kangchi found herself captivated, silently committing these antiquities to memory, later even taking the initiative to research them online. After considerable effort, she managed to amass a complete set of winter garments, which filled half her room. She did not overlook items such as warm baby pads. Many shops and pharmacies had been frequented by survivors, yet none seemed to have taken the pads or traditional Chinese medicine. Kangchi transformed into a hoarder, stuffing her nest to the brim. October 1st marked the day of her first encounter with Lu Xiangbei, and as she recalled him, she offered a silent prayer for his safety. The doghouse for Lu was positioned on the opposite side of the stove, with Kangchi and the dog each maintaining their own side. Although she lacked the knowledge to care for a dog, she had heard that the Lu breed required upright ears. Despite her uncertainty, Lu took it upon himself to stand tall, growing increasingly handsome each day, with thick fur and large paws, completely unfazed by the cold. On snowy days, Kangchi would take him outside, where he would roll joyfully in the snow and nibble on snowflakes. To Kangchi, Lu was akin to a canine spirit, far more capable than herself, as she could scarcely survive without sustenance for 7 days. Thus, she harbored little concern for him and refrained from tethering him. Lu never strayed, always remaining within Kangchi's line of sight, or perhaps it was more accurate to say he never permitted her to wander from his gaze. Occasionally, she pondered whether Lu had awakened some ancestral instinct, perceiving her as a sheep. She attempted to devise simple traps to capture small creatures, hoping to gather convenient food and clothing, but fresh meat was elusive in the city. She also ventured to the riverside to cast nets, hoping to catch some fish. Given her skills, she mused that had it been before the disaster, she would have caught nothing at all. Currently, there are no living souls engaged in fishing or hunting, making her method of casting wide nets somewhat effective. Moreover, the zombies have migrated southward, thereby diminishing one of the predators of the animal kingdom, even within the city. Small creatures can be observed scurrying about. With a stroke of luck, Kong Chi might manage to capture one or two small animals using her hand crossbow. In the realm of hunting, proficiency is determined by skill and practice. Surviving alone in this apocalyptic world necessitates mastering an array of skills. She intends to venture further afield while the temperature remains bearable. Her plan is to cross the border and explore the neighboring country, which is sparsely populated and likely less infested with zombies. She is curious whether the undead have migrated southward in that region. To prepare for her journey, she affixed a canopy to her tricycle to shield against the wind and placed a small clay stove on board, where charcoal is burning. The donkey rests beside the stove, while Kong Chi pedals ahead. After 2 days of travel, she arrives at the border, her vehicle adorned with a flag, signaling her humanity to any potential onlookers. She crosses the border unhindered, with no zombies in sight. Should any wild beasts approach, the donkey would alert her first, rising from its perch by the fire and barking in the direction of the intruder. Beyond the border lies a desolate expanse of ice and snow, with the occasional wild animal passing by, yet no sign of life or zombies. Initially, Kong Chi harbored a glimmer of hope, speculating that the devastation might not be as severe here, given the sparse population and vast land, which could impede the spread of calamity. However, upon entering a village across the border, though devoid of both people and zombies, the bloodstains scattered throughout the houses reveal a far grimmer reality than she had anticipated. The village was devoid of any living soul, nor were there any corpses to be found. The walls bore bullet holes, and there were splatters of brain matter. She traversed several villages, each mirroring the last. Food remained untouched in the homes. The atmosphere felt eerily unsettling, prompting her to cease her exploration. As an unspoken dread loomed ahead, her instincts warned her that whatever lay in wait was not something she wished to encounter. The village remained unchanged since her departure, with provisions still intact within the homes. Kong Chi filled a cardboard box with soil, scattered seeds upon it, and placed the box in the kitchen. Embarking on an indoor gardening endeavor, she selected the relatively easy-to-grow chives and tomatoes, cautioning Lu not to consume the young seedlings. She had long since abandoned hopes of raising poultry, as the livestock in the farms had perished and the rural households had seen their fowl vanish as well. Thus, she resorted to seeking out bird nests, hoping to find some unfortunate birds laying eggs. To her surprise, she discovered numerous nests, albeit not in trees. The birds had ventured into abandoned buildings through shattered doors and windows, seeking refuge to build their nests. If birds could discern warmth to nest, other creatures undoubtedly could as well. The forsaken structures left by humans had become their newfound homes. Kong Chi possessed scant knowledge of avian migratory habits. She was uncertain whether their presence in the north was a norm or if the early onset of winter had disrupted their breeding patterns. Nevertheless, she welcomed their stay, for their presence meant that the eggs in her meat, egg, and milk powder would find a home. In Chapter 49, Chattering, Kong Chi endeavored to teach Lu the art of hunting, yet he proved to be self-sufficient, effortlessly chasing rabbits and pursuing game birds on his own. In November, the temperature in the Northern Territory plummets to minus 25 degrees, which is not particularly outrageous. As a native of this frigid land, Kong Chi finds such low temperatures do not impede her daily existence. With darkness descending by 3:30, traveling at night becomes perilous. Prior to the calamity, she had not been particularly industrious, but now, for the sake of survival, she exerts herself more than ever before. At this rate of declining temperatures, it will not be long before the Northern Territory once again becomes inhospitable to human life. Though Kong Chi resides in relative comfort, she remains mindful of the future. She is acutely aware that the disaster has only just begun. While resources are still relatively abundant, in a few years, even canned goods will spoil, and sealed foods will expire and decay. With the outside world frozen and inhospitable, what will she eat? Once the village can no longer accommodate additional supplies, Kong Chi resolves to venture outward, exploring farther afield. She has researched the bordering villages and now intends to delve into the forested areas, which are similarly vast and sparsely populated, stretching over 1,000 kilometers of primeval woodlands. Due to the low population, nearby survivors will likely choose to establish safe zones in those remote areas. As she prepares to explore, Kong Chi feels a twinge of unease. She fears encountering a cluster of survivors, their intentions as unpredictable as a blind box. Unlike the safety of the capital, where she feels a degree of assurance, the unknown weighs heavily on her mind. She repeatedly instructs Lu, her companion, to adopt a more ferocious demeanor. It matters not whether he charges at those they meet, but he must certainly make his presence known with a loud call, ideally baring his teeth to intimidate any potential threats. Lu appears to comprehend her instructions, nodding earnestly each time Kang Chi emphasizes her point. She has not tethered him with a rope, believing instead that Lu possesses a certain spirit. Should he wish to roam freely, he would surely break any bonds that sought to restrain him. Similarly, if it chooses to follow someone, it need not be tethered to avoid getting lost. Progressing through the vast, snowy expanse, its speed barely surpasses that of a snail. With each step, its legs sink deep into the snow. This year's snowfall is no less than that of the previous year, with flurries cascading one after another. Kang Chi ingeniously fashioned a pair of snowshoes, attaching a racket to the soles of her felt shoes. The racket merely needs the face, not the handle, and is secured with sturdy elastic bands to distribute weight, preventing her feet from sinking into the snow. This equipment is essential for trekking and when descending slopes. She employs a sled, allowing her to glide down seated. She is reluctant to have Lu pull the sled, for Lu is but 6 months old, still a juvenile. Together, a person and a dog traverse the snowy landscape, surrounded only by the sound of the wind and the occasional low growl of wild beasts. The wilderness winds differ greatly from those of the city, often powerful enough to send Kang Chi tumbling. At times, she rolls like a ball on the ground, struggling to rise, resorting to crawling on all fours. The further north she ventures, the fiercer the winds become. She has contemplated surrendering, considering that no one would likely choose to settle in such a harsh environment. Yet, Lu refuses to let her give up, upon sensing her hesitation. It tugs at her pant leg, urging her forward. Kang Chi may doubt herself, but she trusts Lu, the dog's spirit, surely endowed with extraordinary abilities. Sensing some forthcoming benefit, Kang Chi believes Lu would not lead her astray. Thus, despite the myriad challenges, she perseveres, determined to crawl her way to the forested region. Chapter 50, Returning Home. As December unfolds, Kang Chi finally reaches the edge of the forest, following the national highway. Along the way, she pauses in towns to rest, exploring within to procure sustenance. She traversed numerous locations without encountering any zombies, save for those ensnared in peculiar circumstances, such as being locked away in cupboards or freezers. All other mobile zombies had departed, and the survivors were nowhere to be found. The path extended endlessly to her left and right. After 2 hours of walking towards the left, she still had not reached the Fisher's terminus. Ill-prepared for this journey, she had not brought along an aerial drone. While gathering supplies, she had acquired several remote-controlled aircraft capable of capturing video and photographs. If only she possessed a drone at this moment, she could at least discern the entirety of the fissure from above. The winds near the crevice howled fiercely, as if emanating from the very bowels of the earth. Cautiously, Kang Chi refrained from approaching the edge, fearing the gale might sweep her down into the abyss. She struggled to maintain her footing near the fissure, rolling and crawling to observe the chasm before hastily retreating from the terrifying vicinity. The fissure spanned over a kilometer, an obstacle she could not surmount at present. She would have to devise a plan for a future attempt, perhaps employing flight. Her automatic watering can function flawlessly, and the wood-throwing machine also operated without a hitch. These ingenious contraptions were inspired by videos she had previously watched, having followed several DIY creators, though their creations were often impractical for real-life applications. The wood-throwing machine was a modified version of a claw machine, designed to scoop wood and coal into the stove without requiring excessive precision. The bedrooms on either side were of little consequence. As long as the kitchen temperature remained above freezing, she was content. Having gone over a month without a warm meal, she stared longingly at the buns steaming in the steamer, nearly salivating at the sight. In the present day, it is a rare occurrence to find individuals indulging in such comforts within the safety zone. Her thoughts drifted towards Lu Xiangbei, reflecting on how such a prominent figure could scarcely afford to enjoy an extra bowl of noodles for breakfast. How pitiable. Nestled beside the stove in her cozy little nook, she tilted her head and succumbed to slumber. Outside, the biting wind raged fiercely, yet the small kitchen radiated warmth, filled only with the crackling sound of burning wood. In the dead of night, a gentle knock on the door startled Kang Chi awake. She quickly sprang up, approached the door, and whispered, "Who is it?" The chimney of the house was emitting smoke, rendering her ruse of feigning absence ineffective. The firearm that Lu Xiangbei had gifted her stood ready by the door. She grasped it, disengaged the safety, and aimed the muzzle towards the entrance. Chapter 51. The injured Lu stood by her side, poised in a stance ready to spring into action, yet it remained eerily silent. Outside, the wind and snow howled, swirling the flakes that seeped through the cracks of the door into the room. Kong Chi remained motionless at the threshold upon seeing the door ajar. The person outside grasped the handle and pulled it open, only to be momentarily taken aback upon encountering Kong Chi and the weapon in her grasp. Well, Chi, you've certainly become fiercer than before, Li Chi remarked with a grin after recovering from his surprise. Upon recognizing the visitor's face, Kong Chi finally lowered her weapon. It was indeed Li Chi. Uncle Li. Her expression softened as she tucked the gun behind her back, only to then notice the large stain of blood soaking through his cotton coat on his side. Realization dawned upon her. Li Chi was not wearing his outer fur coat, but merely the inner jacket. You've been injured? Come in quickly. Recognizing the gravity of his condition, Kong Chi hurriedly stepped aside to usher him into the warmth of the room, promptly closing the door behind him. Li Chi's face retained a smile, as if he had merely sustained a superficial wound. However, Kong Chi was not a child of 3. A minor injury would not produce such a copious flow of blood. The blood seeped from within his clothing, rather than splattering from an external source. Fortunately, the zombies had departed, and the nearby wild beasts, frightened by the 2 donkeys, had vanished without a trace. Otherwise, the overwhelming stench of blood would have attracted various wild animals or zombies to tear him apart. Kong Chi placed a chair before the hearth and retrieved her medicine chest, which was not an ordinary household kit but rather a large storage box capable of accommodating a quilt. She possessed a multitude of such boxes. With the majority stored at the neighbor's house, only one remained in Lu Xiangbei's home for emergencies. Inside were fever reducers, anti-inflammatory medication, cold remedies, iodine, bandages, alcohol, and other treatments for common ailments and general wound care. What do you need? Everything is here. Kong Chi had never treated severe injuries. In her youth, she often tended to minor scrapes and bruises for her friends at the orphanage, but nothing more serious than that. No, this injury cannot be treated with ordinary methods. Li Chi sat down on the chair and took a deep breath. The kitchen was illuminated by candlelight. Kong Chi had procured several Western candlesticks from a craft store, each capable of holding 5 candles. Typically, she only lit one, but now, in order to clearly assess Li Chi's injuries, she extinguished the candle and replaced it with a battery-powered lamp. The bright white light was far superior to the flickering candle. As Li Chi removed his jacket, the metallic scent of blood intensified. Kong Chi had no choice but to first take a set of wide bandages and an unopened package of medical cotton. She then lifted the kettle from the stove, poured hot water into a basin, and tossed in a clean towel. The wound must not come into contact with water, though the surrounding skin may. She placed the basin beside Li Chi, setting it atop a stool that was slightly lower than the chair. Li Chi lifted his sweater and autumn shirt, revealing a wound on his side, still oozing blood. However, the shape of the wound was unexpected to Kong Chi. It did not resemble a cut from a knife, a gunshot, or a beast bite. Instead, it appeared as numerous small punctures encircled within a round shape, akin to being pierced by nails. Yet the nails seemed embedded in a circular surface, reminiscent of a ping-pong paddle. Chapter 52. Returning to one's roots logically. Even if one were to be punctured by nails, the bleeding should cease after a while. Yet, the wound on Li Chi continued to seep blood. This was not an injury inflicted by ordinary weapons. Under normal circumstances, I should succumb to excessive blood loss. Li Chi spoke of this horrifying outcome with an unervingly casual tone. Bathed in the bright light, Kong Chi could see his face clearly. It was devoid of color. His lips chapped, mostly obscured by a beard. In the dim candlelight, she had failed to notice these details. What about in 4? I have glucose and saline here. Observing Li Chi's dire condition filled Kong Chi with anxiety. Don't trouble yourself. I know what I'm doing. I came here to ask you for a favor. What favor? Help me arrange for my burial. Kong Chi was momentarily speechless, suddenly overwhelmed with the urge to cry. Don't shed tears just yet. I'm not dead yet. Help me prepare some things, like an urn. Li Chi calmly orchestrated his own funeral arrangements, exhibiting no fear of death in his eyes. All right, I'll go find some. Kong Chi felt a tightness in her throat, her voice wavering as she spoke. She stepped outside, lantern in hand, with their Lu following closely behind. The biting cold winds howled, yet she seemed impervious to them, her mind solely consumed by the urgency of finding the coffin for Li Chi. She recalled having seen a funeral attire shop in a nearby town and mounted her tricycle, braving the storm as she hurried towards it. Li Chi was merely oozing blood, not profusely bleeding, thus he still had time. The front of Kong Chi's tricycle was affixed with 3 powerful flashlights on this snow-laden night devoid of moonlight. Darkness enveloped the world, leaving her flashlight as the only beacon. Earlier, while gathering supplies, she had marked the snowfields, but the heavy snowfall had concealed the original paths, rendering her directionless without landmarks. She inserted colorful flags into the snow. The flagpoles were notably resilient, bending in the wind but never toppling. She marked her frequently traversed routes with these flags, which alleviated the need for constant navigation. Following the colorful markers, she arrived at the nearby town and made a beeline for the funeral attire shop. Inside, several sets of pre-ordered funeral garments awaited collection. She sifted through them, ultimately selecting a large-sized men's outfit. Li Qi appeared to be dozing by the hearth. Noticing his faint breaths provided Kong Qi with a modicum of relief. She placed the attire near the fire to warm it, gently nudging Li Qi. Blood from his wounds had dripped onto the floor, and he had used his own jacket to absorb it. "Uncle Li," Kong Qi whispered softly, tears welling in her eyes. In haste, she retrieved the clothing, now warmed, and Li Qi accepted it gratefully. Kong Qi then went to the cellar to fetch a bag of milk powder. She laid down a mattress and thick blankets on the floor for him. As he reclined, he expressed his fatigue, wishing to rest for a while. At 5 o'clock in the morning, Li Qi gradually lost his warmth in slumber, while Kong Qi, with reddened eyes, sat beside him. As the chill enveloped him completely, she could no longer contain her tears. The frozen soil of the northern winter was particularly thick this year, a super cold winter indeed, as the shovel scraped the ground. It only left behind pale imprints. If not buried beneath the earth, when spring arrived and the snow melted, the urn would inevitably be exposed. The cremation site was the village's threshing ground, where Kong Qi tirelessly transported materials with a cart, load by load. Though Kong Qi had no family of her own, she was acutely aware of the anguish that accompanies the loss of a loved one, a sentiment she deeply experienced upon the passing of the old director. Although Li Qi was not her kin, he had been her martial arts instructor, and his sudden departure brought her a profound sorrow. She placed the urn on the table in her bedroom, unperturbed by any superstitions regarding such matters. Li Qi possessed a backpack, which now served as his memento. Kong Qi opened the bag to find several packets of cookies, a thermos, and 2 bundles of rope. Within a compartment lay a notebook, as thick as a dictionary, its cover worn and made of old leather, bound with a leather string that held an envelope. The envelope bore the words to Kong Qi, with Li Qi's signature at the bottom. Kong Qi extracted the envelope, feeling its weight, and discovered a piece of paper inside. She unfolded the letter, revealing a folded A4 sheet. As she began to read its contents, she realized this letter had been penned by Li Qi prior to his injury. After finishing the letter, a frown creased her brow. He had written it before his departure, yet the outcome was more favorable than he had anticipated. He had emerged from the ordeal merely injured, still alive. Li Qi's letter to Kong Qi contained no other messages, merely outlining her future prospects, a veritable list of possibilities. Kong Qi had already contemplated seeking alternative accommodations, which spurred her exploration. However, she remained uncertain whether the path Li Qi indicated was still viable, as it led towards the forest region. That area had inexplicably split open at some point, and traversing it might require flight. Taking a detour would consume even more time. Li Qi embodied an air of mystery, both in his persona and in his endeavors. This enigma lingered even after his passing. At that moment, Kong Qi's mind was awash with questions. Where had Li Qi gone with the corpse? Why had the corpse vanished? With whom or what had he encountered? Leaving behind these inexplicable, incurable wounds, these inquiries remained unaddressed in his letter, and he had refrained from mentioning them during their last meeting. Li Qi had appeared shrouded in mystery and departed with a myriad of enigmas, leaving Kong Qi with only a singular direction. After a disjointed slumber, filled with dreams, Kong Qi awoke to a faint knocking sound in the evening darkness, not on her door, but at the entrance of the courtyard. Li Qi, adept in martial arts, could have scaled the wall and knocked on her door despite his injuries. Thus, any visitor would surely knock on the main gate. Heightened by caution, Kong Qi rose, secured her weapon, and cautiously opened the door just a crack, tossing out a piece of firewood, which landed softly in the snow. No other sounds followed. "Who is it?" she called out from her doorstep, directing her voice towards the gate. Upon illuminating the area with the solar garden light, a remarkably bright fixture commonly found in parks, she awaited a response. Chapter 54. When the zombie knocked suddenly enveloped by a blinding light, the person outside the door remained unfazed, persistently and deliberately rapping against the door panel. As the evening settled, the snow ceased, and the moon hung high in the sky. Kong Qi emerged from the house, crossbow in hand. if the visitor had accomplices lurking outside the village. She hoped that the sound of gunfire would not drive them away. She approached the main door, propping up a ladder that lay against the wall with one hand. The ladder's rungs were cushioned with foam, allowing her to step onto it soundlessly. Quietly, Kang-chi ascended to the top of the wall and peered over, only to find a man in a military coat standing outside. She raised her crossbow, aiming at the man's head, and suddenly questioned, "Whom do you seek?" The man wore a feminine cotton hat, a pink knitted beanie adorned with 2 white ears atop his head. Upon hearing Kang-chi's inquiry, he slowly lifted his gaze, his movements stiff and sluggish, reminiscent of a slow-motion scene from a film. "Ah!" Kang-chi gasped upon recognizing his face. It was him. Her astonishment was not due to the fact that a zombie stood outside, but because she recognized this visage. Li Chi's junior apprentice? Kang-chi inquired of the zombie. The zombie turned its head to look at her, not much different from other zombies, its skin rotting, eyes clouded, and lips shriveled. Visually, there was no doubt it was a zombie, and Kang-chi did not wish to overreact. However, a zombie was knocking at the door. The creature remained silent, yet was writing, and inscribing words upon the door itself. Once it finished writing, Kang-chi descended the ladder to open the door, discovering a crooked line of pinyin scrawled on the door panel in white chalk. "Could you assist me in retrieving an item?" Kang-chi inquired. The zombie by the door nodded in affirmation. She pressed further. "Where shall I go to fetch it?" The zombie began to write again, prompting Kang-chi to seize a wooden board leaning against the door and hand it to him. The zombie moved sluggishly, accepting the board and inscribing, "Xiongqing." Although he omitted punctuation, he meticulously indicated the tonal variations. Upon seeing it, Kang-chi questioned, "Xiongqing?" The zombie nodded once more, leaving Kang-chi befuddled. She struggled to comprehend the zombie's perplexing behavior. A zombie approached her, requesting her to undertake a journey to Xiongqing. She voiced her thoughts aloud, uncertain if the zombie could comprehend her words. Yet upon her completion, the zombie vigorously nodded. Xiongqing was approximately a week's journey from the village, requiring at least half a month for a round trip. After a moment of contemplation, the zombie wrote, "Walai bang and I can kai." Translating to, "You would like me to help you check on the vegetables?" Kang-chi found this notion utterly absurd. The zombie nodded again, but her skepticism lay not in whether the zombie could tend to the vegetables, but rather in its ability to cultivate them. The zombie swiftly wrote, "Maywen ti," meaning no problem, just tell me what you need me to fetch. Kang-chi lowered her crossbow, though not entirely relinquishing it. The zombie flipped the board over and continued to write, "Daughter." This phrase was penned without phonetic notation, likely due to its simplicity in strokes. After finishing, the zombie reached into its garment, fumbling slightly before retrieving a photograph, which had been concealed within the pocket of its shirt. Kang-chi recalled seeing him at the zoo, attired in that very shirt, beneath a tattered suit jacket. In the photograph, there is a little girl with twin ponytails, appearing to be around 3 or 4 years old. Her smile sweet and endearing. The back of the photo bears the inscription, "Sweet Girl's 3rd birthday commemoration." Kang-chi took the photo, examined it thoughtfully, and then carefully tucked it into her pocket. "All right, I shall assist you in your search." Chapter 55. It asks for my help. A zombie regaining its memory and reason is as astonishing as it is implausible, reminiscent of its contemplative posture atop Bear Mountain. However, Kang-chi, possessing a strong capacity for acceptance, contemplated the situation. If there exist anomalies among humans like her, it stands to reason that such anomalies could also manifest within the ranks of the undead. Kang-chi ushered the zombie into the house, donning it with protective gear before entry, discarding its military coat and woolen hat. She adorned the creature with 2 layers of rubber gloves, ensuring it was fully equipped before allowing it inside. "This is fertilizer. Dilute it with water before use." Kang-chi introduced her agricultural tools to the zombie, a measuring cup for the fertilizer, a watering can, and an instrument for assessing soil moisture. The zombie inscribed on a plank, "I can." From its expressionless visage, Kang-chi discerned no emotions. This zombie had regained its memory and reason, yet lacked the vitality of facial muscle movement. Regardless of its capabilities, she imparted all necessary instructions and then inquired about several matters concerning Bear City and the sweet girl. She harbored no fears that the zombie would pilfer her stockpiled food, clothing, or medicine, as those were of no interest to it. Apart from Lu and herself, there were no other living beings in the household, and she would naturally take Lu with her upon departure, thereby eliminating any possibility of the zombie coveting her fresh flesh. Upon contemplating the matter, Kang-chi found little of value to pilfer, though she embarked on her journey with a sense of tranquility. The zombie had assured her that regardless of whether he succeeded in his quest, he would compensate her. Kong Chi's willingness to assist stemmed partly from the promise of reward, but more significantly, from her own desire to help. This zombie, having regained his memories, was courageously seeking the aid of the living solely for the purpose of locating his daughter. She was inclined to assist him, even in the absence of compensation. Her heart harbored a flicker of hope that the little girl might still be alive, even if only a 1 in a million chance. Kong Chi found herself pondering whether a zombie with memories could be considered a bad zombie. She questioned if he might be cunning, perhaps harboring ulterior motives or engaging in deceit. Nevertheless, she was compelled to take a chance. Her only lingering doubt was why the zombie did not undertake the search himself. Perhaps he feared the prospect of encountering his living daughter only to harm her? Or was it his sluggish and rigid movements that deterred him? Worrying that by the time he arrived, the girl might have already met with misfortune? Although Kong Chi had readily agreed to assist, her mind was rife with various scenarios, including the troubling possibility that the zombie might trick her into becoming a buffet. However, she was acutely aware that most zombies had migrated south, leaving the north devoid of any capable undead. Li Chi's disciple was a rarity. Intelligent zombies like him were not plentiful. If there were more of them, they would have accompanied Li Chi's disciple, and a lone individual with a dog would be no match for a horde of zombies. She had long recognized that Lu's abilities were limited to dealing with wild beasts. Zombies were impervious to its threats. Thus, she entertained a myriad of speculations. With the zombie urgently seeking his daughter, Kong Chi set out that very day, bringing Lu along as they headed towards Xiong City. Alas, she felt a twinge of regret. Being a good person was indeed fraught with challenges. Along the way, a fierce snowstorm descended, obscuring her vision and making it difficult for her to see. She yearned to rescue the little girl. Yet the primary condition lay in her own survival to effectuate such a rescue. The donkey brayed twice, lifted its head, and fixed its glistening, round eyes upon Kong Chi. "Ah, well, perhaps I shall perform a good deed today. May heaven spare my life in gratitude for my benevolent act of saving another." Kong Chi meandered her way to Bear City, but upon arrival, she did not rush into the town. Instead, she sought refuge on a mountain outside the city, using her binoculars to observe the urban landscape. As she gazed upon the curling smoke rising from the city, she finally comprehended why Li Chi's disciple had refrained from coming himself. The city was teeming with living souls, far more than Kong Chi had anticipated. Chapter 56. Bear City. Perhaps they were survivors who had relocated here after the zombies migrated southward. Judging by the quantity of smoke, there were at least thousands of living individuals gathered within the city. Therefore, it was evident that this place harbored human inhabitants. Why did it remain silent when she inquired? The sight of the living within the city did little to bring her joy. The zombies' reticence only deepened her suspicion that these humans might pose a threat. She pondered the possibility that the zombies were avoiding her knowledge and thus refrained from approaching. She spent an entire day atop the mountain, keenly observing the activities within the city, noting where they had established hidden sentries. The presence of living beings mandated the establishment of watchtowers along the outskirts. Should a horde of zombies or beasts approach, the inhabitants of the city would need time to prepare, whether to fight or to flee. With sentinels in place, there would inevitably be shifts, and in this frigid climate, remaining motionless for extended periods would render a person as stiff as a popsicle within mere hours. From her vantage point, she could only perceive the distant skyline of the city through her binoculars. Thus, the inhabitants within should be oblivious to her presence. Unless someone specifically targeted this mountain, employing high-powered binoculars from the city's highest point to survey the area. However, such a person did not exist. She had observed the rooftops of the towering buildings, finding no one atop them. After spending an entire day on the mountain, she had not seen any sentry change outside the city. Were they truly so lax in their vigilance? After musing to herself, Kong Chi resolved to find a closer vantage point. She had dragged 2 large backpacks with a sled, in which food and water comprised only a small portion. The majority contained tools for warmth. Among these was a small copper stove, which, when filled with smokeless charcoal, emitted little smoke. The strong winds of the wilderness swiftly scattered any smoke, leaving no trace behind. Gradually, Kong Chi inched closer to the city, pausing for several hours at each new position to ascertain whether there was any movement among the inhabitants. She was inclined to rescue others, yet she was no fool. When she finally reached the edge of the city and stealthily entered a high-rise residential building, she again crouched at a window for 3 hours, vigilant for any approaching figures. Her legs grew numb from the prolonged squatting, yet she saw not a single silhouette. Continuing her ascent, she halted on the 8th floor, a height that afforded her a clearer view of the street below. The residential building she chose was newly constructed, its doors and windows intact, though the interiors remained unfinished. Consequently, there were no signs of struggle between the living and the undead within, rendering the environment relatively pristine, save for the thick layers of dust and cobwebs. She had obtained the address from Li Qi's junior disciple. Since her mission was to find someone, she needed a clear direction. The undead believed his daughter to be at a kindergarten, thus providing Kong Qi with the address. He was confident in his assertion that she was there, even guaranteeing that if Kong Qi could not find the girl at the kindergarten, she was free to return without searching elsewhere. The undead made no mention of the girl's mother, and Kong Qi refrained from probing further. The building was devoid of wind, providing a comforting warmth. Kong Qi took out the Lizi stove, preparing a cup of hot water to dissolve chocolate powder. In a bare room without a locked door, she used the stove while crouching by the stairwell window to observe the outside world. Fearing condensation on the glass, she opted to place the stove in the windowless bathroom. Thus, a day and a night passed, and it seemed the townspeople were entirely oblivious to her presence. She could see the streets bustling with passers-by. Although not as lively as before the calamity, there were still a few pedestrians, which lent a sense of vitality to the area. However, she noted that these individuals wore sunglasses, regardless of whether it was day or night. Chapter 57. Sunglasses. Xiong City was a county town, classified as a resource-based city that once flourished but had not experienced prosperity for decades. In recent years, development had stagnated, leading to a significant population decline. The majority of the town's residents were factory workers and their families, but as the factories became defunct, many sought livelihoods elsewhere. Young people left to pursue studies in other regions, often remaining there after graduation, leaving behind only a few young individuals and elderly residents reluctant to part with their homeland. Newly developed housing complexes stood unsold, with prices dropping repeatedly. Nevertheless, the city still boasted the necessary amenities typical of a once thriving area. Hospitals, schools, markets, and commercial streets were all present. Kong Qi spent 2 days observing the survivors in this city, discovering that they consumed only 1 meal a day. They congregated at a secondary school's cafeteria at 8 p.m. for their meal. Hence, Kong Qi deduced that this school served as the sole dining facility for the survivors. The school was situated 5 streets away from the building where Kong Qi resided, and she utilized binoculars to monitor the comings and goings of individuals entering and leaving the school. She counted for 2 days, and the figure remained unchanged, 7,741. 7,000 individuals consuming, but a single meal each day requires a considerable amount of sustenance. If each person were to consume merely a loaf of bread, that would amount to over 7,000 loaves. 7,000 in a single day, what of a month? Do they possess a bakery? These individuals do not appear to have recently arrived in the bear market. The streets have been tidied, and meticulously so, with carts arriving daily to collect refuse. Their lives here seem orderly, leading Kong Qi to deduce that they must possess a clandestine granary, stocked with ample provisions, alleviating the need to venture into the wild for hunting. While the capital's safe zone dispatches individuals daily for hunting, the survivors of Bear City have never sent anyone beyond the city limits. Moreover, they have not established any checkpoints around the periphery. Why is that? This perplexity gnawed at Kong Qi, instilling a sense of unease within her. She felt that failing to elucidate this matter would place her in jeopardy. She had already ascertained the precise location of the kindergarten and had changed her observation point twice to assess the situation there. She noted that at the entrance of the kindergarten stood a guard, the gate locked throughout the day. The guard shifts every 12 hours, residing within the premises, never having exited. As evening approached, someone would arrive bearing a thermal lunchbox to deliver meals. Both the guard and the deliverer donned sunglasses, never once removing them. Kong Qi dared not act impulsively. The presence of a guard indicated that those within, be they adults or children, were indeed alive. She concealed herself in a nearby building, her provisions scant, yet she knew better than to act rashly out of impatience. The kindergarten attended by Sweet Girl was a private institution of moderate size, comprising a teaching building and a small courtyard outside. The exterior walls of the 3-story building are adorned with vibrant colors, while the railings of the small courtyard have also been painted in bright hues. Within the yard, there is a small slide and a seesaw, yet no children have emerged to play. The gatekeeper sits inside the entrance, which is made of glass and decorated with a few cartoon animals, allowing Kong Qi to see the person seated at the entrance. For 3 consecutive days, Kong Chi has been lurking in the nearby building, her heating pads now exhausted, prompting her to perform push-ups on the ground, alternating between squats and exercise. On the fourth morning, just as dawn began to break, Kong Chi rose early. With no books to read or tasks to occupy her, she went to bed early as well. Around 5 in the morning, she heard the sound of car engines. Not just one, but several vehicles approaching rapidly from afar, racing into Bear City. The survivors within the city lack automobiles. During her week here, Kong Chi has not seen a single operational vehicle. The inhabitants of the city primarily travel on foot or by bicycle, with patrols, waste collectors, and transporters utilizing horse-drawn carts. Judging by the sound, the cars are arriving from outside the city, entering without slowing down. Chapter 58. Sweet girl, I placed the hot water bottle down, armed myself with my weapon and binoculars, and made my way to the rooftop. This building stands only 12 stories tall, and upon reaching the rooftop, I selected a vantage point and crouched at the edge to observe. After the cars entered the city, they dispersed, some heading towards the city center, others towards the hospital, while a few made their way to the high school, and a group approached the kindergarten. There are 2 large supermarkets in this vicinity, both near the kindergarten, leading me to believe that the visitors are drawn to the supermarkets. They are familiar with the layout of Bear City, heading straight for the supermarkets, Commercial Street, and hospital. The survivors of Bear City emerged from their respective abodes, and I observed that they were all impeccably dressed. None donned pajamas or loungewear. It was 5 in the morning, the hour when most are least inclined to rise. Kong Chi increasingly found these survivors peculiar. They behaved like ordinary individuals, pausing to converse with acquaintances on the streets. Yet they never removed their sunglasses during these exchanges. Even the kindergarten gatekeeper wore sunglasses indoors, perusing magazines while shrouded in darkness. The survivors exiting their homes did not appear to be drawn by curiosity. Rather, they seemed to have a preordained plan, converging by region, with those residing near the kindergarten making their way toward it. For the first time, the gatekeeper departed from his post, unlocking the door that had been secured from within, and then locking it from the outside with a bicycle lock, tucking the key into the pocket of his clothing. Once all had gathered in an orderly fashion, they proceeded toward the supermarket, moving without the need for commands, naturally organizing themselves into groups of 5. Although their steps were not perfectly synchronized, they maintained a commendable uniformity. A sudden jolt of realization struck Kong Chi as this scene evoked memories of an old science fiction film she had watched in her youth, one about extraterrestrials. The film depicted a group of aliens masquerading as humans, exhibiting a remarkable sense of organization, marching in formation without the need for commands. These unknown foes launched a simultaneous attack against the official forces across the globe. Could it be that these individuals were not survivors at all, but rather those enigmatic adversaries? Did the zombies recognize that these people might not be human? Kong Chi descended the stairs, her mind swirling with confusion, finally seizing the opportunity to rescue someone. Within her backpack lay a formidable pair of wire cutters, which she swiftly secured to her belt before hastening out of the building and making her way towards the kindergarten. The nearby survivors and the gatekeeper had all flocked to the supermarket, leaving the path clear for her. Upon reaching the kindergarten, she discovered the entrance was unlocked. She pushed the door open and proceeded to the main gate, where she used the wire cutters to sever the bicycle lock, flinging the door wide and slipping inside. Sweet girl, Kong Chi called out boldly, her voice echoing from the first floor to the second. I'm here. A child's voice resonated from the 3rd floor. Without hesitation, Kong Chi dashed up to the 3rd floor, where she found the little girl from the photograph in the napping room. To her astonishment, the girl appeared to be around 8 or 9 years old. However, the snapshot provided by the zombie might have been taken long ago, failing to reflect the sweet girl's current age. The essence of the girl remained unchanged, merely having matured, her twin ponytails now transformed into a single one. Sweet girl, I am a friend of your father. He sent me to rescue you. Kong Chi presented the photograph to the girl, hoping to earn her trust. That's me. But I have no father. The girl glanced at the photograph, her gaze narrowing suspiciously upon Kong Chi. Chapter 59. We shall depart. A multitude of reasons flitted through Kong Chi's mind. Contemplating why the sweet girl might say such a thing, perhaps Li Chi's disciple and wife had divorced long ago, with the wife relocating with their daughter, never revealing to her who her father truly was. My surname is Chung, my mother's name is Bai, and my father perished during the outbreak. Who exactly are you? The sweet girl shook her head repeatedly, taking 2 steps back. Regardless of your father's identity, I am certainly here to rescue you. This is the only opportunity we have. The sentinels have vacated their posts, and if we do not leave now, it will be too late. Rest assured, I am a person of good intention. Kong Chi herself is uncertain of what a good person ought to resemble. Kind and gentle? She is not. Affable and approachable? She does not fit that mold either. If Sweet Girl were truly regarded as a companion by the survivors of Bear City, she would not be subjected to solitary confinement. Nor would they have station guards. Those suspicious figures, shrouded in sunglasses both day and night, have led Kong Chi to refrain from labeling them as survivors. After a moment of contemplation, Sweet Girl bit her lip and resolved to act. Kong Chi assigned Air Lu to keep watch at the entrance on the first floor. Though untrained, Air Lu was obedient and remarkably astute. Whatever task Kong Chi had demonstrated, it would remember, as if it could comprehend human speech. As the two ascended to the second floor, the sound of gunfire echoed not far off. Sweet Girl's body trembled, and she halted in her tracks. But Kong Chi urged her to continue fleeing downward. They were pressed for time, and fear was a luxury they could not afford. In the initial chaos of the disaster, Kong Chi had continually hypnotized herself into believing that they must flee first and fear later. Only upon reaching a safe haven could they afford to relax both body and mind. Thus, even when confronted with the gruesome sight of brains splattering and flesh flying, she did not cease her flight until she had concealed herself in a secure location. Her hands would tremble and her body would become limp as if made of clay. But only after she had hidden away in a secluded corner. The sound of gunfire would instinctively send a shiver through her, especially since the shots were alarmingly close. Upon reaching the entrance on the first floor, Air Lu stood alert, ears perked, intently observing the threshold beyond. Air Lu, we must go. Kong Chi greeted Air LV. And the trio, 2 humans and a dog, exited the kindergarten, making their way towards the building where Kong Chi had taken refuge. She retrieved her gear and, with Sweet Girl in tow, set off towards the first stronghold. The sounds of gunfire echoed from the direction of the supermarket, while explosions resonated from the city center. Although the hospital seemed quiet, the populace was converging towards these 3 locations, indicating a fierce exchange of fire. Seizing this rare opportunity, perhaps the only one, Kong Chi fled with Sweet Girl. Her earlier hesitation about leaving the city stemmed from the lack of transportation. Relying solely on their legs made them vulnerable to pursuit. However, there was a silver lining. Sweet Girl was a child, allowing Air LV to harness a sled for her. She extracted the sled designed for downhill use, affixed the harness, and secured it to Air LV. The dog nudged her leg affectionately before dashing into the snow. Kong Chi adorned Sweet Girl with her hat and scarf, watching as Air LV pulled the sled, gradually disappearing into the distance. The dog appeared to exert little effort, possibly due to its enhanced strength compared to ordinary dogs, or perhaps because Sweet Girl was light, tall yet slender. Curious about the situation unfolding in the city, she focused on the nearest incident, which was at the hospital. Utilizing a belt, she climbed onto a streetlight and employed binoculars for a better view. The hospital area lacked tall buildings, and the considerable spacing between structures afforded her a clear sight of a large truck parked at the hospital entrance. This truck, modified in a manner she had not encountered in Bear City, stood idle without a driver. Crowds surrounded the hospital, with guards stationed both inside and out. It was likely that some individuals had already entered the building, and those who had infiltrated via the truck were certainly inside as well. The intruders are armed, and quite heavily so. Kong Chi had witnessed the people of Bear City gathering, unarmed, thus the gunfire and explosions were undoubtedly from the intruders, who had come prepared. However, the question arose, why had the intruders at the hospital remained silent while their counterparts at the other 2 locations had already opened fire? 10 minutes prior, a blizzard had swept in, leaving Kong Chi freezing at the lamppost, her nose streaming with mucus, which was now on the verge of crystallizing into icicles. She set herself a deadline. If she saw no results in another 5 minutes, she would leave. Those 5 minutes in the blizzard felt like an eternity, and she could no longer endure the wait, fearing she would become as immovable as the lamppost itself. Just as she contemplated sliding down the lamppost to pursue Air Lu and Tian Yo, a group emerged from the hospital. They sported sunglasses, lifting several stretchers, upon which lay the deceased, their bodies uncovered. Kong Chi recognized them as corpses from a distance, as the heads of the deceased had been severed and placed upon their abdomens. Who could possibly survive with their head placed so? Blood dripped from the bodies, and upon counting, she noted there were 8 stretchers in total. The bodies were not loaded into a vehicle. Instead, the bearers formed a line, heading toward the school. From her observations over the past days, she knew that no one resided near the school. It was merely their dining hall, devoid of activity except during mealtime. The corpses were being transported directly into the school, straight to the dining hall, prompting a sharp intake of cold breath from Kong Chi. At that moment, an even more terrifying sight approached. A team driving a horse-drawn carriage was hurtling toward her. The carriage held 4 men in sunglasses, and she was struck with fear, believing they were in pursuit of her. Clinging to the lamppost, she felt as conspicuous as a louse on a bald head. In the midst of a fierce snowstorm, Kong Chi resolutely drew her pistol, fervently wishing that her adversaries would draw nearer, lest they launch an attack from beyond her range. Yet, the carriage sped past her, its 4 occupants utterly oblivious to her presence. Indeed, the blizzard was relentless. She was enveloped in snow, blending seamlessly with her surroundings. The lampposts were white, as was she, making her nearly invisible to the unobservant eye. However, if they were indeed searching for someone outside the city, how could they fail to scan their surroundings? The 4 figures remained fixed in their forward gaze, their destination diverging from that of Sweet Girl. They were not pursuing us. Kong Chi gradually descended from the lamppost, seizing the opportunity afforded by the heavy snowfall and poor visibility to hasten after Lu and Sweet Girl. Her progress was arduous. In 20 minutes, she traversed less than a kilometer. The snow was deep, and the north wind howled fiercely, compelling her to nearly crawl along the ground. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion resounded from another direction, reminiscent of a fuel truck detonating. Perhaps those who had breached the city were being met with assistance outside. Was the carriage's exit meant to address them? Fearing for her safety, Kong Chi pressed on through the blizzard, aware that her life hung in the balance. She sought refuge from the storm in a secluded spot in the wilderness. Chapter 61, The Spring Courtyard. The blizzard could prove fatal, yet it also masked their footprints. By the time the residents of Bear City discovered Sweet Girl's absence and ventured out to pursue her, they would be at a loss as to which direction to take. The flag she had planted beside the road had been reduced to a mere stump. She could not predict when the tempest would relent. Thus, she resolved to prepare for the worst. If the storm persisted, the marker might vanish entirely, so she dared not rest any longer, gritting her teeth to endure the journey ahead. She meticulously observed her surroundings, searching for any suspicious snowdrifts that might conceal Envy and Tian beneath the snow. Upon reaching the village entrance, she found no such anomalies, letting out a sigh of relief. She had surrounded the village with abandoned vehicles, leaving only a single entrance. When she was inside the village, the door was locked from within. Upon her departure, it was secured from the outside. The absence of the external lock indicated that someone had been there. She had concealed a spare key near the entrance, a secret known only to her and Envy. Upon checking the hiding spot, she discovered, to her dismay, that the spare key was missing. Just as Wang was about to knock, Envy dashed out from the village, calling out from within. Footsteps swiftly followed, and she heard someone unlocking the door. The entrance swung open to reveal Tian, clad in a military coat, who beckoned her eagerly. "Sister, come quickly." As Kong Chi stepped inside, she promptly locked the door behind her. Envy hurried to her side, pressing close against her leg, trotting alongside her, his tail wagging furiously. Tian seemed to be in a great hurry, not waiting for Kong Chi to inquire. She dashed ahead. The wind and snow had yet to relent, the biting northern wind stinging their faces, while the snowflakes struck with a vivid clarity. This was no dream. Kong Chi widened her eyes, pushing open the gate to the small courtyard. The yard was overgrown with wild grass, and the inner wall was draped in green vines, with morning glories blooming profusely. Slapping herself, Kong Chi muttered, "It's just an illusion. It must be an illusion." Tian looked at her in confusion, asking, "Sister, why did you hit yourself? Is there a mosquito on your face?" Feng Yongjin, also known as Li Qi's Jr., was still dressed in the same attire from when she had departed, busy harvesting chives. The chives were broad and verdant, identical to those cultivated in a greenhouse. Upon seeing Kong Chi rush into the room, Feng Yongjun immediately set aside his scissors and vegetable basin and began to inscribe on the wooden board, "Shixianij." His hand, clutching the chalk, paused momentarily, and he lifted his gaze to Kong Chi. From the murky depths of the zombie's eyes, no emotion could be discerned. They were akin to the lifeless orbs of a deceased. "Si de Shurta," he pinned, acknowledging the loss of his adoptive parents. He continued on a new line. elucidating that his answer bore a close resemblance to what Kong Chi had surmised. The sweet girl was unaware of Feng Yongjun's existence, leaving only a few possibilities. In the current environment, impersonating a relative would only serve a purpose if it were advantageous, yet he perceived no benefit in the sweet girl. Do you wish to acknowledge her? The zombie fell into silence, casting a glance outside where the sweet girl stood in the yard, alternately tugging at the grass and caressing the flowers, not venturing inside. Chapter 62. The colorful tomato on the blank space of the board, the zombie slowly inscribed, "No." How then to convey this? Kong Chi had no intention of meddling in another's affairs. Yet the zombie's inability to speak rendered the acknowledgement between father and daughter insufficiently articulated through mere lines of phonetics. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, the task of relaying the message would inevitably fall upon her shoulders. The zombie hoped that Kong Chi would grant it some time to elucidate the matter thoroughly. At that moment, Kong Chi's gaze wandered to the overgrown weeds in the yard, recalling that she had yet to inquire about this matter. The zombie seemed to anticipate her question, retrieving a stone from its pocket and presenting it to her. The stone was a striking blend of red and green, reminiscent of a colorful tomato known as flower skin ball. Approximately the size of a quail egg, the zombie gestured for Kong Chi to pocket it. "For me?" The zombie nodded, and Kong Chi felt that this object was too precious to accept. However, the zombie repeatedly gestured with its hands, and as the tension between the two escalated, Kong Chi reluctantly decided to keep it. The zombie wrote on a wooden board, "Baocho, reward." It nodded again, and only then did Kong Chi feel reassured enough to place the stone into her pocket. The risk she undertook during this venture was undeniably significant. One could say that ignorance breeds courage. She had witnessed firsthand how that group, armed and daring, had been carried out of the Bear City. Yet, the magnitude of this reward felt surreal to her. She stepped into the courtyard and called for Sweet Girl. "Come, I'll find you a new outfit." Sweet Girl smiled and scampered over, closely following Kong Chi. The place where she stored clothes was at the neighboring house. As they exited the small yard of Lu Xiangbei's home, a gust of cold wind struck them, causing them to shiver. Sweet Girl's ponytail was disheveled and her face was smeared with dirt. Kong Chi prepared water for her to wash her hair and bathe, ensuring the room was warm enough to prevent any chill. She dragged out a bathtub that had not been used for quite some time, filling it with hot water, and gathered clean towels and a scrubbing cloth. For the people of the Northern Territories, a bath without a good scrub felt incomplete. Feng Yongjun went outside with chalk to write, while Kong Chi closed the door and gave Sweet Girl a thorough wash. Afterward, she dressed her in a complete set of new clothes, from top to bottom, all fresh. Sweet Girl, standing at 130 centimeters tall, found the adult-sized clothing slightly long. But she did not mind at all, her smile unwavering. Kong Chi helped her roll up the cuffs of her pants and sleeves. The room was sufficiently warm, so there was no need for an outer coat. Kong Chi simply provided her with a white sweater and fleece-lined sweatpants. As the Sweet Girl's hair dried, Kong Chi skillfully styled it anew. Having often braided the hair of the little sisters in the courtyard, she possessed ample experience in this endeavor. After consulting the Sweet Girl, she fashioned her hair into two playful ponytails resembling centipede braids. The Sweet Girl, already possessing an endearing appearance, looked immaculate and charming, making her irresistible to anyone who laid eyes upon her. Unable to resist, Kong Chi captured several photographs of her. During the shoot, the Sweet Girl quietly inquired, "Is the uncle outside a zombie?" When Kong Chi had rescued her, she had mentioned, "Your father sent me to save you." Yet the Sweet Girl evidently did not connect the notion of a zombie uncle with her father. "No, you needn't fear. It doesn't eat people," Kong Chi reassured her, secretly adding in her mind, "It wouldn't even eat its own daughter. I'm not afraid of zombies. I'm afraid of those people, the ones wearing sunglasses." Chapter 63. Canned peaches. The Sweet Girl's lips were chapped and cracked, her complexion far from vibrant. Though she was not particularly short, she was exceedingly thin, resembling little more than skin and bones. Kong Chi surmised that her life in Bear City had not been pleasant. The sunglasses-wearing individuals provided her sustenance solely to sustain her existence, neglecting her nutritional needs significantly. She retrieved a jar of canned peaches from the cellar, warmed it by the fire, and handed it to the Sweet Girl. "Here, this entire jar is for you." Exhausted, Kong Chi longed to satiate her hunger and catch up on much-needed rest. Once back in her own space, she slept soundly, her eyes closing to a deep slumber. When she awoke, it was already evening. Observing the twilight outside, she hastily rose from her bed. She was no longer alone in her quest for nourishment. as a little friend awaited her care. Upon entering the kitchen, she was momentarily taken aback. The bowls from lunch had been meticulously washed and arranged neatly on the rack, alongside a half bottle of canned peaches. Sweet girl was nestled by the stove, comfortably asleep in her little nook belonging to Kong Chi. If you do that, she'll wake up startled in a bit, Kong Chi whispered. The courtyard was no longer chilly. Kong Chi glanced at Lu, who was sleeping in his cozy spot. Before following Feng Yongjun into the courtyard, she gently closed the door behind her. The yard was shrouded in darkness. So she illuminated her flashlight and observed that the flowers and plants had been pruned, with a stack of wooden boards inscribed with characters gathered in one area. She took out her small notebook and pen, transcribing the pinyin from the boards and translating them one by one. Once she completed the translations, Feng Yongjun picked up the axe resting beneath the window and chopped the boards into firewood, stacking them beside the door for Kong Chi's convenience. However, after descending the mountain, he had become rather distracted. The world below was far too captivating, and he succumbed to the temptations of the bustling life, setting aside his responsibilities and becoming engrossed in various pursuits. Through an intermediary, he secured a position as a security guard, and after 6 months of commendable performance, he was promoted to team leader. During this period, he saved a girl who was attempting to leap from a building. This girl happened to be Sweet Girl's mother. Overcome by emotional turmoil, she had contemplated despair, but fortunately, he rescued her, and their interactions blossomed into romance. During his breaks, he would take his girlfriend on excursions, reveling in the bliss of young love, having long forgotten his previous obligations. Through his girlfriend's connections, he became a chauffeur for a certain executive, earning significantly more than he did as a security guard. Yet, he was blindsided when he discovered that his girlfriend had become romantically involved with the executive. He could no longer endure the situation, resolutely breaking up with his girlfriend and departing from the company to seek a new path in a different city. As his life gradually settled into tranquility, he unexpectedly received a letter, within which was a photograph of a little girl, precisely the one he had given me. A commemorative shot taken on Sweet Girl's 3rd birthday. The letter merely stated that the child was his, and that the boss was merely a suitable surrogate. The reason behind Sweet Girl's mother's decision to discard her boyfriend, who was also the father of her child, was quite simple: money. Chapter 64. The odor is too strong. Feng Yongjun refrained from expressing any opinions on this matter. At least he did not articulate them to Kong Chi. Kong Chi did not ponder deeply. After all, it was someone else's affair. In any case, Sweet Girl was indeed Feng Yongjun's daughter, and Daddy Chung was not her biological father. Unbeknownst to her, Feng Yongjun dared not intrude upon their lives. Following the emotional turmoil he experienced, he began to recall his own responsibilities. He also recognized that he was indeed unfit to provide a stable home for his beloved and daughter. He attributed this to his teachings. In the past, he was blinded by love, but upon regaining his composure, he was struck by realization. Thus, he departed from the northern territories, traversing mountains and rivers, and finally, a month before the calamity struck, he uncovered the ancient corpse. Stealing the corpse from the museum's storage was sufficient for Kong Chi to understand what he meant by instability. His wanted poster was likely still posted on the police website. Just as he found a refuge, the virus erupted, compelling him to transport the ancient corpse to a secure location. On the day of the zoo's downfall, a solitary individual felled over 200 zombies, only to succumb to transformation himself when the blood of an infected splattered into his mouth. He swallowed it. Kong Chi could not help but nod. She observed no external injuries on Feng Yongjun and pondered how he had transformed. It turned out to be a matter of carelessness. After his transformation, Feng Yongjun's mind was a blank slate, devoid of thought, until Kong Chi's appearance revitalized his dormant brain. Upon witnessing this, Kong Chi furrowed her brow, questioning her own worthiness. How could she have reignited a zombie's cognition? At that moment, she sensed someone watching her, not mere illusion, for Feng Yongjun indeed gazed upon her, albeit with the instinctual subtlety of a warrior. Curious about the entity that had intruded into his vacant world, he recognized her as a person, yet felt no urge to pounce and feast upon her flesh. Instead, he silently registered her scent. Kong Chi nodded again, realizing that Feng Yongjun had followed her scent. Days had passed since, and she had even visited the capital. The lingering odor brought a pallor to her face as she recalled her own waste. The village possessed a public restroom where her organic fertilizer was deposited, a scent that would not easily dissipate. Feng Yongjun claimed that his sense of smell was more acute than that of other zombies, which had led him to the scent of lychee while in the zoo. Thus, When Kong Chi took the ancient corpse, he did not intervene. As his brain resumed its functions, so too did his memories. He recalled having sent a message to Li Qi, summoning him to retrieve the ancient corpse. He surmised that Kong Chi was sent by Li Qi to extract the corpse from the horde. However, with the master gone, it was only fitting that the senior brother assumed his place to receive the ancient remains. It was unexpected that it would fulfill its mission in the guise of a zombie, having accomplished most of its desires from its former life, with only the memory of its daughter lingering in its heart. After Kong Chi took the ancient corpse, Feng Yongjun departed from the zoo to seek out the sweet girl's family. Following the address from years past, it journeyed to the provincial city. But upon arriving at Baiyu's home, there were no signs of a child residing there. It rummaged through the belongings and unearthed some clues. It turned out Baiyu had divorced CEO Cheng, and sweet girl had been awarded to her father for custody. Baiyu had kept the letters and drawings tucked away in a cabinet, which Feng Yongjun discovered, leading to sweet girl as current address. Mr. Forensic Zombie. Upon reading this, Kong Chi looked up and gave Feng Yongjun a thumbs up. In Chapter 65, The Value of Sacrifice, Mr. Forensic Zombie encountered Baiyu, who had already undergone the transformation into a corpse in the vicinity of her home. After many years apart, it was unfathomable that their reunion would be as zombies. Baiyu was not as unique. She was merely an ordinary zombie, her mind enslaved by the virus. Feng Yongjun did not indulge in nostalgia with Baiyu. Instead, it hurried towards Xiong City with the address in hand. Limited in mobility, it captured a rabbit and used a long pole to carry it, allowing the outdoor zombies to bear it along at a swift pace. After exhausting one zombie, it would switch to another, its mode of transport proving faster than Kong Chi's tricycle. The zombies, devoid of pain and fatigue, did not slow down out of weariness. Upon reaching Xiong City, Feng Yongjun sensed something amiss. Although there were many people within the city, it could not detect even a hint of human scent. It concealed itself at the city's edge, catching the fragrance of sweet girl, the scent lingering on the drawings and crafts she had made for Baiyu. It repeatedly confirmed its objective, focusing on the kindergarten, where someone was stationed to guard the entrance around the clock. It found itself unable to approach. Even if it could divert the guard's attention, its current appearance would make it impossible for sweet girl to accompany it. Thus, it recalled Kong Chi, a unique entity overlooked by the zombies. Moreover, Kong Chi was a living woman, and sweet girl would likely harbor little suspicion towards her. Have you even considered whether I could possibly defeat those sunglass-wearing individuals? Kong Chi questioned after reading everything, probing its soul. Feng Yongjun gestured towards Kong Chi and then to his head, prompting Kong Chi to suppress the urge to roll her eyes, resignedly stating, "How did you know I possessed the intellect to devise a plan? What if I don't? Don't say that. I truly don't have a plan. This occurrence is purely fortuitous. Someone has already diverted the sunglass wearers for me." If she were to express her frustration, Kong Chi would indeed feel a tinge of anger. Feng Yongjun was aware that the sunglass wearers were not human, yet still urged her to rescue someone without prior warning. It was her own naivety, believing that the dangers of Bear City were limited to only two types, zombies and living beings. She could hardly fathom the existence of a third possibility. However, upon reflecting on the potential rewards, her anger dissipated significantly. With the precious flower-patterned ball in her possession, she could cultivate a springtime haven wherever she went. Feng Yongjun had also shared the details of the flower-patterned ball with her. This remarkable item could not only provide warmth, but also facilitate plant growth. With this stone, there would be no need for coal or firewood for heating, and plants could flourish without sunlight, their growth rate doubling. Although its range was limited, preventing large-scale cultivation, the prospect of exchanging one's life for future food freedom seemed worthwhile to Kong Chi. Moreover, the issue of heating has been resolved. The fire in the kitchen has been extinguished, and she sleeps in her bedroom without feeling the chill. While Feng Yongjun wrote extensively, Kong Chi's foremost concern was whether she should acknowledge her biological father, sweet girl. Had he suddenly appeared before the disaster, the young girl might have found it difficult to accept. However, now that she is utterly alone and aware that her birth father still exists, she is unlikely to reject the notion. Kong Chi has long surpassed the age of fantasizing about her biological parents' sudden reappearance, having relinquished any hope regarding them. She bears the surname Kong due to a pirated copy of the Tao Te Ching by Confucius, which was tucked within the small quilt that sheltered her. The name Chi derives from a beautiful jade pendant that hangs around her neck. The old director understands that Kong Chi has given up hope in her search for her parents and fears she may not cherish the jade. Kong Chi has inquired about the value of the jade at various gemstone shops and pawn shops, discovering it could fetch tens of thousands. While this sum is not enough for a down payment on a house, it is certainly not insignificant. It could sustain her for several months of living expenses. Chapter 66. The radiant sweet girl. Though her life has not been abundant over the years, it has not sunk to the depths where she would need to sell her jade to survive. Thus, the jade remains in her possession, gracing her neck. A piece of jade worth thousands, paired with a poorly made pirated book, once inspired Kong Chi to imagine a tragic love story. For instance, she envisioned her mother as a wealthy heiress and her father as a humble youth, whose love blossomed only to be torn apart, leaving behind the fruit of their love discarded in despair. However, reality is seldom as romantic. The essence of life is often cruel. Kong Chi has come to accept her fate and no longer harbors extravagant hopes. Do you truly acknowledge her? Kong Chi whispered. It faced the direction of the door, which had been left ajar when I emerged, allowing a glimpse of the sweet girl nestled by the stove in peaceful slumber. Feng Yongjun froze, prompting Kong Chi to follow his gaze and discover a radiant glow emanating from the girl's head. The sweet girl slept soundly, seemingly oblivious to her own luminescence. A gentle red light emanated from her crown, not overpowering, resembling the soft flicker of a candle shrouded in gauze. Feng Yongjun lingered in a moment of astonishment but did not rise to investigate. Instead, he sought out a blank wooden board and began to inscribe words upon it. Kong Chi accepted the board he offered, noting the inscription, "She has awakened. I want to take her back." What has awakened? Where do you intend to take her? Li Chi, while Feng Yongjun was amenable to discussing various matters, fell into an immediate silence whenever the topic of their mysterious sect arose. Kong Chi was well aware of the enigmatic nature of their sect, which persisted even after their master's demise and the transformation of their junior into a zombie. Li Chi, undeterred by the chaos of the world, remained resolute in his mission to seek out ancient corpses. Regardless of the turmoil surrounding him, he was singularly focused on his task, which he felt compelled to fulfill. Ultimately, the ancient corpse vanished, leaving him grievously injured and his fate shrouded in uncertainty. A brief glance confirmed the sweet girl's condition, indicating that he was no stranger to such occurrences. He understood how to address the situation. Thus, though surprised and anxious, he remained composed. He yearned to escort the sweet girl away as swiftly as possible, for the sooner she received treatment, the better. "I shall accompany you," he declared. Kong Chi had no grounds to dissuade them, yet the prospect of a zombie traversing the world with a living child would inevitably present numerous challenges. His fingers were stiff, making even the simple act of holding chalk arduous. Expecting him to wield a firearm was utterly unrealistic. However, Feng Yongjun declined Kong Chi's kind intentions, stating that sweet girl was in a precarious state, capable of inadvertently causing harm to Kong Chi, a harm that was unavoidable and could not be prevented by anyone. Such injury could only be immune to the dead, thus Feng Yongjun advised Kong Chi not to worry, should any living person wish to harm sweet girl. The repercussions would befall them instead. The sunglass man could confine her, yet Kong Chi sensed no humanity in them, thus sweet girl posed no threat to them. It dawned on Kong Chi that the sunglass man might be aware of sweet girl's uniqueness. They sought to exploit her, which was why they had placed her under house arrest. Kong Chi glanced at the time and entered the room to awaken sweet girl, calling her to rise for dinner. Concurrently, Kong Chi yearned to inquire about several matters, such as how sweet girl managed to survive the day of the disaster. Chapter 67. Back to that day. She was equally curious about how sweet girl had fallen into the clutches of the sunglass man. Had they discovered her uniqueness? Or had they already utilized her for some purpose? The moment sweet girl opened her eyes, the red light above her dissipated, as if it only manifested when she was in a state of unawareness. Dinner consisted of steamed buns, pickled vegetables, and meat stew. Kong Chi's culinary skills were well honed, having been imparted by the cafeteria auntie and refined over years of practice. The meat was savory without being greasy, and sweet girl's little face was nearly buried in her bowl. However, Kong Chi noticed that she did not eat the meat during lunch. She had only consumed the instant noodles, leaving the luncheon meat untouched. Assuming she was merely shy, Kong Chi placed a piece of lean meat into her bowl, only to be met with sweet girl's immediate retching. Startled, Kong Chi hastily removed the meat, which was not merely a display of pickiness. He transferred all the meat from the serving bowl into his own, and only then did Tian Yo's retching subside. Although Tian Yo did not share the same level of fear towards zombies as others, she maintained a respectful distance, unwilling to approach. Feng Yongjun, concerned that his proximity might exacerbate her nausea, refrained from coming closer. Despite the zombies having regained their memories, they were still not living beings. An ever-present stench of decay emanated from them, which even a full set of protective gear could not entirely mask. Fortunately, once Kong Chi had removed the meat, Tian Yo's feelings of disgust vanished. After satiating their hunger, Kong Chi offered Tian Yo the remaining half jar of canned peaches, asserting it was hers to consume entirely. After she finished eating and tidied the dishes, they sat facing each other, and he began their earnest conversation. Inside the room, the howling winds from the north could still be heard, and Kong Chi found himself somewhat unsettled by the lack of a fire in the stove. He mentally rehearsed the questions he intended to ask, then posed them one by one. The inquiries pertained to the day the catastrophe unfolded, inevitably laden with memories of blood and tears. On that fateful day, his father had returned home earlier than usual from work. After experiencing business failure, Cheng's father had secured a modest yet stable job in Bear City through a friend, allowing him ample time to care for his children. On the day the virus erupted, the father and son were enjoying a lavish meal at home, as Cheng's father had finished work early, avoiding the rain. However, after their meal, Cheng's father received a phone call. A friend was in trouble and needed his assistance. Cheng Ba confined himself within the bedroom, securing the door from the inside. He instructed Tian Yo to refrain from opening the door for anyone who might knock, and to dismiss any sounds she might hear. He took his mobile phone into the bedroom and turned it off. The house lacked a landline. Tian Yo possessed a children's phone that contained only 5 contacts: her father, mother, 2 friends, and her homeroom teacher. Bai Yu seemed to sense something amiss and urged her to take care of herself, emphasizing that she must not open the bedroom door or the front door of the house. Only if someone in blue, red, or green uniforms were to knock could she permit entry. Chapter 68. Isolated and helpless Tian Yo was no longer a mere 3-year-old child. She was acutely aware that something significant was unfolding. She rushed to the balcony to gaze outside. Residing on the 4th floor, she had a clear view of the happenings below. There lay someone in the community, sprawled on the ground, as a crowd hastily gathered around. Some were calling for an ambulance, while others inquired if anyone recognized the neighbors suffering from this sudden illness to assist in contacting their families. Among the crowd was a child whom Tian Yo recognized. They occasionally played together downstairs. She contemplated opening the balcony window to inform those below that she knew the child and could provide their apartment number. Yet, recalling her parents' warnings, she hesitated, loosening her grip on the window handle. Her body bore several injuries, with distinct bite marks on her neck and 2 impressions on her forearm, one on each side, all bleeding profusely. Many in the community were familiar with her. Several called out her name and approached, eager to offer assistance. Suddenly, she collapsed to the ground, motionless. A group of helpers gathered around her, attempting to lift her to the nearby pavilion. Rain fell outside, rendering the ground damp, and at that moment, the neighbor lady happened to stumble into a puddle, her face submerged in the stagnant water. Sweet Girl recognized this woman. She was the proprietor of the corner shop on the 1st floor, where Sweet Girl often went to purchase goods. Just as the woman was carried into the pavilion, a piercing scream echoed from within. The pavilion, shrouded by grapevines, obscured Sweet Girl's view of the unfolding scene. Following the scream, those who had entered the pavilion fled in panic, like startled birds. In no time, the neighbor lady burst out from within, bloodied and emitting strange cries, as she attempted to chase after the fleeing individuals. Terrified, Sweet Girl instinctively took 2 steps back. She had never witnessed such a horrifying spectacle. In her haste, she stumbled over the threshold behind her, landing solidly on the ground. When confronted with such terror, a child's first instinct is to seek their parents. Sweet Girl scrambled to her feet, crying as she ran to the living room, only to remember that her father had locked himself in the bedroom. She knocked on the door, and a faint sound emerged from within. Calling out several times, "Daddy," she finally heard footsteps approaching. However, these footsteps were unusually slow, a stark contrast to the usual hurried pace. Just as Sweet Girl was about to speak, a loud thud resonated, as if her father were forcefully colliding with the door. Startled, she cautiously called out, "Daddy," but the sound of the door being battered grew increasingly intense, as if the person inside intended to break through. Moreover, she could hear the neighbor lady's unsettling cries, akin to the roar of a wild beast. She thought to call Bai Yu, but her calls went unanswered. After dialing over a dozen times, she was still met with silence. She dialed the numbers of 2 close friends. One went unanswered, while the other was connected but only emitted cries. incoherent words mingling with sobs. Sweet girl hid beneath her bed, clutching the phone as someone pounded on the front door, calling for help and urging her to open up. The corridor erupted into chaos, with strange roars and piercing screams intertwining. Overwhelmed by fear, she covered her ears. The cacophony of cars crashing, shrieks, and wails echoed from downstairs. Peering through her bedroom window, she witnessed someone leap from the balcony across the way. Chapter 69. The thief. Such a dual assault on her senses left an indelible psychological scar on Sweet Girl. Kong Chi silently admired the young girl. Even adults would falter in the face of such gruesome scenes. Yet, Sweet Girl, despite her terror, refrained from disregarding her parents' warnings by running around in panic, a rare composure indeed. However, Bai had not reached out to her since, and after hiding for an entire day and night, hunger compelled her to venture into the kitchen. She retrieved bread and milk from the refrigerator, uncertain how long the door to Chang Dad's room could hold. Leaning on her windowsill, she bore witness to the dead rising from the ground to attack the living. She surmised that Chang Dad's condition was likely akin to those corpses, capable of assaulting the living. On the third day following the outbreak, someone climbed down from above using a rope, prying open the balcony screen to enter her home. They rummaged through the living room, searching for food, but finding none, they sought valuables instead. Just as they were scavenging, Chung Dad finally broke through the bedroom door and charged out. The two individuals wielded weapons, fully aware of the formidable threat posed by the undead. Sweet Girl heard one of them exclaim, "Aim for his head." They grasped the essential tactic, yet murmured about the strength of the zombies. One was knocked down by Father Chung, while the other appeared to land a hit, causing Father Chung to collapse as well. Sweet Girl overheard the assailant hurling a few profanities. The man who had been knocked down, in a state of panic, muttered, "You're injured," and dashed toward the balcony. The one cursing pursued his companion, loudly asserting it was just a scratch, he's fine. Their escalating quarrel suggested an imminent physical confrontation, and Sweet Girl heard two gasps, one after the other. Following that, the cacophony of zombies roaring downstairs merged with the anguished cries of the living. Father Chung fell silent, and Sweet Girl, in tears, opened the door to find him sprawled beside the coffee table in the living room, his head severely caved in. He resembled those animated corpses below, his skin decaying and his eyes clouded. Desperate to move him to the bed, she found herself unable to lift him and could only retrieve a blanket to cover him. For a week, she cohabited with the corpse, as the outside world became devoid of any human sounds, only the low growls of the dead resonating. Years passed, and even the dead ceased their cries. The city fell into an eerie silence, devoid of both life and the undead. Sweet Girl was gripped by fear. Yet she clung to her parents' admonitions. Do not venture outside. Do not open the door to strangers. She complied obediently, but soon, her door was violently forced open, and she was seized by a group of individuals clad in sunglasses. Initially, she found herself confined with other captives brought in by the sunglasses-wearing figures. All of them herded into the largest shopping mall in the city center. All the zombies have vanished, and the survivors believe they are safe. Sweet Girl initially shares this sentiment. The sunglasses men merely gathered them in the shopping mall without causing them harm, providing timely distributions of food. The sunglasses men scoured every district of Bear City, unearthing survivors hidden in various places, leaving none behind. A total of 12,000 survivors congregated in the mall, from which the sunglasses men took 10 individuals each day. Chapter 70. Good or bad as winter set in. The sunglasses men organized the survivors into groups and relocated them to several schools within the city. Sweet Girl was assigned to the kindergarten group. All children aged 12 and above among the survivors were placed in this group. Some, like Sweet Girl, were unaccompanied, while others had been captured alongside their parents. Naturally, the children with parents were reluctant to be separated, and the adults were equally uneasy about their children being taken away alone. Conflicts were inevitable. Yet the sunglasses men did not impose hardship upon them. Those unwilling to part from their children were allowed to remain together. This leniency diminished the survivors' apprehension towards the sunglasses men, who began to seem more accommodating. The demands of the survivors grew increasingly numerous. Apart from freedom, the sunglasses men were generally responsive to their requests. With heating during the winter, 3 meals a day ensuring their basic needs were met, and the comfort of remaining with their families, all while being free from the threat of zombies, many survivors found such conditions enticing, despite the loss of freedom. Particularly for children who had lost their loved ones, Sweet Girl, though young, was acutely aware that, had it not been for the sunglasses men, she would have either starved to death at home or been torn apart by the living dead outside. The tranquil existence persisted for an entire year, until the men in dark sunglasses began selecting children from the kindergarten. The children, devoid of familial presence, had forged profound friendships over the year, unwilling to part ways with their companions. Sweet Girl had also made a new friend, a girl of the same age, whose parents and grandparents perished on the day the virus erupted. United by their shared plight, the two girls quickly became inseparable. Most of the other children confined in the kindergarten were younger than them, often crying and yearning for their mothers and fathers. Yet, when the little ones drifted off to sleep, the two girls would embrace and softly weep for the loved ones and friends they had lost. On the day the first snow fell that winter, several men in sunglasses arrived at the kindergarten to take away 8 children, including Sweet Girl's friend. This marked the 7th time the men had come to select children, and Sweet Girl observed that they consistently chose the plump ones, leaving the slender children behind. Sweet Girl, unable to gain weight due to her constitution, had always been thin, growing taller without gaining flesh. In contrast, her new friend was a chubby girl who indulged in junk food and managed to gain 5 pounds over the year at the kindergarten. Despite her innocence, Sweet Girl sensed that being taken away was not a good omen. Where there had once been vibrant life in the city during last winter, this year, all signs of vitality had vanished. However, the men in sunglasses never spoke to them. Once they decided to take someone, no one could intervene. In a moment of desperation, Sweet Girl rushed forward to confront the men, attempting to defend her friend. Being just a small girl, she was no match for the sturdy men. And after being kicked away twice, her fury reached a boiling point. She could only recall an overwhelming anger, a fury that felt as though it might erupt. She had never experienced such intense rage in her memory. A throbbing headache plagued her. Her mind felt as though it might fracture, and her vision was obscured by a haze, as if a crimson glow had enveloped her eyes. In a frenzy, she rushed forward to seize someone. Consumed by a singular thought, she must not allow them to take Jejir away. When she finally regained consciousness, she found herself utterly alone. Not only was Jejir gone, but so were all the other children. Upon hearing this, Kangchi glanced at Feng Yongjun. The red glow mentioned by Sweet Girl could very well be the very aura that hovered above her head. Chapter 71. Personnel, she had awakened some form of ability. Yet this caused her to faint, leaving her unaware of the events that transpired during that time. While she remained oblivious, the sunglasses man was acutely aware. Subsequently, he placed her under house arrest in the kindergarten. The children had vanished, and the city was devoid of the bustling life it once held. The sunglasses man kept them separated, their warmth and smoke dispersing in isolation. Sweet Girl vaguely contemplated death, perplexed as to why the sunglasses man had chosen to spare her. Her apprehension towards meat stemmed from her daily sustenance. Ever since her fit of rage led to her fainting, the sunglasses man had included an additional portion of meat in her meals. The provisions provided to the survivors were ample, albeit exclusively cold dishes, lacking any warmth. Following her fainting spell, her daily meals began to feature a steaming bowl of meat soup. On the first day, she consumed it all, even devouring the meat at the bottom of the bowl. On the second day, as she sipped, she nearly choked on a bone. She expelled it and discovered many more at the bottom, accumulating them on the table until she meticulously reassembled them, ultimately forming the shape of a hand. What lay before her was not chicken feet or pig trotter, but rather a hand, unmistakably human. Not the hand of an adult, but one of a child, as indicated by its diminutive size. Sweet Girl's parents, both esteemed surgeons, often hosted her friend, whose home boasted a skeletal model nearly her height. Unfazed by the skeleton, Sweet Girl and her friend had once engaged in a playful competition, vowing that the one who could accurately count the bones would be treated to ice cream by the other. She vividly recalled her friend's lamentation about the difficulty of counting the fingers, a task she herself had repeated several times before arriving at the correct number. As she gazed upon the tiny hand crafted on the table, a wave of nausea washed over her. From that day forth, she refrained from consuming meat broth. Fortunate that the sunglasses man did not compel her to eat, Kong Chi observed as Feng Yongjun stirred, seemingly inclined to approach Sweet Girl. Yet, upon glancing at his own hands, decayed and grotesque, he quietly lowered them, halting his advance. He sidled up to Sweet Girl, draping an arm around her slender shoulders. Words of reassurance eluded him. He could not promise her that everything would be all right or that the torment would pass. His own heart was shrouded in confusion, uncertain of when the calamity would cease. He possessed no foresight into the future, only an awareness that the current state of affairs was deteriorating, with each day seemingly worse than the last. I yearn to create a paradise, a sanctuary of relative safety. If I succeed, would you care to join me? Kong Chi extended his hand towards Sweet Girl. I would, she replied after a moment's contemplation, placing her hand within the warmth of Kong Chi's palm. Before that, this uncle is to take you to a place. He is a friend of your mother, entrusted by her to look after you. He sustained injuries along the way, rendering him somewhat different, but you need not fear. He does not consume humans. Kong Chi chose to honor Feng Yongjun's decision, refraining from revealing the true nature of his relationship with Tian Nyo for the time being. Has the uncle turned into a zombie? Yes. But he is unlike other zombies. He remembers your mother and you. Is he my father? Faced with this unexpected question, both Kong Chi and Feng Yongjun were momentarily taken aback. Once, when my father and mother were on the phone, I overheard them mention that I have another father. Tian Nyo remained composed, and in her eyes, Kong Chi discerned no particular emotion. Noticing Kong Chi's silence, Tian Nyo continued. You said it was my father who asked you to rescue me. My dad is no longer here, so it must be another father who entrusted you. Chapter 72. Farewell. The little girl articulated her thoughts clearly, leaving Kong Chi unable to refute her. After glancing at Feng Yongjun and seeing him nod, she too nodded in agreement. Yes, he is your father. Will he get better? Tian Nyo inquired. This is uncertain. In the face of disaster, Kong Chi felt particularly powerless. It seemed she knew nothing and could guarantee nothing. When shall we set off? Tian Nyo looked at Kong Chi, then at Feng Yongjun. Kong Chi thought to herself that allowing them, a father and daughter, to embark on a journey through the apocalypse might swiftly strengthen their bond. I will prepare your luggage immediately. Thank you, sister. In the face of the understanding Sweet Girl, Kong Chi found herself momentarily at a loss for words. She retreated to her room to retrieve 2 large mountaineering backpacks. From sustenance to clothing and outdoor gear, she meticulously packed all the essentials they might require during their journey. Her primary concern, however, lay with Sweet Girl's psychological well-being. The hauntingly horrific experiences recounted by the young girl were shared with an unsettling calmness. When she mentioned the death of her father, only a subtle shift in her tone betrayed her emotions, yet not a single tear graced her cheeks. Kong Chi, lacking professional expertise, perceived this state from the perspective of a concerned individual and felt that something was amiss with the child. Kong Chi penned a note and discreetly handed it to Feng Yongjun, urging him to pay close attention to Sweet Girl's behavior and, if possible, to delve into the realm of psychology. She arranged for them a hand-cranked tricycle, also known as a mobility scooter for the disabled. Given that Feng Yongjun's legs were not particularly agile, the prospect of cycling would mean that by the time they reached their destination, Sweet Girl would have grown into adulthood. His arms, however, possessed greater dexterity, prompting Kong Chi to lend them her stored hand-cranked tricycle. She provided them with a double supply of spare tires and a pump, as well as a sled, an electric toy car, and a toy airplane. These toys were intended to divert any approaching zombies, as the creatures would pursue sounds. Kong Chi advised Sweet Girl to seek higher ground in the face of danger and to utilize the musical toys to distract the surrounding zombies. The father and daughter pushed the tricycle out of the courtyard, and Kong Chi accompanied them beyond the village, extending her support for 2 miles. Ultimately, she escorted them to the road, and before parting ways, she reiterated her caution. If I should relocate, I will place colorful flags along the route as markers. Do you remember the flags you will see along the way? Remember, they will be adorned with flowers. The Sweet Girl crouched down, extending her fingers to draw a pattern in the snow. My name is Cheng Junfei. What is your name, sister? She suddenly inquired. Kong Chi, came the reply. Goodbye. Chiujia. Farewell. Kong Chi stood in the snow, watching as the father and daughter gradually faded from view, ultimately vanishing into the expanse of white. She lowered her gaze to the flower in the snow, resembling the jade pendant she wore, a lotus embracing a crescent moon. The flower in the snow bore no color, nor did the one on the flag, yet the flower on the jade pendant was vibrant. The lotus was green at its base, white in the center, and the moon a delicate yellow. Before the calamity, she could have sold the jade for money, but now it seemed no one would trade goods for such an item. Chapter 73. The return. Upon returning to the warmth of her small courtyard, Kong Chi shed her cotton clothes and shoes, heading to the kitchen to stoke the fire and prepare a meal. She steamed buns, bean cakes, and meat dumplings, all of which she intended to send with the Sweet Girl, planning to prepare more to keep for herself. While others faced the apocalypse in a desperate flight for survival, her end of the world was spent in the kitchen. Life must retain a sense of ritual, even if she were the last person alive. The new year must still be celebrated. On February 14th, Kong Chi was in the house frying vegetarian meatballs. The radishes she had planted in the yard had just matured, and she pulled up 3 of them, 2 to make pickled radish and 1 for the meatballs. However, there was more than enough for her and her dog to eat. The second donkey had a particular fondness for tomatoes. Before Kong Chi could harvest them, the donkey had already indulged. Kong Chi initially puzzled over why her other vegetables thrived while the tomatoes remained unripe. Subsequently, she noticed a decline in the quantity of fruits, diminishing by 2 or 3 each day. Through covert observation, she discovered that it was the 2 donkeys eyeing the fruits, consuming them once they turned red. Kong Chi had transplanted several tomato plants from a cardboard box to her courtyard, and witnessing this situation, she decided to plant 2 additional ones in the box, leaving the courtyard's bounty to the donkeys. She prepared 2 pots of meatballs and had just set the oil pot aside to replace it with a steamer for buns when the doorbell from outside the village suddenly rang. She had hung a small brass bell at the village's entrance, which could be rung with any metallic object. Upon hearing the bell, she promptly set down her utensils, donned her cotton coat, and seized her weapon before rushing outside. The warning lines she had established around the village were intended to deter gentlemen, but failed against scoundrels. She jogged swiftly, simultaneously checking whether the traps she had set around her small courtyard had been disturbed. "Girl, it's me," called a voice from outside, seemingly recognizing the footsteps. "Who are you?" Kong Chi, having formed a suspicion based on the voice, still sought confirmation of the person's identity. "Your creditor," the visitor replied, laced with a hint of amusement. "Boss Liu, have you been kidnapped? If so, blink." As Kong Chi peered through the peephole, Liu Xiangbei's face appeared before her. "No, I am alone." Liu Xiangbei felt a twinge of anxiety as he traversed the road. The calamity was growing more severe, and the plight of the living was becoming increasingly dire. Countless individuals had evaded the jaws of zombies, only to succumb to the harshness of winter. Aware of the difficulties of survival in this apocalyptic world, he harbored concerns for the young girl, fearing she might not endure. However, upon seeing the wafts of smoke rising above the village, he felt a slight sense of relief. Kong Chi opened the door, peering out to scan the surroundings. Noticing no one was around, she stepped aside to let Liu Xiangbei enter. "Are you hurt?" Kong Chi scrutinized him closely. Liu Xiangbei appeared to have lost more weight, his already defined features now exuding an even sharper demeanor. "No, you're not afraid of zombies." Although Liu Xiangbei claimed he was uninjured, he was utterly exhausted, his fatigue palpable as he mustered the energy to converse with Kong Chi. "You truly lack appreciation for kindness. My concern stems from care, not self-interest," Kong Chi retorted, rolling her eyes before securely locking the door once more. "Thank you. I'm fine, just a bit tired," Liu Xiangbei replied, his eyelids heavy with weariness. Chapter 74. Candlelit dinner. When Liu Xiangbei collapsed in front of her with a thud, she nearly feared he had succumbed. His bedroom was cluttered with a myriad of items, and another room resembled a storage facility. Consequently, she had no choice but to drag Liu Xiangbei to her own nest. However, his long legs could not fit, so she resorted to inflating an air mattress she had previously scavenged and transferred him onto it. With his body now stretched and the room warm, Liu Xiangbei sank into a deeper slumber. A few days prior, she and Heir Lu had collaborated to hunt a wild boar, which they had processed outdoors. With Heir Lu present, even the beasts dared not approach, deterred by the scent of blood. She discarded the head and feet outside, set the skin aside, and separated the innards to allow Heir Lu to enjoy them leisurely. The remaining meat was frozen, reserved for their New Year celebrations. From a young age, she harbored an affinity for the consumption of small creatures, and witnessing the slaughter of cattle and sheep stirred neither fear nor emotion within her. Now, as she engages in such tasks personally, she finds no psychological barriers. Rather, her skills are merely clumsy and unrefined. In frigid temperatures, even clad in 2 layers of cotton clothing, a brief stroll outdoors would leave one thoroughly chilled. However, draping a woolen cloak over oneself would offer considerable relief. Kong Chi observed that Liu Xiangbei was somewhat inadequately dressed, donning only a down jacket, with gloves made of thin fabric rather than cotton. She worried that he might succumb to the cold and fall ill. Realizing this, Kong Chi retrieved an electronic thermometer and measured Liu Xiangbei's forehead, discovering a temperature of 38.9 degrees Celsius. Frowning upon seeing this figure, she hurried inside to fetch a medical kit. She first applied a fever-reducing patch to Liu Xiangbei and then prepared a cup of cold remedy for him. Fortunately, he remained coherent despite the fever. When Kong Chi gently roused him, he obediently consumed the medicine she offered. Illness, when it creeps in silently, can be quite alarming. Kong Chi also brought out a clay pot to prepare porridge for Liu Xiangbei. As the fragrance of the cooking porridge wafted through the kitchen, she was suddenly reminded of the day they first met, when Lu Xiangbei was also burning with fever, teetering on the brink of collapse. She wondered if he might be undergoing another transformation. Kong Qi settled onto a small stool beside the air mattress, closely monitoring Lu Xiangbei's condition. She removed his soiled-down jacket and covered him with a thick blanket, remaining by his side and periodically offering him spoonfuls of cool canned oranges. In the past, she had cared for children in the courtyard who suffered from fevers in a similar manner. Lu Xiangbei slept from morning until evening, and in a half-dreaming state. He caught whiffs of the delicious aroma of food wafting through the air. In his previous life, he was a vigilant individual, and in this life, he is even more so. However, during this slumber, his alertness has completely dissipated. In a daze, someone nourishes him with food and drink, the nature of which he is oblivious to, yet he consumes it nonetheless. Ah, you're awake. Hungry, are you? It's time to eat. While preparing dinner, Kong Qi keeps a watchful eye on the patient. The moment Lu Xiangbei opens his eyes, she notices him immediately. As he attempts to rise, Kong Qi swiftly restrains him, insisting, "Stay still, sit and eat." She brings over a small table and places it before Lu Xiangbei, who is served white porridge, side dishes, and rich soup in succession. The mountain chicken was caught by Lu a few days prior, a remarkable feat indeed. As evening descends, Kong Qi lights a candle within the room, offering a candlestick to Lu Xiangbei, setting it upon his small table. Chapter 75. Look. Kong Qi glances at the calendar hanging by the door, which she procured from a large bookstore, a perpetual calendar extending to the year 2100. She transformed it into a wall calendar, transcribing the dates onto a large sheet of paper, affixed beside the door for easy reference. How are the survivors? Was your evacuation successful? 2/3 have been relocated. Lu Xiangbei swiftly finishes the porridge in his bowl, followed by the chicken soup. He must regain his strength promptly, as many tasks await him. It seems there are no living souls left in this vicinity. Kong Qi realizes she has much to convey. Communicating with the zombie Feng Yongjun proves cumbersome, and Sweet Girl is merely a child. Now, with the rare presence of a normal, trustworthy adult, once she begins to speak, she finds it difficult to cease. She informs Lu Xiangbei about the migration of zombies and the encroachment of animals upon urban territories. In the northern forest, a vast chasm gaped open, teeming with thousands of terrifying figures adorned with sunglasses, seemingly not of human origin. Lu Xiangbei listened intently, having slept the day away and taken his medication. He felt his strength returning. Sunglasses wearers? He furrowed his brow after hearing Kong Qi's description. Indeed, they wear sunglasses both day and night, never removing them. Moreover, they feast upon humans. Kong Qi had been clandestinely observing in Bear City for several days, harboring doubts that she could share with no one. Do you know what the strangest part is? As she spoke with fervor, Kong Qi pulled a stool beside the small dining table. Those who invaded the city were all armed. They scoured the buildings for supplies, yet the sunglasses wearers followed suit, and one would expect a firefight to ensue. However, not a single shot was fired before they all perished, their heads severed and placed upon their abdomens. The sunglasses wearers bore no firearms. I made a point to observe. How could they have killed them? Laser eyes? Lu Xiangbei suddenly proposed a rather sci-fi hypothesis. Precisely. There is a possibility of that. Kong Qi clapped her hands, exuding enthusiasm akin to that of a superhero. What brings you to Bear City? Lu Xiangbei inquired. To save people. Alas, I forgot to mention. Look at this courtyard. Isn't it marvelous? Kong Qi rose and approached the door, gesturing towards the lush array of vegetables growing vibrantly in the yard for Lu Xiangbei to see. How is this possible? Lu Xiangbei marveled inwardly, though his face betrayed none of his astonishment. As someone who had lived once before, he considered himself well acquainted with many wondrous occurrences. Yet he had never known that vegetables could thrive outdoors in the winter of the northern territories. Kong Qi had placed her trust in Lu Xiangbei. While most individuals in the capital's safety zone remained oblivious to the looming danger, Lu Xiangbei had been the first to alert her, ensuring her timely departure. In her eyes, he was a good man. She hurried to the kitchen cupboard, where a porcelain jar of persimmon candy rested. Lifting the lid, she extracted a flower skin ball, cradling it in her palm for Lu Xiangbei to see. This peculiar object, a stone, maintained a constant temperature of 25 degrees within its vicinity, allowing any plant to thrive and grow rapidly. However, it could not be held directly on one's person, as it would absorb warmth, transforming into a mere warm pack. After introducing the miraculous flower skin ball, Kong Qi segued into a discussion about Feng Yongjun. You are familiar with him. I have mentioned a zombie sitting on a rock, gazing at the sky. Unlike other zombies, he has regained both human memory and rationality, though his appearance remains unchanged. He came to me, seeking my assistance to save his daughter. Chapter 76. Will you go? Having recounted the entire saga, Kong Chi noted that Lu Xiangbei's interest in the man in sunglasses surpassed his curiosity about the flower skin ball. Since it was a life-for-life exchange, it was wise to guard it closely and not display it carelessly. Lu Xiangbei felt a profound inner conflict. He appreciated Kong Chi's sincerity, a rare trait in the apocalypse, yet simultaneously despised it, as it reminded him of his former self in a past life. Keep it well hidden to prevent it from being stolen. She tucked the flower skin ball into a rabbit-shaped pocket, placing the rabbit in Air Lu's nest, masquerading it as a toy for Air Lu. Should a thief intrude, it is unlikely they would covet Air Lu's toys. The circumstances elsewhere are quite dire. At this moment, Lu Xiangbei felt that his previous tone had been somewhat severe, possibly frightening Kong Chi. He yearned to lighten the atmosphere, yet an apology seemed overly formal, and he was not adept at humor. Thus, he resorted to the simplest method of changing the subject. Have you traveled to many places? Kong Chi, not pondering too deeply, perceived Lu Xiangbei as genuinely benevolent, worried about her safety due to her carelessness. Yes, Lu Xiangbei nodded rapidly, but soon realized that referred to his past life, and hastily added, in the past. Huh? Kong Chi found his logic somewhat perplexing. Did in the past refer to pre-disaster times? What connection did his extensive travels before the calamity have with the current adverse conditions? In any case, natural circumstances are bound to deteriorate further. You cannot remain here indefinitely. While Lu Xiangbei could not divulge his secret to Kong Chi, that did not preclude him from offering another hint. The area over there is less populated and suitable for concealment. I am aware that the number of survivors is dwindling, and among those who remain, there may still be good souls, like yourself. However, I am not willing to gamble on encountering good people consistently. Hence, I intend to relocate to a deserted place. After speaking, Kong Chi scrutinized Lu Xiangbei's expression. Are you going? You should depart first. I still have unfinished matters to attend to, he replied, his countenance darkening at the thought of his impending tasks. Observing his expression, Kong Chi could not help but surmise that Lu Xiangbei harbored a deep-seated grudge, one that was profound enough to suffocate him if left unresolved. To leave again would mean facing a perilous journey, with survival almost a remote possibility. Yet, he hesitated to voice these thoughts to Kong Chi. He cherished the glimmer of hope reflected in her eyes, a light that signified her expectations for the future. In Chapter 77, Hamster Packing, he yearned to ascertain whether Kong Chi had survived. The endeavor of breaking through the horde of migrating zombies was akin to traversing a treacherous mountain of blades and a sea of flames. Ultimately, he found himself utterly exhausted from the relentless battle, falling ill before he could confirm her fate. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of relief knowing that Kong Chi remained solitary, refraining from banding together with other survivors. Had she allied with others, he would have pondered whether to divulge any spoilers about the impending events. His secret was not one he wished to share widely, for the future bore malevolent spirits. Kong Chi, possessing knowledge of the later plot, might inadvertently invite peril upon herself. My dear, heed my words closely, he implored. The next decade will usher in increasingly dire circumstances. If you wish to endure, your first priority must be. Lu Xiangbei began to recount the significant experiences from his decade of surviving the apocalypse, emphasizing crucial points for Kong Chi. He spoke of climatic changes, the evolution of flora and fauna, the nature of the zombies, the fragility of human hearts, and the extremes to which survivors would go to secure their existence. Kong Chi listened intently as Lu Xiangbei meticulously listed the locations where safe zones had been established in the country, arranged chronologically. He provided detailed insights into which places were safe to visit and which were to be avoided. Ultimately, he concluded with a recommendation for Kong Chi to refrain from venturing anywhere at all. Kong Chi produced her small notebook and diligently recorded every detail related to place names and individuals, along with timelines to ensure she would not forget. She noted who would establish survivor enclaves in the future, where these would be located, the advantages of each camp, the strong among them, and the nature of the people involved, as Lu Xiangbei articulated each point with clarity. In that moment, the lingering questions that had troubled Kong Chi for so long were finally resolved. The cellar is stocked with enough provisions to last a year, and with coal and firewood gathered just as autumn begins. The questions surrounding the rescue of the trapped souls in the city of zombies require no further elaboration at this moment. Kong Chi has surmised the situation, yet she opts not to inquire further. She is grateful for Lu Xiangbei's willingness to assist her, and her confidence in his safe return grows. After all, those who possess foreknowledge of the narrative are destined to emerge as victors. Once Lu Xiangbei has imparted his instructions, he rises to leave. Kang Qi perceives his urgency and wishes not to delay him, but preparations must still be made. Whatever provisions the sweet girl's father possesses, Lu Xiangbei must have. And in greater abundance, Kang Qi fetches a small pot for him, typically used for heating milk or cooking instant noodles, and packs a generous supply of alcohol and charcoal blocks. She stuffs her mountaineering backpack with steamed pastries, homemade tomato sauce, dried vegetables, and fried meatballs. Naturally, a new down jacket is essential, accompanied by a hat, scarf, gloves, and shoes. The supplies she had stockpiled during her previous trip now prove invaluable. As she selects the finest items for Lu Xiangbei, Hiki, I have plundered a grand shopping mall. This down jacket is worth over 10,000. Once the disaster passes, I fear I may find myself behind bars. Having finally found a semblance of normalcy in Lu Xiangbei's presence, Kang Qi cannot contain her chatter, tidying her belongings while murmuring to herself. Food, clothing, warmth, sleeping bags, medicine, all accounted for. She inspects the contents of her bag, nodding in satisfaction. Oh, you are heading south. You must also prepare a set of lighter spring and autumn attire. Just as Kang Qi is about to rummage through her warehouse, Lu Xiangbei pulls her back. That will suffice. Once I arrive there, I shall raid a clothing store. It's too heavy for me to carry. Lu Xiangbei jests. When did you become so fragile? Oh, indeed, you have just recovered from a serious illness. Kang Qi tapped her forehead and smiled apologetically. Lu Xiangbei swallowed hard, tacitly acknowledging his fragile reality. He did not wish to embark on his journey burdened by a home. Chapter 78. One comes as another goes. Kang Qi gazed at the limited space in the backpack and sighed regretfully. Did you not drive? She asked with a hint of hope. These items will surely be insufficient for your journey to the south. Kang Qi again stuffed a packet of disposable compressed towels into the side pocket of the backpack. I'll manage on the road. This is enough. Lu Xiangbei remarked as he observed her adding more small items. Unable to restrain himself, he sighed and stepped forward to take the backpack, slinging it over his shoulder. Then take some candies as well. With the backpack now in his possession, Kang Qi hastily stuffed a handful of fruit candies into the pocket of Lu Xiangbei's down jacket. He could no longer contain himself and lightly tapped her on the head, saying, I feel like a peddler. As he spoke, he stepped forward to leave. If he lingered any longer, he might lose the will to depart. Be careful on the road. Kang Qi, whose legs were not as long as his, hurried after him for a couple of steps to the gate. Lu Xiangbei moved swiftly, his long strides carrying him out of the village. Although Kang Qi could not keep up, she reached the village entrance and climbed onto the wall to watch him disappear into the distance. If only you could delay your departure for a few more days, she lamented, resting her chin on the wall, feeling a tinge of sadness. Excuse me. Could you spare me a cup of hot water? Came a woman's voice from outside, sounding quite youthful. I have a gun, so do not harbor any ill intentions, or I shall not hesitate to shoot. Kang Qi climbed atop the wall, aiming her gun at the person beyond the gate. I merely passed by, truly. Thank you. Just a bit of hot water will suffice. The girl bent over, clutching her abdomen, her complexion as pale as parchment, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. Kang Qi was uncertain whether she was feigning her condition, yet the pallor of her face suggested otherwise, not merely the effect of makeup. The girl seemed unable to stand any longer, sinking to the ground, her hands pressed against her stomach. The only sound in the air was the howling wind, the sole melody of the northern winter, reminiscent of wailing spirits. The girl was too weak to speak, her eyes fluttering shut as she fainted into the snow. What is wrong with everyone? Fainting at a whim. Kang Qi muttered to herself, instructing Lu to guard the entrance. She opened the door, dragging the woman inside. This was her disguise room, equipped with all the essentials. She stoked the fire in the stove, warming the Kong, and laid the woman upon it, covering her with a thick quilt, ensuring she was warm beneath. A bottle of warmed mineral water was held to her lips. Gradually, the woman regained her senses. Sipping the water and murmuring about her stomach pain and flow, Kang Qi suddenly realized something, whispering her inquiry. The woman nodded faintly, prompting Kang Qi to retrieve some pain relief medication, administering 2 pills to her. While dragging her in, Kang Qi had searched her belongings. The young woman bore no weapons, which struck her as peculiar. In these tumultuous times, it was unusual for a young girl to venture out unarmed. Perhaps in the early days of the catastrophe, such naivety might have been plausible, but more than a year had passed. Was there truly a woman incapable of self-defense who would travel alone? Kang Qi was deeply curious about how women managed to survive. Perhaps she was a spy for some organization, sent to investigate the village's circumstances. It was also possible that she had been under the protection of others until she reached this point alone, or perhaps she was, like Nanqing, a powerful figure. Chapter 79. The Flight of Death. The woman had slept for 2 hours, and upon awakening, her complexion had greatly improved. The first thing she did was ask Kong Chi for sanitary supplies, then inquired about the location of the restroom. Kong Chi thought the performance was overly realistic, nevertheless. She provided the woman with the supplies and led her to the outdoor toilet in the backyard. I usually go to the public restroom in the village. This one hasn't been used in ages, so be cautious, Kong Chi warned, unfamiliar with the condition of each family's toilet. After using the restroom, the woman appeared somewhat unsteady on her feet, and Kong Chi refrained from urging her to leave. The woman expressed her desire to rest a bit longer, prompting Kong Chi to offer her a few warming patches, 1 for her abdomen and 2 for the soles of her feet. Once thoroughly warmed, the woman expressed her gratitude. Kong Chi inquired about her origins, to which the woman replied that she had come from the seaside. From Maoxiong country? Kong Chi asked. No, from Nambang country, she clarified. So, you traveled from Nambang to Beibang, and then to our country? Yes. Did you come alone? Yes. How did you manage that? Kong Chi's curiosity intensified, and her gaze towards the woman shifted. A few passengers boarded the flight last, drenched from the rain, and she had even fetched towels for them. As Kong Chi listened to her tale, it felt akin to watching a suspenseful horror film. A passenger on the flight suddenly fell ill, and she, along with the crew members, worked together to control the situation, ultimately subduing the afflicted passenger. However, several crew members and passengers had been scratched and bitten, urgently requiring medical attention. The captain was compelled to make an emergency landing. During the descent, a male flight attendant concealed a woman in the restroom, urging her not to emerge under any circumstances. It was the longest descent of her life, amidst the cacophony of screams and roars. Every second felt as though it lasted an entire year. Her male colleague stood guard outside the restroom door, engaged in a fierce struggle to secure her survival. At last, the aircraft touched down on the runway, yet it did not connect to the jet bridge. Someone opened the cabin door, triggering the deployment of the inflatable slide, and many passengers eagerly rushed to escape the confines of the aircraft. Survivors fled, followed closely by the injured, while a few remained firmly strapped in their seats, including the 2 pilots in the cockpit. The pilots also descended the inflatable slide, but the woman remained frozen in the restroom, admitting that she was paralyzed by fear. Her senses dulled. Outside the aircraft, frantic shouts mingled with the anguished cries of the injured. A plane had crashed on the ground beyond the runway, striking the airport terminal, creating thunderous reverberations that rendered her as motionless as a statue. She stared wide-eyed, yearning to cry, yet no sound escaped her lips, nor did tears well in her eyes. It was as if she had entered a state of temporal isolation. She could hear and even see everything unfolding outside, experiencing a disembodied sensation as though her soul had transcended her body. She became a moving lens, capturing the inferno of hellish scenes and storing them in her mind. Yet, she never contemplated moving. She did not wish to leave the restroom, although, in reality, she had indeed stepped outside. Chapter 80. Sister Rips Apart. Not only had she ventured forth, but she also witnessed herself, embodying unparalleled strength, charging into the horde of the undead, tearing apart zombies as easily as one might rip a sheet of paper, effortlessly dispatching them with each swift motion, kicking aside a pile with a single blow. She could not fathom the authenticity of her surroundings, dismissing it as a mere figment of her imagination or perhaps a dream induced by overwhelming terror. The superheroes portrayed in films were no more than fanciful constructs, and here she was, a woman so timid that she could not bear to harm even a fish. Paralyzed with fear at the sight of lifeless livestock, it was inconceivable that she possessed such audacity. Her rational mind insisted she was still concealed in the airplane restroom, yet her body had undeniably traversed over 100 miles, conjuring a fantastical escape from a horde of the deceased to the mountaintop beyond the airport. Was this plausible? As she gazed at her hands stained with crimson, they appeared delicate and fair, well maintained. The thought of them tearing apart a zombie was absurd, for she could hardly bring herself to dismember a chicken. From the desolate mountaintop, she fled to an uninhabited house near the airport, where she found solitude. The dwelling was vacant, and she concealed herself within, subsisting on pickled vegetables and soybean paste for half a month. Without a mobile phone or a landline, she was utterly cut off from the outside world, too fearful to venture beyond the confines of her refuge. The second instance of her mind and body parting ways arose from her gnawing hunger. She recounted how the pangs had rendered her vision blurred and her spirit near extinguished. The dual threats of starvation and the specter of death plunged her once more into a state of dissociation, though she had been too weak to walk. An inexplicable surge of energy propelled her to leap from the house. Was this reasonable? Not only could she leap and run, but she could also continue to rend the undead. Along her path, she encountered zombies and tore into them. The texture of human skin, flesh, sinew, and bone felt as soft as tissue paper against her hands. She pressed onward to the highway, plundering several convenience stores along the way. With the horde of zombies trailing behind her, growing ever larger. With the stolen provisions in tow, she clambered atop a fire truck. Zombies do not scale vehicles. They merely encircle them, howling in a frenzied cacophony. She perches atop the car, indulging in sustenance, exuding an air of fearless nonchalance. While her body remains untroubled, her spirit quakes with trepidation. She fears not only the undead but also herself. The unsettling transformations within her form evoke profound dread. She runs, tears through the landscape, traversing from the southern to the northern territories, evading urban sprawl in favor of rural paths, ultimately arriving at the riverbank. Along her journey, she encounters no living soul, leading her to believe she is the sole survivor. Yet, her home is devoid of life, unable to bring herself to harm her kin. She fears inadvertently injuring them in her unconscious state, prompting her departure to seek her cousin further north. Upon reaching her cousin's abode, she discovers that her family has also met a grim fate. They did not succumb to the zombie plague, but were slaughtered within their home. Their bones grotesquely adorned with knives, the very instruments drawn from her cousin's kitchen. Bewildered and without direction, she is at a loss for where to turn or whom to seek. Her boyfriend, hailing from Huasho, vanished on the very day the virus erupted. Adrift in a desolate world, she wanders aimlessly, her heart and mind shrouded in emptiness. From city to countryside, she roams the snow-covered plains like a specter. Perhaps having caught a chill, she has been plagued by excruciating abdominal pain during these past 2 months on certain significant days. Last month, she managed to procure a few painkillers, but this month, not a single pharmacy has come into view along the highways. In unbearable agony, she contemplates entering a village to scour for relief from door to door. Chapter 81. Sovereign of the Prairie. Kong Chi silently absorbed her narrative, growing increasingly aware that her skill in dismantling zombies was strikingly familiar. Ahem, what is your name? Kong Chi inquired. My name is Meng Boy. With boy as an uncle and E as in to drink for pleasure, she replied. Your name is Meng Boy? Indeed, what of it? Oh, never mind. It seems there was an ancient figure named Boy, associated with a certain tale. Yes, that story of Boyi and Shuqing. Kong Chi hastily concealed her somewhat abrupt astonishment. People have often remarked upon this before, yet I have no siblings. Observing Meng Boyi's expression, Kong Chi noted the genuine regret upon her countenance. It did not seem like a fabrication. She must still be unaware. A sense of shock surged within Kong Chi, and she felt an urge to consult her notebook to verify whether this delicate and pallid beauty, who appeared as if a mere gust of wind could topple her, was indeed the prairie queen spoken of by Lu Xiangbei, the one who could tear apart tigers, rend black bears, and even shred zombies. Yes, the queen who could dismantle all. Her secret lay in her name. The queen of the prairie is called Ming Shuqing, a second persona of Meng Boyi. Ever since she ascended to her throne, she forbade anyone from calling her Meng Boyi. Any mention of that name would result in utter destruction. To her, there exists only one consciousness, herself, with her body being beyond her control. She did not contemplate other possibilities. Naturally, this second persona was not an ordinary identity. It possessed extraordinary abilities that Meng Boyi lacked. Kong Chi could not fathom these complexities. She had merely taken notes based on Lu Xiangbei's introduction. She had never imagined she would encounter this prairie queen in her lifetime. Meng Shuqing had risen to power in 2040, a year now referred to as the Cold Era, when the Earth no longer experienced spring, summer, or autumn, but was left with an unending winter. Ahem. So, would you like to eat? I have some food here. Upon encountering the future magnate, Kong Chi immediately sensed a shift in atmosphere, feeling apprehensive about potentially offending her counterpart. Is it convenient? The current Meng Boyi still appears as delicate as a frail flower, somewhat bashful in the presence of a stranger's kindness. It is convenient. Before winter, I ventured out to procure supplies sufficient for sustenance. Kong Chi had placed a box of provisions in the disguise room, half a box of instant noodles, half a box of pickled vegetables, and several sausages. She boiled water in a pot, preparing a generous serving of noodles and slicing the sausages into pieces. Additionally, she fetched a hot water bottle, filled it with warm water, wrapped it in a towel, and offered it to Meng Boyi. The series of kind gestures left Meng Boyi bewildered, instilling a sudden sense of fear within her. While she felt apprehensive, Kangqi found herself oddly untroubled. Surmising that at this moment, Queen Ming's entourage had yet to materialize, leaving her without allies. Kangqi had no desire to cling to anyone for support. Yet treating the magnate well could only yield benefits. She took a bite of the noodles and sipped some sweetened water, observing Meng Boyi's hesitance to eat. Her eyes filled with wariness, likely deducing her concerns. Rest assured, I am alone as well. What are your plans for the future? I don't know. Perhaps I will head south to find my boyfriend. I've heard that zombies are migrating southward, which is why the northern territories have been left desolate. That is fine. For the next few days, you can feel secure staying here until you regain your strength. Thank you. Chapter 82. Bidding farewell to the magnate, Meng Boyi spent 2 days in the village before fully lowering her guard, noticing that Kangqi led an extraordinarily regimented life. Kangqi possessed numerous solar panels, sets of them, as well as individual ones, alongside a solar generator and a simple model designed solely for illuminating light bulbs. However, Kangqi had never utilized a solar-powered generator, the sunlight in the north was feeble, and the duration of daylight was limited. Even the simplest models equipped with light bulbs were scarcely effective, as the brightness was merely comparable to that of a desk lamp, insufficient to illuminate an entire dwelling. Kangqi's unwavering diligence in the apocalypse resonated deeply with Meng Boyi. Though they were both solitary souls, Kangqi refused to succumb to despair and lethargy. Continuing to lead an uplifting life each day, Meng Boyi found herself profoundly inspired and rekindled her courage and confidence. Once her health was restored, she set off on a journey southward, laden with a backpack brimming with supplies. This backpack, a gift from Kangqi, was filled with the essence of the hamster spirit. The weight was overwhelming for Meng Boyi, compelling her to place it on a sled for easier transport. Knowing that her destination would likely have less snow, Kangqi thoughtfully prepared a collapsible cart for her to use once she reached the southern region, allowing her to haul her belongings with wheels. Kangqi harbored no expectations of repayment from Meng Boyi. She merely wished for this formidable figure to remember her. If fate were to reunite them one day, she hoped that Meng Boyi would show her kindness. After all, according to Lu Xiangbei's account, this prairie queen was a ruthless character who ascended amidst a sea of corpses and blood. Kangqi felt akin to a novice in the realm of investment, uncertain of which venture would safeguard her capital, which might yield profits, and which could lead to utter loss. Her sole intention was to assist as many individuals as she could within her capabilities. To aspire to be a grand hero was beyond her reach. She was acutely aware of her limitations. If she could secure a modest existence in such tumultuous times, that would be the most favorable outcome. Meng Boyi journeyed southward, likely to encounter no zombies in the northern territories, and the probability of meeting other humans was considerably higher. However, Kangqi harbored no concerns for the safety of this formidable individual. His second persona was far more perilous than any bandit. After bidding farewell to 3 groups of people, her food reserves had diminished, compelling her to earnestly stockpile provisions. She initially planted several crops of vegetables in her courtyard, drying those that could be desiccated and preparing sauces from others, which she stored in empty jars before sterilizing and sealing them for preservation in the cellar, allowing them to last for an extended period. Once satisfied with her vegetable harvest, she sowed fruit tree seeds in the corner of the yard and utilized the remaining space for wheat cultivation. The soil in Lu Xiangbei's yard was merely ordinary earth. Yet Kangqi believed that the plants could thrive wildly in this small enclosure, attributing this phenomenon to the influence of the flower ball. In Chapter 83, A Beating, the front and back yards of Lu Xiangbei's home had originally been paved with bricks, which Kangqi pried up entirely to reveal the earth beneath for her vegetable garden. In the front yard, she cultivated vegetables and wheat, while the back was dedicated to an array of fruits, strawberries, watermelons, mulberries, and grapes, planting several of each variety. She diligently explored the range of the flower ball, observing which plants thrived under its protection and which did not. Experimental results indicated that no plant could survive without the flower ball, as the energy it provided differed from sunlight and rain. It required no fertilization or tilling of the soil, a force of which Kangqi remained unaware. Thus, she even dispensed with the symbolic act of watering her plants. As spring delayed its arrival, the wilderness presented an exceptionally harsh survival environment for both humans and animals alike, with certain species dwindling in numbers. It was foreseeable that they would face extinction in the impending cold winter epoch. In the wilderness, animals engage in brutal slaughter for survival, and humans, too, resort to violence in their struggle to endure. In early March, a group of individuals arrived from the north, lingering outside the village for several hours, seemingly assessing the inadequate defenses within. At midday, they launched an assault on the settlement. Kangchi employed traps to incapacitate a few assailants, who wielded hammers, knives, and axes, shattering the protective barriers and storming into the village. These intruders, with eyes ablaze like frenzied beasts, burst into homes, smashing windows to seize valuables. Observing their irrationality, Kangchi resolved to implement her secondary strategy. As some of the attackers spotted her atop a rooftop, they charged towards her courtyard with shouts. She activated a mechanism, unleashing a barrage of arrows that injured several individuals on the roadway outside. Although the accuracy of this arrow storm was rather mediocre, it was effective at inflicting injuries. She detonated several firecrackers concealed in glass bottles, the bottles having been soaked in a special blood. When the firecrackers exploded, they shattered the bottles, sending sharp shards of glass flying, lacerating the faces and hands of several assailants. The group assaulting the village numbered over 30, as far as Kangchi could see, though she remained uncertain about any hidden reinforcements lurking outside the village. In such overwhelming numbers, only this shotgun-style tactic proved effective, as her crossbow was of little use. Reluctant to deploy modern firearms unless her adversaries were similarly armed, she preferred to utilize primitive weaponry. Once her primitive weapons were expended, she could recreate them, whereas modern firearms were beyond her means. The shards of metal and glass inflicted minor wounds on 6 or 7 of the attackers, who paid no heed to these trivial injuries and continued their charge toward the small courtyard of Luxiangbei. The obstacles surrounding the yard were too numerous to dismantle and too cumbersome to scale, so they all congregated at the main entrance, forcefully ramming against the door. Inside, the heavy wooden door was braced with a stout log. A mere 2 or 3 individuals could not breach it. They contemplated climbing over the door to infiltrate the courtyard. But Kangchi's crossbow would not permit such an intrusion. Whoever dared to expose themselves above the door would be met with swift arrows. The intruders resorted to hurling incendiary bottles to hinder Kangchi's defense. They launched the flaming bottles into the courtyard or towards the roof, targeting Kangchi's position. With no alternative, she understood that descending was not an option. Firstly, the young men were unarmed, and secondly, they lacked martial prowess. A singular thought occupied Kangchi's mind: to bide her time. The burning wheat in the courtyard was of little consequence. Should they invade the house to seize valuables? It mattered not, as long as she ensured her own safety. She observed the intruders adorned with macabre decorations fashioned from human bones. Some had hairpins made from olney, while others sported caps crafted from pelvic bones. One individual bore a pouch at their waist, composed of a child's skull. Chapter 84. Pesticide attack. The gate was breached by the intruders, who rushed in with shouts. The wheat in the courtyard was ablaze, and they paused in shock at the sight. Outside, the air was frigid, yet inside, it was as warm as spring, with vibrant green wheat still thriving in the soil. They believed they were dreaming, rubbing their eyes to confirm the reality before them. One person reached out to pluck a cluster of wheat, inspecting its roots to ascertain whether it was an imitation. Upon realizing its authenticity, they erupted into jubilant exclamations. Kangchi scrutinized their faces and discerned that they were not fellow countrymen. The language they spoke was incomprehensible to her. The faces of these individuals were indeed quite filthy, making it a challenge to discern their features. They scurried about, traversing the courtyard as if they had stumbled upon a new world, only to discover fruit in the backyard. They plunged into the orchard, indiscriminately plucking the fruit without regard for ripeness, eagerly stuffing it into their mouths. A fray ensued among the group, trampling the garden into disarray. It was only after depleting the fruit that they recalled the presence of someone on the roof. Kangchi unveiled her secret weapon, a pesticide sprayer, concealed atop the roof. With one hand applying pressure and the other wielding the nozzle, she unleashed a torrent upon those below for several seconds. The individuals in the courtyard felt as though they were caught in a spring rain. Though they donned scarves, they lacked masks or gas masks. The warm pesticide rain cascaded over them, and the more astute among them sensed the peril, calling out in frantic, unintelligible words that Kangchi could not comprehend. Perched at the apex of the roof, Kangchi seized the moment to shoot arrows into the crowd, clad in thick leather garments. She was uncertain whether the arrows would penetrate their flesh. Regardless, her aim was to buy time and intimidate them, dissuading any advance. Prior to Lu Xiangbei's departure, she had practiced with him, and his commendation of her significant progress bolstered her confidence. Setting aside the pesticide sprayer, she grasped her short axe. She endeavored to evade incoming attacks. Though she could not avoid, she would block with her axe. The intruders, realizing her elusive tactics, began hurling stones at the roof, attempting to collapse it under the weight. A dozen individuals simultaneously launched rocks, making it exceedingly difficult for Kang-chi to evade. As she dodged the projectiles, she was unable to shoot arrows, providing two of them the opportunity to retrieve a ladder in an attempt to ascend to the roof. 6 individuals entered the house, taking advantage of their surroundings as they climbed onto tables to reach greater heights, wielding knives and axes to ravage the ceiling. They shattered the windows, shouting and violently dismantling the structure. Kang-chi, with her arms wrapped protectively around her head, braced herself against a barrage of stone assaults. In her mind, she silently counted down, calculating the time she had anticipated. 3, 2, 1. A chilling wail erupted from a courtyard of a neighboring home, echoing for several seconds, soon followed by the frenzied roars of the undead. The commotion halted the activities of those in the yard, prompting some to rush outside to investigate. From her elevated position, Kang-chi had a clear view of the unfolding scene. 3 individuals were present in the courtyard. One had sunk their teeth into another's neck, silencing the victim, while the remaining figure, bloodied and screaming, fled the yard. Chapter 85. The time has come. The shouts drew the attention of the accomplices, who collided with the fleeing figure, instinctively perceiving the flesh before them as irresistible. Kang-chi exhaled softly in relief. The timing of the toxin's effects aligned closely with her expectations. Had there been a significant deviation, she would have had no choice but to resort to firearms and confront them directly. The individuals previously injured by metal shards and glass were now succumbing to the virus within them, having transitioned from death to a ghastly semblance of life. Fortunately, the commotion from the Liu family's courtyard distracted attention away from the peculiarities exhibited by these individuals, even when one collapsed. The alarm raised by those nearby was overshadowed by the uproar from the courtyard. They were acutely aware of the virus's horrors, sparing no one. Not even those merely scratched or bitten by zombies. Anyone bearing a wound was marked for elimination. Kang-chi desired precisely this outcome. She endeavored to inflict pain, planting seeds of fear and doubt, leaving the rest for them to grapple with on their own. The intruders executed their task with efficiency. Out of the 30 or so who entered, only 6 remained. These 6, exhausted from the fierce battle with their 20 or so companions, resolved to press on and subdue Kang-chi. It appeared that beneath their garments, they wore something akin to armor, for when they clashed with their allies, Kang-chi could hear the dull thuds resonating. Moreover, these 6 individuals were tall and robust, capable of lifting a person with a single hand. Adorning their heads were helmets fashioned from human bones, impervious to crossbow bolts. The 6 divided into 2 teams, launching a coordinated assault to dismantle the Liu family's residence. Witnessing this, Kang-chi swiftly drew her pistol from her waist. Naturally left-handed, she had only conformed to write with her right hand. In truth, she could write with either hand. She had practiced with the crossbow using both hands, and the same applied to her firearm. She sprang up from the rooftop, aiming at the figures in the courtyard, unleashing 4 shots in rapid succession. Those struck collapsed, while the others began to flee. She paused to recalibrate her aim, firing 3 more rounds. Reluctant to use live ammunition for practice, her accuracy suffered, and it took her 15 shots to incapacitate the 6. One managed to escape her range, sustaining only a shoulder wound. As she prepared to fire again, the rooftop suddenly collapsed, and she fell into the house, landing heavily. Fortunately, the interior was cluttered with debris, cushioning her fall among the soft materials, resulting in only minor injuries. To pursue that person again would undoubtedly be too late. She struggled to rise, not only due to the impact of the fall but also because of the severe blows inflicted by the stones earlier. Every movement sent waves of pain throughout her body. At that moment, she suddenly heard a wolf howl. However, it was not a true wolf. It was Liu, whose cry she recognized all too well, as this creature would imitate wolf howls nightly. Since the intruder had entered the village, Liu had not made an appearance, and Kang-chi had worried that the intruder might have captured and killed him. Hearing his call, she felt a profound relief and allowed herself to rest amidst the debris. The fleeing individual bore no weapon, and even if Liu were to confront him, he likely would not suffer greatly. After the wolf howl, a human scream pierced the air, echoing throughout the village. I'm here, it's all right, don't panic." Kang-chi heard Liu's urgent footsteps and called out to indicate her survival. Chapter 86. Crisis averted. Lu clutched a broken wooden plank and tugged at it forcefully. Kong Chi urged him to stop, warning that it was perilous. She feared for his safety, as the rubble was strewn with sharp splinters and protruding nails. Don't move, I can manage to get out. Despite the pain coursing through her body, she crawled from the wreckage. Fortune smiled upon her. The broken beams had not crushed her, and the roofing materials had been thoroughly demolished by the intruders. The doors and windows lay shattered, and the furnishings within were in ruins. They may have overlooked the rabbit toy on the shelf, for it remained untouched. Kong Chi extracted a towel from the pile of debris and wiped the blood from Lu's mouth. He was unharmed. She sat beside the ruins of the house, cradling Lu's head and exhaling a deep sigh of relief. She temporarily resided in the Lu family home, feeling a twinge of guilt for the damage inflicted upon the property, even if it was not directly her responsibility. Perhaps if she had employed more decisive measures earlier, the house might have remained standing. With such thoughts in mind, Kong Chi took out a small notebook and diligently penned an IU. From that moment, her aspirations expanded to include aiding the formidable Lu in reconstructing his home. The rabbit plush toy remained unharmed. And although the garden lay in ruins and the crops had perished, the temperature within this small enclave remained unchanged. The protective fence outside the courtyard had been thoroughly breached by intruders, leaving the fields charred and the flames extinguished. When Kong Chi noticed individuals circling the village, she donned a layer of cotton clothing and leather pants, only to find herself drenched in sweat after all the exertion. She removed the cotton garments, leather trousers, and boots, rolling up her sleeves to inspect her arms, which bore numerous bruises. Upon glancing at her reflection in the mirror, she noted the more grievous state of her shoulders and back, particularly the latter, which had sustained the most blows, displaying an array of contusions that melded into one another. Her outer thighs and the sides of her calves bore similar marks, while the back of her hands showed signs of being struck by stones, leaving her with the sensation of fractured bones. Fortunately, her face remained unscathed. Kong Chi forced a smile at her reflection, though it appeared somewhat grim. After taking a moment to rest, she rose to clear the battlefield, retrieving 2 hooks from the butcher's home to drag the 30-plus corpses from the village to a designated spot for collective cremation. There was no need to reduce the remains to ashes. Merely transforming them into skeletal remains would suffice, making it easier to store them in boxes once cooled. With winter still in effect, the earth remained frozen, and digging was out of the question. As the bodies burned, Kong Chi ascended the village watchtower to survey her surroundings. She reasoned that even if the intruders had accomplices, they would likely hesitate to charge in immediately. Over 30 individuals have perished in the village, and as they prepare to send more, they must weigh their options carefully. Beyond the village lies an endless expanse of snow, with once fertile fields now buried beneath thick layers of frost. The northern wind howls as it sweeps through the village. Kong Chi has waited atop the watchtower for 3 days, yet no one has appeared. The tower is furnished with bedding, fur blankets, and a stove, along with a box of instant food. She has nestled herself there, vigilant for 3 days without sight of a single soul. Each house in the village stands empty. Yet she is reluctant to relocate and has instead erected a tent in the yard. Initially intending to move, she has taken this opportunity to sort and pack her belongings, preparing for warmer weather. The bones of the intruder have been placed in a cargo box, stacked in one of the yards, awaiting a time when the earth is warm enough to bury them. Chapter 87. Bury at the yard has been scorched by fire, yet this has left the land unaffected. Kong Chi continues to cultivate vegetables and melons. As her packing efforts approach completion, she harvests another batch of vegetables, drying them to store in the cellar. By mid-April, her preparations are nearly finalized, with everything destined for transport packed and labeled accordingly. The toil has left her weary and sore, and just as her external injuries begin to heal, she collapses in her makeshift nest. During the packing process, she has been retiring early, falling asleep promptly at 8 in the evening. After a particularly busy day, she resolves to stay up later, engrossed in a book until 10:15, when a sudden chill wind sweeps past her tent. Having resided at the Lu family courtyard, where the air is typically still and devoid of snow, it has felt like a world encased within a crystal sphere. The tent sways ominously in the gust, startling Kong Chi into action as she swiftly rises to grasp the knife and firearm beside her pillow. With a knife in one hand and a gun in the other, she attempts to extinguish the light but finds herself unable to free a hand. Kong Chi. My goodness. A dark shadow suddenly cast itself upon the fabric of her tent, eerily calling out her name. Startled, Kong Chi nearly pulled the trigger. Her knife had already sliced through the tent, leaving a gash. It was me. The ethereal voice seemed to emanate from the depths of the underworld. Come out. Nanxing's voice possessed an unsettling quality, always slow and foreboding. It seemed perilous to venture outside. Kong Qi recalled horror films where characters were beckoned to step out. It was best not to heed such calls. Yet remaining inside also bore risks. She was all too aware of Nanxing's formidable prowess. Could such a flimsy tent truly shield her from the formidable Nan? Kong Qi sheathed her knife and firearm. Crouching as she crawled out of the tent, there sat Nanxing beside the tent, and upon seeing her, Kong Qi's heart plummeted. Nanxing resembled a specter. Her face marred by 6 or 7 gruesome wounds, the deepest nearly reaching the bone. Erlu followed closely at Kong Qi's side, watchfully scrutinizing Nanxing, exuding neither goodwill nor hostility. Kong Qi hoped fervently that Nanxing would not become the second Li Qi. She hastened forward, asking, I have medicine. What do you need? Gauze, anti-inflammatory drugs, everything is here. Let us tend to your wounds. Nanxing offered a chilling smile, the corners of her mouth curling in a cold smirk. She raised her hand, inspecting the bloodstains on her fingertips. Blood trickled from her sleeve, saturating it entirely, rendering the source of the injury indiscernible. Kong Qi. Nanxing called slowly. Here. Although Kong Qi understood that Nanxing was a friend of Lu Xiangbei and not a malevolent spirit, she could not shake a lingering sense of dread towards this eerie woman. I cannot perish. Do collect your expressions for my funeral. Though Nanxing spoke with a fa of fortitude, her countenance grew increasingly pallid. What must be done for your recovery? Kong Qi merely wished to assist Nanxing. When she was absent from her sight, there was no cause for concern, yet now that she stood before her, inaction was not an option. Bury me. What? Not after death, but now, while I still breathe. A live burial? Indeed. Do not entertain such dark thoughts. Follow my instructions. Go dig a pit. At the usual place. Nanxing cast her gaze toward the spot where Kong Qi once intended to inter her. Chapter 88. Unearthing. Kong Qi had already harvested the vegetables from the yard and refrained from planting anew. The patch of land where she had previously prepared to bury Nanxing was now conveniently vacant. The northern realm lay encased in ice, and the courtyard of the Lu family was the sole area suitable for digging. Kong Qi chose not to enter Li Qi in the yard, fearing that future visitors to the village might disturb his grave. According to Nanxing's directive, this was merely a temporary entombment, which Kong Qi deemed acceptable. So she unearthed a shovel to excavate the pit. Nanxing urged her to dig as deep as possible. While she toiled beneath the surface, Erlu assisted from above, moving the earth that Kong Qi shoved aside, ensuring it did not obstruct the pit's opening. Kong Qi dug down over 2 meters deep until Nanxing declared it sufficient. Slowly, she rose and leaped into the pit. Kong Qi, standing at the edge, felt a pang of empathy. She had jumped into a hole over 2 meters deep. Are you unscathed? Kong Qi crouched by the edge, peering down. Cover me with earth. Nanxing lay at the bottom of the pit, her eyes closed. When shall I unearth you? Kong Qi brandished the shovel and began to cover her with soil. You need not worry. I shall manage on my own. Nanxing's voice was feeble, her clothes soaked in blood, her complexion as pale as parchment. Upon hearing her words, Kong Qi exerted herself vigorously to bury, while Earl remained nearby to assist. Having previously dug with his front legs, he now used his hind legs to scrape. In the courtyard lay a buried person, and unable to remain in the tent, she moved her sleeping bag outside, glancing occasionally at the burial site. The spot where Nanxing had sat was stained with blood, prompting Kong Qi to take up a bucket and wash away the crimson traces. As the night wore on, fatigue and drowsiness overtook Kong Qi. Struggling to maintain her vigil, she entrusted the task to Earl, instructing him to keep watch over the burial site. Though Nanxing insisted on emerging herself, the earth was too thick, and in her weakened state, how could she muster the strength to claw her way out? Kong Qi feared the possibility of having taken a life. While filling the pit, she planted a stick upright in the ground, resting it against Nanxing's arm. Should Nanxing move her arm, the stick would shift, and upon noticing this, Kong Qi would rush to assist in digging her out. With this plan in mind, she left Earl to keep an eye on the stick while she took a brief rest to replenish her strength. Earl remained dutiful, watching for 7 consecutive days. Whenever she had the chance, Kong Qi would take over the watch. Yet most often, Earl kept the night shift while Kong Qi took on the day shift. As the days stretched into a week, Kong Qi's unease deepened. Each passing day heightened her anxiety. She contemplated unearthing the soil to check, yet feared it might disrupt Nanxing's healing. A person buried for 7 days without sustenance would, by all accounts, have perished, akin to a direct interment. Fortunately, on the 7th night, Earl called out, barely half an hour into her slumber. Kong Qi was roused by Earl's urgency, and upon opening her eyes, she beheld him digging at the stick. She hurriedly rose to dig alongside LV. With her working above, while Nanxing toiled below, Kong Qi, hesitant to use a shovel, resorted to digging with her bare hands, donning only a pair of labor gloves. As she immersed herself in the task, she suddenly unearthed a pale hand, which startled her into a scream. The hand, seemingly engaged in an act of excavation, was soon accompanied by another, followed by a disheveled head, hair obscuring the face. Ah, it was me. Nanxing shook her head, brushing off the dirt that clung to her. Kong Qi noticed that there were no injuries on Nanxing's hands. She approached and gently parted the hair that concealed Nanxing's face, discovering that the wounds on her visage had vanished. Not only had they disappeared, but not a scar remained, rendering her past disfigurement utterly unrecognizable. Chapter 89. A fateful trial. Kong Qi hurried to fetch a basin, filling it with warm water, and provided Nanxing with a towel and soap to wash her face. After a swift cleansing, Kong Qi beheld Nanxing's still pale, yet smooth complexion. Unable to conceal her astonishment, she inquired, "Are you well?" "Yes, this place is quite remarkable. I had anticipated it would take a month to recover." Nanxing's gaze swept around, recalling her initial impression of the small courtyard's uniqueness, yet she had not imagined it would offer her such aid. "No need. I shall not wait for him. I have matters to attend to and cannot linger. As long as he lives, I require your assistance." Nanxing refrained from questioning the courtyard's peculiarities as she retrieved a bracelet from her bosom. "Very well, speak your wish." In the presence of this formidable figure, Kong Qi exhibited utmost obedience, her trepidation not hindering her willingness to serve. "He faces a perilous fate. You must safeguard him. If he survives, the power within this bracelet shall belong to you." Nanxing extended the bracelet towards Kong Qi. "What? No. Well, he is far more capable than I am. How can I protect him? It is he who has always safeguarded me." Kong Qi felt that this task was beyond her abilities. She simply could not assist. "You have saved him once. Why not save him a second time? It is possible. I am aware of many things, and you need not concern yourself with how I know them. Suffice it to say, I do." Oh, it was as if her words held no weight. Kong Qi internally scoffed. "My affairs are not progressing well, and I cannot approach him. You must help me save him." As Nanxing spoke, she began to calculate with her fingers. "She is calculating." Kong Qi's mind was in disarray. She recalled that Nanxing held a PhD in biology. She remembered the suspicions surrounding Nanxing regarding borrowing a corpse and dared not ponder her current situation. Yet, Nanxing remained concerned for Lu Xiangbei's well-being. Perhaps that was a positive sign? 3 months later, on the 6th day of the 6th lunar month, corresponding to July 10th, you must ensure that Xiaobei survives. Understood. I will fulfill this task. Kong Qi had intended to say "I will try," but upon meeting Nanxing's piercing gaze, she changed her words. Nanxing seemed to see what was invisible to her, her expression cold and her gaze icy. She responded with determination, yet uncertainty lingered within her. "What must I do?" Nanxing closed her eyes for a few seconds, and when she opened them again, the sharpness had receded. She pressed a bracelet into Kong Qi's hand, holding the bracelet, which felt metallic yet was warm to the touch, slightly warmer than her own body temperature. She said, "Once you achieve your goal, the power within the bracelet will naturally activate and belong to you." Nanxing stood up, casually tidied her hair, and then requested a set of clean clothes from Kong Qi to change into. Kong Qi effortlessly slipped the bracelet onto her wrist while searching for clothes for Nanxing. After Nanxing changed into her outfit and tied up her long hair, she cast a glance at the western sky before turning to Kong Qi and saying, "I am leaving now." Chapter 90. Moving the atmosphere was not only eerie but also imbued with a sense of cold isolation. "Oh, farewell. Take care." Kong Qi, an ordinary mortal, gazed at Nanxing's departing silhouette, akin to a humble inhabitant bidding farewell to an ethereal being. As long as Nanxing did not appear as the ghost sister, in Kong Qi's heart, she remained a transcendent figure. Nanxing departed without inquiring about the reason for the warm spring-like ambience of the courtyard or the source of the power that had hastened her recovery. Kong Qi's trust in her grew deeper, as a gentle warmth emanated from her wrist. The metallic bracelet felt like a constant source of heat, though its range was regrettably limited. She silently wished that it could warm her entire body. Lu Xiangbei also possessed the ability to foresee the future, a fact Kong Qi chose not to disclose to Nanxing, as Lu Xiangbei seemed reluctant to discuss it, and she could not divulge another secret without consent. It remained unclear to Kong Qi whether Lu Xiangbei could foresee his own impending calamity. Nevertheless, She opted to embrace the possibility and heed Nanqing's advice to seek him in the south. Nanqing had left her an address in a coastal city to the south, where Lu Xiangbei would arrive in 3 months. 3 months. Kong Qi was acutely aware that her time was limited, and thus the plan to move in spring must be expedited. The day after Nanqing's departure, Kong Qi took the map left by Li Qi and ventured into the northern forest to scout the way. Fortunately, the coldest days had passed, and the daytime temperature in the northern region had risen to around -20 degrees, with the wind's intensity noticeably diminished. Kong Qi loaded 30 pounds of supplies onto a sled pulled by 2 donkeys, while she herself rode a bicycle with a backpack strapped to her back. Accompanied by her dog, she brought along a flower-patterned ball and stored the perishable food in a cellar, covering it with foam, blankets, and windbreak cloth to protect it from the cold. In mid-May, she arrived at the location pointed out by Li Qi, a road tunnel. Both the entrance and exit of the tunnel were blocked by abandoned vehicles, and there were no zombies near the road. Those inside the cars had met their demise at the hands of someone, each having a uniformly sized hole in their foreheads. The position and shape of the wounds suggested they had been inflicted by the same individual. Since Li Qi had indicated this route to her, it was likely he had ventured here before. Kong Qi pondered that these zombies might have been slain by Li Qi during his previous visit. Following the map, she entered the tunnel where a car accident had occurred. Several vehicles had collided, with a small car crashing into a larger one, which lay across the middle of the tunnel, while the smaller vehicle had smashed into the adjacent wall, and a few others had rear-ended each other. This scene was chaotic. The front of the small car was severely deformed, and the seatbelt was wrapped around a skeleton in the driver's seat. The larger vehicle and the wall-collided smaller car nearly blocked the passage completely, leaving only a space of over a meter at the rear of the vehicles, just wide enough for her bicycle to pass through. At the tunnel's end, a vast, wide expanse awaited her. However, there were no vehicles outside this end of the tunnel. It appeared that the flow of cars had been halted by the larger vehicle. This road led into the forested area, indicating that after the outbreak of the virus, some individuals sought refuge in the deep woods, aligning with Kong Qi's current thoughts. She pedaled her bicycle along the forest road, venturing deeper into the woods, and encountered no other vehicles along the way. However, she did spot a considerable number of wild animals, all of which were frightened off by the 2 donkeys. After passing through the tunnel, Li Qi's map reached its conclusion. Beyond this point, no one could guide her further. Chapter 91, The Sturdy City. Kong Qi discovered that the road ahead of the tunnel bore no signs of abandoned vehicles or the remnants of the undead. Of course, there were no traces of human presence either. Though she yearned to continue her exploration, time was of the essence. She hurriedly planted colorful flags along the way before making her swift return to transport the village's supplies. She placed her trust in Li Qi, who, in her final moments, had indicated this location to her and circled the tunnel on the map, marking it as safe, thus she believed it to be secure. Kong Qi had no time to seek a hiding place for the supplies. Instead, she unloaded them into the tunnel and covered them with tarps to shield against wind and rain. Subsequently, she departed with urgency, embarking southward to support Lu Xiangbei. With only a month at her disposal, she traveled light, accompanied by her 2 donkeys, pushing forward with determination. The advantage of riding in a post-apocalyptic world was the absence of vehicles on the road, alleviating concerns of traffic accidents. However, the downside was the difficulty in sourcing supplies. If she lost her way, she would find no one to inquire for directions. Hence, Kong Qi chose to travel along the coastline, carrying only jerky and dried fruits for sustenance. She minimized her sleep, resting merely 4 hours each night, affixing a powerful flashlight to the front of her vehicle, rising early and traveling late into the night. At last, on July 9th, she reached her destination, albeit on the outskirts of the city. Along her journey, she encountered a horde of zombies, navigating through a sea of corpses before finally entering the periphery of Dongbin City. Here, she found a man-made high wall, reminiscent of ancient city fortifications, its outer surface smooth and unclimbable, rendering her unable to ascend. Carrying her 2 donkeys, she took a detour in search of a gate. And after an entire morning of searching, she finally located an entrance. Kong Qi concealed herself amidst the sea of corpses, gazing at the city gate, or perhaps better termed as a barrier gate. The heavy metallic door was perfectly sealed, towering 4 meters high and 2 meters wide, standing unguarded. Outside, hordes of zombies congregated, their relentless army thwarted by the towering walls and the gate. Yet they remained undeterred in their pursuit of the city. They neither launched a frenzied assault on the fortifications nor dispersed to wander elsewhere. Kong-chi realized it had been quite some time since she last encountered zombies. She could no longer assure the efficacy of her prior experiences. With no sentinels at the gate, she hesitated to approach and knock. Aware that the ground outside was swarming with the undead, exposing her specialty should she advance. Finding solace in an abandoned dwelling, she sought refuge to contemplate her next move. At that moment, Dongbin City experienced a chill of 2 degrees above freezing, the sky shrouded in dense leaden clouds, accompanied by a light drizzle. It had been ages since she last witnessed rain. As she sheltered in the small house, she pondered how to infiltrate the city. The exterior was teeming with zombies. Tireless and devoid of decay, should anyone dare to exit the city, they would undoubtedly face a siege. Yet, if no one ventured out, how did the inhabitants within sustain their lives? Had they achieved a state of self-sufficiency? The city walls loomed 20 meters high, their thickness unknown, and their surface smooth, presenting a formidable challenge for the zombies to breach. Watchtowers adorned the walls, and it was precisely to evade their scrutiny that she navigated through the throng of corpses. After pedaling her bicycle tirelessly, sparks flying from the wheels and her legs nearly giving way, she now rested, feeling her limbs weaken, reluctant to lift them even a fraction. With her elbows propped on the windowsill, she raised her binoculars to observe the movements before the city gate. The city gates were firmly shut, and for 2 hours, no one had entered or exited. Kong-chi felt a sense of urgency. Tomorrow marked the day when Lu Xiangbei would be in peril. Even if she managed to enter the city today, finding someone would consume considerable time. What if Lu Xiangbei was not well known in Dongbin City? At noon, Kong-chi resorted to gnawing on a piece of 5-spice jerky for her lunch. Lu, on his journey, hunted for sustenance, but upon entering the territory of the zombies, wild animals were nowhere to be found. Lu could go long periods without food, but if available, he indulged in steamed buns, tomatoes, and wild game, which were his favorites. Chapter 92. Silence reigns. Kong-chi embarked on this journey with light provisions, having not brought any supplies for Lu. Thus, if hunting proved unsuccessful, Lu would remain unfed, while Kong-chi only needed to satiate her own hunger. She stood guard outside the city gates for over 3 hours. Yet not a single vehicle traversed in or out. Even without vehicles, surely the townsfolk would emerge to partake in some activity, even if only to fly. Her anxiety for Lu Xiangbei's safety intensified. The safety zone in Dongbin City was indeed peculiar, and she sensed that something was amiss within the city. As the sun dipped below the horizon, she seized the opportunity to scale a nearby high-rise building, surveying the city from above. The only flickers of light she observed were faint glimmers, devoid of illumination, and there seemed to be no signs of life. A chill ran down her spine as she recalled the grim state of the zoo camp. She hastened down the stairs, weaving through the horde of corpses until she reached the city gates. The gate could only be opened from within. It was impossible for her to do so alone. Having learned to wield the flying claws, she adeptly scaled the gate and vaulted herself into the city. As her feet touched the ground, silence enveloped her. An unsettlingly illogical silence. Above, guard posts adorned the city walls, indicating that there were ordinarily watchful eyes monitoring the movements beyond the gates. She traversed through the mass of corpses. The guards might not have discerned her presence, yet the noise she made while scaling the gate was considerable. Even the zombies before the gate were drawn by the sound, gathering below and making a cacophony, suggesting that the sentinels should not have been entirely oblivious. Furthermore, upon her entry into the city, no one came to investigate her presence. Surrounding the city gate was a vast expanse of tents, along with makeshift shelters crafted from cardboard, plastic sheets, and various insulating materials. Traces of human habitation were evident everywhere, yet there was a conspicuous absence of people. The wind rustled the plastic sheets with a crisp sound, and Kong-chi could even hear the melody of a music box emanating from an unknown tent. The surrounding silence was so profound that she could hear even the faintest of sounds with startling clarity. She continually reassured herself that today was the 9th, not the 10th, and that Lu Xiangbei would be safe. The safe zone in Dongbin City was vast, nearly encompassing the entirety of the urban area. Kong-chi was unaware of Lu Xiangbei's whereabouts, nor did she know whether Nanxing referred to the 10th as midnight. Just a second passed. Thus, her time was limited, and her mission was urgent. She immediately commenced her search upon entering the city. Kong-chi's method of finding people was simple: seek out places where individuals might reside, and avoid entering houses that appeared long abandoned. As she ventured deeper into the city, her anxiety escalated. She encountered not a soul along the way, and the absence of any human voices was palpable. This situation did not resemble a zombie invasion. It was far more eerie and unsettling. If the safe zone had collectively evacuated, the tents and their contents, including personal belongings, remained behind, pots and pans untouched, and cooking stoves left at the entrance. This made little sense. Should they have been attacked by intruders, there would be bloodshed and bodies, yet none were visible. Kong-chi traversed from one residential area to another, approaching the city gate, where the vicinity of the city walls was largely occupied by tents, revealing the dire living conditions of its inhabitants, who possessed almost no furniture and whose bedding was both filthy and tattered. She found it perplexing that towering skyscrapers stood nearby, yet remained uninhabited, their entrances sealed and adorned with signs prohibiting entry. In the residential area, Kong-chi stumbled upon a dilapidated children's bicycle, which she managed to ride with considerable effort, navigating through the city's architecture in search of Lu Xiangbei's figure. Initially, she contemplated sending Lu out to search, but the peculiarities of the area made her apprehensive about letting Lu venture alone. Dongbin City, once the most prosperous coastal metropolis, had long since lost its former glory. Many structures lay in ruins, with collapsed buildings prevalent throughout. The shops lining the streets had been ransacked, and scarcely a window remained intact. In Chapter 93, Beneath the Ruins, Kong-chi pedaled the creaking children's bike through the desolate streets, her heart heavy with the fear that Nanxing's ominous words had come to fruition. Disaster had befallen the safety zone of Dongbin City, and all survivors within the city had perished. As night fell, the light rain transformed into gentle snow, and her search only deepened her despair. She fought against fatigue, her legs aching to the point of exhaustion, yet she pressed on, her anxious spirit overpowering her fear. Even as demons lurked in the shadows, she remained undaunted, calling out Lu Xiangbei's name at every residential area she reached. From dusk until dawn, she searched relentlessly, dripping with sweat as layers accumulated upon her body. The little bike eventually crumbled beneath her, prompting her to switch to another and continue her pursuit. As the sun set, she had scoured every residential area within the city. Yet not a single survivor was discovered. The zombies were isolated beyond the city gates, which remained unbreached, and within the city, there were neither corpses nor traces of blood. Where had all the people gone? Nanxing did not reveal the calamity that awaited Lu Xiangbei as Kong-chi gazed upon the desolate city. A wave of helplessness washed over her. Perhaps even if she comprehended the calamity that had befallen this place, she would still be powerless to assist, for it was beyond her capacity to contend with such forces. Dejected, Kong-chi sank to the ground. The city was as silent as a graveyard, yet it resembled an empty tomb. Suddenly, a firework soared into the sky with a whoosh and a bang, its explosive sound capturing Kong-chi's attention. She quickly rose and dashed towards the source. Whoosh, a second, a third. She meticulously memorized the location, estimating the distance between herself and that point. A total of 3 fireworks had illuminated the night, and there were no further signals. Kong-chi's long legs moved with the swiftness of a whirlwind as she raced towards the launch site. Upon her arrival, she discovered it to be a collapsed building, which appeared to have once been an office tower. It had suffered such devastation that its structure was shattered beyond recognition, resembling a severe case of comminuted fracture. The ruins had transformed into a mountain of concrete and bricks, with twisted rebar strewn about. She hesitated to climb, fearing she might become the proverbial last straw that broke the camel's back. Lu Xiangbei? The esteemed Lu? Kong-chi shouted at the edge of the debris. The song had been playing throughout the streets, covered by numerous celebrities online. It was hard for Kong-chi not to be familiar with it. It's me. It's me. I'm coming to dig you out. Just wait. Suddenly invigorated, Kong-chi extracted the folding shovel she always carried and began to excavate at the edge of the ruins. Lu, her companion, was placed on the ground, and he scuttled up the mound of debris, sniffing around until he halted and barked twice at Kong-chi. Without hesitation, she climbed up and began to dig from the very spot where Lu had paused. Here lies a fist-sized gap, and Kong-chi dares not excavate through it, for it may serve as Lu Xiangbei's breathing passage. Should it collapse, Lu Xiangbei would not succumb to a disaster, but rather fall victim to murder. Kong-chi digs from a nearby position, her shovel of exceptional quality, impervious to dulling even against stone. However, when confronted with concrete blocks exceeding the size of a watermelon, she can only unearth them by hand. Unable to speak, Lu Xiangbei's silence is interpreted by Kong-chi as a sign of his severe injuries, compelling her to toil without respite. Chapter 94. Exhaustion. Her gloves are worn through, fingers bloodied, yet Kong-chi remains oblivious to her own suffering. Her sole concern is the passage of time. The sky has darkened, and she recalls Nanxing's urgent words. She must rescue Lu Xiangbei before the 10th. She digs from dusk until the depths of night, ultimately unearthing a narrow passage, though it is too small for a person. It is just wide enough for Lu to squeeze through. Lu, laden with paper and pen, ventures inside, emerging with a note from Lu Xiangbei. He expresses his need for water and food. Kangqi promptly prepares a supply of water, a jar of jam, and 2 vials of blood replenishment solution for Lu to deliver. Before her arrival, Kangqi was unaware of the trials Lu Xiangbei would face. Anticipating potential injuries due to life-threatening circumstances, she brought an array of medicinal provisions. Lu serves as a courier, relaying items and messages between them. Upon reading the note, Kangqi learns that Lu Xiangbei's leg is pinned, one arm injured while the other remains functional. Encouraged by the prospect of rescue, she intensifies her efforts, digging until past 11 at night, and finally, she too can wriggle through the opening. She sheds her padded coat and trousers to streamline her form, donning only thermal wear as she ventures into the rubble. Seeing Lu Xiangbei still with his eyes open and witnessing him alive with her own eyes, Kangqi finally felt a sense of relief. However, Lu Xiangbei was suffering from a high fever. His lips were chapped, and his throat was inflamed to the point where he could not speak. Drinking water and eating jam was a considerable challenge for him. Kangqi ground the tablets into powder, mixed them with water, and carefully administered the concoction to Lu Xiangbei. Alongside the antipyretic, she provided anti-inflammatory medication and a detoxifying powder. She took her own padded coat to cover him and planned the next steps before stepping outside to continue digging. Despite his soaring temperature, Lu Xiangbei's mind remained alert. He gazed at the girl before him, her face smeared with dirt, her body coated in mud and snowmelt, and her hands bloodied. In that moment, a part of his heart, previously filled with hatred, unexpectedly softened. Kangqi ignited a large bonfire next to the ruins, tossing anything combustible into the flames to keep it ablaze, illuminated by the firelight. She persevered in her excavation and finally unearthed Lu Xiangbei in the early hours of the morning. Although his legs were merely pinned down, sustaining only superficial injuries, the primary concern was his high fever. Kangqi administered a sweat-inducing antipyretic, ensuring warmth and hydration for him. She arranged several mattresses within the tent, covering Lu Xiangbei with 2 layers of blankets. Next to the bonfire, she constructed a small fire to boil water, which she then warmed and offered him to drink. This marked the 3rd time she cared for the ailing Lu Xiangbei. The first was out of necessity, the second out of effort, and the 3rd time, she yearned to share his pain, hoping only that he would not perish. After he had sweated several times, Kangqi removed a layer of blankets. Yet fearing he would catch a chill, she propped up wooden boards and cardboard inside the tent, using blankets to block any gaps, effectively creating a warm nest for him within the confines of the tent. She gently wiped his sweat with a warm towel and every hour, she offered him warm water infused with vitamin C. By dawn, Lu Xiangbei's fever had finally subsided. Kangqi ventured into the residential area to gather edible supplies, discovering merely 2 pieces of compressed biscuits and 3 bottles of water. She boiled the biscuits with water to create a thin porridge and fed it to Lu Xiangbei. After breakfast, she administered the prepared medicinal concoction, observing his condition stabilize before indulging in a bit of dried meat herself. Exhausted, she leaned against the side to rest, yearning for just a moment of respite, but as soon as she closed her eyes, she slipped into unconsciousness. Chapter 95. A beautiful misunderstanding. She fell into such a deep slumber that she lost track of time, awakening to find herself covered with a quilt, nestled in the makeshift bed she had prepared for Lu Xiangbei. Yet, he was nowhere to be found in the tent. Startled, she sat up abruptly, and in an instant, all her troubles seemed to converge upon her, prompting a distressed scream to escape her lips. The fatigue from a month of arduous travel, the muscle soreness from pedaling and digging, and the sharp pain from her blistered fingers all surged forth at that moment. Upon hearing her cry, Lu Xiangbei swiftly appeared at the tent entrance, holding a bowl of hot soup, from which the aroma of meat wafted enticingly. "Is your hand hurting?" he inquired, placing the soup down to inspect her injured hands, which were wrapped in bandages, resembling 2 plump white piglets. "You're just tired. A few days of rest will suffice. Here, drink some soup." He brought the bowl closer to her, blowing gently on its contents. With her hands unable to grasp the bowl, Lu Xiangbei assisted her, lifting her up to feed her. Ah, the treatment of a patient is indeed splendid. After finishing her soup, Kangqi raised her hands and reclined, playfully shaking her feet beneath the covers, indifferent to the strain on her muscles. "What brings you here?" Lu Xiangbei pondered this question upon hearing Kangqi's call. "Her? Yes. Indeed, she is quite concerned about you. She is my cousin." "Ah, so you are related." I thought you were childhood friends. We are relatives. Though there is no blood relation, I am an adopted child. You are fortunate. I am an orphan, never having been adopted. Since childhood, I have been rather unlikable. A source of disdain for both cats and dogs, she chuckled. Who said that? Oh, cough. I said it myself. Anyone who could be your family would be fortunate indeed. Lu Xiangbei spoke with utmost sincerity, not merely to flatter. His earnest gaze left Kong Qi momentarily speechless, eliciting an awkward smile from her, as she felt a pang of emotion threatening to bring her to tears. Thank you. Lu Xiangbei shed his icy exterior, expressing heartfelt gratitude. Oh, no need for thanks. In fact, the esteemed Nan has compensated me. Kong Qi waved her wrist adorned with a bracelet. Without any reward, would you still come? Lu Xiangbei inquired, gazing intently into Kong Qi's eyes. Of course I would, she replied without hesitation. So, thank you. Suddenly, Lu Xiangbei smiled, his expression exceedingly gentle, causing Kong Qi to shiver in surprise. You were too polite. She laughed awkwardly. Kong Qi struggled with social interactions. Her prolonged stay in the orphanage was largely due to her aloofness. She seldom spoke to strangers, and when she did muster the courage, her words felt painfully stiff and distant. No one was willing to adopt her, this large ice block. At times, her gaze would even frighten couples seeking to adopt a child. There was once a couple who, upon leaving, whispered that she resembled a wolf cub, finding her appearance quite unsettling. As she grew older and pursued her studies and career, she struggled with social interactions, having very few friends. The various individuals who entered her life seemed akin to mere passers-by. The truth was that no one could penetrate the fortress of her heart. An ingrained sense of insecurity compelled her to keep others at bay. Driven by the fear of abandonment, she preferred to avoid intimacy altogether. Strangely enough, in this post-apocalyptic world, her shell seemed less significant. Chapter 96, A Confession? In a world ravaged by disaster, few survivors remained, and among them, at least half were synonymous with danger. Eliminating those she could not encounter, the number of individuals she could trust dwindled even further. Lu Xiangbei was one of them, and he was the one she trusted the most. She could not afford to lose him. As she anxiously searched for his silhouette in the darkness, her actions revealed her innermost thoughts. For the first time in her life, Kong Qi felt a longing to reach out to someone. Fortunately, she had not arrived too late. Thankfully, Lu Xiangbei was still alive. Kong Qi believed their relationship should evolve, transcending mere friendship, perhaps to the level of comradeship. After much contemplation, she finally managed to articulate a heartfelt sentiment. You need not stand on ceremony with me. Even if it means facing perilous challenges, I shall be there. She hoped this declaration would bridge the gap between her and Lu Xiangbei, demonstrating that she would stand by him unwaveringly. For over 20 years, she had never uttered such candid words. At this moment, her forthrightness caused her cheeks to flush. Lu Xiangbei cast a complex glance at the blushing Kong Qi and gently placed a warm towel upon her face. Surprised by the sudden impact, Kong Qi gasped as the towel struck her. Lu Xiangbei turned and exited the tent, believing that his heart had turned to stone, etched with hatred. To his astonishment, it suddenly began to beat violently, startling him. He approached the fire to prepare a meal, incessantly adding kindling until the flames threatened to topple the pot. At which point he abruptly halted, as if awakening from a trance. Confession? He murmured softly, his brow furrowing in contemplation, akin to grappling with an ancient riddle. No, he still had unresolved grievances. This was not the time for such thoughts. The thorn lodged in his heart remained unremoved, and until it was, he felt his existence was in vain. Meanwhile, Kong Qi lay within the tent, entirely unaware that her sentiments were being misconstrued. Lu Xiangbei did not disclose to Kong Qi that he had arrived in Dongbin City with a resolve to face death. When buried beneath the rubble, he felt a mix of resentment and anger but had ultimately accepted his fate, believing his demise was imminent. Kong Qi's appearance was nothing short of miraculous. He found it indescribable to articulate the emotions he experienced upon hearing her call for him. In the ensuing half-month, Kong Qi, alongside her old iron friend, tended to her injuries, exuding joy each day. Wherever Lu Xiangbei went, she followed, much like a small fish that thrives alongside a shark. She had never expressed such sentiments to childhood companions, declaring, "We are the best of friends," and in revealing her feelings for the first time, she found it somewhat overwhelming. Her tactics of drawing people closer had become increasingly conspicuous in Lu Xiangbei's eyes, causing him a slight headache. During his glorious past, he had garnered the affections of numerous admirers, many of whom were overt and bold in their advances, all of which he had unequivocally rejected. He was perpetually occupied with various affairs, leaving him no time for anything else. Moreover, in his pursuit of strength, he had been straining his health. At that time, he was unaware of how long he could endure, as he only wished to solidify his brother's positions and ensure their families remained untroubled in the impending apocalypse before he ultimately collapsed. He treated his brother's parents as his own and cared for his brother's girlfriends as if they were his younger sisters. However, his good brother had ultimately betrayed him. This grievance could not be left unavenged, yet now he bore a burden. He glanced down at Kong Qi, who was busy unwrapping a battery pack. Kong Qi, sensing Lu Xiangbei's gaze, looked up and flashed him a silly smile. Alas, Lu Xiangbei sighed silently within. It was perplexing how he had once easily dismissed those who intentionally approached him, yet now found himself unable to utter the words to send someone away. Not only did he refrain from driving them off, but he also felt compelled to search for them when they were not by his side. Chapter 97. Not returning after a fortnight of recuperation, the wounds on Kong Qi's hands had scabbed and begun to heal, and his muscles no longer ached significantly. Lu Xiangbei had reset his own arm. Aside from lacking food, water, and medicine, his other injuries were not severe. After taking his medication and replenishing his strength, his ailment quickly subsided. During this time, Kong Qi had inquired about the whereabouts of the survivors in Dongbin City and how Lu Xiangbei had ended up beneath the ruins. Kong Qi did not delve deeply into the matter. She merely inquired out of curiosity. However, as long as Lu Xiangbei was safe, the specifics of the process were no longer of paramount importance to her. Lu Xiangbei did not withhold information from her due to distrust. Rather, he simply wished to spare her the fright. Surviving in a post-apocalyptic world was arduous enough, and Lu Xiangbei did not want Kong Qi to be burdened by the grim and terrifying realities. To Feng Province? By sea? But there are no boats available. How will you cross? Perhaps by rowing, she suggested. That would be too exhausting. How about I accompany you? I can take turns rowing. Kong Qi acknowledged her growing reliance on Lu Xiangbei. She felt uneasy about letting him traverse the ocean alone, especially considering his frequent illnesses. Someone needed to look after him. There are many zombies over there, Lu Xiangbei instinctively offered as a reason, immediately regretting it, for this was the very thing that frightened Kong Qi the least. Rest assured, I will see you safely ashore. It will not impede your duties, and I shall not be a burden. Are there zombies? That cannot be. I must scout the way and help pave a secure route for you. Kong Qi's declaration of facing mountains of blades and seas of fire was not mere bravado. She was genuinely willing to risk her life for Lu Xiangbei, though their time together had been brief. She felt they had forged a bond akin to that of life and death through their shared experiences. Lu Xiangbei's demeanor towards her had also evolved. Initially, he had appeared fierce, and while he later assisted her in various ways, there remained a palpable distance. Now, however, he spoke to her with an easy familiarity, often laughing and even bestowing upon her the playful nickname of Silly Girl. I am merely doing good deeds. Please cease your personal attacks. All right, Kong Sharon, pack your belongings. We shall depart. Lu Xiangbei wrestled with his thoughts, aware that this journey would be fraught with peril. Rationality urged him to act alone. Yet he found himself unable to utter a word of refusal. He wished to tell Kong Qi not to accompany him, but voicing such a sentiment would undoubtedly cause her distress. Kong Qi was not the type to cling excessively. Her attachment was reserved for those she held dear. To put it plainly, Lu Xiangbei could not bear to see her unhappy. Little did Kong Qi know of the myriad convolutions within Lu Xiangbei's mind. She was simply overjoyed at the prospect of continuing to pursue their adventures together. In essence, she relished the idea of spending time alongside Lu Xiangbei. Upon arriving at a shopping center in the city, Lu Xiangbei procured various delicacies for her. Within the depths of that establishment lay a hidden store, stocked with supplies. Chapter 98. The two ride together with a dog. They set forth towards the seaside. Kong Qi was ushered into an underground passage by Lu Xiangbei, and it was then that she realized the routes in and out of Dongbin City were concealed beneath the surface. They traversed the subterranean corridor, navigating through layers of encircling zombies, ultimately reaching the dock's exit. The wharf was shielded by a wall of shipping containers, providing a sanctuary from the undead. Emerging from the city directly led them to the dock, ensuring a safe passage. Lu Xiangbei explained that there were a dozen fishing boats moored here, with fishermen venturing out daily to catch fish, shrimp, and seaweed. The sudden disappearance of survivors from the city left the fishing boats anchored at the wharf. As Kong Qi stood at the water's edge, she surveyed the vessels. Not a single large ship was present, only 4 small fishing boats, with the remainder consisting of inflatable craft and rowboats. Lu Xiangbei opted for an inflatable boat equipped with an outboard motor, which also came with 2 oars. Kangchi grew up inland, having never witnessed the sea or boarded a boat, her only experience being with the pedal boats in the artificial lake of a park. When she casually mentioned helping Lu Xiangbei row north, it was merely a figure of speech. In truth, she had never grasped an oar. Wasn't there a bridge to Tongfeng province along the coast? Perhaps we should consider taking the bridge? Although Kangchi had never been to the seaside, she had heard about the bridge's completion through the news from various media outlets a few years back. Even from her distant northern abode, the bridge posed certain obstacles, making passage challenging. However, you should be able to manage it. At that time, he was unfamiliar with Kangchi, and she had yet to appear. The zombie defense method was, naturally, effective. Now that Kangchi was present, they might genuinely attempt it. Then let us take the bridge, he said. But I cannot row. To take the bridge, they would have to journey to Huayuan City. Very well, let us go. Lu Xiangbei contemplated the hordes of zombies beyond Dongbin City. Realizing that traversing through the army of the undead would likely prove difficult, he rode a mountain bike while Kangchi rode an elderly tricycle, with Erlu seated in the cargo area behind. Dongbin City lacked underground passages leading to other cities, and upon leaving its confines, they would inevitably encounter zombies. They cycled along the coastal highway, where the primary targets of the zombie horde were the cities, with the main forces concentrated around urban areas, resulting in fewer undead along the shore. Lu Xiangbei had ceased using firearms. One hand gripped the handlebars while the other wielded a meteor hammer. When zombies charged towards him, he would swing the copper hammer, the chain connecting the handle to the head allowing him to strike forcefully, creating a pit with each blow to a zombie's skull. Only sporadic zombies lingered by the seaside, making it relatively easy for Lu Xiangbei to manage. However, human stamina was finite. They needed to halt for rest after cycling every 100 kilometers. Kangchi had grown accustomed to cycling, and his physique had been honed, allowing him to easily keep pace with Lu Xiangbei. Occasionally, they would pause to gather supplies, yet the success rate of Lu's hunting far surpassed their foraging efforts. The visible food reserves were dwindling, while the wilderness teemed with small creatures that often frolicked before them. From the north to the coast, Kangchi noted that the size of the prey captured grew increasingly substantial, although he found little in the way of proper food. He managed to fill half a backpack with seasonings. Lu Xiangbei took the initiative to handle the preparation of the game, meticulously cleaning it before handing it over to Kangchi. After marinating the meat, Kangchi placed it over the fire to roast slowly. The fare they enjoyed outdoors surpassed that which they had in Dongbin City. Chapter 99. The brave Erlu was the very creature Lu Xiangbei intended to rescue. He was well aware of its capabilities. In his previous life, he had encountered Erlu when it had fallen into the hands of his closest friend, tragically perishing before it reached maturity. Lu Xiangbei's desire to save Erlu stemmed from his wish to prevent it from becoming a pawn in his friend's hands, thereby bolstering his power. In Lu Xiangbei's memory, Erlu had been emaciated and unsteady, ultimately meeting a grim fate. In stark contrast, the Erlu before him was lively and vigorous, with bright eyes and a shiny coat, its robust limbs beginning to exhibit the majesty of a large canine. As the two walked along the coast, they successfully arrived in Huayuan City. With August upon them, temperatures rose to a pleasant 15 degrees Celsius, and the earth once again donned a cloak of green. Kangchi and Lu Xiangbei donned their spring attire. Huayuan City, a hub of tourism, had become a heavily mutated disaster area. However, the local zombies had neither migrated nor were there any outsiders encroaching upon this territory. Along the seaside, parks are abundant, and the presence of zombies is relatively scarce. However, near the bridge leading to Tongfeng province, the number of zombies gradually increases. Lu Xiangbei remains at a safe distance while Kangchi initially intends to distract the zombies herself. Unexpectedly, Erlu, with a live rabbit in its mouth, rushes into the horde of zombies ahead of her. The zombies, attracted by the scent of living flesh, pursue Erlu, which leads them to the shore. It leaps into the sea, and the zombies follow suit, plunging into the waves. Kangchi understands that the zombies will disregard Erlu, yet she is concerned about the ocean. The current is fierce, and she fears that Erlu might be swept away. You've grown too bold. Any further reckless actions will be dealt with according to military law. Kangchi pinches Erlu's ear gently, twisting it slightly. Erlu shakes its head, freeing its ear from her grasp, and scampers 2 meters away, tongue lolling, bearing an expression that seems to declare, I dare you to try that again. Kangchi is at her wit's end. Erlu is a dog with its own will. One cannot scold or strike it, for it is a clever creature. At this moment, the wind picks up, and the post-disaster weather forecast has ceased. Yet, the ominous signs suggest an impending typhoon. The sky darkens, thick clouds roiling, and the waves rise higher with each surge. Lu Xiangbei has been waiting for this day. He recalls that on this very date in his previous life, the zombie barricade they had erected was swept into the sea by a typhoon, allowing a group of individuals to infiltrate the new district of Feng Province, resulting in significant losses. Lu Xiangbei personally led the team to eliminate the intruders, sustaining injuries that cost him 2 fingers. This time, he intends to resolve the situation on this side of the bridge. As Lu diverts the zombies near the bridge's entrance, Lu Xiangbei swiftly approaches. He meticulously set traps around him in advance, then concealed himself in the shadows, observing the activities on the bridge through binoculars. The coastal winds grew increasingly fierce, sending plastic bags, paper scraps, and fallen leaves swirling through the air. Following Lu Xiangbei's instructions, Kong Qi would wait until the wind was strong enough to carry a person away before making her way onto the bridge. She had secured sandbags to her body and, having trained her lower body during her martial arts practice, was able to navigate the gusts without being swept away. Grasping the railing, she ascended the bridge, where the zombies had all been blown to one side by the wind. Her task was to inspect for any stragglers that had not been carried off. As she clutched the opposite railing, the wind, now mingled with rain, battered down upon her. During the tempest, Kong Qi felt the bridge sway perilously, while the zombies on the opposite side were swept away by the gusts. She crouched low, tightly embracing the railing, and secured herself with a rope. Chapter 100. The tempest. The force of the storm is beyond the capacity of the human body to withstand, and zombies are no exception. Furthermore, they lack the instinct to protect themselves. When their bodies lose balance, they cannot even grasp onto their surroundings. Kong Qi slowly maneuvered from one side of the bridge to the other, ensuring that all the zombies had been carried away by the wind and rain. Afterward, she illuminated a signal light resembling a flashlight to communicate with Lu Xiangbei. The tumultuous waves battered against the bridge, and she felt as though it could be torn apart at any moment. The fear coursing through her as she remained on the bridge was palpable. Yet Lu Xiangbei had instructed her to stay put and await his arrival. She edged toward the head of the bridge, while technically not having descended. She was no longer over the sea, but on solid ground. Various debris swirled in the air, and trees along the shore had been uprooted, leaving broken branches strewn about. Kong Qi huddled beneath the thickest pillar at the bridge's edge as the tumultuous waves relentlessly battered the structure. The shattered torrents crashed against her, and the fierce wind and rain rendered her unable to open her eyes. An hour later, Lu Xiangbei finally appeared, struggling against the storm's fury. Watching him approach filled Kong Qi with trepidation, fearing that he might be swept into the sea with a single misstep. Fortunately, Lu Xiangbei was more resilient than she, crossing the bridge unscathed. Concerned that he might be blown away, she embraced him as he drew near, her body secured by a rope, freeing her hands from the need to grasp the railing. However, Lu Xiangbei misunderstood her actions, believing that Kong Qi was frightened by the tempest. To his surprise, this brave girl had moments of fear too, prompting him to reassure her, "Do not be afraid. Everything will be all right." Hand in hand, they descended the bridge, and Lu Xiangbei, relying on his memories from a past life, sought out a nearby refuge. Beneath the bridge, there was a tourist shop conveniently located near the exit. It was the sole sanctuary from the storm, devoid of any zombies. Lu Xiangbei led Kong Qi into the shop, making their way to the storage room at the back. The front of the shop was uninhabitable. Shattered glass doors and windows littered the floor, with shelves toppled in disarray as the wind and rain poured in relentlessly. The storage room, however, was considerably better, equipped with a metal security door and no windows, only a ventilation outlet, which kept the elements at bay. The door was unlocked, allowing them to enter without damaging the lock, and once inside, they could secure themselves from within. Kong Qi found a spot to sit in the storage room, utterly exhausted, both weary and cold. Their trek across the bridge had taken over 3 hours, and they had merely reached the transit area, yet had not truly set foot on the shores of Feng Province. She felt as though half her life had been drained away. Shedding her raincoat and leaning against the wall, Lu Xiangbei rummaged through the cargo boxes in the storeroom, extracting several towels and thin blankets. He removed his coat and shoes, wiping his hair dry. Noticing Kong Qi clad in a damp coat and soggy shoes on the verge of slumber, he hurriedly roused her, placing the towels and blanket beside her. Kong Qi resolutely stripped off her coat, sweatpants, and shoes, revealing a summer set of athletic wear beneath. Her sneakers were soaked, and her socks dripped water as she took them off. Lu Xiangbei constructed a makeshift bed from the cargo boxes, laying down knitted fabric for her to lie upon. Kong Qi dried her hair and feet before settling onto the bed, while Lu Xiangbei draped several layers of blankets over her. "Don't fall asleep before your hair's dry," he cautioned as he observed her eyes fluttering shut. The dog, Erlu, seemingly comprehending Lu Xiangbei's words, leapt to the head of the bed and gently pawed at Kong Chi's head. Its paws brushed against the pile of towels, leaving no black paw prints on Kong Chi's hair. In Chapter 101, titled Erlu's Dryer, it is revealed that before the calamity, Kong Chi had long hair. But upon moving to the village, she had opted for a shorter style for convenience. Sitting up, she mimicked Erlu's actions, shaking her head in an attempt to dry her hair. Observing her with closed eyes, vigorously shaking her head, Lu Xiangbei sighed and picked up a towel, cradling her head with both hands as he gently dried her long hair. Outside, the wind howled ferociously, accompanied by the incessant clatter of various objects colliding. Lu Xiangbei recalled that this typhoon had raged for 3 days in his previous life, during which a group, under the cover of wind and rain, had stormed the coast of Feng Province, mercilessly slaughtering the survivors in the vicinity. The area was inhabited by the most vulnerable, elderly, women, and children, yet the intruders showed no mercy, not even sparing pregnant women and infants. Lu Xiangbei decided to resolve their issues on the other side of the bridge, wishing to spare the unfortunate souls from further harm. Moreover, he aimed to avoid alarming the residents there, allowing him and Kong Chi to discreetly infiltrate the new district. After Lu Xiangbei finished his task, he sensed something amiss. As he lifted Kong Chi's face, he was taken aback to find her asleep. Throughout their journey, Kong Chi had never complained of fatigue nor slowed their pace. Lu Xiangbei had assumed her stamina matched his, and he admired her resilience. However, it now seemed he had been rather inattentive. When he leaned closer to Kong Chi, her hair dried completely within a minute. Noticing this change, Lu Xiangbei regarded Erlu thoughtfully, then chose to disregard it. Kong Chi, enveloped in profound slumber, was unaware that, in Lu Xiangbei's absence of attention, the metal bracelet on her wrist flickered momentarily. Kong Chi's nap was brief, lasting only a little over 2 hours, leaving her puzzled as to why she felt so drowsy. Given her usual vigor, the exertions of the past few days should not have rendered her so fatigued as to fall asleep while seated. Nonetheless, a brief rest proved beneficial. Upon awakening, she felt rejuvenated, devoid of any trace of weariness. Her athletic wear hung on a rack nearby, adjacent to Lu Xiangbei's attire, one set crimson, the other obsidian. Awake? Lu Xiangbei inquired, seated atop a pile of cargo boxes at the entrance, as he passed her a water bottle. "How long did I sleep? Did I impede our journey?" Kong Chi felt a twinge of embarrassment, knowing their plan did not include a midday rest. 2 hours, no delay. Then let us continue our trek. Do not force yourself. Rest a while longer. No need. I am fully recharged. Lu Xiangbei observed that Kong Chi's complexion was indeed quite good, her eyes sparkling with vitality, revealing no signs of fatigue, which put him at ease. He then proceeded to remove their wet clothing, tossing each piece onto Erlu's back, covering it with one garment for a minute before replacing it with another. "What are you doing?" Kong Chi inquired, puzzled by Lu Xiangbei's unusual method of placing damp clothes on Erlu. "Drying them," he replied, retrieving the thoroughly dried garments and tossing them to Kong Chi. He first covered her trousers, followed by her athletic shoes. As Kong Chi received the dry attire and the warm, dry shoes, her eyes widened in astonishment. What is going on? Chapter 102. Coming ashore after Lu Xiangbei had dried Kong Chi's clothes, he turned to his own. Erlu remained obediently lying on the cargo box, motionless. While Kong Chi witnessed this miraculous moment firsthand, she was certain that when they had first arrived, Erlu had not possessed such skills. On the day she reached Dongbin City, it had also rained, and Erlu had been right behind her, yet her clothes had not dried quickly. However, over the past month, Erlu had grown considerably, fully maturing. Its ears, face, back, and paws were all black, and around its neck was a band of golden fur, resembling a grand golden chain. The fur on its belly was also golden, although it was not visible when it stood. Only its paws were black, appearing as if adorned with small black gloves. It must be said that Erlu was increasingly embodying the stature of a northern elder brother. While using Erlu as a drying machine could be deemed a form of canine mistreatment, it was undeniably effective. As Kong Chi sympathized with Erlu, she draped her raincoat over him for an additional drying session. Kong Chi possessed a flower-patterned ball that kept her warm, yet she worried about Lu Xiangbei catching a chill. Thus, she devised a clever plan, wrapping the large scarf around the 2 donkeys and securing them behind Lu Xiangbei. The donkeys, no longer the size of small dogs, had grown quite large, creating a conspicuous bulge beneath the raincoat, shifting and moving about. Observing Lu Xiangbei's appearance, reminiscent of an extraterrestrial being, Kangqi could not suppress her laughter. Rather than being offended by her amusement, Lu Xiangbei felt a warmth in his heart, appreciating Kangqi's concern for him as she carried the dryer on her back. The duo set forth once more. The journey ahead was somewhat lengthy, and walking proved too slow, prompting them to ride bicycles. After some time searching, they finally found 2 usable bikes, and 2 days later, they officially entered the territory of Feng Province. By this time, the wind and rain had considerably diminished, offering only slight resistance while cycling, though they were not in danger of being blown away. They abandoned their bicycles near the toll station at the bridge, using ropes to slide down to the beach below, making their landing on the shore. Numerous villages surrounded the area, with some survivors of the Feng Province new district residing nearby. Stealthily, they approached the shore, and Lu Xiangbei, familiar with the terrain, guided Kangqi away from inhabited areas to a desolate region for rest. Due to the strong winds and relentless rain, the survivors in the coastal villages had not ventured outside for several days. Throughout their journey, Lu Xiangbei and Kangqi encountered no one. Their hiding spot was within a commercial district, where the stores had been stripped bare of supplies, rendering them devoid of customers. With the donkey brand dryer perched on his back, Lu Xiangbei found that his clothes dried quickly upon entering a building. Prior to their arrival, he had shared his plans with her, noting that there were over 100,000 survivors in Feng Province, yet very few locals had managed to endure. The survivors currently residing here are predominantly those who have migrated from coastal regions. Their leader is the good brother of Lu Xiangbei from a previous life. At this moment, the new zone of Feng Province has just been established, and in 5 years, its population will triple, leading to increasingly prosperous developments. Lu Xiangbei is solely consumed by thoughts of revenge against that individual. He has no intention of destroying the new zone or allowing innocent survivors to suffer for that person's sins. That individual is surrounded by constant protection, making it exceedingly difficult for Lu Xiangbei to approach him. Attempts to orchestrate his demise through calamity have proven futile. If he cannot eliminate him at the inception of the new zone, the task will only become more formidable in the future. At this juncture, there are still individuals within the survivor faction who oppose that person, and they possess formidable strength. In his previous life, Lu Xiangbei fervently aided that individual in garnering the trust and favor of the survivors, securing him ample support. Chapter 103. Where is your conscience? In this life, he has not been with his good brother since the onset of the disaster, yet he has remained vigilant regarding that person's movements. The powerful allies that once surrounded him in the past are fewer in this life. Nevertheless, there are still skilled protectors safeguarding that individual. Lu Xiangbei feels confident in a 1-3 confrontation, yet he lacks assurance in a 1-6 scenario. He has contemplated employing the simplest method of revenge, assassination, but he knows that such an outcome would lead to mutual destruction. After the calamity in Domban City, while lying beneath the rubble, he earnestly considered this method. At that moment, he resolved that if given the chance to escape, he would ensure that he and that person would meet their end together. However, to his surprise, the one who rescued him was Kangqi, a girl who completely disrupted his plans. No, it was not the plan that faltered, but rather his heart that became disordered. From the moment he could not bear to refuse Kangqi's request to accompany him to Feng Province, his resolve to embrace death began to waver. He could not lead Kangqi into death alongside him. Should he perish, it would be exceedingly difficult for her to escape Feng Province alive. Having chosen life, he must relinquish his assassination plans. What? You intend to join the new district? Kangqi expressed her surprise at Lu Xiangbei's scheme. Aren't you here to eliminate that individual? Lu Xiangbei had never disclosed any intent to assassinate anyone to her, and Kangqi's reaction caught him off guard. Surrounded by skilled individuals, the assassination posed great risks. Joining the new district seemed a more prudent choice, he explained. Oh, my ketchup is going to spoil. Kangqi murmured softly. What? Lu Xiangbei did not catch her words. Nothing. Is there anything you need me to do? You need not do anything. In fact, your presence makes it easier for them to trust me. Why is that? A person who is unencumbered is subject to too many variables. Am I then your hostage? What about your conscience? A phrase, you are my concern, nearly escaped Lu Xiangbei's lips, but he wisely held his tongue. The future remained uncertain, and such ambiguous sentiments were ill-suited for the moment. I will tell them you are my sister, lost for many years. That individual was familiar with Lu Xiangbei's family situation, yet he was ignorant of the circumstances surrounding Lu Xiangbei's biological parents. Claiming that Kangqi was his sister would also conveniently clarify what he had been occupied with over the past year, and why he had not sought that person out. What if they demand a blood test to confirm our relation? Kong Qi interjected. I am type B blood. Coincidentally, so am I. Let us hope they lack the technology for DNA testing. The two individuals devised a plan to discreetly emerge from their hiding place once the tempest had passed. After traversing several blocks, they would then take the main road in hopes of encountering a patrolling figure. Lu Xiangbei pondered that the chance encounter would likely be an adversary of that individual. For the time being, the Feng Province New District was divided into two factions, each occupying their respective territories. The Cross-Sea Bridge fell within the jurisdiction of that person, thus they proceeded with caution to avoid detection by his subordinates. Lu Xiangbei felt it necessary to clarify certain matters to Kong Qi, given her presence. Kong Qi listened intently, striving to memorize every name Lu Xiangbei mentioned. The nemesis was named Yuan, and his rival was Zhang Yiheng. No need to memorize everything verbatim, he advised. As they conversed and walked, a sudden authoritative shout commanded them to halt. Startled, Kong Qi immediately raised her hands in surrender. We mean no harm. We are merely survivors seeking refuge. Lu Xiangbei, however, did not surrender. He opened his arms to signify he bore no weapons. Over the past 3 days, their arduous journey had indeed rendered them fittingly resembling refugees. Where do you come from? For individuals wielding firearms approached them, among whom was a middle-aged man accompanied by 3 younger ones. It was the middle-aged man who posed the question. Chapter 104. Baidu, North. Lu Xiangbei stepped forward, slightly shielding Kong Qi with his body. Lu extended his snout, resting his chin on Lu Xiangbei's shoulder, vigilantly observing the newcomers. Just the two of you? Inquired the middle-aged man. Yes, this is my sister. It's far too cold in the north. We wish to relocate to the south. How did you cross the zombie bridge? The middle-aged man aimed his weapon at Lu Xiangbei. The bridge? Is this the Cross-Sea Bridge? I rode over, but I haven't encountered any zombies. Kong Qi feigned ignorance. The middle-aged man gestured toward the young man beside him, who then holstered his firearm and approached Lu Xiangbei to conduct a search for weapons. Kong Qi, displaying remarkable compliance, rummaged through her clothing, checking the pockets of her pants, tapping her abdomen and lower back, and finally shaking her legs. She was impeccably clean, devoid of any metallic objects, save for the bracelet adorning her wrist. Prior to their arrival, she had concealed the flower-patterned ball within a black silk scarf, tucking it into her bun. She reasoned that even if someone were to search her, they would likely not be meticulous enough to unravel her hair for inspection. Her proactive gesture proved effective, as they did not search her further. Once it was confirmed that neither of them bore any weapons, the 4 individuals relaxed. It was at this moment that the middle-aged man revealed their identities as members of the Feng Province New District Patrol Team. Kong Qi was taken aback when they produced their credentials, which resembled ancient tokens or waist plates, reminiscent of those often seen in classic martial arts films. The front of the badge bore the words Feng Bei Sun, while the reverse displayed a name and identification number. Kong Qi could not help but suspect that Zhang Yiheng was an enthusiast of antiquity. After all, crafting such credentials could have been as simple as cutting some cardboard. Yet, he had gone to the trouble of creating a faux antique waist plate, and a metallic one at that. In Lu Xiangbei's recollection, the Feng Province New District had consistently welcomed survivors seeking refuge, at least up until his demise. Furthermore, his good brother Yuan was eager to attract talent to compete with Zhang Yiheng, practically desperate for more individuals to join his ranks. Zhang Yiheng, on the other hand, faltered in his inability to perform theatrically, as he was a man of few words. He only knows how to treat others well through tangible actions. However, the issue lies in the fact that those around him have not yet encountered difficulties, and he has yet to demonstrate his superiority. As a result, people have been easily swayed by Yuan. Lu Xiangbei is an individual who fiercely protects those he cherishes. He regards his good brothers as akin to family, and even if they harbor ulterior motives, he will still show them favoritism. He has contemplated numerous times that his tragic demise in a previous life may be his own retribution. He even considered that mutual destruction with Yuan might be their best conclusion, for in his past life, he had allowed Yuan to inflict harm upon others. In this life, he has come solely for vengeance and believes he is unworthy of a tranquil and peaceful existence. That was until Kong Qi appeared in Dongbin City, gradually extracting him from the ruins with her bloodied hands. Lu Xiangbei had to admit that the moment he laid eyes on Kong Qi, he wished to live, not for revenge, but simply to exist. Alas, a disaster extinguished the nascent spark of vitality he had just begun to feel. The patrol team only escorted them to the outskirts of Baidu, where survivors were housed. Newcomers could only reside on the periphery. Kong Qi felt a tinge of novelty, for since the outbreak of the disaster, She had not truly mingled among the survivors. Previously, under Liu Xiangbei's protection in the capital, she had likely received special treatment. They were taken to the reception area, which included a little black room. New arrivals, due to their uncertain identities, needed to be observed for several days. Chapter 105. Joining. All newcomers must first be assessed for the possibility of corpse transformation and then checked for other infectious diseases. In the aftermath of the disaster, with the scarcity of medical supplies, those who have not succumbed to the jaws of death may still perish from other ailments. Infectious diseases, in particular, pose a significant challenge given the current subpar medical conditions, complicating both treatment and prevention. Kong Qi and Liu Xiangbei spent 7 days in the Black Room, during which they underwent a blood test, the results of which would only be available 3 days later. Each survivor residing in the new district possessed a pass akin to a pre-disaster identification card. The staff at the reception informed them that accommodations and jobs would be assigned uniformly, yet if they were dissatisfied with their assignments, they could seek alternatives independently. Having not interacted with large groups of her kind for an extended period, Kong Qi was uncertain whether the currency from before the disaster would still hold value in such a secure zone. Declining the assigned accommodation would undoubtedly mean they would have to pay out of pocket for a different place. Kong Qi's pockets were notably empty, as she had previously demonstrated upon encountering a patrol. Liu Xiangbei noticed her discreet glance at his pocket and reached inside, producing nothing but air. He opened his palm before her with a chuckle, saying, "No money. We are equally impoverished." The staff at the reception smiled reassuringly, stating, "Do not worry. The accommodations arranged are quite satisfactory." Kong Qi could make do, as she had never resided in particularly luxurious housing before the disaster. Liu Xiangbei received the key and address, leading Kong Qi to their assigned dormitory. In Feng Province, power had yet to be restored, and issues with water supply remained a challenge. To facilitate water access for survivors, the new district had assigned them to lower floors in the dormitory. Kong Qi and Liu Xiangbei were allocated a unit on the first floor of an older building. The place had been tidied up, which essentially meant that bloodstains had been cleaned. All personal belongings of the original owner had been packed away and sealed, leaving behind only furniture and cooking utensils. They had registered as siblings, thus receiving a one-bedroom apartment consisting of a living room and a bedroom. Liu Xiangbei decided to sleep on the sofa in the living room, allowing Kong Qi to take the bedroom. Yu Wan and Zhang Yiheng have just led their team to Feng Province, a place ripe for development, yet fraught with challenges and opportunities. However, this abundance of prospects also brings with it a heightened risk. For instance, there may be hidden corners concealing trapped zombies, and a survivor could inadvertently fall victim to a bite upon approaching. Zhang Yiheng, fully aware of the perils associated with the cleansing operations, has prohibited untrained survivors from participating. Initially, only armed personnel are permitted to conduct the search and clearing tasks, and once safety is assured, other survivors may engage in a secondary round of cleaning. Following this, a third phase will involve organizing, packaging, documenting, and transporting the collected items. When they arrived on the island, there were no living souls left, and naturally, no zombies either. They essentially stumbled upon a plot of land without effort. At this moment, neither Yuan nor Zhang Yiheng is aware of the whereabouts of the zombies in Feng Province. But Liu Xiangbei is in the know. Liu Xiangbei has been assigned to the transportation team, tasked with moving items organized from various locations. With a robust physique and a strong appearance, he caught the attention of the individual responsible for assigning duties, who placed him within the transportation team. Newcomers to the district cannot directly join the patrol team or become armed personnel. They must undergo a period of observation and experience. Kong Qi interprets these regulations as a matter of trust. Those who are not trusted cannot be assigned to critical positions. New arrivals are unfamiliar to everyone, and their abilities and temperaments require long-term observation. In summary, everyone has an opportunity for advancement, contingent upon their performance. Chapter 106, Street Sweeping. Kong Qi may not have navigated the safety zone before, but she comprehends Zhang Yiheng's concerns. Zombies represent an external threat, while the living embody an internal force. At times, issues arising from within can prove more terrifying than those from the outside. Zhang Yiheng is cautious, however, discerning the true nature of people requires time. The regulations he established for talent selection are rather sluggish. Liu Xiangbei once mentioned to her that newcomers received by Yuan would also be gathered together. Those who possess skills are expected to showcase them publicly, undergoing on-site examinations, and upon passing, they are assigned suitable positions. As for their backgrounds and character, those matters can be addressed later. Consequently, Yuan's team comprises numerous capable rogues, delinquents, and even murderers. Among Yuan's bodyguards, there are individuals of this sort. In his previous life, Liu Xiangbei believed that Yuan was oblivious, as these individuals disguised themselves exceptionally well. It was only at the moment of his demise that he realized Yuan had been aware from the very beginning and that she was as ruthless and unyielding as those individuals. Upon deciding to involve Kong Qi in his revenge plan, he began to recount the fragments of his past life to her. Kong Qi had already surmised that Liu Xiangbei was a reincarnate. Though it seemed absurd, it made a peculiar kind of sense. Liu Xiangbei returned to this world not to seize opportunities amidst turmoil nor to seek personal gain, but with a singular focus on avenging himself against Yuan. Such deep-seated enmity must stem from profound grievances. While Kong Qi is unaware of the circumstances surrounding Liu Xiangbei's previous demise, she can only imagine the tragic nature of it. Being an orphan herself, she comprehends how deeply Liu Xiangbei cherishes the warmth that others extend to him, as well as the fury stemming from complete trust being betrayed. Liu Xiangbei's adoptive parents passed away early, and he enlisted in the military shortly after graduating high school. Through diligence, he gained admission to a prestigious academy and subsequently joined a special forces unit based on merit. His sudden application for discharge was also prompted by Yuan. Though he refrained from disclosing the specific reasons, Kong Qi feels a sense of injustice on behalf of Liu Xiangbei, lamenting that he had misplaced his trust in the previous life, for he could have survived the apocalypse, only to meet a tragic end at the hands of the one he trusted most. She was delighted to partake in Liu Xiangbei's plan, signifying that he did not regard her as an outsider. As his steadfast ally in this lifetime, she was resolutely determined to stand by his side. However, she was accustomed to adhering to rules and would not engage in wicked deeds. Liu Xiangbei's plan was, in essence, quite straightforward: to assist Zhang Yiheng in securing the position of the highest leader in Feng Province's new district. Nevertheless, this was a life-and-death struggle, despite its simplicity. The plan entailed mortal stakes. When Liu Xiangbei inquired whether Kong Qi was afraid, she replied that she was not, having witnessed death before, and the fear had long since dissipated. Amused, Liu Xiangbei clarified that he was asking if she feared death itself. He chuckled at her response. This marked the first day of their respective duties. Liu Xiangbei reported to the transportation team, while Kong Qi went to the cleaning crew. Most female survivors were assigned to the cleaning team, and Kong Qi was tasked with sweeping the streets. Those allocating the work likely perceived her as vibrant and fit, believing she could wield a broom with ease. Indeed, Kong Qi's training was not in vain. Her arms were particularly strong, and her stance was stable. As she wielded the broom with vigor, she took on the responsibility of 5 blocks. The cleaning work was compensated based on quantity, and in the interim, the currency of the new district was food. The value of currency was calculated in meals. A packet of biscuits counted as 1 meal, and a loaf of bread as another. In days where one meal barely followed another, survivors sought primarily for staples, craving carbohydrates. Kong Qi was highly satisfied with the quantity-based distribution, despite the ever-present corpses clinging to the ground, making the cleanup somewhat cumbersome. She worked with great enthusiasm. Chapter 107. As long as we do not steal, the leader of the cleaning crew remarked that even desiccated corpses, if they belonged to zombies that had perished from violence, still harbored living viruses within their remains. Consequently, a complete set of protective gear was distributed to them, as alcohol or disinfectants proved ineffective against the zombie virus. Disinfection could only be achieved through high-temperature sterilization. Kong Qi, filled with enthusiasm, completed her assigned tasks ahead of schedule and stealthily ventured into other areas, where her companions had yet to finish. While the streets were immaculate, the interiors of the shops along the roadside remained in disarray. Tidying up inside the buildings was the responsibility of another team, so Kong Qi merely stood at the shop entrance, casting a glance within. The leader permitted them to collect items from the streets, such as watches, jewelry, clothing, and shoes. Once gathered, these could be stored in their pockets for collective high-temperature sterilization. The 5 streets under Kong Qi's jurisdiction were particularly bountiful, affording her ample free time. After finishing her sweeping duties ahead of time, she wandered around, utilizing the remaining moments to organize the items she had collected. The clothing from the corpses was undoubtedly unusable, yet the jewelry could be cleaned and repurposed after a thorough high-temperature steaming. Kong Qi primarily sought lighters and cigarettes. Although her time in this area had been brief, she discerned that cigarettes served as a key to forging connections. As she and Liu Xiangbei endeavored to establish themselves in the new district, interactions with others were inevitable, and offering a cigarette was an excellent way to initiate dialogue. The cigarettes on the corpses, weathered and exposed to the elements, were no longer suitable for use. Thus, she concentrated her search within vehicles, as rows of cars lined the streets, and the leader had not prohibited them from prying open car doors. Many items within the vehicles were remarkably well preserved, including tissues, bottled water, cigarettes, lighters, and even canned beer. In the trunk of the car, there was an abundance of items, prompting Kong Qi to procure a supermarket shopping cart to load everything inside. She then wheeled it over to the designated area, intending to steam everything, cart and all. From the trunk of a nearby vehicle, she discovered a folding bicycle, remarkably well preserved and seemingly brand new. Their work hours spanned 12 hours a day, during which they were allowed 2 breaks, each lasting an hour, to ensure they could dine in a clean environment. The meals provided were complimentary, though rather unsatisfactory, consisting solely of snacks or puffed foods. Throughout the aftermath of the disaster, she had scarcely experienced hunger, so the temporary absence of staple foods did not significantly affect her. The street cleaning team comprised solely of healthy women, while those with poorer health were assigned the more meticulous tasks. The streets that Kong Qi and her team cleared today would be attended to by a second group tomorrow for the organization and packing of store interiors. As she finished her shift and began to push her cart homeward, she was suddenly encircled by several individuals midway. Overwhelmed with anxiety, she hurriedly positioned the shopping cart behind her. Seize her. The assailants ignored the cart entirely, focusing their attention on her. What do you want? Kong Qi feared they intended to rob her, her tension escalating as she worried about safeguarding the cart's contents. Let her go. A voice emerged from behind her, Liu Xiangbei. Liu, brother? Kong Qi nearly exclaimed his full name in her surprise. Chapter 108. The doll-faced girl is not to be provoked. Though someone had a firm grip on her shoulder, she remained unfazed. During their journey, Liu Xiangbei had sparred with her daily, under Li Qi's instruction. She had mastered the boxing technique, with only practical experience lacking. Liu Xiangbei's daily sparring sessions had significantly enhanced her combat skills. As long as the opponent is unarmed and outnumbered, regardless of gender, Kong Qi remains unperturbed, seizing the moment while others are preoccupied with attacking Liu Xiangbei. And her 2 companions distracted by the unfolding skirmish, she deftly twists her shoulder, forcefully shaking off the hand gripping her. In swift succession, she unleashes an elbow strike to the face of the individual on her left and a punch to the eye of the one on her right. Clearly taken aback by Kong Qi's unexpected strength, the 2 momentarily falter, allowing her to break free. Instead of fleeing, she takes the initiative to counterattack, catching them completely off guard with her precise and forceful moves, revealing that she is no ordinary girl, but a seasoned fighter. Their anguished cries echo as she delivers 2 swift knee strikes, effectively incapacitating them, leaving them rolling on the ground, unable to rise for some time. Now, her physique is muscular and robust, yet she appears leaner than before. The coveted abdominal definition she could not achieve prior to the calamity is now evident, though she finds no opportunity to showcase it. Post-disaster, she opts for loose-fitting athletic wear, concealing her strength beneath the fabric, with only her soft, innocent visage visible. The 2 on the ground are deceived by her appearance, never suspecting that this seemingly fragile, youthful girl possesses such formidable prowess. Meanwhile, Liu Xiangbei dispatches his opponents with remarkable ease, leaving them incapacitated before they can even utter a sound. Observing the downfall of the would-be robbers, Kong Qi swiftly maneuvers her cart to Liu Xiangbei's side, exclaiming in relief, "You scared me. I thought they were here to steal something." Liu Xiangbei glances at her and quips, "Stealing people is far more severe, you know. One can flee, yet objects do not escape on their own. By the way, how did you arrive here?" Kong Qi glanced at the time. Her schedule coincided with Liu Xiangbei's end of work. Feeling uneasy, she came to check on him. Liu Xiangbei understood Kong Qi's situation, knowing she had never navigated the dangers of the unsafe zone. "Hey, I'm glad you're here. What should we do? Who should we entrust them to?" "Just hand them over to the patrol team," Liu Xiangbei replied, retrieving a small bell from his pocket. He gently shook it a few times, the clear chime echoing through the quiet streets. "Did you find that?" Kong Qi remarked, intrigued by the delicate bell. "Didn't your team leader give you one?" Liu Xiangbei inquired with a hint of displeasure. "She gave me a small bag, but I haven't opened it yet." Kong Qi rummaged through the bottom of her shopping cart and produced the small cloth bag from her team leader. Inside, indeed, was a bell along with a handwritten booklet. The cover boldly inscribed with the words "Work and Life Manual." Kong Qi stuck out her tongue, recalling that her team leader had mentioned they should review it immediately during the distribution. But she had been too eager to get to work to pay attention. The booklet detailed the bell's purpose. When danger arose or was detected in the new area, one should ring it, and the nearby patrol team would respond promptly. Chapter 109. The Gift. The bell needed to be carried at all times, a fact Kong Qi was unaware of due to her oversight. Lu Xiangbei raised his hand as if to pat her on the back of the head, but then paused, shifting to her back and playfully giving it a heavy pat. For the sake of my hard-earned money, please spare me the scolding. Kong Qi patted the shopping cart, which was brimming with various items, overflowing at the edges. The transport team lacks such benefits, yet their remuneration is double that of the cleaning crew. Remember, when faced with danger, abandon your belongings and flee for your life. Understood? Preserving one's life is paramount. Look at this. I specifically retrieved it for you. Isn't it cool? Kong Qi rummaged through the shopping cart and produced a wooden box. The box, though simple in design, was crafted from exquisite wood. Lu Xiangbei lifted the lid to reveal a completely black dagger nestled within. The instruction manual indicated it was made of obsidian, seemingly quite valuable. Likely a gift intended for someone special. Perfect. I shall present it to you. Lu Xiangbei extended his index finger, gently gliding it along the blade. A sensation of coldness that was not unfamiliar to him. However, it would merely serve as a collectible gift as he retrieved the sheath from the bottom of the box, sheathed the dagger, and secured it at his lower back. Kong Qi, reluctant to discard the box that housed the dagger, intended to use it for storing small trinkets or as a sewing kit. Its automatic locking mechanism was quite convenient. The patrol team arrived, drawn by the commotion, and found several men sprawled on the ground, two groaning while the others lay unconscious. They inquired of Lu Xiangbei regarding the situation. He pointed to Kong Qi, stating that these men had ulterior motives towards his sister. Kong Qi blinked forcefully, unable to muster tears, and instead adopted a look of indignation, gesturing toward the men on the ground and exclaiming, "How terrifying! They bullied me." The patrol members exchanged glances, then shifted their attention to the shopping cart pushed by Kong Qi and the work ID pinned to her chest as understanding dawned upon them. They proceeded to apprehend the men on the ground, and Kong Qi and Lu Xiangbei accompanied them to provide a statement. In gratitude, Kong Qi offered the 2 packets of biscuits she had earned that day to the members of the patrol team. However, the other party confiscated it, citing regulations, which slightly improved Kong Qi's impression of Baidu. The bag was filled with cigarettes and lighters. Some cigarettes were in packs, while others were loose. Having been subjected to high temperatures, it remained uncertain whether they had been dampened. Perhaps if laid out to dry, they could still be smoked. Kong Qi muttered to herself as she stuffed the plastic bag into Lu Xiangbei's arms. I see the patrol team and those armed individuals eyeing this. You might as well use it to get closer to them. Lu Xiangbei intended to express his gratitude, but just as the words were on the tip of his tongue, he suddenly altered his response. All right. Despite the fact that their stay here would not be prolonged, it was essential to have the necessary items. Look at these 2 lunch boxes. Once we receive the rations, we can cook and use them as bowls. Kong Qi held up 2 lock containers, still wrapped in their original packaging, new and unopened. In this post-apocalyptic world, the lives of survivors were precarious, and normal life had become a distant memory. Lu Xiangbei previously felt conflicted. He wished for Kong Qi to retain her zest for life, while simultaneously hoping she would not be so normal. Now, he silently resolved that, regardless of how challenging survival might become, he would endeavor to help Kong Qi maintain this semblance of normalcy. Ding, ding, ding. Unaware of Lu Xiangbei's inner turmoil, Kong Qi rummaged beneath the vehicle and retrieved a cardboard box, the packaging for a cool cup. She opened the box and poured out the instant noodles contained within. What do you think? A bountiful harvest. It was well hidden. It would have been a shame if those few hadn't seized it. Chapter 110. It must be fate. They should be able to take it, right? I have a master to teach me martial arts and a coach to spar with. Can an ordinary person defeat me? Indeed. Your current prowess exceeds the ordinary, yet one must not succumb to arrogance. Understood. Let us partake in some noodles. The dormitory is devoid of electricity and lacks a chimney, leaving us with no choice but to consume cold meals for the time being. The seasoned crispy noodles are quite delightful. As the 2 indulge in the crispy noodles, they share a bottle of purified water. In a seemingly magical manner, Kong Qi produces 2 lollipops from her pocket, offering one to Lu Xiangbei. Your task appears rather lucrative. Lu Xiangbei accepts the candy, choosing not to be courteous with Kong Qi. The days ahead are long, and once he has avenged his grievances, he shall reward Kong Chi with even greater gifts. The work is arduous, laboriously disposing of corpses, both filthy and exhausting. You know, today I encountered a zombie beneath a vehicle. Its body utterly fragmented, leaving only a head and half an arm, grotesquely adhered to the pavement, its mouth still twitching. Kong Chi animatedly recounted her experiences from the day. That particular zombie was far too feeble, having gone unnoticed during the earlier armed personnel's cleansing operations. Are you frightened? You ought not to be. I would swiftly grant it release with a shovel. What is there that one cannot consume? It is rather appetizing. The two engaged in conversation about the events of the day, reminiscent of their earlier companionship. Finally, Kong Chi had found a living interlocutor, and Lu Xiangbei felt the warmth of another's presence beside him. Kong Chi's mission was to blend in as a typical survivor, while Lu Xiangbei aspired to ascend, striving to reach a position where he could interact with Zhang Yang. All Kong Chi could offer him was to gather resources, forge connections, or cultivate relationships with others. Her unwavering efforts and heartfelt kindness towards him deeply moved Lu Xiangbei, further complicating the misunderstanding surrounding the concept of confession. Kong Chi and romance had always maintained a relationship akin to two parallel rivers, never crossing paths. She remained blissfully unaware that her words and actions had led Lu Xiangbei to misconstrue her intentions. The way she treated her close friend was precisely how she treated Lu Xiangbei. Had her friend possessed any chance of survival, she would have long since traveled to another city to rescue her. At times, she pondered that if that fateful phone call had never occurred, perhaps a glimmer of hope would still reside within her. Just as she had prophesied the timing of Lu Xiangbei's rescue, she would not relinquish her hope until that moment arrived. Indeed, Lu Xiangbei thoughtfully replied, "Is he still alive now?" "Alive? How wonderful. Perhaps your rebirth is not solely for vengeance, but also to save those you cherish." "Cherish?" "Yes, upon returning from rebirth. The first person you would wish to save must certainly be someone dear to you." "Not necessarily." Have you saved someone unrelated?" "Not entirely unrelated." Kong Chi was incensed by his demeanor and hurled a packet of biscuits at him. "Cough, this must be fate, right?" Kong Chi chuckled. Although she could evade zombies, it was far more challenging to avoid other survivors while foraging for food, especially when it came to warmth. Lighting a fire would inevitably reveal her location, while not doing so would surely lead to freezing to death. Chapter 111. Breaking out. Kong Chi also found herself curious. In Lu Xiangbei's previous life, prior to his rebirth, how long had she managed to endure in the apocalyptic scenario? Unfortunately, no one could provide her with that answer. On the 5th day of their arrival at the new beta camp, a significant event transpired. A group of individuals stealthily landed with the intention of raiding the camp's food storage. The public food warehouses in Beidou were numerous, as survivors relied on these stores for their meals. Along the coastline stood watchtowers, albeit not densely positioned, leaving certain areas inadequately monitored. Originally, these towers were not designed to fend off small numbers of zombies. They were intended to guard against hordes of the undead and large-scale assaults. Consequently, a few individuals took advantage of the night to land on the island, deliberately evading the watchtowers, making their detection quite challenging. The food storage at the Beidou camp was heavily fortified, making it a conspicuous target. A brief exploration within the camp would easily reveal its location. The raided warehouse happened to be situated not far from where Lu Xiangbei was working. Before his demise, a guard rang the bell, alerting them to the situation. The assailants were remarkably skilled, easily overcoming the guards stationed at the warehouse. By the time Lu Xiangbei arrived, only 2 guards remained alive. He seized a weapon from one of the fallen bodies and eliminated 2 of the robbers, rescuing an injured guard in the process. Lu Xiangbei's sudden appearance compelled the intruders to alter their strategy. With no rear exit in the warehouse, should they force their way in, Lu Xiangbei would be waiting at the entrance, ensuring their entrapment. Furthermore, having already lost 2 of their number, they were at a numerical disadvantage. Their initial advantage had stemmed from their speed and stealth, but with their presence now revealed, a swift resolution was no longer feasible. Retreat became their sole option. As they fled, Lu Xiangbei refrained from pursuit, understanding that the warehouse required protection. Both surviving guards had sustained injuries, and once the robbers departed, Lu Xiangbei promptly attended to their wounds, staunching their bleeding. Kong Chi and Lu Xiangbei were both taken aback by the unanticipated success of their plan. Lu Xiangbei was acutely aware of Zhang Yiheng's disdain for deceitful individuals, prompting him to labor diligently over the past few days, only venturing out after work to gather intelligence. His inquiries were solely focused on developments from Yuan's side, while the provisions of tobacco and alcohol that Kong Qi had supplied were nearly depleted by one-third. The sudden assault on the food warehouse unexpectedly elevated Lu Xiangbei's reputation, revealing his capabilities to others. When he registered in Baidu, he merely noted his previous military experience, omitting specifics about his role, leading the registrants to assume he was a volunteer soldier. The two warehouse guards bore witness to his true prowess. His hand-to-hand combat skills, marksmanship, and reflexes were nothing short of extraordinary, earning their profound admiration. Thus, the tale of Lu Xiangbei's valor in saving the food warehouse swiftly spread. As Lu Xiangbei's little sister, Kong Qi inevitably attracted inquiries about her. The first to approach her was Sister Niu, the leader of the street cleaning team. It was not only Lu Xiangbei who had been industrious and dedicated in recent days. Kong Qi had equally demonstrated her diligence. Consequently, team leader Niu Qinghua took a liking to her, often seeking her company during meals and engaging in brief conversations during work hours. Sister Niu's husband served as a food administrator, overseeing the registration, classification, and storage of public provisions. Following the incident at the food warehouse, she received news much sooner than others. Upon her return to work the next day, she sought out Kong Qi to inquire about Lu Xiangbei's situation. Kong Qi, not overthinking the matter, assumed that Lu Xiangbei had become a hero and others were simply curious about him. Thus, when Sister Niu asked questions regarding his age, height, and interests, Kong Qi felt no need to conceal any information and willingly provided her answers. On the morning of the third day, Kong Qi reported to work as usual. Upon entering her group, Sister Niu suddenly brought over a young woman and presented her to Kong Qi. Chapter 112, Introduction. What do you think? Sister Niu inquired, her face alight with anticipation. How about having her as your sister-in-law? She added with a squinting smile. No, that's not a good idea. Kong Qi mentally protested, but then considered that she lacked the authority to make decisions for Lu Xiangbei. Isn't your brother single? Sister Niu had already posed this question the day before. Yes, but it seems he has no intention of contemplating personal matters, Kong Qi reflected, recognizing that Lu Xiangbei, burdened by unavenged grievances, likely lacked the inclination for romance at that moment. Men should marry when they come of age. He isn't considering it, and since your parents are no longer around, you are his only family. Shouldn't you think about him? Kong Qi, devoid of parental figures and distant relatives, was entirely unfamiliar with the concept of matchmaking. Yet, having never experienced it, she had at least observed it from afar. She mused to herself, could this perhaps be the legendary blind date? Kong Qi's statement was undeniably exaggerated, yet in her eyes, Lu Xiangbei was indeed rather intimidating. Each day, as he trained with her, he tossed her around like a mere toy bear. She spoke without intention, yet the young woman's expression shifted, and she tugged at Sister Niu's sleeve, whispering, shall we go? Consequently, Kong Qi found herself preoccupied with thoughts of matchmaking throughout the day, her work efficiency dwindling. If one were to commend Sister Niu's discerning eye, the young woman was indeed fair-skinned and delicate, with a slender yet curvaceous figure, perfectly embodying an S-shape. In a time when everyone seemed to be muddling through, discovering such a pristine and enchanting young lady was no small feat. As evening fell, Lu Xiangbei did not come to pick her up, due to warehouse matters. He had been reassigned from the transport team to another position far from the cleaning crew's work area. Now, they found themselves separated, one in the eastern dormitory and the other in the west. Lu Xiangbei had equipped her with a collapsible baton, a convenient tool for self-defense. She concealed the baton within her sleeve and pushed her shopping cart towards her home. This path was one she traversed daily, often encountering fellow members of the cleaning crew. However, as she approached the dormitory complex, she found herself alone. The areas not illuminated by streetlights were shrouded in darkness, and with her vision impaired, her senses heightened. As Kong Qi walked, she sensed the presence of someone trailing her. Behind her lay an endless void of darkness, and the overcast sky offered no moonlight for guidance. Recalling Lu Xiangbei's warning, she abandoned her shopping cart and sprinted in the direction of her home. Yet, unbeknownst to her, others awaited ahead, and she was quickly intercepted. The entrance to the complex was narrow, flanked by two individuals blocking her path, while the deserted residential buildings loomed on either side, leaving her no avenue for escape. Forced to confront them, she immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. These were no ordinary thugs, but skilled fighters. Kong Qi swiftly retrieved a small bell and secured it to her waist, ensuring that the sound would alert her to movement while she engaged in combat. Facing two opponents proved challenging, especially against seasoned adversaries. Nevertheless, she resolved to protect her vital points, enduring a few blows in hopes of buying herself some time. However, her adversaries were intent on not allowing her a moment to linger. The sound of the bell would undoubtedly summon the nearby patrols swiftly. At that moment, the window of a nearby residential building suddenly swung open, and a shadowy figure appeared, scattering a handful of white powder into the air. Kong Chi thought to herself, "This is bad. Could it be lime?" Aware of its stinging properties, she promptly shut her eyes, turned, and crouched down, using her back and the back of her head to shield herself from the falling powder. Just as she settled into her crouch, two individuals blocking her path produced burlap sacks to ensnare her. Oblivious to the imminent danger, she did not see that one of her assailants had drawn a dagger, poised to stab her thigh. However, due to her rolling on the ground, he missed, the blade striking the earth instead. Suddenly, the sound of two barks echoed from a distance. "Erlu, Erlu, I'm here," Kong Chi shouted as she rolled, managing to escape from the confines of the sack after a few tumbles. The new district prohibited pet ownership, and Kong Kai had negotiated tirelessly for permission to bring Erlu along. Such conditions were exceedingly stringent for other dogs, yet fortunately, Erlu did not require food. The apartment door was locked, and Kong Chi had no time to ponder how it had managed to escape. She merely hoped it could divert the attention of her assailants. Erlu epitomized the adage that a biting dog seldom barks. It rarely made noise, but could deliver a ferocious bite when provoked. As it dashed forward, it barked twice, serving as a reminder to Kong Chi of its presence. The captors, witnessing the dog charging towards them, were compelled to allocate one of their number to confront it. Erlu was adept at hunting rabbits and wild boars, making it no easy task for a person to approach. One of the villains brandished a pair of nunchaku, swinging them with audacious flair in an attempt to intimidate Erlu. Undeterred by the weapon, Erlu nimbly leaped and dodged the descending strikes, choosing clever angles to nip at the villain's calves. It bites once and then releases, showing no inclination to linger, yet before it relinquishes its grip, its head swivels to the side, elongating the wound with its teeth. Although these lacerations may not be profound, the epidermis is brutally torn. Infuriated, the assailant curses, and upon hearing this, Kong Chi realizes it is none other than the language of neon lights. Meanwhile, she is engaged in combat with the remaining foe, who wields a knife, compelling her to remain focused. She strikes with precision, targeting the sensitive areas of the human body, the soft ribs. Erlu has bought her precious time, allowing her to equip her secret weapon. Lu Xiangbei has provided her with a pair of spiked rings, which she adorns on the middle fingers of both hands. When she strikes, it is a true display of raw power. The spikes are coated with snake venom, and as the assailant is pierced multiple times, he begins to feel unwell. The adversary engaged with Erlu also starts to sway, his steps becoming unsteady. At that moment, the patrol team finally arrives, swiftly subduing the two criminals. The individual who had been scattering powder on the first floor has long since fled. The patrol team collects a sample of the white powder from the ground, discovering it to be quicklime. Over the past fortnight, Kong Chi has been attacked twice, yet each time, she emerges unscathed while the assailants suffer grievous injuries. Members of the patrol team recognize her as Lu Xiangbei's sister, making such extraordinary occurrences seem less remarkable. With a brother possessing such formidable strength, it is only natural that she would not be lacking in prowess. Even their dog exhibits unmatched bravery, fearlessly confronting the assailants and mauling their calves to shreds. However, the wounds are superficial, causing minimal bleeding. The symptoms of the man resemble more of a poisoning. After Kong Chi completes her statement with Erlu, she steps out of the security office only to be enveloped by Lu Xiangbei, who seizes her arms and inspects her from head to toe with a scrutinizing gaze. "I am unscathed, nothing to worry about." Kong Chi chuckled softly. Chapter 114. Let it fetch you. Between the two of them lay a dog, and the atmosphere was unexpectedly warm. Lu Xiangbei hurried over upon receiving the news, rushing so fervently that a thin sheen of sweat broke out on his forehead. Aside from her disheveled hair and the dirt smudged on her clothes, Kong Chi appeared perfectly fine. Seeing her unhurt, Lu Xiangbei finally felt a wave of relief wash over him. He released her arm and reached out to stroke the dog's head affectionately. "Who attacked you?" Lu Xiangbei inquired, adjusting his breath and adopting a serious tone. "The neon people, and they even scattered lime. Luckily, my reflexes were sharp, allowing me to evade them swiftly." Noticing the white powder scattered behind her, Lu Xiangbei took her hand and hurried homeward. Kong Chi handed over the folding bicycle she had found, as she preferred pushing a shopping cart daily, deeming riding a bicycle inconvenient. In his haste, Lu Xiangbei had forgotten the bicycle at his workplace. Upon hearing of Kong Qi's assault, his mind had gone blank, overwhelmed by a sudden surge of fear. Reminiscent of the dread he felt before the passing of his adoptive parents. The thought of losing someone dear to him gripped his heart with profound terror. Upon confirming Kong Qi's safety, Lu Xiangbei regained his composure. Kong Qi, too, felt a chill of fear. Had it not been for Lu's timely intervention, she might not have escaped unscathed. By the way, Lu managed to run out on his own. Could it be that we were robbed? I left the door unlocked this morning and had asked Lu to fetch you after work. Oh, alas. I left work early today, hoping to arrive home ahead of time to prepare a meal for you. But to my dismay, I encountered a robber. My belongings. Fortunately, the patrol team returned them to my home, which is commendable and proves that you have heeded my words. Now I can rest assured. How could I dare disregard your advice? Ignoring it would only render me a punching bag during our training sessions. I long for the day when I can successfully retaliate as a punching bag. TCH. What foundation do you possess, and what foundation do I possess? No matter how much I practice, I cannot match your intensity. Do not be so dismissive. You still have ample room for improvement. I am but a frail girl. There is no need for further advancement. No, you must. You ought to become a girl who instills fear in your enemies. That would be the fierce goddess of the night. Then become that fierce goddess. Such an approach may hinder your prospects of finding a spouse. By the way, our team leader brought a young lady today and mentioned she wishes to introduce you to a match. Kong Qi recalled the matter at hand, although reluctant. She conveyed Sister Nio's intentions earnestly. Of course, I am referring to you. Would you consider going on a blind date? Kong Qi felt a twinge of anxiety. I will not go. Lu Xiangbei observed Kong Qi's face. Her expression and gaze clearly expressed resistance, yet she still managed to convey the message. I will not participate in blind dates, neither now nor in the future. Lu Xiangbei's gaze remained fixed on Kong Qi's face as he spoke gravely. I understand. Kong Qi felt a mix of joy and disappointment, though she was unsure of the reasons behind her emotions. She compelled herself to analyze the psychology behind Lu Xiangbei's words rationally. A person who is uncertain about what tomorrow may bring cannot possibly devise any plans for the future. Yet, Lu Xiangbei feels that his intentions have been clearly conveyed. He rejects the notion of blind dates, if he is to contemplate personal matters. It is solely the girl who has repeatedly expressed her affections for him, both overtly and subtly. Upon returning to her residence, Kong Qi does not hasten to change out of her soiled clothing. Instead, she rushes to inspect the contents of her shopping cart to ascertain if anything is amiss. Chapter 115. For him, Kong Qi swiftly dispels the fleeting disappointment in her heart, as if unwrapping a New Year's gift, retrieving items from the cart. Every nook and cranny of the dormitory is filled with her hidden food supplies. She delights in this game of concealment, often playing it with the children in her neighborhood during her childhood. No one could ever locate her hidden treasures, and eventually, her friends insisted that she only seek out their hidden items, no longer allowing her to hide them. However, their dormitory is quite small. No matter how meticulously she hides her belongings, if a thief were to search with the intent to ransack, they would surely uncover everything. Thus, she initially believed that Lu could stay home comfortably, at least helping to safeguard their possessions. Yet, Lu Xiangbei is unconcerned about the food. His sole focus is on Kong Qi's safety. The door to their home remains unlocked, merely ajar, when Lu ventured out that evening to rescue someone. The door stood wide open. Should a thief arrive, their home would be utterly emptied. She trusts that Lu Xiangbei's concern is genuine. He truly cares for her. Who does not appreciate being cared for? Kong Qi secretly revels in this thought, and soon presents her spoils of the day, a tang dao. This blade was retrieved from the hand of a lifeless body, clad in black leather, adorned with metallic chains around its neck and wrist. After being thoroughly cleaned, the blade gleams with a cold light, which Kong Qi offers to Lu Xiangbei. Isn't this knife splendid? You may use it yourself or gift it to someone else. I lack proficiency in wielding a long knife, yet there exists an individual who excels in this skill, to whom I can present it. Lu Xiangbei accepted the tang knife and performed a couple of flourishes in the air. Very well, arrange it as you see fit. Kong Qi was merely responsible for collecting. The only cold weapon she was adept with was a crossbow, or if one were to include a slingshot, then she possessed two. Such specialized weaponry would yield little efficacy in her hands and could indeed become a burden during a confrontation. Perhaps she herself was unaware. But when she spotted an item of utility, The first person who came to her mind was Lu Xiangbei. This would be beneficial for Lu Xiangbei. This would not. Followed by items they could jointly utilize, such as food and daily necessities, and only lastly considering her own needs. She remained oblivious. Yet Lu Xiangbei took note of her kindness, silently etching it into his memory. Kong Qi urged Lu Xiangbei to rest, for she had a surprise in store for him today. She hurried into the kitchen, pushing a shopping cart, and even closed the kitchen door behind her. In this day and age, kitchens had become mere decor, lacking gas or electricity. Survivors could only subsist on biscuits. Lu Xiangbei settled onto the sofa in the living room, his body at ease, though his mind remained active. He resolved to discuss with the security personnel the following day about permitting Kong Qi to commute with the two donkeys. Based on Kong Qi's descriptions, Lu Xiangbei surmised that the individual who had attacked her was the same one who had raided the warehouse that day. Their intention was not to kill Kong Qi, but rather to abduct her, potentially linked to the events of that day. The silver lining was that there was now only one assailant remaining. However, the drawback was also that with only one adversary left, they could easily conceal themselves, akin to a stone sinking into the sea. Just then, Kong Qi swung open the kitchen door, presenting a steaming bowl of soup. They refrained from cooking, subsisting solely on convenience foods, having never utilized a dining table since their arrival. Chapter 116. A rare hot meal. Kong Qi placed the soup on the table, her face a portrait of astonishment as she gazed at Lu Xiangbei. How did you deduce that? Lu Xiangbei chuckled softly. You haven't cooked anything that would produce smoke, so it must be prepared using portable gas. The only transportable gas sources are those used for outdoor cooking. The portable gas stove was discovered in the trunk of an off-road vehicle, accompanied by several unopened canisters of gas. You are exceedingly fortunate. I have scavenged extensively, thus increasing my odds, she replied, having gathered a substantial bag of instant noodle dry vegetable packets and chanced upon a small tin of lard. Today, she had the perfect opportunity to utilize the previously collected noodle cakes and these two ingredients to concoct lard scallion noodles, served in a bowl salvaged from the streets. The dish was garnished with a few drops of sesame oil. After days of consuming dried biscuits and bread, they finally had a chance to elevate their meal. Lu Xiangbei stepped forward to take the bowl from her hands, placing one bowl on each side of the table. The central bowl was filled with a savory soup of cured meat and kelp, as Kong Qi handed him a pair of chopsticks and a spoon. The time for cooking had been squandered by those wretched individuals, and the soup had not simmered long enough, but they would make do. Kong Qi pulled a chair and sat down, while Lu Xiangbei settled on the back of the sofa, facing each other with steaming dishes before them. The meal was already quite lavish. Without you, I would not have had the pleasure of such fare. It is entirely due to your capabilities. Wherever you are, you can indulge in delightful cuisine. While filling one's stomach is easy, savoring fine food is a challenge. With me around, I assure you, you shall dine well. In the future, I shall rely on you. Two individuals, illuminated by candlelight, gathered around a table to share a meal. This candlelight dinner marked a moment of togetherness. Recently, her sleep had been scarce. However, she was mindful that her restlessness might disrupt Lu Xiangbei's slumber. Lying in contemplation, sleep would eventually claim her when the time was ripe. Reflecting on Lu Xiangbei's words about luck, she felt a profound sense of introspection. The multitude of possessions she had amassed was not a mere consequence of fortune, but rather a testament to her industriousness. Her extensive labor and the numerous neighborhoods she had cleaned afforded her greater rewards than others. Lately, she brimmed with vitality, managing to feel invigorated after merely 3 hours of sleep and tirelessly working for 12 hours each day without succumbing to fatigue. Initially, she attributed this newfound energy to her martial training, though she had never experienced such resilience before. Upon further reflection, she surmised that a remarkable transformation in her constitution had occurred since the typhoon had passed, during which she had exhausted herself to the point of falling into a deep slumber on the transit island. No matter how fatigued she felt during the day, a brief respite at night would restore her vigor by morning. Just earlier, she had engaged in close combat with 2 assailants, despite their brutal assault. Leaving her body bruised and battered, the pain dissipated swiftly. While preparing a meal in the kitchen, she rolled up her sleeves only to discover that the bruises on her arms had vanished. Aside from her rapid recovery from fatigue and injuries, she had yet to discern any other peculiarities, and thus refrained from mentioning it to Lu Xiangbei. This change proved most beneficial for her work. She was capable of prying open the doors of 40 to 50 vehicles in a single day, employing crowbars, axes, and hammers in succession. In contrast, her colleagues, after sweeping the streets for a day, found themselves drained and lacking the strength to pry open cars. Even if one grits their teeth and perseveres, the following day is filled with aching muscles, rendering one unable to lift their arms. In comparison to others, Kong Chi naturally collects more. Chapter 117. Bringing meals. The news of Kong Chi's assault at night swiftly reached Sister Niu. Early in the morning, Sister Niu came to visit her. While Lu Xiangbei was in the living room practicing sit-ups, and Kong Chi was in her bedroom practicing martial stances, Sister Niu brought her 2 eggs, freshly laid by her own hen. When her family fled with the survivor group, they could not bear to abandon the hen they had raised for 3 years. It was fortunate that her husband was capable enough to prevent anyone from seizing their hen. Upon arriving in Feng Province, she continued to care for it, as the area was abundant in plants suitable for feeding chickens. Seeing that Kong Chi appeared to be in good spirits and did not seem injured, Sister Niu sat down to chat with her for a while. Although Sister Niu intended for Kong Chi to rest at home for a couple of days, Kong Chi graciously declined her kind offer. Sister Niu, visiting to check on the injured, felt it inappropriate to take items meant for the wounded. After 2 polite refusals, Kong Chi insisted, and Sister Niu ultimately accepted. Sister Niu was aware of Kong Chi's capabilities, thus she gathered more items each day than others. However, those were hard-earned possessions. While others may envy her, they lacked the strength to attain the same. Kong Chi had been robbed twice on her way home from work, with colleagues gossiping that she was too plump and had caught the thieves' attention. Today, Sister Niu came to discuss the possibility of changing Kong Chi's position. The new role would be relatively easier, primarily allowing her to finish work earlier and return home before dark. It is, after all, unsafe for a young woman to traverse the night alone. However, the remuneration was less than that of street sweeping, prompting Sister Niu to seek Kong Chi's opinion on the matter. Sister Niu expressed her thoughts, and before Kong Chi could speak, Lu Xiangbei eagerly responded. Indeed, your brother must be extremely worried, not at ease with you, a young girl, wandering about alone. Upon hearing Lu Xiangbei speak on her behalf, Kong Chi felt a tinge of regret but refrained from opposing him. They had come with a plan, and if she encountered trouble frequently, it would undoubtedly distract Lu Xiangbei, proving detrimental to their objectives. You 2 siblings share a wonderful bond, unlike my 2, who argue and fight incessantly, never allowing a moment of peace throughout their lives. Sister, we also bicker daily. He always beats me, Kong Chi replied. I can't believe that. Your brother cherishes you as if you were the apple of his eye, and yet he would strike you? Sister Niu dismissed her words, thinking Kong Chi was merely jesting. When she misbehaves, I have no choice but to discipline her. She certainly does not make it easy, Lu Xiangbei said, mimicking Sister Niu's tone and demeanor from when she spoke of her own children. A smile gracing his lips as he looked at Kong Chi. His playful manner elicited laughter from Sister Niu, who remarked on Lu Xiangbei's responsible nature as an older brother. Sister Niu then gently patted Kong Chi's hand and quietly inquired, Does your brother approve? Kong Chi understood her question and shook her head lightly. Sister Niu, not wishing to press the matter, sighed with a smile. The timing simply isn't right. Once all necessary discussions were concluded, Sister Niu advised Kong Chi to take a day to rest at home before reporting to her new position the following day. After Sister Niu departed, Kong Chi promptly made her way to the kitchen, busily preparing a meal. She fried the 2 eggs brought by Sister Niu in sesame oil, wrapping them in freshly made pancakes. The pancakes were filled with slices of luncheon meat, smeared with ketchup, and neatly packed into a salvaged lunchbox. A lunchbox and a dinner box were entrusted to Lu Xiangbei to take to his workplace. As he received the containers, the warmth seeped through his fingers, reaching deep into his heart. The last time someone prepared a meal for him was during his elementary school days, when his foster mother lovingly packed his lunch. Lu Xiangbei felt a surge of joy as he stepped out the door, holding the lunchbox. Kong Chi, enjoying a rare day off, busied herself tidying up the various items she had collected over the past few days. Chapter 118. Relocation to a new dormitory. The 2 of them had successfully passed their initial trial, prompting the higher-ups to decide on relocating them. This meant they would be moving to a dormitory with better conditions. Just as Kong Chi finished organizing their belongings, she packed away the items on the surface into cardboard boxes, ready to embark on their journey to their new home. Lu Xiangbei was already familiar with the new address, held the key, and had even borrowed a tricycle from someone else. Kong Chi loaded their possessions onto the tricycle, but Lu Xiangbei insisted she only take the smaller items, while he handled the heavier ones. In just half a month of living together, they had unknowingly accumulated a significant amount of belongings. The tricycle was filled to the brim as Lu Xiangbei pedaled towards their new residence. Kong Qi rode behind him on a bicycle, carrying a small bag and a few personal items. It was during working hours, and the streets were relatively quiet as they approached the center of the northern military district. Upon arriving at the entrance of a recently constructed community, Lu Xiangbei halted, retrieved the key to the gate, and called for Kong Qi to assist him in opening it. Accessing the community required a key, indicating a more stringent management system in place. However, the key was an old-fashioned one, and the lock was easily tampered with, suggesting a lack of serious deterrence. Should anyone wish to cause mischief, even with an electric lock, they would likely find a way to breach the entrance. Such management ensures that the children within the community cannot wander off unsupervised. The survivors have recently relocated to Feng Province, initially clearing only a small portion of the area, prioritizing the resolution of housing issues. Outside the community, the streets have been cleared to create a single passage for residents to enter and exit. The leadership aims first to address the essentials of sustenance, shelter, and employment for the survivors before contemplating other matters. The armed personnel operate in 3 shifts solely to swiftly eliminate threats and mitigate potential dangers, subsequently allowing ordinary survivors to undertake follow-up tasks. Every community allocated to the survivors has undergone thorough inspections by the armed personnel, from the ground floor to the rooftop, ensuring that no active zombies are present before dispatching cleaning crews. Kong Qi and Lu Xiangbei have moved into a new residence, which is significantly superior to their previous accommodation, a newly constructed high-rise. Their dormitory is located on the ground floor, which houses only 1 unit, while each upper floor contains 6 units. Living on the ground floor facilitates the transport of their belongings, and they promptly moved items from their tricycle into their new dormitory. The decor of this ground floor unit is so fresh that the scent of wood varnish still lingers. It appears the former owner had not yet moved in before the calamity struck. A brand new doghouse graces the balcony, its plush bedding untouched by pet hair, indicating it remains unused. As soon as the luxurious dwelling is cleaned, Lu promptly settles into it, finding it perfectly sized, compared to their previous small room. This new dormitory boasts an area 4 times larger. Kong Qi, however, does not favor spacious living, particularly in the absence of electricity. The scant furniture and few inhabitants render the space especially vacant, with the grand hall featuring only a sofa and lacking a coffee table or additional chairs. This emptiness stirs unease within her, leading her to reminisce about the cozy courtyard and small house belonging to Lu Xiangbei. She yearned for the cozy nook by the stove, where she could feel the comforting warmth even in slumber. The temperature at the end of August lingered around 22 degrees, dipping even lower at night. Chapter 119, The Cleaner. While pondering the southern regions, Kong Qi's thoughts drifted to the northern territories, where it was likely that some areas remained cloaked in unmelting snow. A twinge of homesickness tugged at her, reminiscing about the days spent tending to her garden. That evening, a visitor arrived at the new dormitory to deliver a new work permit to Kong Qi. He was the head of her new position, surnamed Zheng, and named Zheng Ximing, a man in his 40s. Zhang Yihing envisioned the restoration of the medical system, commencing with the resumption of a hospital's operations. Kong Qi discerned their intention to reside at Feng Gao's official residence if it were merely a short-term stay. They would not invest time and manpower in clearing the streets or relocating obstructing vehicles. Their approach would be swift, focusing solely on gathering supplies before departing. Boats were readily available in coastal villages, and survivors did not venture far, merely meandering along the nearby waters, paddling small boats without the need for fuel. Those unfamiliar with fishing awaited low tide to gather seaweed and conchs in groups. Kong Qi's new role at the hospital still entailed maintaining cleanliness, with work commencing at 7 in the morning and concluding at 4 in the afternoon. Due to the lack of electricity, the reactivated hospital opted for a private memorial hospital rather than a larger facility. The preliminary assessment of hazards had been completed, and the cleaning efforts were set to begin. As the person in charge, Zheng Ximing had to rely on his legs and voice to convey messages in the absence of phones or deliveries. After informing Kong Qi, he swiftly moved on to notify others, not lingering at her residence. Kong Qi placed the work permit into her coat pocket and, after finishing dinner with Lu Xiangbei, ventured out to familiarize herself with her surroundings. The community is impeccably tidy, with the ground, green belts, and children's play area all meticulously cleaned. In the children's play area, youngsters can be seen enjoying the swings and seesaws, while several young women supervise nearby. The presence of children playing outside suggests a commendable level of security within the community. However, the streets beyond the community do not share the same fortune. The world outside the courtyard walls resembles a post-apocalyptic scene. The urban area is densely populated, particularly in residential neighborhoods, where a higher population often indicates an increase in the undead. Aside from the main road outside the community gate, the other side streets are in a deplorable state of disarray. They merely paused at the crossroads to observe, refraining from venturing further. The Living and Working Manual for the Bedouin District explicitly states that survivors are prohibited from exploring unknown territories independently, with violators bearing the consequences. No one knows which corner conceals contaminants. One infection could lead to catastrophic repercussions. The task of maintaining cleanliness in hospitals is no less challenging than sweeping the streets. Some might argue it is even more arduous. Blood and various bodily tissues cling stubbornly to the ground and walls. The outpatient building of the hospital comprises 6 floors, attended by 12 cleaners, with 2 assigned to each floor. The first floor features 2 corridors, and Kong Chi is teamed with a girl named Yuan Fongfong, each responsible for 1 corridor. Armed with a long-handled iron brush and a bucket, Kong Chi approaches her designated area. The water in her bucket already mixed with the cleaning agent. Clad in a full set of protective gear, she raises her arm and begins her task. On the day of the virus outbreak, a staggering number of comatose individuals were admitted to the hospital, leaving the large medical facility overflowing, with no space in the lobby to receive additional patients. Some of the unconscious patients were sent to the nearest hospital with predictable outcomes. This private memorial hospital, though modest in scale, was not spared from calamity. As Kong Chi was engrossed in her task, she suddenly heard a shrill scream echoing from another corridor. She hastily set down her brush, seized the force stand against the wall, and rushed towards the sound. Upon arriving, she found Yuan Fongfong collapsed on the floor. Concerned, she approached and inquired what had transpired. Trembling, Yuan Fongfong pointed towards the ward door and stammered, There's a person. Her uncertainty lingered in the air as she hesitated to label the entity she had encountered as a zombie. Chapter 120. Fainted from fright. Kong Chi, holding the force stand, cautiously advanced towards the ward door. Prior to their cleaning, armed personnel had conducted a thorough inspection of each floor. If a half-zombie were to hide in an exceptionally concealed spot, such as a bedside table, it might have escaped detection. However, a person inside the ward should have been observed by the armed personnel. Thus, Kong Chi speculated that someone might have just crawled in, intending to pilfer something while they were still occupied with their cleaning duties. The 2 of them were responsible for the 3rd floor, while the 1st floor featured a platform accessible via the staircase. It was plausible to ascend from the platform to the 3rd floor with minimal tools, a feat achievable by Kong Chi. Extending the force stand ahead of her to guard against any sudden onslaught, she approached the ward door and cautiously peered inside. Indeed, there sat a figure by the window, facing away from the entrance, long hair cascading down their back. Adorned in a hospital gown, the silhouette bore the semblance of a woman. "Hello," Kong Chi called out. The individual remained unresponsive. Zombies were not typically so docile, with the exception of Feng Yongjun. Gathering her courage, Kong Chi took 2 more steps forward. The ward contained only 2 beds, and everything was arranged in its rightful place. The windows were shut, giving the room an air of tranquility, as if no dreadful events had ever transpired within its walls. "Hello?" She stepped forward, halting at a distance where she could reach the woman's back with the drip stand. She surveyed her surroundings. The woman's hands were clasped in front of her, and as her gaze descended, she noticed the woman's feet. To her astonishment, they were made of plastic. Prosthetics? Kong Chi hesitated, taking 2 steps to the side to gain a clearer view from a different angle. She then discovered that the woman's hands were also artificial. Looking at the face confirmed her suspicion. It too was plastic. This was merely a mannequin. With a heavy sigh of relief, Kong Chi turned to the girl behind her and remarked, "It's just a plastic model, a fake." The girl outside the door scrambled to her feet, and Kong Chi offered her a smile. However, the girl's eyes widened in terror, and she screamed once more, this time fainting with a dramatic roll of her eyes. Kong Chi was taken aback by her reaction, pondering whether her smile had been so unsettling as to induce such a faint. Swiftly discarding the drip stand, she rushed outside to assist her. But unable to apply pressure points through the mask, and lacking the skills to perform medical resuscitation, she resorted to lifting the girl and sprinting downstairs. Upon reaching the lobby on the 1st floor, she spotted Zheng Xingming standing by the entrance and hurriedly inquired what to do, as someone had fainted. Zhang Xingming asked how the girl had collapsed, to which Kong Qi explained she fainted from fright. What frightened her? Zhang's expression shifted, revealing his concern. I don't know. She first saw a plastic mannequin and thought it was a person, which startled her. With no doctor present, he declared, I'll go find someone immediately. Observing Yuan Fangfang with her eyes tightly shut, Zhang Xingming removed his protective suit and dashed out. In the building, there are currently no doctors available, necessitating the search for assistance from elsewhere. Kong Qi swiftly removed her protective suit and assisted Yuan Fangfang in doing the same, flipping the garments inside out and tossing them beneath the consultation desk at the entrance. Subsequently, she carried Yuan Fangfang outside the hospital to await the doctor. The woman appeared to be in her 50s, sporting a neat short haircut that exuded a graceful demeanor. When the doctor arrived, Zhang Ximing, noticing Kong Qi standing at the entrance, inquired from a distance of several meters, How is she? She's stable. Her heart rate and pulse are normal, Kong Qi replied. Having checked Yuan Fangfang's pulse multiple times, confirming it to be within the normal range, Zhang Ximing brought his vehicle closer, dismounting his bicycle with haste, and approached Kong Qi. A stethoscope hung around her neck as she first listened to Yuan Fangfang's heartbeat and then placed her hand on the pulse point at her wrist. Lacking any instruments, Kong Qi surmised that the Dr. Zhang had summoned might be a traditional healer. Her condition is relatively stable. She merely experienced extreme fright. Nothing serious, the doctor assessed. Chapter 121. Homeward bound Zhang Ximing gazed at the unconscious Yuan Fangfang. Puzzled, she has quite a strong disposition. She has faced several zombies without fear. Could it truly be the plastic mannequin that startled her? Indeed, in a ward on the 3rd floor, someone had placed a plastic mannequin there. Positioned with its back to the door, long hair cascading down, which was genuinely frightening at first glance. I shall investigate. Zhang Ximing frowned in contemplation, instructing Kong Qi to wait as he proceeded to examine the situation. Director Zhang. She fainted upon her second glance. She did not lose consciousness at first sight. Kong Qi suddenly recalled this crucial detail, realizing she had previously failed to articulate it clearly, and hurriedly added, What did she see during her second glance? Upon noticing me, I was engaged in conversation with her, reassuring her that it was merely a plastic model and that she need not be afraid. Suddenly, she wore an expression of sheer terror and fainted with a piercing scream. Had you seen that model? Zhang Ximing inquired. No, I had not. Upon her fainting, I hurriedly embraced her and rushed downstairs in search of you, with no time to spare for the plastic figure. Kong Qi nodded, perplexed by Zhang Ximing's sudden change in demeanor, sensing that something was awry. Why was Zhang Ximing so anxious? Kong Qi continued her journey, carrying a girl of similar stature for half an hour without feeling fatigued. Along the way, she conversed with the doctor, learning that his surname was Wang. He had indeed been a national physician before the disaster, practicing medicine for over 30 years and now aged 65. 65? You appear merely 50. Kong Qi expressed genuine astonishment. Devoid of flattery, I used to focus on health preservation, but now conditions are arduous. However, I have faith in Xiao Zhang. Everything will improve. Xiao Zhang. Zhang Yiheng. You are newly arrived and have yet to meet him, but in time, you shall come to understand his character. As long as we all unite in our efforts and follow his guidance to establish the camp, our future will brighten. Indeed, I perceive that he is a commendable leader. As they continued their conversation, they arrived at Yuan Fangfang's residence, where Dr. Wang approached to knock on the door. After a brief interval, someone finally opened it. Kong Qi beheld a girl leaning on a cane, appearing several years younger than Yuan Fangfang. Upon seeing Yuan Fangfang, the young girl called out sister. Kong Qi immediately clarified that the girl was evidently quite anxious. Dr. Wang reassured her that there was no cause for concern. Yuan Fangfang had merely fainted and would recover with some rest. Thank you. Please come in. The girl hurriedly invited them into the room. Kong Qi noticed that the girl's right calf was missing, and the pant leg that had been fashioned to cover it was trimmed with hand-stitched edges. She gently placed Yuan Fangfang on the bed in her own room while Dr. Wang attended to her. The girl poured 2 cups of water for Kong Qi and Dr. Wang. After a brief period, Yuan Fangfang awoke. Concerned about startling her, Kong Qi hesitated to approach. Upon seeing her sister by her side, Yuan Fangfang's expression visibly relaxed. Dr. Wang inquired about her condition, and, once assured that her emotions were stable and her health was not severely compromised, Kong Qi felt it was safe to draw near. Yuan Fangfang, upon seeing Kong Qi, displayed no signs of fear. Instead, she anxiously asked, I'm sorry, are you all right? Chapter 122. So terrifying. This person fainted from fright, yet was worried about her safety? Kong Chi was utterly perplexed. If that were the case, Yuan Fongfong had not fainted because of her. What did you see to be so frightened? Kong Chi pondered. At that moment, it had been just the two of them in the corridor, alongside the plastic mannequin in the ward. She could not fathom what could have caused Yuan Fongfong to faint. Zheng Ximing had mentioned that Yuan Fongfong had fought against zombies and had never fainted from fear. If she had encountered other living beings, there would have been even less reason for her to be afraid. Kong Chi, along with Yuan Fongfong's sister and Dr. Wang, shared a mutual curiosity regarding this matter. She pressed her lips together and said, "That mannequin. It moved." Yuan Fongfong spoke in a disjointed manner, describing the things she had witnessed. Dr. Wang urged her to calm down and articulate her thoughts slowly. If she felt overwhelmed, she could refrain from speaking until she was ready. Yuan Fongfong shook her head, asserting that she was fine and felt secure, yet she believed that the entity she had encountered might pose a danger. She felt compelled to share her experience, fearing that remaining silent could endanger others. "I am truly frightened. Otherwise, I would have reminded you to flee at once," she confessed, casting an apologetic glance at Kong Chi. "You fainted, and in my haste, I brought you out. Doesn't that mean you saved me?" "It signifies our shared fortune," Kong Chi reassured her. "Me?" Kong Chi felt nothing at that moment, nor did she hear any sounds. She glanced at Dr. Wang, who inquired if Yuan Fongfong had been overly fatigued lately. Kong Chi shared the same concern, fearing that Yuan Fongfong might be experiencing hallucinations. How could a mere plastic mannequin possibly stand on its own? Even if it were a robot, wouldn't it require a programmed directive to move? A chill crept down Kong Chi's spine as she envisioned the scene Yuan Fongfong had described. Suddenly, she recalled Zheng Xingming's reaction upon hearing the term plastic model. Initially intent on investigating the matter himself, he had locked the hospital entrance after listening to Kong Chi and rode off to summon help. What did this imply? Was it a sign of his fear to enter alone? He might possess knowledge that eluded Kong Chi and her companions. Kong Chi advised Yuan Fongfong to rest well and conveyed that she would wait for further notice at home. She contemplated the notion that if there were indeed something unwholesome lurking within the hospital, it would be prudent for them to refrain from visiting for the time being. After ensuring Yuan Fongfong's well-being, Kong Chi departed her home shortly thereafter. Upon returning to her dormitory with Lu Xiangbei, her stomach grumbled incessantly. Having left work early today, she hadn't even collected her pay. "What do you think that was?" Kong Chi subconsciously lowered her voice. "Perhaps a mere illusion." "I believe so too. But what if it is not? Then you have narrowly escaped a calamity." At that moment, Kong Chi could see the hand of the plastic model, and naturally, she could also discern its face, at least in profile. She felt that there was indeed something eerie about this situation, decidedly strange. After their meal, the supervisor came to inform her that she would not be required to work the following day, with the work schedule yet to be determined. Chapter 123. Something eerie. Kong Chi inquired about the situation at the hospital, asking if he had seen the plastic model. Zheng Xingming was reluctant to elaborate, merely advising her to rest at home. He assured her that should she be unable to return to work the day after tomorrow, he would arrange for her to be assigned to a different position. Zheng Xingming also brought her today as remuneration, but refrained from mentioning the matter of the plastic model. His silence only deepened Kong Chi's conviction that there was indeed something amiss. Initially, she had been uncertain, thinking perhaps she was overreacting. However, Zheng Xingming's demeanor clearly indicated something was off. If it were merely Yuan Fongfong's illusion, Zheng Xingming would have simply stated it outright. Moreover, the cessation of cleaning operations at the hospital suggested the gravity of the situation. With the day off from work, Kong Chi spent another day resting at home. On the third day, Zheng Xingming arrived at her doorstep at 6 in the morning to inform her that she would be working at another hospital. This indicated that they had completely abandoned the Memorial Hospital, opting instead for a different location to resume operations. Never before had Kong Chi felt such an urgent desire to communicate with her colleagues. She typically immersed herself in work, seldom engaging in idle chatter. Today, however, she was particularly eager to converse with her coworkers. She was the first to arrive at the workplace, signing in and collecting her uniform before proceeding to her assigned work area. Today, she was teamed up with a girl named Yu Yenshu. Kong Chi waited at the stairwell with tools in hand, anticipating Yu Yenshu's ascent. As she reached the top, Kong Chi called out to her, offering a peanut bar. While men often try to bond over cigarettes, girls find snacks to be far more effective. Upon receiving Kong Chi's gift, Yu Yenshu felt inclined to engage in conversation. Kong Chi quietly inquired if she knew the reason for the hospital change. She had indeed approached the right person. For Yu Yanshu was the very legend known as the divine beast Guayandaza. With Kong Chi initiating the gossip, it was only natural for Yu Yanshu to share. The two gathered in a quieter corner of the corridor, delaying their work for a chat. Kong Chi assured Yu Yanshu that she would compensate for any time lost in their conversation, allowing Yu Yanshu to relax and indulge in idle chatter. Not only did Yu Yanshu enjoy gossip, but she was also quite well informed. She had already gathered first-hand information regarding the incident that occurred the day before. Although she and Kong Chi were not on the same team at the time of the event, they were both in the hospital building, Kong Chi on the 3rd floor and Yu Yanshu on the 5th. When Yuan Fongfong screamed, Yu Yanshu heard it and realized something was amiss. However, she did not dare descend alone. Instead, she sought out another companion. And together they went down to assess the situation. By the time they arrived on the ground floor, Yuan Fongfong had already fainted, and Kong Chi was seen carrying someone down the stairs. They refrained from calling out to Kong Chi, not wanting to distract her. Yu Yanshu's brother was part of the patrol team that roamed through the Guayan, and thus she was privy to the unfolding drama. After Kong Chi and the others left, among those who went to the 3rd floor to check the situation was Yu Yanshu's brother. They dispatched a 7-member team to re-examine the hospital building. However, on the 3rd floor wards, they found no plastic mannequins, and despite thoroughly searching the entire structure, not a single humanoid figure was discovered. The patrol team members who went to verify the situation believed that Yuan Fongfong had either misinterpreted what she saw or had succumbed to hallucinations. Zheng Xingming, however, held a different perspective. His cousin was married in Feng Province, and her in-laws resided near the Memorial Hospital, established in the 1960s. This hospital had once enjoyed a modest reputation, but had suddenly fallen into desuetude. His cousin had heard from neighbors that the Memorial Hospital's lack of vitality was attributed to haunting. Chapter 124. A new colleague initially. His cousin was skeptical of such tales. However, one night when her child fell ill, she had to rush him to the emergency room of the Memorial Hospital. While the child was receiving intravenous treatment, she sat beside him, and as fatigue enveloped her, she dozed off on the chair, reassured by her child's stable condition. After what felt like only a brief slumber, she was startled awake by a sensation of someone tapping her shoulder. Assuming her child had awakened and was calling for her, she quickly opened her eyes to check on him, only to find him still deeply asleep on the hospital bed. Thinking it might be a nurse, she turned to glance behind her, only to behold a grotesque, contorted face grinning back at her. Terrified, she screamed and leapt from her chair. A nurse passing by in the corridor heard the commotion and rushed to the ward door, inquiring about the incident. Witnessing the eerie figure with disheveled hair disappearing into the wall, she pointed and exclaimed that someone was there. The nurse urged her to remain calm, suggesting that she must have been overtired from caring for her child and had merely experienced a nightmare. This harrowing episode was so unsettling that she recounted it to relatives and acquaintances. Zheng Ximing was also deeply impressed after hearing this. Later, when disaster struck and he experienced numerous events, he perceived that tales of ghosts were trivial. Zombies were the true epitome of terror. When Zhang Yihing chose to restart at the Memorial Hospital, he felt a sense of discomfort and recalled what his cousin had mentioned. However, he kept this to himself until Yuan Fongfong fainted from fright. When Kong Chi informed him that it was due to a plastic model, it prompted him to remember his cousin's experience once again. He recounted his cousin's ordeal to the patrol team, firmly believing that Yuan Fongfong had not been hallucinating nor seeing things. Moreover, with Kong Chi present, who was fully alert and had witnessed the plastic model sitting by the window, there was no reason to doubt. Upon hearing his account, the higher-ups took it seriously and decided to abandon the Memorial Hospital. After all, regardless of belief, the camp was most fearful of chaos, particularly when it came to the morale of its inhabitants. It seemed wiser to relocate, thus sparing the survivors from anxiety. In the future, as the camp developed, reconstructing the hospital could certainly be considered. Oh, is that so? Kong Chi, did you truly see a ghost? Perhaps, but it doesn't seem so. It's merely a plastic model, found in every shop window. How terrifying. In truth, every hospital has its ghost stories. My mother was a head nurse, and when she began working in a hospital during her youth, she heard many such tales. Did she ever encounter one? No, but her colleagues did. Oh dear. The more we talk about it, the more frightened I become. What should I do? I'm too scared to work alone. Let us do it together. All right. Yu Yanshu, with her vivacious and extroverted personality, was in her final year of high school when the calamity unfolded, facing immense academic pressure. As she engaged in her work, she conversed with Kong Chi, playfully mocking herself for not being the type suited for academic pursuits. Despite her parents' relentless pressure for her to study diligently, which had nearly driven her to madness, she now relished the liberation from academic obligations. The mere thought of not having to read brought her immense joy. Kong Chi, unable to resist dousing her enthusiasm with a dose of reality, remarked that once the camp flourished and life stabilized for everyone, schools would inevitably be reestablished. Yu Yinshu wrinkled her nose and shook her head, declaring, "No, by then I will be married. Let my child pursue education while I earn a living to support the family." Kong Chi erupted in laughter, finding Yu Yinshu's optimism to be a delightful trait, and her presence a source of joy. Chapter 125. Lunchtime, the two continued their conversation, finding the work to be far from tiresome. Kong Chi and Yu Yinshu each took on responsibilities, one sweeping the debris while the other cleared the dust, swiftly cleansing the entire corridor. Every scattered item was gathered into a cleaning cart, leaving only beds and cabinets in the wards, while offices and examination rooms retained merely their tables and chairs. They meticulously discarded remnants left by previous occupants, such as cups, water bottles, and assorted bric-a-brac. Bloodstains were scrubbed away, and dust was diligently wiped clean. The hospital featured a single broad corridor leading upstairs, with branching paths on either side. During their division of labor, they opted against splitting up, completing the left side together in the morning, with plans to tackle the right side later in the afternoon. Their movements were swift and efficient, and before noon, the left side was thoroughly cleaned. After changing out of their protective gear and sending it to the disinfection area, they set off together for lunch. The location for their work meals was adjacent to the hospital, formerly a flower shop, which was rather small, containing only 2 tables. Kong Chi and Yu Yinshu, disinclined to remain indoors, ventured to the nearby street after collecting their meals. They laid down some cardboard on the ground and settled down for a respite. Kong Chi received 2 packets of popcorn, while Yu Yinshu acquired 2 bags of rice cakes. Each offered the other a portion of their respective lunches. Yu Yinshu shared her mother's homemade vinegar seaweed with Kong Chi. After their meal, they reclined on the cardboard, with Yu Yinshu deliberately placing it beneath a tree to take advantage of its shade, shielding them from the oppressive midday sun. Oh, I am suddenly reminded of those days in school, dozing at my desk during the sweltering summer heat, where the classroom air conditioning seemed ineffective. Now, the heat has dissipated. The old man in the red hat mentioned that the weather is bound to grow colder. Perhaps we may never experience summer again. The old man in the red hat? Yes, it is said he is a professor specializing in meteorology, perpetually donning a red knitted cap. Did he mention how long the low temperatures would persist? He did. He claimed it would last at least a century, which is why Zhang has arranged for the digging of cellars and the construction of greenhouse shelters. Will the electricity be restored? It is uncertain. For now, we still rely on solar energy. And you? What about you? Where did you and your brother live before? Just the 2 of you? Not quite. We have encountered others, though we did not travel together. You must have slain many zombies. I suppose. Though I have killed relatively few, my brother has done most of the fighting. Your brother is capable and will surely be valued. With your own abilities, your lives will surely improve. Indeed, we all shall. Yuan Yinshu stifled a yawn, resting her head upon her arms, and soon succumbed to slumber amidst their conversation. Kong Chi, sensing the tranquility, quietly removed her jacket and draped it over Yuan Yinshu, while she gazed out at the street scene. The thoroughfare before the hospital's entrance was impeccably clean. Debris and remnants had vanished, the ground meticulously washed and finally treated with high-temperature steam. For the time being, it felt remarkably secure. Kong Chi observed that since the dawn of the new year, rain and snow no longer posed a threat of infection, thus even inclement weather no longer necessitated human retreat. After a half-hour nap, Yuan Yinshu awoke refreshed, wrapping her arms around Kong Chi's shoulders, exclaiming how long it had been since her last afternoon nap. With Kong Chi by her side today, she felt an extraordinary sense of safety, ultimately dozing off without realizing it. Tomorrow, I shall keep watch. And you too should indulge in a midday rest. Chapter 126. The mutation. Yuan Yinshu stretched widely, then flexed her arms in a playful display of strength. Fear not, for I am as robust as an ox. Her whimsical antics elicited hearty laughter from Kong Chi. Yuan Yinshu, with her long limbs and athletic build, indeed possessed a well-proportioned physique, her muscles defined yet not exaggerated. My brother was once an athlete. He trained me at home, and somehow, he transformed Lin's sister into a fierce warrior. Unlike your brother, who treats you like a treasure, mine regards me as mere grass. Precisely because I am treated as a treasure, training is essential. I spar with him daily, enduring blows, and it genuinely fortifies me. Indeed, that day you carried Yuan Fong down the stairs with ease. It seemed as effortless as cradling a pillow. Exactly. This demonstrates the efficacy of training in critical moments. It can save lives and rescue others. Wow. I should cling tightly to your leg right now, esteemed one, for you shall protect me henceforth. Just a short while after commencing work in the afternoon, the two suddenly heard a loud thud from upstairs, as if a heavy object had fallen to the ground. It is not uncommon for minor mishaps to occur while working, such as clumsily dropping items during relocation, resulting in a bit of noise. Therefore, Kong Qi and Yu Yanshu did not dwell on the incident. Before long, another series of sounds emanated from the staircase, resembling the clattering of a cup rolling down the steps. Yu Yanshu muttered a few words, questioning who among them was so careless today as to keep dropping things. Kong Qi replied, I shall go check and assist in picking up the items. Yu Yanshu acknowledged her response and continued to hold a cloth to wipe the glass. Standing on the windowsill, it was inconvenient for her to lend a hand. As Kong Qi approached the staircase, she discovered a stainless steel cup lying at the bottom of the steps. She picked it up and glanced upward, yet saw no one. Having just begun her new position, aside from Zheng Ximing, Yuan Fong, and Yu Yanshu, she was unfamiliar with anyone else. She was unaware of the identity of the person responsible for cleaning upstairs. They were working on the 4th floor today, with the 5th and 6th floors above them. The sound of the heavy object falling had originated from above, and now the cup had rolled down as well. A sense of unease crept over Kong Qi. She cautiously ascended the stairs, straining to listen for any signs of activity above. The silence was unsettling. If her colleagues were not simply slacking off, this was not a good sign. Suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a hint of red. Lowering her gaze to the landing of the staircase, she observed that the stairs had been cleaned. The dust wiped away. On the gleaming marble tiles, Kong Qi saw 2 drops of crimson liquid. She stepped forward and crouched down, gently tapping the red liquid with the bottom of a stainless steel cup. It was fresh and had not coagulated. Is it blood? Kong Qi pondered. It closely resembled blood. She continued her ascent, hoping to ascertain whether there were any traces of the red liquid on the upper floor. If it had dripped all the way here, it was likely that a colleague had been injured. However, upon reaching the next level, she found no crimson spots on the floor. After she and Yu Yanshu heard the noise, they did not detect any footsteps descending. She opened her mouth, intending to call out, Is anyone there? But another voice emerged more swiftly, Yu Yanshu's startled cry. When she rushed into the medication room where Yu Yanshu was, she beheld a zombie attempting to gnaw at Yu Yanshu's face. Yu Yanshu had leaned back against the windowsill, her lower back pressed against the edge, her upper body nearly tilting out of the window. The zombie clutched her, its head encased in a metal bucket, while Yu Yanshu used both hands to steady the bucket, preventing it from falling. The zombie's head was obscured by the bucket, rendering it unable to reach the delicacy before it. Chapter 127. The zombie inside the building. Kong Qi quickly call for help. Upon seeing Kong Qi, Yu Yanshu immediately shouted. Kong Qi was oblivious to Yu Yanshu's predicament and whether she had sustained any injuries. With considerable force, she dragged the zombie 3 meters away, then turned and lunged forward, lifting the metal bucket off the zombie's head and swinging her axe down. The axe embedded itself deep into the zombie's skull, striking precisely at the back of its head, nearly burying the entire axe head within. The zombie ceased its assault, collapsing motionless to the ground. Kong Qi hastily closed the door and locked it, then swiftly approached Yu Yanshu. Are you hurt? She inquired, grasping Yu Yanshu's arm and examining her for injuries. Fortunately, the zombie had no hands. Yuan Yanshu was so frightened that her complexion turned pale as Kong Qi grasped her arm, examining her repeatedly. Yuan Yanshu's protective suit remained intact, and her mask was properly worn. Kong Qi, That Li Rue. Who? A colleague from the 6th floor. Kong Qi released Yuan Yanshu and turned to observe the zombie lying on the ground. The creature was not clad in protective gear. Its attire appeared unusually clean, not resembling that of someone who had not changed their clothes in 2 years. A colleague from the 6th floor had transformed into a zombie, while those from the 5th floor had vanished without a trace. Kong Qi's heart, which had just begun to relax, now raced with concern. She opened the door and rushed out of the pharmacy to call for help downstairs. Make sure to lock the door, she reminded Yuan Yanshu before departing. All right. Yuan Yanshu was still reeling from the shock. her thoughts a chaotic whirlwind. She cast a glance at the zombie on the floor, hurried to the door, and secured it. This is bad, Kong Chi. Just as Yuan Yinshu's mind began to clear, she realized that there might be more than one zombie. If Kong Chi ventured out, it would be exceedingly perilous. She turned to the window, but alas, it faced the backyard, not the front, where Zheng Xingming was at the main entrance of the building. She scanned the room once more, her gaze landing on the curtains she had removed and placed on the pharmacy counter. Being on the 4th floor, she considered using the curtains as a makeshift rope to descend, but their length was insufficient. Suddenly, a chilling roar from a zombie echoed through the air, startling Yuan Yinshu. In a panic, she pushed the office desk, attempting to move it to the door to barricade it. However, the roar quickly faded, and she realized that the sound had originated from downstairs. Within Yu Yinshu, a sense of urgency intensified. She surmised that Kong Chi must have lured the zombies downstairs. In truth, Yu Yinshu was entirely mistaken. It was Kong Chi who, while descending, fortuitously encountered a zombie that remained oblivious to her presence. She was like air to the creature, allowing her to effortlessly dispatch it. After vanquishing the zombie, Kong Chi inspected its attire and noted its pristine condition. A foreboding suspicion crept over her, prompting her to hasten to the lobby on the 1st floor, only to find Zhang Ximing absent. She secured the hospital's entrance and barricaded it with a series of chairs. Zheng Ximing, the captain of the cleaning crew, would typically not abandon his post. With the chairs blocking the door, Kong Chi swiftly made her way to the window, flung it open, and vigorously rang her bell. The sound resonated upwards, reaching Yu Yinshu, who, upon hearing it, felt a weight lift from her heart, reassured that her friend was unharmed. Chapter 128. Intruders outside. Kong Chi continued to ring until the patrol team arrived, yet Zheng Ximing remained conspicuously absent during those fleeting moments. He had previously informed her that if he had personal matters to attend to or needed to use the restroom, he would hang a sign at the entrance. However, no sign was in sight, suggesting Zheng Ximing's absence was not routine. As the patrol team approached the entrance, seeking entry, Kong Chi called out to them, urging them not to come in, for there were zombies inside and Zheng Ge was missing. She expressed her concern for his safety, fearing he may have been pursued by the undead. "What is the situation inside?" inquired a member of the patrol team as they stood beneath the window, necessitating an upward gaze to converse with her. The patrol team called out to her, but unfortunately, they were unable to stop her. They dispatched 2 individuals to climb through the window to safeguard the living within the building. Typically, in such situations, they would allow Kong Chi to emerge first to rescue others, tally the numbers, and eliminate the zombies, tasks reserved for them and the armed personnel. However, Kong Chi acted with remarkable swiftness. Her focus solely on saving lives, disregarding their attempts to impede her. By the time the 2 patrol members entered the hall, Kong Chi had vanished without a trace. She braced herself for the worst, as her descent from the 4th floor had not presented her with any other colleagues, nor had she heard any cries for help. Upon colliding with a zombie on the 3rd floor, she noted the eerie silence from the 1st and 2nd floors. If the 2 zombies she had slain were indeed her colleagues from the 5th and 6th floors, where could their companions have vanished? One had transformed into a zombie, while the other had simply disappeared. It appeared to be so. Kong Chi felt that the occurrences within this hospital were even more bizarre than those of the previous one. Consequently, she could not rest easy knowing Yu Yinshu was alone within the building. Locking the door might not guarantee safety. Outside, she discerned a faint sound, the scraping of a chair leg against the floor. But soon after, a piercing scream from Yu Yinshu erupted from within. Without hesitation, Kong Chi charged through the door with her shoulder. Fortunately, Yu Yinshu had abandoned the idea of barricading the door with her desk. Otherwise, Kong Chi's forceful entry might have proven futile. Once inside, Kong Chi felt a gust of wind rush towards her head. Having trained under Lu Xiangbei for an extended period, her reflexes had become extraordinary. Just then, Yu Yinshu lunged forward, clutching the curtain, enveloping the assailant from head to toe. She tightly embraced the assailant, who was ensconced in the curtains, from behind and shouted loudly, "Hit him!" The pain from the blow to Kong Chi's arm was so intense that it rendered her momentarily dizzy. Gritting her teeth, she unleashed a powerful strike with her uninjured hand, landing a fierce blow to the assailant's head. Her fists had been honed to a strength surpassing that of a seasoned boxer. With a single punch, the assailant was momentarily stunned. A second blow sent him reeling. Nevertheless, Yu Yinshu refused to release her grip, fully aware of the peril that she and Kong Chi faced. Cut off his lineage. Chapter 129. Don't be foolish. Kong Chi was momentarily taken aback by her exclamation, her fist hovering in midair. The figure wrapped in the curtains emitted a wretched scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Without hesitation, Kong Chi delivered a third punch, striking the assailant's temple. This blow was potent enough to induce a concussion, and the assailant collapsed, curling into a ball on the ground. Kong Chi rushed forward, and Yu Yinshu handed her several rolls of tubing, which she used to bind the assailant's hands and feet, then wrapped the curtains around his head to blind him and prevent his escape. Chi-Chi, you are amazing. Look, this is his weapon. It must be a poorly concealed P. Yu Yinshu retrieved a slender bamboo tube from beneath the windowsill, one end equipped with a small button. Beside the assailant lay a segment of steel pipe. He had intended to ambush Kong Chi with it. Yu Yinshu explained that the assailant had climbed through the window, wielding a bamboo tube, seemingly poised to launch a poisoned dart at her. However, when Kong Chi knocked on the door, Yu Yinshu shifted her position, causing the dart to miss its mark. Yu Yinshu also noticed him and instinctively screamed, but the assailant discarded the bamboo tube in favor of the steel pipe, darting to the door in an attempt to launch a surprise attack on Kong Chi. Everything transpired in an instant. The three individuals had no time for contemplation, and all their reactions were purely instinctual. Kong Chi seized the bamboo tube, pressed a small button at the door, and a fine needle, as delicate as a strand of cow hair, shot forth from the tube, embedding itself into the wooden door. The needle was dark red, smeared with an unknown substance. Suddenly, Kong Chi recalled the peculiar incidents her colleagues had encountered earlier that day. Perhaps the culprit behind their infection and mutation was this very assailant. The armed personnel in the building had conducted a search and found no zombies, yet upon their arrival to clean, a series of transformations had occurred. This was no mere coincidence, it was a man-made disaster. The needle might have been coated with the zombie virus. We must not touch it. Kong Chi set down the bamboo tube, placing it atop her desk. As for Li Rui, Kong Chi nodded, and Yu Yinshu's eyes widened in fury. She picked up a steel pipe from the ground, aimed it at the assailant's head, and swung her arm down with force. The assailant cried out in agony, his voice interspersed with incoherent phrases. Kong Chi listened intently, discerning that it was in neon language. The last time she had been ambushed by three individuals, she had not seen the face of the one who scattered line. She only knew they spoke neon. Kong Chi called out to Yu Yinshu, urging her to cease the assault. Harming him excessively would hinder interrogation. He might be a neon individual attempting to raid the food warehouse. Is it him? It should be. We have him in our sights, and we shall turn him over to the patrol team shortly. Mentioning the patrol team, a sudden chill enveloped Kong Chi, her heart racing uncontrollably. Yinshu, did you hear anyone ascending the stairs just now? Kong Chi's voice was barely above a whisper. She gestured for her to help move the desk, and together they lifted it to barricade the door. What is happening? Yu Yinshu was bewildered by Kong Chi's intentions. Yet she placed her trust in her, thus following Kong Chi's instructions before voicing her doubts. Kong Chi approached the window and leaned out to inspect the surroundings, discovering a narrow ledge affixed to the wall, which provided a means to reach the adjacent window. What are you planning to do, Chi-Chi? Yu Yinshu inquired anxiously. The dangers within this building extend beyond just the neon figures. I sense an ominous presence. I must investigate. Regardless of the sounds you hear, do not venture outside. I will accompany you. No, you must remain here to keep an eye on this individual. We cannot allow him to escape. Then you stay and watch him while I go out. I possess greater agility than you. You must stay. At that moment, a profound unease enveloped Kong Chi, a sensation she had not experienced even while traversing through a sea of zombies. In Chapter 130, the arm is broken. Kong Chi reflected and realized her earlier assumptions bore flaws. The assailant was a living person who utilized concealed weapons to infect others, transforming them into zombies. How could the zombies not pursue him? Even if he fled immediately after administering the injection, the newly turned zombies would surely emit cries. Li Rui's appearance was eerily silent. At the time, Kong Chi was on the 5th floor, having only heard Yu Yinshu's call, yet not a sound from the transformed Li Rui. Li Rui was responsible for cleaning the 6th floor, and after her transformation, she descended to the 4th floor without a single sound. Was that plausible? The zombie that Kong Chi encountered on the 3rd floor had at least let out a few guttural groans. Most troubling to Kong Chi was the inexplicable disappearance of the patrol team. Just then, Yu Yinshu's startled cry disrupted her thoughts, compelling her to prioritize rescuing the individual, momentarily disregarding the patrol team. Reflecting on the situation, It dawned upon her that the patrollers had entered to protect them. Upon hearing Yu Yanshu's startled scream, they must have rushed in for rescue. Yet, how could they have suddenly vanished? Together with Yu Yanshu, she had subdued the assailant, bound him, and exchanged a few words. The entire ordeal had lasted approximately 10 minutes, and the patrol should have ascended by now. Bearing the excruciating pain in her arm, she forced herself to appear less injured than she truly was. She suspected a fracture, yet she told Yu Yanshu it might merely be a hairline crack. If she confessed to a fracture, Yu Yanshu would undoubtedly object to her going outside. She had to venture out. The events unfolding here were far too extraordinary, and she needed to alert those outside. Fortuitously, the visor of her protective suit concealed her forehead, preventing Yu Yanshu from noticing the beads of cold sweat that adorned it. She cautiously inched toward the window, maneuvering her way to the adjacent room's window. The window of the neighboring room was shattered, with glass scattered almost entirely, leaving only the frame intact. Carefully, she eased herself inside, standing on the windowsill, and finally relaxed her clenched jaw, allowing her features to contort in pain. After a brief moment to collect herself and steady her breath, she stepped out to the doorway of the adjacent pharmacy, gently knocking twice. "I am fine. Do not come out." "All right, take care," Yu Yanshu replied from the other side of the door. Surveying her surroundings, she made her way toward the stairwell. The pain in her arm was excruciating. Each step felt like enduring torture. Gradually, she descended to the lower level, reaching the window where she had summoned help. A person was stationed outside, and upon seeing Kong Chi, they appeared utterly astonished. Aware of her injuries and her inability to assist them any further, she stepped over the chair and made her way outside the main entrance. She removed her protective suit inside, and those who remained noticed her difficulty in movement and proactively assisted her at the door. "I have a broken arm. Can you provide emergency first aid?" "I cannot. Doctor Wong will set the bone. I will take you to her." "No, it cannot be left unguarded." "Have the personnel you dispatched returned?" "No. Aren't they with you?" "The situation inside is dire. I haven't seen your people, and I fear for their safety." Yu Yanshu is still in the pharmacy on the 4th floor. "The individuals who attempted to raid the food warehouse that day have been subdued by us and are also bound in the pharmacy. They are temporarily unharmed. But there seems to be something terrifying in the building. Could you send more people inside?" "All right, I understand. You go find Dr. Wong. We'll handle things here. Please be cautious." "We will." "Do you know where Dr. Wong resides?" "Yes, I'll be on my way." Kong Chi, cradling her injured arm, made her way to District C, where Dr. Wong lived. Chapter 131. The splint. Strangely, by the time she arrived at Dr. Wong's residence, the pain in her arm had diminished significantly. Lacking medical knowledge, she was uncertain if this was a normal occurrence. An elderly man with graying hair opened the door and inquired whom she was seeking. Kong Chi quickly greeted him and explained that she was looking for Dr. Wong, as her arm was fractured and she needed her assistance. The elderly man informed her that Dr. Wong was not home, but he could treat bone and muscle injuries as well. He was Dr. Wong's husband, a traditional healer before the disaster, skilled in acupuncture, massage, and bone setting, with a particular expertise in concocting various medicinal plasters. Mr. Du, Dr. Wong's husband, had been in practice even longer than she had, having retired before the calamity to care for his young grandson. These circumstances arose during his treatment of Kong Chi, as they engaged in casual conversation. However, Kong Chi did not observe any children or their belongings, such as toys, in his home. Dr. Du refrained from mentioning this, and Kong Chi hesitated to inquire, fearing it might touch upon a sensitive subject. After conducting an examination, Dr. Du smiled and reassured her that her injuries were not severe, merely a fracture, not a break. A bit of ointment and a splint for support, along with a few weeks of rest, would suffice. "Oh, thank you, Dr. Du." Kong Chi expressed her gratitude. Yet her mind was troubled. She was acutely aware of the gravity of her injuries. The assailant had shown no restraint, and she was certain her arm was broken. Why, then, was she now assured of her recovery? While she trusted in Dr. Du's medical expertise, she suspected the issue lay within herself. Unbeknownst to her, Kong Chi had not anticipated an injury today and had not brought any food, rendering her unable to pay for the consultation. She proposed to Dr. Du that she could return with the fee the following day. Dr. Du, with a smile, assured her there was no rush. She could bring it whenever convenient. "Yanshu," Kong Chi called out as she approached. "How is your arm?" Yu Yan, concerned, asked. "The doctor said it's just a minor fracture. A few days of rest and some ointment will do the trick." Kong Chi deliberately downplayed her condition, hoping that in a couple of days, once healed. She would not raise any suspicions. Thank heavens, you scared me. I'm relieved to hear you're all right, Yu Yin exclaimed, embracing Kong Chi. No. My brother's colleague helped me down from upstairs. We exited through a window and encountered no danger. And where is Brother Zheng? Still unaccounted for. The security team has arrived and sent 2 groups inside, but they have yet to emerge. Where are the assailants from the neon lights? He, my brother's colleague, took him away. He was severely beaten by us and couldn't escape. That's good. Kong Chi's gaze shifted towards the hospital building. At that moment, a young man approached them through the crowd. Yu Yinshu recognized him and called out, Brother Gua. Gua Zheng nodded at Yu Yinshu, but his focus was on Kong Chi. Hello, you must be Kong Chi. I am from the security team. My name is Gua Zheng. The captain would like to speak with you. Would you mind accompanying me? Chapter 132. Low-profile Kong Chi responded affirmatively and followed Gua Zheng to a nearby storefront, which was just across a narrow road from the hospital. Yu Yinshu waved at Kong Chi, reassuring her not to be afraid. The captain was a good person. However, the captain, who had previously received a good person card from Yu Yinshu, appeared quite serious upon meeting Kong Chi, concerned for his team members inside the hospital. He sought to ascertain the situation from her, as she was the only individual who could freely navigate the building. Yu Yinshu's departure through the window did not count, nor did anyone else who entered or exited in such a manner. The captain of the security team, Feng Jingyi, anxiously summoned Kong Chi, almost eager to pry open her mind and swiftly peruse her memories. He glanced at her arm and suddenly inquired if her injury was severe. Kong Chi shook her head, replying, It's just a minor fracture. I've applied some ointment, and the doctor said it would heal soon. Feng Jingyi asked, Does it hinder your movements? Understanding his underlying concern, Kong Chi hesitated, stating, The doctor advised that I should take leave and rest at home. Feng Jingyi did not persist, and as Kong Chi exited the shop, Yu Yinshu stood waiting for her outside. Chi. Upon seeing her emerge, Yu Yinshu rushed to her side. Earlier that day, Yu Yinshu had been attacked by zombies. Fortunately, she had acted swiftly enough to prevent Yu Yinshu from uncovering her secret. Subsequently, Yu Yinshu had remained hidden in the pharmacy, unaware of how she had dealt with the zombies on the 3rd floor, attributing her escape to Kong Chi's impressive skills. In truth, the zombies had not noticed her at all. Their backs turned as she effortlessly struck the back of one's head. In her eagerness to save lives, she had not contemplated the dangers, but now, reflecting on it, she felt a rush of fear akin to having won a grand prize. A secret only known to her family, now threatened with exposure by the media. Noticing the pallor on her face, Yu Yinshu assumed it was due to an injury in her arm and urged her to lie down and rest, sitting beside her to chat. Don't worry, I'm fine. It's merely a slight fracture, nothing serious. Kong Chi raised her injured arm, signaling to someone that she was safe. Did you encounter zombies? Lu Xiangbei blurted out, quickly realizing there were others in the room and that Kong Chi would likely not speak the truth. Oh, how terrifying. Thankfully, those tips you taught me were effective. Kong Chi indeed distorted the facts. Lu Gu, Chi was incredibly brave today. She saved me. She's far more dashing than my brother. Yu Yinshu, ever the social butterfly, had been startled by Lu Xiangbei's sudden entrance, but upon learning that Kong Chi was unharmed, his aura shifted, prompting her to lavish praise upon her. Chapter 133. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Lu Xiangbei's concern did not stem from Kong Chi's encounter with the zombies. Rather, he feared that her secret might be unveiled. As a spoiler monster who has lived through many lives, he possesses knowledge of the tribulations that those with extraordinary abilities will face in the future. Naturally, upon hearing of Kong Chi's injury, he felt a sense of urgency. Her talents, albeit modest, were not to be underestimated. Lu Xiangbei feigned disdain for Kong Chi's skills, prompting Yu Yinshu to seize the opportunity to recount Kong Chi's valiant actions from earlier that day, thereby affirming her true prowess. After listening to her account, Lu Xiangbei felt a sense of relief. Kong Chi was the only individual capable of traversing the hospital building freely, while Yu Yinshu remained the solitary witness. However, at this juncture, Yu Yinshu was still unaware of Kong Chi's unique abilities, having not witnessed any pivotal moments. Lu Xiangbei had arrived from the direction of the hospital, having been notified of Kong Chi's injury, and promptly took leave to rush to the hospital. While inquiring about Kong Chi's condition from the security team, he gleaned additional information from bystanders, such as the unsettling news that there were no living souls remaining within the hospital building. This included the small team of security personnel sent in, all of whom had met their fate. Feng Jingyi had sealed off the hospital building and erected warning signs, indicating that the structure had been designated a no-go zone. This marked the second non-infected building to be cordoned off by Zhang Yiheng's team. The first being the hospital where Yuan Fangfang and Kong Qi encountered supernatural phenomena. Previously, their designated exclusion zones had been areas severely contaminated by the virus, challenging to cleanse. However, upon arriving in Feng Province, they had delineated two non-infected exclusion zones, instilling a sense of panic among the survivors, some of whom were already contemplating relocation. Lu Xiangbei, too, feared that the security team might seek out Kong Qi, as she had been present during both strange occurrences, suggesting that such events were hardly coincidental. Yu Yanshu remained haunted by the happenings at the hospital, feeling an unsettling atmosphere in the camp, and thus did not decline the invitation. He observed her cooking, realizing she was indeed fine. However, she had sustained an injury, prompting Lu Xiangbei to escort Kong Qi out of the kitchen. He placed her onto the living room sofa, instructing her to remain still and refrain from any tasks. After 20 minutes of bustling in the kitchen, Lu Xiangbei emerged with 2 plates of fried rice. The enticing aroma had already reached Kong Qi, and as he stepped out, she was poised with a spoon, eagerly awaiting her meal. Seeing her with one arm in a sling and the other raised with a spoon, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, struck Lu Xiangbei as amusing. "What are you laughing at? Hurry and serve me my food." Kong Qi's stomach growled incessantly at the delectable scent of the fried rice. Eager to indulge, she resembled a little hamster, ready for a feast. The fried rice was enriched with eggs, canned peas, and diced ham, the eggs having been acquired by Lu Xiangbei as part of his day's earnings. Kong Qi was pleasantly surprised by his culinary skills. One bite left her yearning for more. Coupled with her considerable exertion that day, her hunger was insatiable, and she quickly filled her mouth with rice, chewing eagerly on both sides, truly embodying the persona of a hamster. Once the meal concluded, Lu Xiangbei turned to her with a serious demeanor, suggesting she feign illness to recuperate at home. Kong Qi concurred with this strategy, having drawn considerable attention today. While public scrutiny could benefit their plans if she had no secrets, her concealed truths rendered such attention troublesome. Therefore, she resolved to maintain a low profile until the fervor subsided. Chapter 134. The Puppet Master following the tragic demise of Zhang Xinming. The newly appointed head of the cleaning team came to visit Kong Qi, bringing her some tokens of sympathy. She was given a month-long leave notice. And considering this incident was a work-related injury, her daily wages would be paid at half the usual rate. The new captain informed her that Zhang Xinming's body had been discovered. He was not found in the hospital. Rather, the patrol team unearthed his remains in a dim alley, his head empty with no visible wounds on the surface. The manner of Zhang Xinming's demise instilled even greater fear among the survivors, who were already shrouded in the shadows of supernatural horrors. The entity responsible for Zhang Xinming's death was evidently not a zombie, suggesting the existence of a more terrifying and elusive killer within the camp. As for the killer, the news brought by Yu Yanshu was equally startling. After the new captain's departure, Yu Yanshu visited her again, revealing that the security team had interrogated the neon-lit individual who confessed willingly. He admitted that he was hired to cause destruction. With the locations of the food warehouse and the distribution map of the coastal sentry posts provided to them by an insider. Unfortunately, their plans had faltered. He firmly believed that without Lu Xiangbei's interference, they would have succeeded. Realizing his own demise was imminent, he had little to conceal before his end, confessing that he had attempted to poison the hospital as an act of vengeance against Lu Xiangbei. Unable to contend with Lu Xiangbei directly, and aware that Lu's workplace was populated by exceptionally skilled men, he turned his animosity towards Kong Qi. Their intention was to abduct Kong Qi and coerce Lu Xiangbei into compliance. However, they underestimated her resilience, which led to their downfall. Ultimately, he found himself alone, opting to secretly surveil her and resolved to employ indirect means to harm her. The red liquid in his syringe was indeed zombie blood. Yet he dared not enter the hospital building. Instead, he resorted to climbing through windows in search of a nearby target. Yuan Yanshu was the first person he encountered. Just as he was about to make a move, Kong Qi knocked on the door ahead of him. The subsequent events had already been recounted in detail by Yuan Yanshu to the security team. The man from Neon admitted that he intended to ambush Yuan Yanshu and acknowledged that he had injured Kong Qi, but claimed ignorance regarding all other matters. The security team examined the bamboo tube he carried, which contained 12 needles arranged in a mechanism resembling a revolver, with each needle occupying a designated slot. Excluding the one that Kong Chi struck against the door, 11 needles remained. Thus, based on the evidence, it appeared that the man spoke the truth. His zombie needles had yet to be utilized. The security team also did not consider him to be the brain-eating murderer. Zheng Ximing's death was likely unrelated to him. If it were not for the man from Neon, who could it be? Kong Chi felt that this matter could only be directed towards Lu Xiangbei. On the first day of her leave, Kong Chi hosted 2 groups of visitors in her home. She deliberately refrained from grooming herself, neglecting to wash her face, and dressed in her pajamas, lying in bed while speaking softly, as if devoid of energy or spirit. The visitors dared not linger, fearing they would impede her recovery. Once they departed, Kong Chi eagerly inquired of Lu Xiangbei, who had also taken leave to care for her. Did you hear? If it isn't the Neon Man causing trouble, then what could it be? Do you know? I don't know. Such occurrences have never happened before. And this contradicts my memories. Good heavens, could it be that your rebirth has altered the course of history, and the future is no longer as you experienced it in your past life? Chapter 135. Brain-eating Lu Xiangbei found Kong Chi's words to possess a certain validity. Their acquaintance had, in itself, signified a transformation, distinct from the memories of a previous life. Theoretically, the emergence of a single alteration would precipitate a cascade of subsequent changes. Your remarks remind me of a matter from my past life, at the South City camp. I heard of a girl who perished when the new hospital in Baidu was constructed. It was said that she fell to her death while cleaning windows, a tragic mishap. Indeed, her surname was Yuan, and her given name consisted of 2 identical characters. So, did my intervention save her and thus alter the course of history? However, what intrinsic connection did her demise have with the events that followed? Quite so, there seems to be no direct correlation. It is peculiar, exceedingly peculiar. We undeniably influence certain occurrences. I recall that in my past life, Zhang Yiheng lost the people's trust beginning with the robbery of the food warehouse within his jurisdiction. Why have you only just mentioned this? You heard it just now. The Neon people are aware of the locations of the food warehouse and the coastal sentry post. Not only have they been hired to cause destruction, but they have also been provided with insider information. In my previous life, I believed it was merely an accident, as they did not apprehend the individuals who stole the food. Now, it appears highly likely that this was orchestrated by Yuan. So, our presence serves to bolster Zhang Yiheng's rapport with the populace? Congratulations, this indicates that we are one step closer to success. This is merely the beginning. Our adversaries will not relent easily. I believe that whoever you assist will ascend to leadership in the new district, and I have faith in you. As long as our ultimate goal is achieved, perhaps changes in other areas will not be such a detriment. As Lu Xiangbei spoke, he gazed at Kong Chi. Unfortunately, Kong Chi failed to grasp the underlying implications of his words, merely nodding absent-mindedly. Recovering at home and distanced from the epicenter of gossip, Kong Chi remained unaware that the haunting rumors surrounding the hospital had not subsided. This was due to the swift emergence of a second victim within the camp, whose brain had been extracted through the skull. The method of such an extraction, without damaging the cranium, could either involve removal through the facial orifices or internal corrosion. However, the medical examination revealed no substance within the deceased that could account for such a grotesque act. Fearing for his safety, the family rang a bell to summon the patrol team, who subsequently discovered his lifeless body within the community. Within the span of an hour, this individual's brain had been completely hollowed out, with no signs of struggle and no footprints indicating the presence of another. It appeared he had disposed of his trash and then, on his own accord, collapsed into the greenbelt of the community, perishing upon the grass. The second deceased bore no connection to Zheng Xingming. Their dormitories were distanced, their commutes diverged, and they had never worked together. Yu Yanshu frequently visited Kong Chi to update him on the latest gossip, ensuring he was informed of all happenings within the camp, including Lu Xiangbei's impending reassignment. Although the formal transfer order had yet to be issued, Yu Yanshu relayed the news to Kong Chi ahead of time. Lu Xiangbei was to be assigned to the patrol team, joining Yu Yanshu's brothers group. Upon receiving this information, Yu Yanshu expressed greater delight than Kong Chi. She feared for Lu Xiangbei's safety against the so-called brain-eating specter. Indeed, the adage fear begets what one dreads rang true. As Kong Chi had been anxious since Lu Xiangbei's first day in the patrol team, and, predictably, calamity struck a week later. A third victim emerged. A member of the patrol team, with the killer evading capture, leaving no trace of their passage. Rumors within the camp grew increasingly absurd. leading to a rising number of individuals contemplating relocation. Upon his arrival, Lu dashed out from his nest, leaping onto him and barking incessantly. Lu was a reticent dog, and its vocalization was surely prompted by extraordinary circumstances. Lu Xiangbei embraced the dog's head, inquiring about its distress. Hearing the commotion, Kong Qi hurried from the kitchen, observing Lu lying quietly in its nest, seemingly unperturbed. During dinner, Lu Xiangbei broached the topic of the death cycle. The timing of the 3 deceased indicated that one person would perish every 7 days. This interval coincided with the traditional belief in their homeland known as the first 7 days, lending credence to the increasingly outrageous rumors circulating in the camp. The tales were so vivid that Kong Qi found herself nearly convinced. She had encountered the real form of a ghost, the plastic mannequin that had frightened Yuan Fangfang into unconsciousness. While she did not believe that a plastic model could take a life, she also did not think Yuan Fangfang would fabricate a story. Straddling the line between belief and skepticism, she felt genuine concern for Lu Xiangbei's safety, prompting her to advise him to take leave and remain indoors. Noticing her anxiety, Lu Xiangbei reassured her that this ghost might not pose a threat to him. He even dismissed the notion of being cursed, concocting tales of fortune tellers who had predicted his fate since childhood, proclaiming that he was immune to all malevolent forces. Kong Qi, swayed by his words, found solace in the fact that, indeed, Lu Xiangbei emerged unscathed after 7 days. Neither the patrol team nor the camp had witnessed a 4th mindless victim. The panic abruptly ceased, and if there was anything unusual to report, it was merely that Lu Xiangbei suffered from a day-long bout of diarrhea on the 7th day, necessitating rest in his dormitory. Naturally, Kong Qi was delighted, preparing him sweetened water and ensuring he received ample vitamins. As Lu Xiangbei discovered red specks the size of corn kernels mixed within his excrement, he was perplexed, for none of the food he consumed contained such anomalies. Fearing illness, he collected a sample in an empty medicine bottle and sent it for analysis at the hospital. During Kong Qi's recuperation, the camp hospital gradually resumed its operations, and routine tests could now be conducted. However, the results took time, and it would be a week before he could retrieve the report. When Lu Xiangbei's test results finally emerged, the physician informed him that the red substance was likely parasitic eggs, suggesting the presence of a parasite. The uncertainty in the doctor's voice stemmed from the fact that he had neither encountered nor heard of such a creature before. The hospital lacked the resources of a laboratory, and at that moment, the doctor could offer no more than this diagnosis. Kong Qi's own tests revealed nothing amiss. She was perfectly healthy. Both she and Lu Xiangbei consumed identical meals. Thus, if he had contracted a parasite, she was equally at risk. At that moment, Lu suddenly darted from its nest, circling around Lu Xiangbei and brushing its tail against his calf. Lu. Chapter 136. The true culprit. Lu's sudden display of presence sparked a crucial thought in Kong Qi's mind. She had long assumed that Lu's abilities were exclusively effective against wild beasts, a notion perhaps born of her own wishful thinking. Yet, the possibility that Lu's deterrent power might extend to all creatures took root in her consciousness, refusing to dissipate. The day Lu barked at Lu Xiangbei coincided ominously with the day of the 3rd victim's demise, who also happened to be in the same group as Lu Xiangbei. It was conceivable that the parasitic eggs had entered Lu Xiangbei's body on that very day, not waiting the full 7 days to hatch, but instead being silenced by Lu's fierce bark. Thus, the 7-day period represented not only a deadline for life, but also the hatching time for the parasite. They dwell within the human digestive tract, yet they do not traverse the oral cavity to reach the brain. As for the mode of transmission, apart from Zhang Ximing, none of the others affected were clad in protective attire. It is plausible that the contagion spread through respiration or droplets. However, the precise mechanism of transmission remains undetermined for the time being. Lu Xiangbei concurs with Kong Qi's line of reasoning, recognizing 7 days as the incubation period. The revelation of parasites within his body is not a secret, and he has relayed Kong Qi's suspicions to the captain of the patrol team. A mindless killer, being a mere insect, is preferable to the notion of a phantom. The insect is tangible, and thus the survivors harbor a slightly diminished fear of it. They are advised to exercise caution while consuming food, ensuring utensils are sanitized and refraining from eating raw items to prevent illness from entering through the mouth. Were it Yuan, this matter would have concluded here, with no further explanations to the survivors. Yet Zhang Ying took a different course. He dispatched personnel to continue the investigation and promptly informed the survivors of the progress. He sent another team into that hospital, this time outfitted in complete iron protective gear, inside. They encountered colleagues who had transformed into zombies and dealt with them accordingly, only to face an assault from grotesque spiders. After several fierce confrontations, they emerged unscathed. And this news was enough to uplift spirits. The strange spiders they encountered fell into two categories. One was smaller in size, not a zombie spider per se, yet it harbored the zombie virus. Equipped with sharp fangs, it could puncture ordinary protective attire. Any living being that came into contact with or was bitten by them would succumb to zombification. Li Rue was likely bitten by one of these small corpse spiders while traversing from the 6th to the 4th floor. She only mutated upon reaching the 4th floor, which explains why Kong Chi did not hear her roar after her transformation. The second type was larger and capable of spewing a unique venom, which is both corrosive and anesthetic. It possesses the ability to corrode ordinary protective suits, creating small punctures. When human skin comes into contact with it, the sensation is minimal, as it simultaneously induces numbness and intoxication, akin to the bite of a mosquito. However, its numbing effect is potent. A mere drop is sufficient to incapacitate a person. The colleagues of Kong Chi, who have vanished, were taken after being rendered unconscious by it. They were abducted through the hospital's ventilation ducts, a revelation that filled Kong Chi with dread. At that time, all the vents in the hospital were wide open, and the protective gear had fallen to the ground. They perceived no cause for concern. Although the vents were large, only a child could squeeze through, especially considering they were clad in oversized protective suits, making it nearly impossible for their slender figures to navigate. Their sole focus was on the absence of zombies inside, oblivious to other dangers. The monstrous spider, after incapacitating its victims, would make a hole in their heads and inject acidic fluid to corrode the bones, leaving only the skin, flesh, and soft tissues. Subsequently, they would collaborate, employing silk to drag the soft bodies into the ventilation ducts. The hatchlings would cluster around the brain of the corpse, feasting on the neural tissue. The drops of blood might have dripped from the hole atop the corpse's head, which raises the question, why did the monstrous spider not attack her? To address this inquiry, Lu Xiangbei provided a reference answer: the daily presence of air Lu. If air Lu is a taboo among all creatures, then its scent and sound should wield a similar effect. Although spiders lack a traditional sense of smell, the hairs on their legs can detect chemical information in the air, serving as their olfactory apparatus. It is conceivable that these mutated spiders have developed heightened sensitivity. Since entering the Feng Province New District, Air Lu has consistently approached Kong Chi and Lu Xiangbei, sweeping them with its tail every morning and evening. It appears to be an intimate display of affection, yet it may harbor deeper significance. As for Yin Shu, she resides in a medicine room that fortuitously lacks ventilation, a vast space partitioned into 2 rooms. The ventilation outlet is located in the other chamber, thus she and the neon individuals remain within, unperturbed. Upon the revelation of the truth behind the deaths, the survivors' trepidation significantly diminishes. Zhang Yiheng ordered the hospital to be incinerated thoroughly and comprehensively. The lair of the monstrous spider, along with its progeny, was entirely consumed by flames and searing heat. Although the action team did not witness how the grotesque spider devoured human brains without damaging the skulls, Zheng Xingming's likelihood of being attacked within the building is considerably high. He was the first to bring the parasite out of the building, and at first glance, his demise appears inconsistent with that of the other victims. However, he had visited the hospital a week prior to his death, specifically the day after the armed personnel had conducted their reconnaissance of the hospital edifice. He ventured into the building alone, traversing both inside and outside, then proceeded to section off and organize a work schedule. The armed personnel had donned steel protective gear during their inspection, while he was clad only in standard protective attire. The survivors have come to understand the true nature of the mindless murderer, allowing them to partially ease their anxious hearts. Even if there are no specters within the camp, there are mutated creatures. Zhang Yiheng did not conceal this, openly stating the existence of such beings. They had never encountered mutated animals before, and Zhang Yiheng did not wish to downplay the seriousness of the situation. He believed everyone should regard this matter with utmost seriousness, necessitating a more cautious approach in future endeavors. Fortunately, they now comprehend what they must face, enabling them to establish a framework for precaution. Lu Xiangbei, as the sole survivor after being infected by the spider's eggs, inevitably faced inquiries. He does not intend to betray Air Lu. He merely claims ignorance, remaining utterly bewildered and inadvertently ensnared in a perplexing situation that inexplicably resolves itself. The doctor conducted an examination but found nothing particularly unusual. His diet was consistent with that of others. Clearly, attempting to glean a method to combat the mutated spider from him proved futile, as it was entirely unrelated to him, his constitution, or his dietary habits. Although Kong Chi was uncertain about the future encounters of those with extraordinary abilities, she concurred with Lu Xiangbei's approach. Lu was no ordinary dog. It was a canine spirit, and the discovery of its uniqueness could lead to numerous repercussions, none of which would be favorable. Kong Chi had devised a plan. Should anyone else fall prey to the parasitic mutated spider, she could discreetly have Lu Xiangbei deliver items to covertly eliminate the spider eggs, perhaps cushions stuffed with Lu's shed fur, toys, or any objects it had urinated on. However, tranquility prevailed thereafter, and no further victims with hollowed-out brains emerged. The grotesque spiders that had hatched from the deceased were also nowhere to be found. Consequently, Kong Chi's plan could not come to fruition. She crafted numerous small trinkets from dog fur while recuperating at home, dedicating the remainder of her holiday to this endeavor. Lu Xiangbei reassured her that these items were treasures that would inevitably prove useful. Trusting him implicitly, Kong Chi's gloomy disposition lifted, and she secured these creations in a box, prepared for any future necessity. Chapter 137. A bite back. Just days after the conclusion of the mutated spider incident, Lu Xiangbei apprehended an individual. This person had fervently propagated rumors during the height of the haunting allegations in the camp. Upon learning that the true culprit behind the brain-eating was the mutated spider, he began to extol the terrifying nature of mutated animals, proclaiming that they lurked everywhere. He even incited survivors to kill a mentally ill man. Solely because the man's behavior was peculiar, he falsely accused him of being infested by mutated insects. When Lu Xiangbei apprehended him, he comprehended the motive behind such actions, for he recognized this individual as a distant cousin of Yuan. This man had sought refuge with Yuan long before the catastrophe, as Yuan had established 2 shops in the capital, one specializing in military supplies and the other in outdoor gear. He had come to assist Yuan, serving as a sales associate in the outdoor shop. After Lu Xiangbei thwarted the Neon people from raiding the food warehouse, this man became aware of Lu Xiangbei's presence in Feng Province. He secretly gathered a wealth of information, including the fact that Kong Chi was Lu Xiangbei's long-lost sister, their residence in Kong Chi's workplace. The Neon people did not divulge his identity, but once captured, he readily confessed everything. It was he who had encouraged the Neon people to seek vengeance, suggesting they attack the enemy's soft underbelly by targeting Lu Xiangbei's sister. Lu Xiangbei recalled that this individual had not only been present before the disaster, but had also come to Yuan after Zhang Yiheng's unsuccessful campaign when he left Feng Province. Unbeknownst to him, Yuan had kept this information concealed with utmost secrecy. Finding the situation suspicious, Lu Xiangbei conducted a discreet investigation, leading him back to this man. And he was astonished to discover a familiar face. In a twist, the man accused Lu Xiangbei of being a spy, claiming that Lu Xiangbei was a childhood friend of Yuan, and their bond was akin to that of brothers. They were both sent by Yuan as infiltrators, and Lu Xiangbei's capture of him was an attempt to sacrifice a comrade to gain Zhang Yiheng's trust. He performed with such apparent sincerity that many were convinced. Given Lu Xiangbei's brief tenure in the camp, numerous individuals remained unfamiliar with him. Lu Xiangbei refrained from hastily clarifying matters, placing his faith in Zhang Yiheng's character. Kong Chi found the situation rather intriguing. In a previous life, Lu Xiangbei had assisted Yuan in ousting Zhang Yiheng, ostensibly positioning them as adversaries. Yet, she noticed a sense of admiration for Zhang Yiheng in Lu Xiangbei's discourse, as if the two were long-standing friends. Zhang Yiheng, for his part, did not disappoint Lu Xiangbei. He refrained from naively trusting the traitorous whispers and sought Lu Xiangbei out for a private conversation. The substance of their dialogue remained a secret known only to the two of them, as no third party was present. After their discussion, Lu Xiangbei resumed his duties and, having successfully apprehended a thief, was soon reassigned to the public security team. This transfer spoke volumes. Zhang Yiheng placed his trust in him, and although Zhang Yiheng did not publicly advocate for him, actions spoke louder than words. Kong Chi had always believed that Lu Xiangbei was akin to gold, destined to shine wherever he went. In the public security team, Lu Xiangbei stood out as the most accomplished, not solely due to his exceptional abilities, but also because of his familiarity with Feng Province. He had participated in the development of the future Feng Province new district, giving him foresight into what would succeed or fail. Who could rival a life so extraordinary? Consequently, Lu Xiangbei experienced a meteoric rise, swiftly ascending to Zhang Yiheng's side as both strategist and bodyguard. His motivations were not entirely rooted in vengeance against Yuan. He genuinely hoped for the swift advancement of the Feng province's new district to prepare for the impending calamity. Kong Qi understood his concern for the fate of the survivors, which prompted him to seek retribution against Yuan through such a convoluted means. While Lu Xiangbei pursued achievements, she sought popularity. She had saved her colleagues twice, earning the unwavering trust of the cleaning team. Everyone desired to be grouped with her, yet Yu Yanchu stubbornly monopolized that position, leaving no room for change. However, this did not deter others from seeking out Kong Qi for companionship. During lunchtime, everyone gathered together, encircling Kong Qi at the center. Lu Xiangbei was a favored figure in front of Zhang Yiheng, while Kong Qi reigned as the popular queen among the cleaning crew. Seizing the moment, she gifted the team members with heirloom brand dog fur pendants for them to wear, thus ensuring their safety from potential beast attacks while they worked. The cleaning crew finished their shifts early, and afterwards, Kong Qi would occasionally accompany a few carefree young girls to the seaside to collect seaweed. They exchanged tips on cultivating vegetables and discussed the excavation of underground vegetable patches within the camp, which belonged to the public. If they wished to enjoy a bountiful harvest in the future, they needed to devise their own strategies. Though Feng Province had yet to experience a drop in temperature, everyone trusted the predictions of the old man with the red hat. In a region unaccustomed to heating, the impending arrival of a formal winter prompted survivors to prepare in advance. Kong Qi had no intention of lingering in Feng Province for long. Yet in the spirit of camaraderie and to avoid standing out, she planted several pots of vegetables on her balcony. Utilizing a colorful ball in secret, she accelerated the growth of her vegetables exponentially, harvesting an initial batch for consumption before replanting seedlings that matched those of her neighbors, masquerading as if they had never matured. During this time, Zhang Yiheng heeded Lu Xiangbei's advice and arranged for all survivors to reside in the basement. The underground parking garage was transformed into winter apartments, with the construction team installing a heating system throughout. Each room boasted radiators, and once winter arrived, the boiler room of the apartments would independently provide heat. Despite Zhang Yiheng deploying a substantial number of personnel for transportation, ensuring adequate heating for 50,000 people remained a daunting challenge, as the available heating equipment was but a drop in the bucket. Those unable to secure warmth were compelled to stockpile coal and firewood, along with constructing stoves and chimneys for warmth. After work, Kong Qi accompanied Yu Yanshu and Yuan Fangfang to gather firewood. Zhang Yiheng had stipulated that prior to the widespread provision of heating, the houses with warmth should first accommodate the elderly, children, the sick, and pregnant women. The able-bodied would reside in houses requiring firewood for heating. By this standard, Kong Qi and Lu Xiangbei were destined to rely on stoves for warmth. Consequently, she spent her days foraging for vegetables and firewood, her feet scarcely touching the ground. Lu had ventured out with her once, but Yuan Fangfang, who had a particular fondness for dogs, especially handsome ones, was so enchanted by the dashing Lu that she completely forgot about gathering vegetables, chasing after him to pet him, and even attempting to tug at his ears. Lu swiftly fled, and thereafter refused to accompany Kong Qi on her outings. When Yuan Fangfang sought to pay a visit, Kong Qi declined. She certainly did not wish for Lu to leap out of the window in a panic. What if he decided to run away? Chapter 138. The sudden corpse transformation due to the espionage incident. Baidu had completely severed ties with Yuan. Zhang Yiheng did not mind the establishment of two camps within a single province, but he would not tolerate any harm befalling the camps. Yuan had employed outsiders to raid the food warehouse, targeting the survivors' rations. Inciting survivors to turn against their own was tantamount to stepping on Zhang Yiheng's landmines. Zhang Yiheng was not secretive about Yuan's destructive endeavors. The survivors in Baidu were well aware. They had begun to harbor discontent towards Yuan and would no longer stand by him as they had in previous lives. The north and south camps were at odds, resulting in Yuan occupying the cross-sea bridge and forbidding Zhang Yiheng's people from crossing it. The fuel on the Baidu side could still last for a while, and the dock had been constructed, provided they did not transport particularly large items. The situation remained manageable for the time being. Yuan erected a wall between the two camps using discarded vehicles and containers, reinforced with cement and concrete, constructing a formidable barrier. The boundary commences from the central region of Feng Province, constructed along the highway that stretches from the western coastline to the eastern beach. The existing road, which cuts across Feng Province, requires no clearing. Zhang Yiheng indulged in his endeavors while they devoted their time to erecting walls, whereas on the northern side, efforts were concentrated on construction. Life for the survivors in Feng Province has indeed improved compared to before, as there are no zombies present. Their tasks consist of clearing, collecting, and rebuilding. In contrast to the inland, the wildlife here is not particularly fierce, easily managed with a bow and arrow. The scale of their activities remains modest, with the challenge of securing sufficient feed being a significant concern. Lu Xiangbei managed to catch 4 wild rabbits for Kong Qi, 2 males and 2 females. Kong Qi relocated the rabbit hutch into the living room and placed the rabbit cage on the balcony. She carefully selected grasses that the rabbits could consume, planting a variety on the flower rack outside the balcony. The rack was built by Lu Xiangbei, and since they resided on the first floor, even if the flower pots were to spill soil or drip water, no neighbors would complain. She diligently collected the rabbit droppings to use as fertilizer for her vegetable garden. Yu Yinshu was aware of Lu Xiangbei's catch and envied Kong Qi for quite some time. Kong Qi promised to gift her 2 baby rabbits when they arrived, but Yu Yinshu sighed and declined. Her brother not only refused to let her catch rabbits, but also forbade her from keeping small animals at home. Yu Yinshu often lamented, wishing to swap brothers with Kong Qi, yet upon realizing her dear friend's potential suffering, she decided it was best to maintain the status quo. Lu Xiangbei's affection for Kong Qi was widely acknowledged, garnering him a considerable following among female admirers. Since joining the security team, the number of those inquiring about him through Kong Qi has only increased. The archetype of true love is easily identifiable, with the intelligent and beautiful Nanxing serving as an available template. Although Lu Xiangbei and Nanxing are not blood relatives, nor is there any romantic ambiguity between them, the inhabitants of the Baidu camp remain oblivious to this fact. Kong Qi refrained from mentioning names, simply stating that her brother had a fiancée whose fate remained uncertain abroad. Her brother, a hopeless romantic, would not even consider others without concrete news of her demise. Thus, the possibility that true love might still be alive remained quite significant, and outsiders ought not to entertain any notions. With a shovel in hand, Kong Qi lamented. This is meant as a compliment. A chill crept down her spine as she found herself utterly perplexed by Lu Xiangbei's smile. His persona, infatuated, formidable, and family-oriented, caring for his sister, had firmly established his reputation in the Baidu New district. Although various aunts, sisters, and young women could no longer introduce him to potential partners, they were nonetheless captivated by his charm. Furthermore, Lu Xiangbei was undeniably handsome, ranking among the top in appearance during his time in the security team. Yet, Kong Qi was aware that he only placed 3rd on the handsome men's list in Baidu. The first was Zhang Yiheng, followed by his brother. Kong Qi often heard Yu Yinshu raving about Zhang Yiheng's looks, deeming him the most attractive man in the camp. She jokingly referred to Yu Yinshu as a mirror enchanted by magic, with Zhang Yiheng as the Prince Charming. However, realizing that Kong Qi held little interest in Zhang Yiheng, Yu Yinshu's efforts to promote him were on the verge of failure, prompting her to think of introducing Kong Qi to Zhang Yiheng. Kong Qi had never been one to idolize celebrities. Even if she encountered an attractive individual on the street, she merely cast a fleeting glance, never to look again. She could not fathom Yu Yinshu's enthusiasm for recommending her idol to others. The idols within the camp, naturally, differed from those before the disaster. People admired those who could lead them through survival, overcome numerous challenges, and establish a new homeland. Indeed, physical appearance can certainly add a point or two. Zhang Yiheng embodies such a heroic figure. Yuan Shu believes that Kong Qi lacks understanding, as Kong Qi arrived late and has not fought alongside Zhang Yiheng. However, subsequent events provided Kong Qi and Zhang Yiheng with an opportunity to meet. The Baidu camp was suddenly besieged by a zombie outbreak, and Zhang Yiheng was ambushed and injured. Lu Xiangbei shielded Zhang Yiheng as they fought through the horde, concealing him in the residence shared by himself and Kong Qi. Zhang Yiheng's condition was dire. He had lost a significant amount of blood and had succumbed to unconsciousness. Lu Xiangbei understood the gravity of the situation. He had to maintain composure. The one who attempted to assassinate Zhang Yiheng was none other than Zhang Yongcheng, his own brother. Lu Xiangbei never anticipated that Zhang Yiheng's blood relation would turn against him. Nor did Zhang Yiheng foresee it, leaving him entirely unprepared and vulnerable to the lethal strike. Lu Xiangbei was unaware of the circumstances following Zhang Yiheng's departure from Feng Province. But while in Feng Province, his brother appeared perfectly normal. If the intentions of this individual remained unchanged across lifetimes, it was likely Lu Xiangbei's arrival that prompted him to act prematurely. Lu Xiangbei ventured out to manage the situation while Kong Qi stayed behind to attend to Zhang Yiheng. Lu hastened to summon Dr. Wang with a note written by Kong Qi. She took a moment to catch her breath before promptly administering treatment to Zhang Yang. The inability to transfuse blood being the most pressing issue. Dr. Wang prepared to administer in 4, instructing Kong Chi to fetch herbs from the kitchen. The medicine had been brought from her home, and Kong Chi carefully measured the ingredients according to her instructions, placing them into a clay pot for brewing. In Chapter 139, as Dr. Wang sutured Zhang Yiheng's wound, he murmured softly, "Fortunately, the internal organs remain unharmed." Kong Chi stood at the kitchen door, watching the medicine simmer on the stove. The gas burner that Lu Xiangbei had instructed her to put away now in use. This resource is precious and should be reserved for emergencies. Lu Xiangbei fashioned a simple earthen stove for her, with a chimney extending from the kitchen window. They typically use this stove for boiling water and cooking. Fortunately, the upper floors were unoccupied, so the smoke from their fire does not disturb their neighbors above. Stoves like this are now commonplace, which is why Dr. Wang brought herbal medicine, ready to brew. Kong Chi learned that these herbs had been painstakingly carried by Dr. Wang and her husband, who refused to abandon them during their desperate escape from the zombie apocalypse, opting instead to lighten their burdens. Later, Zhang Yiheng specifically dispatched 2 armed personnel to assist them, ensuring the safety of the couple. Dr. Wang not only brought medicinal herbs but also several sets of acupuncture tools, having saved numerous lives with her acupuncture skills, alleviating much suffering. Occasionally, elderly patients suffering from leg pain found themselves unable to walk. After 3 days of acupuncture, they would regain their mobility. In the survivor camp, they worked alongside other young doctors, tirelessly treating the sick from dawn till dusk. After completing her duties, Dr. Wang appeared somewhat dazed, her gaze fixed outside the window. Noticing her distress, Kong Chi approached to inquire about her well-being. Suddenly, Dr. Wang shed tears, revealing that her husband was trapped atop a pavilion in their neighborhood, having sustained a head injury, and she was uncertain of his condition. With Zhang Yiheng gravely injured and unconscious, and Dr. Wang being elderly, they were vulnerable should anyone or any zombies breach their defenses. Moreover, Lu Xiangbei had entrusted her with the care of Zhang Yiheng, emphasizing the necessity of ensuring his safety. Consequently, Kong Chi had no choice but to suppress her immediate impulse to rush out and save someone, instead offering comfort to Dr. Wang, assuring her that the armed personnel would undoubtedly manage the situation and that the pavilion in the community was quite robust, thus ensuring Dr. Du's safety on top. Dr. Wang grasped Kong Chi's hand, lamenting that she had already endured too much. If she were to lose her partner as well, what purpose would her existence serve? Kong Chi recalled hearing from Yu Yanshu that Dr. Wang's son and his family of 3 had perished on the very day the calamity struck. They had fallen victim to a car accident, escaping the torment of being surrounded and devoured by zombies. Her partner was the final pillar of support for Dr. Wang, prompting Kong Chi to urge her to rest for a while, as she was exceedingly weary and in need of recuperation. She set aside the brewed medicine in the living room to cool, and while she consoled Dr. Wang, her own heart was heavy with concern for Lu Xiangbei's safety. Her emotions in turmoil. Lu Xiangbei had been gone for almost 2 hours, and the sounds of gunfire and the roars of the undead outside had not ceased. Given that it was working hours, the residents of the community were absent from their homes. During her work, Kong Chi had heard the alarm, followed by a notification from her superiors regarding the presence of zombies in the camp. Even if the keys were lost, they still had a knocking code. Those outside could not enter without the keys, nor could they knock without the proper signal, much unlike Yu Yanshu, who would announce her name while knocking. Upon hearing a knock at the door, Dr. Wang sat up, but Kong Chi shook her head, signaling her to remain silent. Before Kong Chi could react, Air Lu sprang from its nest, darting to the door, silently baring its teeth, glaring fiercely at the entrance. Sensing impending danger, Kong Chi poured boiling water into a basin, positioned her hand crossbow at her side, and softly instructed Dr. Wang not to be afraid, urging her to administer the medicine to Zhang Yang. Dr. Wang observed that Kong Chi remained composed in the face of danger, which allowed his own anxious heart to settle. He lifted a bowl to administer medicine to Zhang Yang. Outside, individuals knocked on the door, but no one responded. Logically, they should have left. However, they seemed convinced that someone was inside. They forcefully shattered the door lock with a firearm and entered the room. Dr. Wang remained silent, while Kong Chi concealed herself beside the kitchen door. An Air Lu hid beneath the dining table. As the intruders stepped inside, once all had crossed the threshold and stood at the entrance, Kong Chi suddenly hurled a basin of boiling water. Instinctively, the newcomers fired at the flying basin, shattering the plastic vessel into pieces. seizing the opportunity while they were distracted. Kong Qi emerged with her crossbow and shot 3 arrows. She did not aim for lethal precision or specific vital points, as the arrows were tipped with poison. The assailants, clad in motorcycle helmets and bulletproof vests, were struck in the arms and thighs by her arrows, scalded by the hot water. They had no time to cool their burns with cold water. Their clothing impeded heat dissipation, and they immediately cried out in agony, interspersed with curses. Amidst the chaos, Kong Qi charged forward, forcefully colliding with the foremost intruder, who, disregarding his burns, raised his weapon to shoot her. In a critical moment, Erlu darted from beneath the table and fiercely bit the intruder's arm, causing the gun to swing towards the living room. The layout of the house featured the front door facing the kitchen door. To the right of the entrance was a coat rack, while the left side held the dining table, with the living room directly in front of it. The intruders fired, shattering the television cabinet and the television itself. Yet they did not harm Zhang Yihing or Dr. Wang, who remained on the sofa. At that moment, the effects of the snake venom on the arrows began to take hold, and Kong Qi forcefully propelled one of the assailants out the door. They felt dizzy, weak in their limbs, and struggled to breathe. The 2 donkeys, unfazed by the venom of the creatures, pursued and bit at the hands of the onlookers, eliciting cries of despair from their victims. Helpless and weakened, they could no longer fend off the onslaught. Their firearms had slipped from their grasp, and their blades were rendered useless. The donkeys savagely gnawed at their hands, ensuring that no weapon could be held thereafter. Kong Qi retrieved a climbing rope from the kitchen cabinet and ventured out to bind the 3 individuals, employing the techniques taught to her by Lu Xiangbei, which guaranteed their inability to escape. She administered the antidote, preserved by Lu Xiangbei, to the trio, its efficacy intact despite the low temperatures of the interior. Her immediate aim was to preserve their lives temporarily, allowing them to endure until the tumult subsided, at which point others would inevitably take over the situation. She further silenced them with towels and duct tape, rendering them incapable of calling for help or resorting to self-harm. Chapter 140. Not destroyed. This vigilance was maintained until dusk. As the light began to wane, zombies were lured into the community, particularly directed towards the residence of Kong Qi and Lu Xiangbei, with remarkable precision. Unperturbed, Kong Qi dispatched each approaching zombie with lethal accuracy, her marksmanship as precise as that of an archer. Before long, the entrance was obstructed by a pile of zombie corpses, with sofas inside and heaps of bodies outside, making it increasingly difficult for the undead to breach the threshold. Dr. Wang assisted Kong Qi by maneuvering a shopping cart to block the door, wedging it between the sofa and the kitchen entrance. Kong Qi emerged from the kitchen and secured the door, preventing the encroaching zombies from pushing the corpses forward and entering. Yet, as the number of zombies outside swelled, the pile pressed against the sofa and shopping cart, threatening the stability of the kitchen door. Realizing the futility of her defense, Kong Qi abandoned her post and opened the balcony window. Qi, what are you doing? There are zombies everywhere, Dr. Wang exclaimed, seizing her arm as she prepared to leap from the window. Rest assured, I can manage minor situations. However, if a zombie were to breach the premises, you should retreat to the bedroom and secure the door. Do not venture outside. Let us take refuge together in the bedroom. With a brief smile directed at Dr. Wang, Kong Qi turned and leaped out the window. Trained by Lu Xiangbei, her agility had transformed her into a completely different person compared to her pre-apocalypse self. Outside the balcony, there were no zombies. She circumvented the corner of the building to reach the rear entrance. A throng of undead had congregated outside the unit door, desperately attempting to force their way inside. She fired a shot into the air, drawing the attention of the zombies, who then turned to pursue her. Armed with 3 firearms, she discarded them as they ran out of ammunition, maintaining her distance while dispatching the encroaching horde. Yet, one of the zombies bore a peculiar object strapped to its body. Upon closer inspection, her heart sank. It was a timed explosive, with merely 15 seconds remaining on the countdown. Fortunately, she had lured it away. As the explosion resonated, that singular thought occupied Kong Qi's mind. She dashed towards the balcony, leaping into the living room, where Dr. Wang was poised to strike with a rolling pin. Upon recognizing Lu Xiangbei, he hastily lowered his weapon. Little Lu, where is Qi? Have you seen her? She went out to confront the zombies. The moment Dr. Wang's words reached Lu Xiangbei, a wave of dread washed over him. He glanced at Zhang Yiheng, who lay on the sofa, confirming he was still alive. Before turning and vaulting out the window, he began to search through the pile of corpses at the unit's entrance. His mind consumed with thoughts of Kong Qi, what braid she wore today, and the attire she had chosen. He feared the possibility of being unable to find her. But he dreaded even more the thought of discovering that she was gone. He could hardly fathom the implications of Kong Chi's absence. Perhaps he would seek a way to perish alongside Yuan, thus bringing an end to this life. Lu Xiangbei, what are you searching for? Hurry, lend me a hand. Lu Xiangbei seemed oblivious to her pleas, prompting Kong Chi to call out again. Lu Xiangbei, Xiangbei, Bei, stop staring and help me up. I've twisted my ankle. It hurts terribly. Frustration bubbled within her, for the pain in her foot was quite unbearable. Oh, my back aches too. Everything hurts. She winced, gasping for breath as he held her tightly. Unable to contain himself, Lu Xiangbei pressed a kiss to her cheek. A joy of having regained something precious that only he could comprehend. Are you out of your mind? My face is covered in filthy mud. The stench from the sewer was evident. It was clear that Kong Chi was not only smeared with muck on her face, but also in her hair and clothes. Doctor Wang promptly attended to her injuries, applying ointment to her ankle. It's merely a bruise, nothing to worry about, he reassured her. After treating her, Dr. Wang advised, avoid putting pressure on that foot, rest for a few days, and you'll be fine. Is Zhang Yiheng all right? Kong Chi inquired, glancing toward the figure on the sofa. He's fine. His condition is stable. Why don't you ask me how I am? It's obvious that you're doing well. Even minor injuries should not be overlooked. Let me examine you. Dr. Wang intended to check Lu Xiangbei's wounds, but he found no injuries, not even a scratch. I just examined him thoroughly, he unscathed. Kong Chi hopped on one leg toward the bathroom. She meticulously examined her head, face, neck, and shoulders, leaving no stone unturned. She scrutinized every accessible part of Lu Xiangbei's body, confirming that he bore no injuries, at least none that were bleeding or broken. Lu Xiangbei followed her into the bathroom, gently lifting her out and seizing the towel from her grasp, instructing her to wait and forbidding her from washing her hair or face with cold water. Kong Chi obediently sat, delighted by the attention and care, eagerly anticipating the warm water for her wash, naturally offering no objections. Your brother cares for you. What a wonderful sibling he is. You wouldn't wish to arrange a match for him, would you? I might, but your brother harbors affections for someone else. Young people have their own convictions. We shall not interfere. After Lu Xiangbei prepared the hot water, Kong Chi entered the bathroom to wash her hair and face. Meanwhile, the intruder in the bedroom was escorted away, and Zhang Yiheng was also carried off. Once Kong Chi completed her ablutions and donned a fresh outfit, only she and Lu Xiangbei remained in the room, as Dr. Wang had departed with Zhang Yiheng. Lu Xiangbei was tidying up and informed her that they needed to relocate, as they could not continue residing there. This marked their third move, this time to the central area of Baidu Camp, not far from where Zhang Yiheng resided. Lu Xiangbei rode his bicycle, transporting their belongings, while Kong Chi also rode, carrying the wild rabbit, the 2 donkeys, and her cultivated vegetables. Lu Xiangbei was the fastest rising survivor in the camp, with Zhang Yiheng's close associates being longtime friends and companions. Prior to the disaster, Zhang Yiheng was undoubtedly a third-generation wealthy heir, but after a falling out with his family, he ventured out to start his own business, partnering with friends to establish a security consulting firm. His family was in the clothing business, with his mother being a supermodel, and they had always hoped he would enter the fashion industry. Kong Chi was acutely aware that all of this was attributable to Yu Yanchu's efforts. Regardless of whether Yu Yanchu wished to share, she would incessantly recount her thoughts to Kong Chi. Their new dormitory was situated above a milk tea shop, with a well-maintained thoroughfare in front and a back alley where they could construct a shelter to cultivate vegetables and raise chickens and rabbits. The restroom within the shop was functional, albeit lacking running water. After using it, one had to manually flush. Chapter 141. A failed promotion. As Kong Chi moved her belongings into the new dormitory, she couldn't help but laugh. Lu Xiangbei, puzzled, inquired about the source of her amusement, wondering how she could find joy in such conditions. Nonetheless, she thought to herself that it was best not to make a fuss, as it would only waste firewood. Kong Chi held no doubts about Lu Xiangbei's capabilities. When he claimed he could construct a building, she believed him wholeheartedly. In her eyes, Lu Xiangbei had become a jack of all trades, capable of accomplishing anything, and his presence brought her a profound sense of security. Lu Xiangbei had transformed the milk tea shop's entrance by replacing the original glass door with a metal security door and adding railings outside the windows. The front part of the shop was converted into a living room, with the counter serving as the kitchen, while the storeroom and staff changing area were repurposed into their bedroom. In the back alley, Lu Xiangbei enclosed a section for Kong Chi, securing it with wire mesh doors on either side and covering it with a plastic canopy, allowing her to cultivate herbs and raise rabbits in peace. The iron gate could be opened when necessary, yet for the time being, they had no neighbors, providing them the opportunity to engage in farming and animal husbandry. Lu Xiangbei assembled a power supply system using solar panels, which could heat a rudimentary water heater and provide warmth. The solar panels covered an area nearly equivalent to the roof's dimensions, and he even drilled a hole in the wall beside the back door to accommodate a chimney. In the event of several consecutive cloudy days, they would still rely on the stove for heating, but when not in use, the hole could be sealed. Kangqi discovered that she could watch Lu Xiangbei work for an entire day without feeling the slightest hint of tedium. She found observing Lu Xiangbei's efforts to be a source of enjoyment, akin to the tranquil pleasure derived from watching serene handcrafted videos that bring peace to the soul. Her foot injury had healed shortly after Dr. Wang and his team departed, leading her to believe that her body had undergone a miraculous transformation. She confided in Lu Xiangbei about this change, even sharing her speculation that the source of this transformation was the bracelet gifted to her by Nanqing. Nanqing had mentioned that if she saved Lu Xiangbei, she would naturally harness the energy contained within the bracelet. After rescuing Lu Xiangbei, the only ability she seemed to acquire was the remarkable power of rapid self-healing. Lu Xiangbei urged her to keep this matter secret from others, particularly regarding the bracelet, insisting that even Yu Yanshu must not be informed. Kangqi felt particularly indignant at his words. Lu Xiangbei often treated her like a child, assuming she lacked understanding of the importance of discretion. Moreover, aside from Lu Xiangbei, she had no intention of divulging her secret to anyone else. When Lu Xiangbei remarked on her youth, Kangqi rolled her eyes. They each exchanged their birthdays, revealing that Lu Xiangbei was merely 1 year her senior. This revelation surprised Lu Xiangbei, who had always assumed that Kangqi was a high school student at the onset of the calamity. He had not anticipated that her youthful appearance belied a genuine maturity. Kangqi's blossoming years were spent laboriously juggling jobs and moving homes, after finally achieving a stable work situation. She was preparing to make a down payment on her very own abode, envisioning a safe haven for her future when her youth would no longer be. Little did she expect that property values would plummet to the point where they could be casually picked up, although she had saved on the down payment. Money had become futile. In times past, currency has now become mere scraps of paper, and she must begin anew. The silver lining is that she may no longer need to fret over her old age, for many survivors do not live to see it. Had she not encountered Lu Xiangbei, it is highly probable that she would have perished from the cold in some forgotten corner. She wonders whether this constitutes a stroke of fortune in her later years. Lu Xiangbei has succeeded Zhang Yongcheng and been promoted to the position of captain of the armed forces. Kangqi fears that Lu Xiangbei's rapid ascension may provoke the ire of Zhang Yiheng's confidants, yet Lu Xiangbei remains unconcerned. He does not intend to linger long in this role. With the upheaval of the corpse transformation incident subsiding, there is much work to be done. Foremost among which is the grim task of clearing the deceased, conducting infection screenings among survivors, and investigating the cause of the outbreak. Zhang Yiheng is also eager to uncover why Zhang Yongqing attempted to assassinate him. After the attack, Zhang Yongqing fled, and amidst the chaos of the camp, no one was able to pursue him. He escaped, leaving Zhang Yiheng's questions unanswered. Thus it is imperative to locate him. Lu Xiangbei leads an investigation into the sequence of infections, reflecting on the fact that such events had never transpired in Baidu before. It seems that his choices have led to a ripple effect altering the future. She instinctively suspects that Yuan is behind this, willing to sacrifice the lives of survivors to incite internal strife in his quest to become the sole ruler of Feng Province. Lu Xiangbei concurs with her suspicions, yet persuading others requires tangible evidence. He is also determined to uncover who orchestrated the invasion of their residence by the zombies, and who had affixed explosives to the corpses. In truth, he harbors his own suspicions, seeking to validate them through personal investigation. Specifically, Yu Yanshu is curious about Zhang Yiheng's condition following his injury, pondering whether he appears haggard, embodying the fragile allure of a beauty marred by illness. Kangqi vividly recalled the pallid visage of Zhang Yiheng, a figure teetering on the brink of death. What beauty could be found in a soul so near to its end? Are you in a state of denial? Kangqi scoffed with evident disdain. Are you unable to recognize faces? Yu Yanshu was perplexed by the reaction of someone who beheld Zhang Yiheng's exquisite features. In that chaotic moment, how could I possibly focus on notions of beauty? In my eyes, there existed only the living and the dead, devoid of any allure. Ah, what a waste. One who is incapable of appreciating the delicate beauty of the peony. Yu Yanshu stomped her foot in frustration. What peony? It is merely dogtail grass. Surviving is the only matter of consequence. Oh dear, your tone mirrors that of my brother. It is alarming. Enough with the distractions. How has your thrusting practice fared? Isn't your brother meant to evaluate your progress? Kong Chi was aware that Yu Yanshu was honing her spear techniques. Her brother recognized that she was not cut out for martial pursuits, thus imparting upon her a few rudimentary maneuvers. Simple enough to use a red tassel spear against zombies. It would surely yield results, yet that remains the duty of the security team. If we do not contribute, we shall surely miss our midday meal. Chapter 142. The Battle of Feng Province. Yu Yanshu, undeterred, pursued Kong Chi with relentless inquiries, asking if Zhang Yiheng appeared particularly vulnerable while in his stupor, evoking a desire to protect him. No, I merely wished for him to swiftly rise and find a suitable refuge. You are so cold, so utterly unfeeling. I am indifferent. We must return to work. The two continued their banter as they arrived at the area designated for their cleanup duties, with Kong Chi imbued with zeal, rolling up her sleeves to clean with vigor. It was not that she failed to recognize Zhang Yiheng's appearance. Rather, she simply did not appreciate his beauty, which she deemed to rival that of a peony. As Yu Yanshu began to voice her usual complaints, she ultimately decided to remain silent. The families of both Yu Yanshu and Kong Chi were spared from casualties, allowing them to engage in playful banter. However, this seemingly man-made catastrophe had resulted in the loss of over 10,000 survivors in the Baidu camp. Many members of the cleaning crew had tragically lost loved ones. Consequently, the cleaning team granted a 2-day leave to those affected, allowing them to attend to the affairs of their deceased relatives. This left Kong Chi and her colleagues, who reported for duty, with the burden of covering their co-workers' responsibilities. The workload was indeed heavy, leaving Kong Chi with little time for idle chatter as she diligently picked up her cleaning tools and immersed herself in her tasks. Apart from brief moments of respite during meal times, she remained steadfastly focused on her work. Ignoring any distractions, Kong Chi was determined to fulfill her duties effectively. Given the recent unrest in the camp, the survivors' activity of foraging for seaweed was temporarily suspended. However, the task of gathering firewood could not cease. Lu Xiangbei, concerned for Kong Chi's safety, insisted on accompanying her whenever she ventured outside, even if it meant taking time from his own busy schedule. Not long into this semblance of tranquility, the fabled cold wave unexpectedly descended upon Feng Province. Temperatures plummeted to -5 degrees, compelling the survivors to don winter attire overnight. Autumn in Feng Province bore witness to a heavy snowfall, yet the natural calamity paled in comparison to the severity of human-made disasters. Amidst the blizzards, Feng Province braced itself for a fierce struggle as the Baidu authorities uncovered that the incidents of corpse transformation were orchestrated by Yuan, who had dispatched poison. Yuan had taken several individuals into custody in Baidu, with their closest relatives held captive in Nandu. He wielded these captives as leverage against the poisoners, threatening that failure to comply with his demands would result in the permanent loss of their beloved kin. These individuals had long been lurking within the confines of the Baidu camp, engaging in no dubious activities until a relative of Yuan's failed to incite discord. With his composure unraveling, Yuan initiated further acts of sabotage. Concurrently, he and Zhang Yongcheng conspired to assassinate Zhang Yiheng, intending to stage a corpse transformation as a cover for their nefarious plot. Otherwise, even if Zhang Yongcheng succeeded, he would inevitably face retribution from the bodyguard unit, rendering his escape from Baidu camp impossible. Now, he has managed to flee to Nandu, standing beside Yuan. The poisoner, compelled to reveal the truth, did so because Lu Xiangbei had infiltrated Nandu, rescuing their families. With the poisoner no longer restrained, he boldly stepped forward to expose Yuan's conspiracy. Having caused the deaths of so many, they were acutely aware of their grievous sins, now that their loved ones were safe. They were determined to drag Yuan down to hell with them. Zhang Yiheng's unwavering principle is human life. Yuan treats lives as mere pawns in his quest for power, an affront that Zhang Yiheng cannot abide. Upon learning the truth, the survivors of Baidu were incensed, and the survivors of Nandu were equally disheartened by Yuan's actions. This incident starkly illustrated that, when danger looms, Yuan would sacrifice survivors to safeguard himself. Losing the trust of the survivors, Yuan was consumed by rage, and the families of the Baidu victims demanded retribution for the blood he had shed. This vendetta would not end without a confrontation, a resolution that would inevitably lead to conflict. Kong Chi mused that in a previous life, Yuan's ability to oust Zhang Yiheng was solely due to his insidious cunning, followed by hypocritical efforts to placate the survivors of Baidu, effectively deceiving them. Zhang Yiheng, lacking evidence to unmask Yuan's true nature, could only depart in resignation. Perhaps even to be assassinated by his own brother, sealing his fate and ensuring he would never rise again. Kang Chi discerned that Yuan exhibited no sophisticated maneuvers. Rather, he merely resorted to underhanded tactics. Furthermore, weapons instilled a sense of security among the survivors. Whoever wielded them could easily attract followers. Yuan had mysteriously acquired a substantial cache of weapons post-disaster, all entrusted to those he deemed reliable. His willingness to eradicate zombies and safeguard the defenseless survivors led half of the original camp's inhabitants to pledge their allegiance to him, unaware of his true nature at that time. As the conflict between the North and South approached, Zhang Yiheng issued a preemptive order for all non-combatant survivors to seek refuge in the underground apartments, which were vigilantly guarded by armed personnel both inside and out. Lu Xiangbei intended for Kang Chi to join Yu Yanshu and others in hiding within the underground shelter, but Kang Chi declined. Her marksmanship was commendable, and she was adept with a crossbow. It seemed unreasonable to conceal herself alongside the elderly and vulnerable. In the past, she would have sought refuge without hesitation, as her lack of skills rendered her exposure tantamount to death. However, the circumstances had changed. She had gained prowess and confidence. Charging into battle was not her forte, but stealthily sniping from the shadows was certainly within her capabilities. She resolved not to enter the shelter unless Lu did too. Left with no choice, Lu Xiangbei assigned her a task to patrol with Lu. Should any suspicious individuals approach the survivors' hiding place, they were to be dealt with ruthlessly. Kang Chi accepted the mission and commenced her patrol with Lu. Meanwhile, Lu Xiangbei, opting not to engage in direct confrontation, took a separate team elsewhere, the purpose of which remained unclear to Kang Chi. The relentless snowfall enveloped the surroundings, and having lived in the north, Kang Chi felt indifferent to the cold. Draped in a white sheet, she also wrapped Lu in a white towel, blending seamlessly with the expanse of white that permeated the world around them. The streets were blanketed in white, as were the rooftops of cars and houses alike. She wandered through the underground apartments draped in a white sheet, navigating the vast expanse that could accommodate tens of thousands. It was impossible for them to be concentrated in a single location. She had spray-painted a bicycle white, wrapping the handlebars and seat in white cloth, riding the white bike with Lu as her patrol companion. Gunfire erupted just beyond Wenshou's wall, occasionally punctuated by the sound of explosions. One side comprised bodyguards from before the disaster, while the other was composed of villains from the same era. Kang Chi was uncertain of who would prevail. Nevertheless, she placed her faith in Lu Xiangbei. Whoever he stood with was destined to triumph. When the explosions ceased, Kang Chi encountered a child on the street who was making his way toward the nearest underground apartment. At a glance, she discerned that this child was not from the Baidu camp. Before Zhang Yiheng launched his attack that morning, all survivors in Baidu had been instructed to tie a red ribbon or string around their left wrists. The child appeared to be merely 4 or 5 years old, clad in a tattered summer t-shirt. In contrast, the survivors of the Baidu camp had all donned winter clothing. Zhang Yiheng had dispatched individuals to verify that everyone possessed winter attire, and those without padded garments wore 3 layers of thin clothing. A child? Kang Chi pedaled faster to catch up to the boy, instinctively aware that she must prevent him from approaching the underground apartment. Chapter 143, Suspicious Individual. Upon hearing Kang Chi call out to him, the child slowly turned around, his face obscured by a mask, revealing only a pair of large, glistening black eyes. Little one, where are your family? Why are you here alone? And where are you headed? Kang Chi inquired without advancing toward him, remaining seated on her bike. Suddenly, Lu sprang up from the back seat, placing his front paws on Kang Chi's shoulders and barking 3 times at the child. The child collapsed onto the ground, his hands pressed against the earth as he retched uncontrollably. He expelled a mass of pale, writhing creatures, resembling small centipedes freshly emerged from their eggs. The dog barked twice at the mound of insects, which twisted momentarily before falling still. Yet, the child's condition did not improve. He was succumbing to a transformation. Kang Chi observed with clarity as his eyes morphed, followed by the visible changes in his skin. She could not allow him to escape, nor did she know if he had any living relatives. Thus, she resolved to confine him temporarily until the ravages of war subsided. It was an easy task to imprison a small zombie. She scavenged a nearby trash bin, for the streets around the underground apartment had been thoroughly cleansed, and the refuse containers were both sanitized and subjected to high temperatures. Many bins remained unused and empty. Kang Chi selected one and secured the small zombie within. She also found a container to cover the child's vomit, suspecting a connection between the transformation and the insects. Of course, merely placing him in a trash bin would not suffice. She weighed down the bin with 2 manhole covers. Perhaps the enclosed space mitigated the odor. As the small zombie remained surprisingly quiet, not attempting to escape. With the creature secured, Kong-Chi hastily pedaled her bicycle to seek out the patrol team. She alerted them to the potential presence of an individual carrying the zombie virus approaching the underground apartment. They might be elderly, children, or seemingly frail and helpless women. Kong-Chi had come to understand that regardless of whether the insects within them could be exterminated, the individuals would inevitably undergo transformation. Their arrival signified hopelessness. She harbored no doubt that this was yet another sinister ploy devised by Yuan, under the guise of seemingly innocuous survivors. The faction dispatched individuals to infiltrate the subterranean dwellings, with the nefarious intention of instigating a second outbreak of zombification. Given the multiplicity of these underground habitations, she surmised that Yuan would not have relied solely on a single child operative. There were, undoubtedly, other purveyors of human toxin in play. The patrol unit, familiar with Kong-Chi and cognizant of her valorous acts of rescuing colleagues, held her pronouncements in high regard. Moreover, having been apprised by Lu Xiangbei of her voluntary assistance in their patrols, they were aware of her role as a supportive volunteer. Despite not being formally enlisted in the patrol unit or the roster of combatants, her willingness to take up arms in aid of the patrol elicited their admiration. However, it was not merely courage that distinguished Kong-Chi. She possessed genuine capabilities. Were it otherwise, Lu Xiangbei would never have countenanced her participation. Indeed, Zhang Yiheng too would have demurred, for numerous survivors, particularly those bereaved of loved ones, were eager to exact vengeance and clamored to join the fray. Yet, lacking familiarity with weaponry, and with no time available for instruction in their use or in combat techniques, Zhang Yiheng was compelled to deny their involvement. Kong-Chi, however, was an exception. Her martial prowess surpassed that of the patrol unit, and her marksmanship was commendable. Accompanied by the valiant and imposing heir LV, few could approach her unscathed. Otherwise, Lu Xiangbei would have certainly disapproved of her presence. Acting upon Kong-Chi's intelligence, the patrol unit converged upon the various subterranean dwellings and, as anticipated, encountered suspicious individuals in the vicinity. As Kong-Chi had surmised, these individuals presented themselves as the epitome of vulnerability, whether as infirm elders, emaciated maidens, or expectant mothers. In essence, they were figures calculated to evoke empathy. Lacking the telltale red ribbons or cords on their wrists, they were easily identifiable. Upon confirming their non-affiliation with the Baidu encampment, the patrol unit apprehended them all. They did not immediately undergo transformation but were taken by the patrol team to a secluded room for isolation. Kong-Chi speculated that the barking of heir Lu had prompted the child to transform prematurely, while the others were likely poisoned and would transform only after entering the underground apartment. They seemed to possess a delayed transformation mechanism, indicating that the mastermind intended for them to mingle with the crowd before exploding. Therefore, it was crucial that they maintain the appearance of normal individuals upon their initial encounter. Otherwise, they would be shot before even entering the apartment area. The patrol team conducted a count of the infiltrators, discovering that their numbers matched those of the underground apartment. These individuals were concentrated and confined within a windowless warehouse, its reinforced entrance locked from the outside, rendering them unable to escape. The patrol team also transported the dumpster containing the small zombies to the warehouse. Kong-Chi refrained from following, fearing that the zombies might expose her secret. The small zombie remained quiet in front of the dumpster, but would become unruly if approached by the patrol team. Kong-Chi watched from a distance, waiting until the patrol team safely transported the dumpster away before she wandered elsewhere. She inquired with the security personnel if she could go to the wall, to which they consented. Noting that Yuan and his subordinates had fled by boat, Kong-Chi rode her bicycle towards the wall, worried about Lu Xiangbei, fearing he might pursue Yuan and encounter danger. She scaled the car wall, carrying her bicycle, ere Lu managed to cross it on his own without her assistance. She intended to check by the seaside and en route. She met several colleagues of Lu Xiangbei, who informed her that he had taken people to chase after Yuan. She had anticipated this. Lu Xiangbei would not let this opportunity slip by. Her greatest fear was that he might disregard his own safety in the process. What if Lu Xiangbei, in his quest for vengeance, chooses to perish alongside Yuan Tong? The thought sends her heart racing, leaving her breathless and lightheaded. Survivors from Nandu have ventured into the streets, already aware of Yuan's escape, congregating in clusters to discuss the situation. As Kong-Chi cycled past them, Snippets of their conversation reached her ears, suggesting that Yuwen had prepared a substantial quantity of zombie virus-infected materials before his departure, intending to transform Nandu into a wasteland of the undead. However, some had anticipated his actions and swiftly incinerated the infected materials, thwarting Yuwen's sinister plot. This individual, accompanied by several team members, had set out on a boat in pursuit of Yuwen, seemingly determined to eliminate him without rest. The person they mentioned was undoubtedly Lu Xiangbei. Kong Qi pedaled to the seaside, where guards were stationed, including someone she recognized, Yu Yinshu's brother, Yu Linen. Upon seeing her approach, Yu Linen walked towards her and inquired about the situation in the north. All is well. Cough. Where is my brother? In her moment of panic, Kong Qi nearly uttered Lu Xiangbei's full name. He has gone after the one who fled. Yuwen has caused you great harm. Your brother will not spare him. Yu Linen was aware that Yuwen had attempted to assassinate him and his sister multiple times, a grudge that no one could endure. How long has he been gone? Kong Qi, privy to the details, felt an intensifying anxiety. Chapter 144. The Return of the Wind and Snow. Was he aboard the same vessel as others? Or did he embark alone? Yu Linen found Kong Qi's inquiries peculiar, unable to grasp the significance of the distinction that seemed to cause her such distress. Feeling a wave of dizziness, Kong Qi slowly sank onto the sandy shore, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Her appearance startled Yu Linen, who crouched beside her, momentarily at a loss for words. He was unaware of the trigger behind Kong Qi's tears and what had stirred her emotions so intensely. Your brother is quite skilled at sailing. Yu Linen clumsily attempted to offer comfort. Kong Qi fought to hold back her tears. It was not the time for crying. She was simply overwhelmed by her emotions, unable to contain them any longer. Throughout the journey from Baidu, her mind was consumed with worry, leaving no room for other thoughts. Don't fret. Qi, your brother will be all right. He's formidable, you know. You have no idea how adept he is within the bodyguard team. Even the likes of Yuwen and his gang are no match for him. She had been sitting by the seaside for nearly an hour, and Yu Linen urged her to find a sheltered spot, as the coastal winds were fierce and snow fell heavily, bringing the temperature down. Kong Qi, not wishing to impose on Yu Linen, stood her ground and waited without moving. Observing her stubbornness, Yu Linen removed his coat and draped it over her shoulders. He even borrowed a knitted hat from someone else and placed it atop her head. The group waiting by the shore was aware that Lu Xiangbei had a sister, but aside from Yu Linen, none had seen her before. They had just overheard the exchange between Yu Linen and Kong Qi. Realizing that this young woman was indeed Lu Xiangbei's sister, the person from whom the hat had been taken spontaneously removed their scarf and offered it to Kong Qi. Given her petite stature, they were unsure of her actual age and regarded her as a younger sister. In reality, Kong Qi was older than some of them by a few years. On such a frigid day, entering the sea would surely lead to illness. Kong Qi vigorously waved her arms on the beach as Lu Xiangbei docked the boat, swiftly leaping onto the shore and heading straight for her. Yu Linen released his hand, allowing the siblings to rush towards one another and embrace tightly. As he observed this scene, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. His memories were filled solely with moments of playful banter and rivalry between him and his sister, devoid of such warm and tender instances. Kong Qi, in her exuberance, leapt onto Lu Xiangbei's back, requesting him to carry her, for a team member had approached Lu to converse, and she did not wish to obstruct them. Yu Linen, taking the lead, inquired, Captain Lu, how did it go? Was it resolved? Lu Xiangbei shook his head, a wry smile gracing his lips. He managed to escape. Without further elaboration, Lu sought to know Zhang Yihing's whereabouts, as he needed to report to the superiors. Kong Qi dismounted from him, realizing she could not accompany her leader. Oh dear, what an honor. But your sister is the true hero. She protects me far better. Yu Linen's quip elicited laughter from those around. As Kong Qi returned her hat and scarf, playfully patting Yu Linen's shoulder with a particularly smug tone. Be good now. Sister's got your back. Her self-proclamation as sister was not a mere jest. She was indeed a year older than Yu Linen, though he remained unaware, mistakenly thinking her to be a fellow student. Hey, Captain Lu, your sister is bullying again. Is anyone going to intervene? Yu Linen, known for his playful banter, relished in jesting. Both he and Yu Yanshu exhibited extroverted personalities. Kong Qi had visited their home and was well acquainted with their spirited exchanges, knowing that there was never a moment of peace within the household. Yu's parents had evidently grown accustomed to their lively squabbles, having endured their antics since childhood, remaining unfazed by the raucousness, continuing with their tasks unaffected. Mediating their disputes is futile. They invariably resolve their contentions independently. Upon learning of Lu Xiangbei's safety, Kong Qi's anxieties dissipated entirely. The conflict between the northern and southern factions concluded with a victory for Baidu. Yu Linen, escorting her on his electric scooter, inquired about her romantic entanglements. Yu Linen mentioned the abundance of single men within their ranks, lamenting their perpetual bachelorhood, and proposed that Kong Qi select a suitor from their diverse cohort of handsome, dashing, and amiable individuals to alleviate their surplus of unmarried men. As she conceived this pretext, the visage of Lu Xiangbei's comely countenance materialized in her mind. Who is it? Do I know him? Is he handsome? Which team does he work for? Yu Linen's penchant for gossip rivaled that of Yu Yanxu. It's confidential, Kong Qi demurred, offering Yu Linen a mischievous grin. Hey, this girl is infuriating. Is it only your brother that you show your adorable smile to? And you only show us your hideous face. Of course, my brother is the best. Although infuriating, I would also like a sister like that. Don't let Yu Yanmei practice thrusting anymore. She might love you a little more. No, let her continue to hate me. The thrusting must be practiced. Yu Linen escorted her home, departing after witnessing her entry. The amalgamation of the two encampments was inevitable, rendering the automobile barricade superfluous. Zhang Yiheng would undoubtedly decree its dismantling. The aftermath of the conflict entailed a plethora of responsibilities, particularly for the patrol, peacekeeping, and armed personnel. During their meal, Lu Xiangbei voluntarily disclosed to Kong Qi that he had indeed had the opportunity to kill Yuan today. However, he refrained from doing so, for killing Yuan would not ensure his own survival. Thus, he abandoned the pursuit, watching helplessly as Yuan fled. Chapter 145, Take off at this moment. Kong Qi could no longer contain her emotions. She raised her hand to wipe away the tears she had shed, feeling a bittersweet pang in her heart. Yet an overwhelming sense of reassurance enveloped her. What about your revenge? Despite Yuan's escape, this matter lingered as a persistent worry in Lu Xiangbei's mind. All right, Kong Qi said with a smile, dabbing her eyes. Having known Lu Xiangbei for quite some time, she was acutely aware of the significance of revenge in his heart. Kong Qi supported his quest for vengeance and was willing to aid him, but she feared he might disregard his own life in the pursuit of it. Now that she felt a sense of stability, she quickly finished her meal and began to pack their belongings. Although their stay in Feng Province was brief, they had accumulated quite a few possessions. She was adept at gathering, while Lu Xiangbei possessed remarkable physical prowess. Many items, however, they could not take with them, such as the vegetables she had cultivated and the rabbits she had raised. She intended to gift the vegetable pots to Yu Yanshu and offer the rabbits to Yuan Fangfang, whose sister was unable to work at home. This way, she could care for a few wild rabbits and enhance their living conditions. While reporting the pursuit status to Zhang Yiheng, Lu Xiangbei made it clear that he and Kong Qi would be departing Feng Province. He candidly expressed that their purpose in coming to Feng Province was to seek revenge on Yuan, and now that their adversary had escaped, they must continue their pursuit. Zhang Yiheng made every effort to persuade him to stay, but Lu Xiangbei was resolute in his decision. Additionally, there was another compelling reason for their departure. Both he and Kong Qi possessed unique abilities, and they could not maintain their secrecy while blending in with the crowd. Feng Province would not remain free of zombies indefinitely, and Lu Xiangbei discreetly shared some insights about the future with Zhang Yang, ensuring that their conversation remained entirely confidential. Kong Qi was unaware of the conversation between Lu Xiangbei and Zhang Yiheng, who had gifted them a small airplane as a farewell present. Kong Qi instructed those willing to receive items from their home to come and collect them. Yuan Fangfang arrived on a tricycle, taking away a wild rabbit, and she brought along a present from Yuan Feifei for Kong Qi, a hat, scarf, and gloves meticulously crafted by Yuan Feifei herself. The vegetables meant for Yu Yanshu were taken away by Yu Linen, who dragged them in a cart. Yu Yanshu, however, was not in the mood to move the vegetables. She wept in Kong Qi's embrace for a long time, imploring Kong Qi to promise that they would reunite once the calamity had passed. Yu Yanshu spat several times, urging her not to utter such ominous words about death. Dr. Wang requested a clay stove, which Lu Xiangbei delivered on his bicycle. The underground apartment had heating, yet cooking remained the responsibility of each household. There was no gas available, and electricity was limited, disallowing high-powered appliances. For the time being, survivors had to rely on clay stoves to prepare meals. During the renovation of the underground garage, this necessity had been anticipated, and the design included appropriate provisions for chimneys within the apartments. Lu Xiangbei assisted Dr. Wang and his wife in setting up the stove. Dr. Du's head injury had fully healed. During Kong Qi's confrontation with armed intruders, the security team had rescued him from the rooftop of the community pavilion. Dr. Du handed Lu Xiangbei 2 bottles of his homemade medicinal oil, claiming it was exceptionally effective for treating bruises and injuries. The gifts they received were relatively easy to carry, and their luggage was minimal, as the airplane's interior was limited in space. Seating 2 people and a dog left little room for additional belongings. Zhang Yiheng gifted them 4 small aircrafts. Kong Qi, unfamiliar with aviation, viewed the plane through the lens of an amateur, perceiving it as a large toy. While she held no doubts regarding Lu Xiangbei's piloting skills, her mind was plagued by uncontrollable visions of a crash. As she bid farewell to those who came to see them off, she settled into her seat, palms clammy with sweat, and an urgent need to relieve herself. Lu Xiangbei urged her to relax, assuring her that there were no other planes in the sky, and they were quite safe. Kong Qi found no solace in his words. Instead, she grasped Lu's claw, who remained remarkably composed, gazing serenely out the window. When the plane ascended, her heart nearly leapt from her throat. She dared not look outside, choosing instead to keep her eyes tightly shut as they soared into the heavens. Once airborne, their small aircraft resembled a mere paper plane. Their mission was straightforward: traverse the zombie-infested territory and locate a suitable landing site. The undead paid no heed to Kong Qi, but they relentlessly pursued Lu Xiangbei. It was imperative that he ensured they did not descend into a horde of zombies. From their aerial vantage, the distribution of the undead was starkly visible. The coastal regions had been thoroughly overrun, with the zombies congregating even more densely than when Kong Qi and her companions had arrived. Should they attempt to land by sea? No one could penetrate such a tightly packed throng of the living dead. As they flew over the zombie-laden area, fuel levels dwindled. Yet Lu Xiangbei struggled to find a suitable landing spot. The roads were choked with abandoned vehicles, while the airport runway was obstructed by crashed planes, some of which had failed to take flight. "Do we have parachutes?" Kong Qi inquired, voicing her most pressing concern. "No," Lu Xiangbei replied. "Zhang Yiheng, that rascal, provided the planes but neglected to include parachutes. What a poor review. They had to land, and I did my utmost." Lu Xiangbei sought a suitable place for an emergency landing, but something thwarted his efforts. They merely felt a colossal shadow obscure the sunlight, followed by a jolt of the aircraft as something seized it. What could it be? Kong Qi was genuinely terrified. For an entity had pierced the metallic fuselage of the plane, several talon-like appendages puncturing the roof, hovering ominously above Kong Qi's head. It appeared to be a bird. Lu Xiangbei found himself unable to control the aircraft, as the force that grasped it was overwhelmingly vast. To it, the plane was but a trifling object, akin to an eagle clutching a chick. He was aware of Lu's prowess, and one would expect this to be the moment for Lu to assert its might. Yet all that filled the cabin was Kong Qi's frantic cries, while Lu remained utterly silent. Do not look further. It had succumbed to unconsciousness, seemingly afflicted by motion sickness. Lu's tongue hung limply by its mouth, drool pooling beneath, its eyes devoid of life. Chapter 146. The nest. Regardless of where its nest lay, it surely was not among the clouds, as long as they had the chance to touch solid ground. There remained a glimmer of hope for survival. Kong Qi, overwhelmed by anxiety, felt numb, his brain starved of oxygen, his mouth parched, and his throat constricted. The strange bird soared skyward with its prey, as the small aircraft seemed on the verge of disintegration. Fortunately, it did not persist in its ascent. The speed at which it flew felt utterly dissimilar to that of the plane, making Kong Qi feel as though he were aboard a pirate ship. The wind generated by the creature's wings left Kong Qi trembling with fear. They glided through the skies for 2 hours, transitioning from the city to the outskirts, and then from the suburbs to the mountainous wilderness, finally reaching the peaks of the towering mountains. The enormity of the monstrous bird renders its hunting range nearly impossible to ascertain. Atop the mountain, a colossal nest occupies the entirety of the summit's expanse. An aircraft is unceremoniously cast into the nest. Even with seatbelts fastened, the living beings inside find themselves in discomfort. Kong Qi has cradled Lu to protect him from harm during the tumultuous ride. Both Kong Qi and Lu Xiangbei don helmets, their heads relatively unscathed. Yet their bodies bear the brunt of painful impacts. Within the nest, a few ravenous chicks await nourishment as the monstrous bird pecks at the aircraft, tearing away the metallic exterior to feed its young. The chicks, blissfully ignorant, eagerly open their mouths, swallowing the morsels without hesitation. The creature's formidable beak distorts the aircraft's shape. But Lu Xiangbei and Kong Qi have already leaped from the plane, plunging into the soft embrace of branches below. The great tree, which forms the nest, serves as its core, yet a layer of warm, delicate twigs lines the interior. The duo, along with Lu, burrows beneath this carpet, advancing like 2 diligent grubs. The monstrous bird remains oblivious to their presence as they reach the edge of the colossal nest, where safety is assured. It is unlikely that the creature or its chicks will detect intruders in the corners. Lu Xiangbei leads the way, while Kangqi follows closely behind, cradling Erlu. Upon reaching the nest periphery, Lu Xiangbei unsheathes a dagger, hoping to carve a hole to facilitate their escape. The delicate twigs within pose little challenge. Yet the outer tree trunks prove resistant, densely packed with mud between them. Ultimately, they must abandon the plan to excavate an exit. Opting instead to wait until the monstrous bird departs and the chicks succumb to slumber, allowing them to escape the nest and make their escape. They waited until midnight, cautiously emerging from their nest. Uncertain whether the fledglings had been poisoned by the metallic shell or merely suffered from indigestion, they had been restless from day until night. Finally settling down just past midnight, the strange bird seemed to realize that this prey might be toxic, discarding what it had not consumed outside the nest. The airplane was cast down the mountain, shattered into countless pieces. Kangqi had no time to mourn their belongings. His only desire was to escape as far as possible. Having successfully vacated their nest, they descended the mountain, wary of detection by the peculiar bird, and refrained from using their flashlight. They made their way down, utilizing both hands and feet. By the time they reached the base of the mountain, dawn had already broken. Lu Xiangbei concealed several chocolate energy bars in his arms, which he shared with Kangqi before they continued on their journey. The nearby mountainous region was devoid of zombies and large beasts, only small creatures scurrying about. A large animal was presumably nurturing its young at the mountain summit, while larger fauna within a 100-mile radius had likely been captured for sustenance. Once they successfully reached level ground, Erlu had regained its composure. Kangqi teased it, remarking that it would never become a celestial hound but would remain a mere earth dog in this lifetime. The two dogs, now on solid ground, immediately regained their vigor and chased after the small animals in the wilderness, with Lu Xiangbei trailing behind to collect meat. Kangqi had lost all sense of direction while in the sky and had no idea where they currently stood. In contrast, Lu Xiangbei was acutely aware that they were in a perilous zone, where the temperature was frigid and the landscape was a canvas of white. He discovered a cave where they sought refuge to rest. Lighting a fire within, they were fortunate not to attract any wild beasts or strange birds, and the aroma of roasted game failed to lure any other living creatures. Certainly, there are no formidable beasts in the vicinity. The reigning sovereign of this realm is that peculiar bird. In the wilderness, survival hinges upon the guidance of the northern direction. While the task of hunting is entrusted to the two donkeys, Kangqi merely needs to walk, eat, and sleep each day. The mountains yield nothing for her to scavenge. After several days of travel, they finally encountered a structure. It was a temple, devoid of inhabitants and zombies alike. They rested within the temple for 2 days before resuming their journey. Upon reaching a populated area, they hoped to find means of transportation. Subsequently, they arrived at a small town, which was equally deserted. No people, no corpses, no food. However, they did discover some essential tools for living, such as a water jug and a pot. They also found 2 electric tricycles, regrettably out of power and with flat tires. Kangqi loaded the collected supplies onto the vehicle, pushing it along. The town lacked a pump. Perhaps one existed, but they did not locate it. Each person pushed a tricycle. With a pot, they could boil water, and with water, they could survive. The firewood was sourced from wooden items found in the town door panels. Furniture, anything combustible, was dismantled by Lu Xiangbei, who chopped them into manageable pieces for burning. They traversed from the countryside to the town without encountering zombies or camps established by survivors. The sparse population rendered their solitude unsurprising. Upon nearing a larger city, Kangqi ventured inside to scout for any zombies. Finding none, she signaled to Lu Xiangbei, igniting a flare from a high vantage point in the city. Together, they scoured the urban landscape for essential supplies. Their tricycles were subsequently replaced with fuel-powered, 3-wheeled motorcycles. The abandoned vehicles on the highway of the desolate region are few, and the sound of motorcycles does not attract the undead, for there are none in this area. They journey homeward, laden with their collected belongings. He also provided a copy of the same map to Kangqi, explaining that should they become separated, she could navigate using it. When disoriented, she could follow the railway line, which he had marked for her. Kangqi tucked the map into her clothing, reasoning that if Lu Xiangbei's copy were to be lost, she would at least have a backup. As they traversed the vast, desolate expanse, they were accompanied solely by the howling wind and falling snow. Kangqi felt that the desolation had not experienced summer since the catastrophe, resembling an icy realm. She salvaged several tightly sealed boxes of beef jerky from a factory, while the unsealed portions had been devoured by small creatures. Though she could not discern it, Lu Xiangbei was aware and cautioned her to be wary of the rodents. For the vastness beneath their feet concealed countless of them, their potential mutations unknown. At night, the two took turns keeping watch, guarding against the possibility of a rodent army emerging to engulf them. Chapter 147. Temperature variance. Lu Xiangbei constructed a sled, and the donkey now bore its own load. The journey home was arduous and protracted, as they needed to gather firewood, compelling them to traverse areas where people had once dwelt. At times, they would walk for days without encountering a single village, the wilderness dominated by plains or rocky hills, devoid of branches. Thus, the three of them, 2 humans and a dog, huddled together for warmth. Kong Qi, possessing her flower-patterned ball, did not require warmth, but Lu Xiangbei and the donkey did. In the absence of firewood, when night falls upon the snow-laden expanse, they would erect their tents and huddle together within, swathed in thick blankets. Under such circumstances, Kong Qi's sole concern was whether Lu Xiangbei would succumb to the cold, rendering the notion of propriety between the sexes utterly irrelevant. In the city, their lives would be considerably more comfortable. However, they did not indulge in the fleeting comforts of ease, resolutely pressing onward towards home. Lu Xiangbei's urgency stemmed from the knowledge that there would be no summer for the next decade. During the coldest depths of winter, survival on the surface became perilously fraught, necessitating their descent underground. Kong Qi shared in this urgency, for the future held numerous uncertainties, and the absence of provisions weighed heavily upon her heart. In the region devoid of zombies, and similarly in the north, they traversed the landscape on their steeds, encountering no assaults from the undead. All their time was devoted to gathering supplies and making progress, without distraction from other matters. The mule, as long as it remained grounded, feared no beast. Even the most colossal of mutated creatures could be intimidated by its resounding bray. Upon witnessing the ruins of a dwelling, Lu Xiangbei could vividly envision the ferocity of those who had invaded the village. He refrained from taking anything but an old photograph album. In the northernmost regions, the temperatures plummeted to absurd lows, rendering the tricycle's tires utterly useless. Thus, their journey from the village towards the tunnel could only be accomplished through the labor of a sled. Yet, upon reaching the tunnel's entrance, Lu Xiangbei beheld a miracle. The frigid landscape on this side was harsh, each breath feeling as though it might freeze within his airway. Conversely, while the other side was equally blanketed in snow, the temperature was palpably warmer. He extracted a thermometer and measured the disparity, a staggering 20 degrees difference between the two ends of the tunnel. Upon passing through the tunnel, Li Qi's map reached its conclusion, leaving the circumstances on the other side shrouded in uncertainty. We must venture forth to explore the path ahead. The temperature disparity is quite pronounced. It is warmer on that side. Perhaps the location he indicated is indeed a treasure trove. He was a person of great wisdom. Yet regrettably, he never resided in the place he discovered. Perhaps, if summer graces us, we can lay him to rest in the most picturesque spot. With that, the two placed the sled within the tunnel, and Kong Qi eagerly inspected the supplies she had stored there, finding everything intact, which instantly uplifted her spirits. They traversed the tunnel on foot, emerging into a world transformed, where Kong Qi distinctly felt the change in temperature. She removed the military coat layered over her down jacket, as well as the outer scarf and hat. The difference was indeed significant. The temperature here hovered around -10 degrees. It is perplexing. Something must be influencing the climate here. No one has visited recently. Lu Xiangbei first gazed at the sky, then scrutinized the snow-covered ground, which bore no traces of human footprints or tire tracks. Are we safe to settle here? Let us hope it's not a volcanic crater. It would be disastrous if it erupted and sent us soaring into the heavens. There are no volcanoes here. Could it be due to an earthquake? Have I mentioned that a substantial earthquake occurred in this region, creating an extraordinarily long fissure in the ground, resembling an abyss with no visible end on either side? I shall take a measurement, Lu Xiangbei declared, raising the thermometer as they continued on their way. Upon exiting the tunnel, they found themselves on a flat road, flanked by mountains on one side and fields on the other. The trees on the mountain are predominantly pine and birch, while the farmlands lie abandoned, blanketed by deep snow, with only a few cornstalks protruding from the wide expanse. Look there. After approximately half an hour of walking, Lu Xiangbei suddenly tugged at Kong Qi's arm, gesturing her to gaze towards the mountain. What is it? Kong Qi followed his pointed direction. That light seems rather peculiar. Indeed, it appears somewhat red, or perhaps orange-red. The light atop the mountain is indeed strange, resembling the glow of dawn, yet it is neither evening nor dawn, but midday. There might be something there. Let us investigate. I hope it's not something bizarre. Should we not send a drone up to check? You stay down here, and I will ascend. Lu Xiangbei found merit in Kong Qi's suggestion, yet they had no means to procure a drone at that moment. No, I shall accompany you. We shall face whatever it is together. As they conversed, they began their ascent up the mountain. Though the light appeared close, it actually required them to traverse 2 mountain peaks. By the time they reached the top, the sun was nearing its descent, and in the winter, darkness arrives early. By 4 in the afternoon, twilight had already set in. The crimson glow drew nearer, as if hovering just above them. At the very summit of the mountain beneath their feet, Lu Xiangbei instinctively grasped Kong Qi's arm, aiding her as they climbed. The slope growing steeper as they approached the summit. However, this peak bore no nests but instead harbored an object resembling an egg. Yet, it only seemed so, in reality. It was a stone, rounder at the base and somewhat pointed at the top, more akin to a stone droplet. It emits light. Kong Qi's eyes sparkled with wonder. Though she dared not approach this enigmatic object, the crimson light they observed emanated from the stone, casting a widespread, yet gentle illumination. Given that they were situated at the apex of the vicinity, Kong Qi voiced her concern, palpating her face. Could it be radioactive? Let's descend, Lu Xiangbei urged. Even with his prescience of the forthcoming decade, he had never encountered such a phenomenon. Kong Qi's apprehension was legitimate, as the stone appeared extraterrestrial. A recollection surfaced in Lu Xiangbei's mind. The evening preceding the cataclysm, news outlets had broadcasted an impending meteor shower. The subsequent morning, reports indicated anomalies within the meteor shower, with online speculations of decelerating and veering meteorites worldwide. These conjectures, primarily disseminated by amateur astronomers, lacked widespread credibility. Lu Xiangbei, although not actively seeking such information, maintained a habit of perusing morning and evening news. Should the stone indeed be a meteorite, the potential for radiation warranted caution. They promptly descended the mountain, discarding their outerwear coats, trousers, hats, scarves, and gloves upon the slope. The climate on the tunnel side was temperate, negating the necessity for such insulation. Beneath their down jackets, they donned padded jackets. And beneath their outer trousers, they wore down-filled cotton pants, supplemented by fleece leggings. Donning fresh cotton attire, they kindled a fire within the tunnel to prepare a meal. As twilight encroached, further exploration was deferred until the morrow. With an assortment of stoves, firewood, oils, and seasonings, alongside Kong Qi's homemade provisions, their sustenance remained unspoiled. They prepared instant noodles, opened a can of meat, and retreated into their tent to enjoy a warm meal. Kong Qi felt no concern about wild beasts stealing their food. She had not set a curfew for Erlu, allowing him the freedom to play outside for the entire night if he so wished. During their exploratory days, Kong Qi and Lu Xiangbei slept within the tunnel. They traversed the road for 3 days and stumbled upon a village beside it. Continuing their journey for another 3 days, the road came to an abrupt end, and Lu Xiangbei beheld the great chasm that Kong Qi had described, a void that seemed to stretch infinitely downward and forward. They measured this warm area with their footsteps, and as Lu Xiangbei walked, he sketched a map, ultimately revealing that the area formed a circle. The only entrance and exit was the tunnel. The boundaries of the remaining area were comprised entirely of bottomless fissures. Within this circular region lay 7 mountains, hundreds of acres of farmland, a solitary road, and a village. The rest consisted of forests and wasteland, and they found it impossible to explore every corner in a short span of time. Starting from the 3rd day of their exploration, Kong Qi no longer ventured out with Lu Xiangbei, allowing Erlu to take her place. She busied herself in the village, organizing their new home and transporting supplies from the tunnel. The village was deserted. Every household's doors were locked, and some even bore painted notices on their gates and walls. Kong Qi refrained from breaking in, as numerous empty houses indicated they had long been uninhabited, their doors left unlocked due to their emptiness. This village, far removed from the bustling city, likely saw its able-bodied residents seeking work elsewhere. Villages like this, with 9 out of 10 houses unoccupied, were plentiful in the northern regions, a phenomenon that had not been so severe a decade ago. Kong Qi and Lu Xiangbei chose an unoccupied house as their refuge, with Kong Qi gradually transporting supplies from the tunnel into the village. The village had been untouched by zombies, yet it was teeming with wildlife, all of which fled at the arrival of the 2 donkeys. While Lu Xiangbei ventured out to scout the area, Kong Qi busied herself with tidying up their new home. The house, having been vacant for an extended period, required considerable repairs. She undertook a preliminary cleaning, leaving the repair work to Lu Xiangbei. Knowing that the village was surrounded by deep fissures, Lu Xiangbei felt considerably reassured, as long as they secured the tunnel. No marauders could invade the village unless they arrived by helicopter or hot air balloon. Once satisfied with the safety situation, Lu Xiangbei commenced the renovations. He efficiently addressed issues with the roof, doors, windows, stove, chimney, and both interior and exterior walls, resolving all problems within a few days. Winter prohibited extensive renovations, and they could not paint the old house, so Kangqi used wallpaper and rice paste to adorn the walls, laying linoleum on the floors. These materials had been collected beforehand, but only 2 bedrooms were completed. In the kitchen, she applied newspaper to the walls. As the basic structure of this empty house was quite sound, with tiled floors throughout, all vehicles in the village had departed, leaving behind 2 broken motorcycles, which were out of fuel. They had ample food and drink to sustain them until the following year, so Kangqi felt no urgency to venture outside. She had gathered 10 sacks of charcoal, and she and Lu Xiangbei celebrated their new abode with roasted game. As the stove blazed, the entire house grew warm. Finally allowing Kangqi to use her collapsible bathtub, she placed the flower-patterned ball in the kitchen, ensuring that both the interior and the front and backyards felt like a spring day. However, mere warmth was insufficient for bathing in winter, to avoid catching a chill. The temperature within the house had to be sufficiently high. In the yard, she set up 2 large iron pots to boil water. Lu Xiangbei initially assumed she intended to roast some wild game, only to find out from Kangqi that she was preparing water for a bath. With no one else in the village, Kangqi felt no shame in her peculiar behavior. After a hearty meal, she relished a warm bath and then lay upon the cozy hearth, her body sinking into the soft bedding, overwhelmed by happiness to the point of tears. That night, she slept exceptionally soundly, while Lu Xiangbei rested in the adjacent room. She held unwavering faith in his vigilance. If anyone entered the yard, he would surely notice. The combination of mental and physical relaxation allowed Kangqi to drift into a deep slumber, only to awaken the following afternoon. Lu Xiangbei had prepared breakfast for her, leaving a note beneath the bowl, stating that he had gone to the tunnel to devise a means of sealing it. The tunnel was their sole passage in and out. And with no one stationed there, Lu Xiangbei's mind remained uneasy. He also intended to assess the mountain above the tunnel to determine if it was feasible for someone to climb over. Stretching languidly, Kangqi rose to eat her breakfast. After freshening up, she ventured to the backyard to till the soil. The frozen ground had thawed after a night and morning of warmth from the flower ball. Kangqi turned over the earth in both the front and backyards, scattering the seeds she had gathered. These seeds had been frozen in the tunnel for several months, and she was uncertain of their viability. She filled both yards with vegetables and fruits, planting fruit trees in the back and cultivating vegetables and corn in the front. Although they had not entered the homes of other villagers, they had not hesitated to utilize the firewood from their yards, transporting it home in burlap sacks. During dinner, Kangqi recalled the city to which the villagers had gone and inquired of Lu Xiangbei whether there were any survivors there. Lu Xiangbei demurred, stating he hadn't heard of any survivors in that city. Kangqi contemplated that, should time permit, they could venture there, as metropolises harbored abundant resources, including items they couldn't fabricate themselves, such as feminine hygiene products. Whenever Kangqi entered a city, she sought these items alongside sustenance. Coincidentally, Lu Xiangbei also desired to procure a mode of transportation, as they couldn't solely rely on foot travel. After recuperating in the village for a few days, the duo embarked once more, their destination being the aforementioned metropolis, the nucleus of the district's economy, culture, and transportation. This time, they journeyed via sled, propelled by Erlf. Kangqi recalled that during their southward trek, Erlf could only haul 30 pounds of supplies. Now, the canine alone could transport both of them, briskly traversing the snowy terrain. Erlf has matured further, hasn't it? Kangqi remarked, somewhat desensitized from observing it daily. Indeed, it has grown more robust, Lu Xiangbei replied, donning his goggles against the biting wind. Chapter 149. A city devoid of persona. Erlf wasn't an ordinary canine. It instinctively performed its sled-pulling duties without requiring training. Furthermore, it would never succumb to distractions, such as being enticed by hares and veering the sled off course. Lu Xiangbei cautioned her to ascertain the number of survivors in Gu City before proceeding further. Having been betrayed by his closest confidant and witnessed the ensuing decade of apocalyptic desolation, Lu Xiangbei could retain a semblance of benevolence, but found it challenging to readily trust others. Kangqi relented, realizing Lu Xiangbei perceived her as naively optimistic, particularly regarding latent perils that might not be immediately apparent but would manifest over time. Yet she merely sighed inwardly, refraining from voicing her thoughts. She understood that Lu Xiangbei was genuinely concerned for her, fearful of her experiencing any form of distress. She cherished this protective sentiment and had no desire to overtly emphasize her own profound emotions. The periphery of the city was guarded by a wall, constructed of metal mesh, with trucks parked outside in a deliberate line, evidently intended to reinforce the barrier. The zombies could not leap. They would push forward, and in great numbers. They could form a veritable mountain of corpses, using the bodies of those in front to surmount obstacles. However, at the city's outskirts, no zombies were visible, and the vehicle barricade and mesh wall remained intact without any breaches. The two halted their sled at the city's edge, vaulting over the wall into the urban expanse. The 2-meter-high mesh wall posed no challenge for the two. Within the enclosure, a guard booth stood, appearing long abandoned, thick dust coating the window panes. And the interior was devoid of life. Lu Xiangbei gazed at the booth, gripping Kong Chi's arm to signal her to pause. As she was about to step forward, she turned to him, inquiring, "Is there something amiss?" There were numerous bullet holes above. Lu Xiangbei pointed out the pockmarks to her. Yet, the door was locked. Her thoughts momentarily faltered as she considered that if someone had charged in from outside to shoot the guards, they would surely have first broken down the main entrance. Perhaps the gunmen had scaled the wall, or perhaps there had been infighting among them. The door was secured from within, indicating that survivors had not ventured out. They exchanged a glance, both harboring unsettling thoughts. The city lay in silence, with Kong Chi walking a step behind Lu Xiangbei, both drawing their firearms, ready for whatever might unfold. The north wind howled fiercely, and Kong Chi had not brought his flower-patterned ball outside. His hands, exposed to the frigid air for too long, stiffened from his fingers to his palms. Unable to don cotton gloves due to the necessity of wielding a firearm, he found that his 5-fingered gloves felt as fragile as paper in the biting cold of 30 degrees below zero. The heavy snow blanketed the streets, leaving only the rooftops of parked cars visible. Beneath their feet, the ground was entirely obscured. In this frozen city, devoid of inhabitants, one could easily imagine it transforming into a den for wild beasts. Yet, no sounds of wildlife echoed within the city. The silence was broken only by the howling wind and the clattering of various objects stirred by its gusts. What was that? Kong Chi noticed a snow mound bulging at the street's edge, and soon, something scurried swiftly from beneath it towards them. Lu struck first, quicker than Lu Xiangbei, letting out a roar that caused the creature to halt instantly, though it did not retreat. With a second bellow, the creature hesitated slightly, and only with the third roar did it reluctantly withdraw. Concealed beneath the snow, Kong Chi could not discern what lay hidden below. Lu Xiangbei nearly pulled the trigger, but Lu saved him a few bullets. He approached and began to excavate the snow, carefully examining the traces left behind. They resembled those of a rodent. A mole, perhaps? Hard to say. It was sufficiently large, and mutation could not be ruled out. Should we set off a smoke signal from the rooftop? If there are people in the city, they would surely see it. Let us observe further. The two continued their journey towards the city center, finding no signs of life or warmth along the way. In such frigid conditions, whether above or below ground, any living being would require heat. Of course, electric heaters could be employed, provided there was electricity. Generators, solar power, these devices were indispensable. Ever since Earl ventured into the city, it had been prone to bellowing from time to time, but this instance marked its most frequent vocalization. It seemed as though the urban landscape teemed with concealed entities, poised to approach Kong Chi and Lu Xiangbei. In such a harsh environment for survival, where might the survivors be concealed? They traversed the entire city, leaving no stone unturned, even exploring the underground shopping center. However, upon reaching the entrance, Lu Xiangbei promptly pulled Kong Chi back. He detected the scent of wild beasts, and Earl, too, incessantly cried out toward the entrance. It was highly improbable that any living souls remained within the underground shopping center. It had likely become a haven for wild beasts. They had scoured every conceivable location, venturing inside buildings in search of any trace of survivors, yet to no avail. Consequently, they ventured beyond the city limits, with Kong Chi having previously visited the suburban zoo camp. In essence, the entire city of Gu was a confined space, sealed off by wire fences and barricaded by large vehicles, leaving no breach. Should survivors seek to relocate, their only options would be through the air or underground. Given the absence of an airport in the city center and the lack of pre-existing underground passages, any such routes would have had to be excavated post-disaster. In the event of post-disaster excavation, they would be exceedingly difficult to detect, undoubtedly concealed with utmost secrecy. The city's resources had dwindled significantly, with the pair unable to even locate a single candy or beverage suggesting that survivors had been active in the area following the disaster. Perhaps, driven by the scarcity of sustenance, they had relocated. Kong Chi recognized the fragility of this proposition, as evidenced by the locked doors from within. Let us proceed to the airport. It would be a suitable location for a camp, Lu Xiangbei suggested. Kong Chi responded affirmatively, and they ventured out of the urban area, heading in the direction of the airport beyond the city limits. What remains are merely everyday items of little utility, such as televisions and vacuum cleaners. Previously, Kong Chi had managed to acquire a semi-automatic washing machine. All they needed now was for Lu Xiangbei to procure a decent solar generator, which would render their lives considerably more effortless. Upon their arrival at the airport in Gu City, they encountered zombies, long unseen. The runway and terminal were cordoned off by buses and coaches, indicative that the survivors of Gu City had utilized these vehicles to relocate here. However, the airport terminal and runway were teeming with zombies, so numerous they were beyond counting. Lu Xiangbei, observing through binoculars from a safe distance, halted, while Kong Chi, accompanied by Erlu, pressed on. She ventured into the airport, encountering a zombie with every 2 steps she took. These zombies, still animated, retained their vitality even in the frigid temperatures. Their movements were somewhat sluggish, lacking the agility of summer, with even the snow that settled atop them remaining undisturbed. Chapter 150. Reasons for their fall: they had not migrated south, possibly because they were unable to do so. The temperatures here have persistently remained low, preventing them from breaking through obstacles at their peak strength. The subsequent year proved even colder, diminishing their mobility and further hindering their ability to overcome barriers, leaving them stranded. Kong Chi speculated as she approached the terminal, where the entrance had been breached, yet someone had barricaded it with a bus. She wiped the dust from the glass wall and peered inside, only to find it filled to capacity with zombies, leaving no space unoccupied. Given the circumstances, she realized there would be no room for her to enter, and stepping back, she lifted her gaze to discover a zombie trapped in the driver's seat of the obstructing bus, its seatbelt constraining it and preventing any escape. Such a large vehicle would require numerous individuals to push it, and since zombies are incapable of driving, Kong Chi deduced that the driver must have maneuvered the bus to block the entrance while still conscious, only to succumb to the infection thereafter. The bus's doors and windows were firmly shut, and no other undead were present inside. It was highly plausible that he was bitten or scratched by a zombie and acted swiftly to escape before his transformation. The airport runway was devoid of any other vehicles, save for the zombies. She approached the outer perimeter of the makeshift barricade formed by cars and discovered another zombie within one of the vehicles. This particular car had its door facing outward, and the zombie inside was restrained not only by a seatbelt, but also by a climbing rope. The rope had securely tethered the zombie to the seat, rendering it incapable of escaping even if the seatbelt were to fail. The outward-facing door was ajar, and Kong Chi stepped inside, finding no zombies or corpses within. However, beneath the driver's seat lay a diary encased in a plastic bag. She carefully opened the bag and retrieved the diary, which remained relatively clean, shielded from rain and snow by its protective covering. Initially, she inspected the diary for any traces of blood. Apart from dust, it bore no other marks. It appeared that this diary had been stowed away prior to the driver's transformation, as she did not observe any wounds on the zombie's head. At least none of a significant nature, nor any conspicuous bite marks. The diary was, in fact, a work log. The first half chronicled daily tasks, while the latter portion detailed the routines of the safe zone. The entries in the first half consisted of no more than 2 lines per page, whereas the survivor accounts in the latter half filled entire pages, with the reverse side completely inscribed as well. Through this diary, Kong Chi gleaned certain insights into the circumstances surrounding the safe zone in Gu City. This sanctuary has existed for less than half a year, and its survivors have not truly endured a harsh winter. Their peril lies not in the frigid weather, but rather in their inability to control the undead. Among the survivors in Gu City, the elderly, women, and children constitute the majority, yet they are also the group most frequently afflicted by bites and scratches from zombies. According to the driver's accounts, each time a new group of survivors arrived in Gu City seeking refuge, it resulted in a collective infection. In the early days of the camp, all who survived came together spontaneously, without any designated leader. A singular hero emerged during those initial moments, driving a police car with its siren blaring, luring the mutated dead away from the city. Meanwhile, a group of truck drivers swiftly encircled the city once the undead had departed, establishing a protective barrier. The iron fence was erected only later, and the fate of that hero remains unknown. Nonetheless, the survivors of Gus City hold on to the hope that he was blessed by fate and managed to carve out a path to survival. For those who remained, life was far from secure. One woman, cradling her 1-year-old infant, arrived in Gus City, and the guards only checked her for injuries, neglecting to inspect the child. Unexpectedly, the infant underwent a transformation, using its tiny, sharp teeth to bite both its mother and the guard. The author shot the mother, who had already been bitten, while the other guard hesitated to fire at an infant. The author aimed but only struck the guard post. The infant zombie proved remarkably agile, fleeing swiftly, seemingly aware that confrontation was futile. Consequently, the safe zone in Gus City was compelled to undertake a collective evacuation due to the threat posed by a single infant. Amidst the urban core, a peal of bells reverberated, beckoning the transformed undead, as throngs of survivors sought refuge at the airfield aboard buses and motor coaches. In the wake of the exodus, a solitary figure secured the barricaded gate from within, succumbing to the inevitable metamorphosis. Having sustained a laceration, however minor, the individual, unwilling to gamble, resolved to remain behind and bolt the entrance. He had also strategically positioned vehicles to fortify the barrier, ensuring its impermeability before fastening the gate. This man was the author's brother, who stood just beyond the perimeter. The author, in denial of his brother's impending transformation, implored him to evacuate. He watched as his brother completed his task, soon to transform and be drawn by the bells toward the city center. It became evident that even a superficial wound could initiate infection, albeit with a more protracted incubation period. The author remains uncertain of the fate of the individual who volunteered to ring the bells, given the inadequacy of vehicular transportation for tens of thousands of survivors. Many ventured beyond the city's secure zone on foot, heading toward the airport. Upon arrival, no census was conducted. Some vigilantes established checkpoints along the thoroughfares, permitting only the uninjured to proceed. Unbeknownst to them, a zombie was concealed within a vehicle's cargo hold, its form swathed in layers of bedding, bound with cord, and its head encased in a motorcycle helmet. The vehicle's engine noise masked any subtle sounds, and the occupants neglected to shut it off during inspection. A zombie was thusly introduced into the encampment, and I, being one of the gatekeepers, felt a profound sense of culpability, believing my insufficient scrutiny had precipitated this catastrophe. During the fall of the airport camp, I managed to evacuate a vehicle full of individuals in my minibus. The occupants detected an unusual noise, prompting me to halt the vehicle and trace the sound to a piece of luggage. Upon opening it, we discovered a helmeted zombie. The restraints binding it had loosened, and it managed to free a hand from the bedding, seizing my arm in its grasp, its elongated nails lacerating my skin. I drew a cleaver from my waist and dragged the zombie from the luggage, hacking at its neck. Foreseeing my inevitable demise, I commandeered a larger vehicle and positioned it at the gate, effectively sealing the airport exit. No one within the airport had a chance to escape. The living were too distant from the gate, confronted by hordes of the undead. Consumed by despair, I bound myself to the seat and, before succumbing to zombification, penned these final words. Chapter 151. Preparations. There was an omission in the driver's account, which occurred to Kong Chi, prompting a query within her mind. If the zombie was confined within the luggage, what precipitated the collapse of the airport encampment? Who might have been wounded by it? And who would have concealed it within the vehicle? After much contemplation, Kong Chi surmised that the occupants of the minibus were likely the zombies' kin, unwilling to abandon it even in their flight to safety. Consequently, they were inadvertently wounded, yet they dismissed the notion that a minor injury could lead to infection. This negligence resulted in a calamitous outcome, harming both themselves and others. The veracity of this account remains unknown, but Kong Chi, guided by the clues inscribed in the notebook, located the minibus abandoned by the roadside. Advancing onward, Kong Chi traversed approximately 2 kilometers before discovering several zombies tethered to the roadside trees. She counted 8 in total, which aligned with the diary's account of the number of individuals the driver had transported in the minibus. The zombies were secured with steel cables and their mouths were gagged, indicating they had been exposed to the elements for an extended period. The surrounding snow was undisturbed, devoid of footprints or tire tracks, suggesting the person responsible for binding the zombies had departed long ago. Instead of killing them, they had merely restrained them. Kong Chi pressed forward, following the escape route of the airport camp survivors. Lu Xiangbei hastened to catch up with her. This location was some distance from the airport, so his arrival would not alarm the zombies on the runway. From an elevated position, he had observed Kong Chi leaving the airport and venturing further away. Concerned, he immediately pursued her. Could it be that the survivors who had escaped from the airport safe zone had succumbed to zombification along the way, only to be subsequently bound to the trees by someone. There were approximately 50 to 60 zombies tethered to the trees, and several vans were abandoned in the center of the highway. The larger vehicles had been repurposed as walls for the airport camp. Due to the suddenness of the event, the survivors had only managed to escape in mid-sized buses or vans. The driver who kept the diary had not recorded the precise number of survivors, but he had calculated the number of vehicles, both large and small, within the camp. Kong Chi had counted the vehicles parked on the runway, and when combined with those abandoned along the route, the numbers matched. This implied that not a single vehicle had successfully escaped. All the mid-sized and small vehicles were accounted for, estimating the number of escapees based on the seating capacity of the vehicles. The final tally revealed that the number of zombies exceeded the number of seats. It was possible that they had filled the aisles between the seats with people, a common occurrence during desperate escapes. All the vehicles are here, and most of the people are present as well. Thus, Kong Chi's mood is inevitably subdued. Lu Xiangbei was unable to locate any usable means of transportation, while Kong Chi could not find any survivors in the village. Lu Xiangbei deftly dodged a snowball and instinctively executed a grappling maneuver, pushing her into the snow. Fortunately, she was bundled up warmly, her head well covered, preventing her from becoming icy cold. Lu Xiangbei felt a bit embarrassed and pulled her out of the snow, brushing the snowflakes off her hat. Next time, he should engage openly rather than resort to ambush. Haraha, I do prefer a surprise attack. Kong Chi chuckled, shaking the snow off her head. Having grown up in the Northern Territory, she often played snowball fights with her friends in the orphanage courtyard during winter, and tumbling into a snow pile only brought her joy. Can't catch me, Kong Chi exclaimed, spinning around and dashing away, with Lu following closely beside her like a vigilant guardian. The two frolicked in the snow for a while, feeling warm and oblivious to the cold. Lu trailed behind them with a sled, and since they did not carry much food, they could not linger outside for too long. Kong Chi had also prepared 2 pots of vegetable buns, stored outside the courtyard in her makeshift icebox. She craved eggs, even bird eggs would suffice, and Lu Xiangbei encouraged her to wait at home while he ventured out to search. On his first day, Lu Xiangbei returned empty-handed, but Kong Chi had brought him 2 pancakes filled with freshly made pickles. The chickens were ordinary farm varieties, and the rabbits were domesticated, not wild. It was unclear whose livestock had wandered off, but they had managed to survive in this territory, evading predators and eventually falling into the hands of cunning humans. Kong Chi was overjoyed and insisted on raising them in the courtyard. Lu Xiangbei constructed a chicken coop and a rabbit hutch, while Kong Chi diligently placed the chickens and rabbits inside, feeding them daily. She deliberately cleared a section of the vegetable garden to cultivate millet, which she mixed with shredded cabbage to feed the chickens after the harvest. Lu Xiangbei remarked that the rabbit was nearing its time to give birth when caught, advising her not to indulge in superstitions. The rabbit produced a litter of 8 adorable kits, each one so charming that Kong Chi couldn't help but salivate. Having long craved spicy rabbit meat, Lu Xiangbei then fashioned additional rabbit hutches to accommodate the young rabbits. Keeping animals in the courtyard proved beneficial. They remained healthy, each little rabbit thriving, with ample food and sleep. Every morning, the first thing Kong Chi did upon awakening was rush to the chicken coop to collect eggs. If there were any, she would fry them in sesame oil for Lu Xiangbei. Both chickens were hens, so she was unable to hatch chicks for the time being. The rabbits, however, consisted of 1 male and 1 female. Kong Chi possessed little experience in their care, knowing only to provide hay, water, and clean their droppings. She had gathered literature on animal husbandry and agriculture, but had yet to find the time to peruse them. Lu Xiangbei encouraged her not to rush, assuring her that the area was safe and they could take their time to establish their roots. He rebuilt the courtyard wall and applied fresh paint to the exterior of the house, while also repairing the roof. He restored the pressure well in the yard, prompting an almost jubilant embrace from Kong Chi, who understood the convenience of having water, something only those who had endured months without could appreciate. The little courtyard felt as warm as spring, and Kong Chi moved the semi-automatic washing machine beneath the eaves, planning to wash clothes in the yard from now on. She had dug the drainage ditch herself. Such simple physical labor required no assistance from Lu Xiangbei, as she could manage it independently. Lu Xiangbei installed a new solar power generator and covered the roof with photovoltaic panels. Chapter 152. 2 Ants. The electrified life has rendered the nights far from tedious. Kong Chi can indulge in reading under the warm glow of the lights or engage in games with Lu Xiangbei, despite her never having won a single round. The gentle illumination fills the room, imparting a sense of warmth even on winter nights. The small courtyard remains cozy, making Lu reluctant to retreat indoors. Lu Xiangbei has set up a cozy nook for it under the eaves, complete with a rain shelter. Every 2 days, he ventures out for hunting, preparing sustenance for Kong Qi as the new year approaches. During the rest of his time, he frequents the tunnel, contemplating the establishment of checkpoints. Considering the future necessity of vehicular passage, he refrains from sealing the tunnel entirely. Yet, the lack of barriers poses significant risks, prompting him to erect barbed wire at the tunnel's entrance, securing it with a locked gate, thereby preventing both humans and animals from entering. Additionally, he has installed a motion sensor alarm at the soul passage within the tunnel, cleverly camouflaged to elude detection by the untrained eye. Powered by solar energy, the photovoltaic panels are positioned in the sunlit area outside the tunnel, with the switch conveniently located on their side, allowing them to deactivate it before leaving. With these safety measures in place, their lives can unfold with greater ease. Kong Qi's primary concern is sustenance, having previously spoiled her homemade tomato sauce. She has prepared a new batch. She has caught a large wild carp and a sizable dace, fortunate to have found such bounty. The river's surface has frozen over, and after nearly 3 hours of laboriously chiseling a hole in the ice, he finally managed to reel in 2 fish. That evening, Kong Qi simmered one, while the other is preserved in the courtyard, reserved for the New Year feast. In the aftermath of the disaster, fishing has ceased, leading to a noticeable increase in the wild fish population, although Lu Xiangbei has yet to discover adequate tools for the task. Before venturing southward, Kong Qi had meticulously sealed away an ample supply of rice and flour, ensuring they would not be wanting for staple foods in the foreseeable future. She cultivated soybeans, from which she crafted soy milk as a substitute for dairy. Her eagerness to produce vegetable preserves stemmed from the limited space available. She sought to maximize her yield by cultivating crops that could be transformed into sauces or dried goods, allowing her to diversify her plantings. With Lv's presence in the courtyard, rodents dared not encroach upon their provisions. Similarly, birds refrained from landing, leaving the garden's bounty to flourish without natural predators, resulting in rapid and untroubled growth. She transformed radishes into savory pickled strips and sweet potatoes into dried delicacies, simple endeavors that merely required pickling, steaming, and sun-drying. She also cultivated a modest quantity of potatoes and peanuts, each plant yielding an abundant harvest. Occasionally, when Lu Xiangbei was home, he would observe her bustling about and jestingly liken her to a diligent honeybee. Kong Qi would simply smile and reply that she felt at peace within her own home and had many aspirations to pursue. Having weathered the hardships of living outdoors, Kong Qi's dedication to food had intensified. She even contemplated crafting her own instant noodles, envisioning a future where she could travel with a carton of them. Spared from the need to forage for sustenance, she had amassed several boxes of cookbooks, which she would peruse each evening, meticulously examining their tables of contents in search of recipes suited to her current circumstances. The couple's industriousness caused time to slip away, and before they knew it, the new year had arrived. In the morning, Kong Qi prepared 2 bowls of scallion oil noodles, the scallions having been grown by her in a cardboard box placed just outside the door, rather than in the garden. At midday, Kong Qi steamed several vegetable buns, accompanied by pickled radish strips. After their meal, Lu Xiangbei went to inspect the alarm system within the tunnel. She prepared braised fish, stir-fried wild game with chili peppers, and deep-fried peanuts, along with a refreshing cucumber salad. The soup was a fragrant tomato and egg drop concoction, drizzled with sesame oil. The couple enjoyed a lavish dinner, after which Lu Xiangbei escorted Kong Qi outside to ignite fireworks in the courtyard. The fireworks were gathered by Kong Qi, who merely intended to use them as signals, akin to beacons of smoke. After the new year, they set out once more, with Lu Xiangbei still eager to discover a means of transportation. The provisions she carried consisted of scallion pancakes, vegetable buns, and tea eggs. These foods remained unfazed by the cold. By adding snowmelt to a small pot and placing the items in a steamer, they could easily be warmed for consumption. They traversed the highway without a fixed destination, approaching any settlement they encountered. After passing several villages and towns, on the 9th day of their journey, they entered a county town. Lu Xiangbei headed towards a car dealership, while Kong Qi made her way directly to the market and supermarket. This county town was devoid of both the living and the undead, presenting itself as a ghost town. Lu, barking as they walked, scared off lurking beasts. Lu Xiangbei instructed Kong Qi to wait for him at the entrance of the agricultural market, promising to return for her once he found a vehicle. With no food to be found in the town, Kong Qi searched the market in vain. Conversely, Lu Xiangbei discovered 2 tricycles stored in the dealership's warehouse, sheltered from the elements, along with a pump to inflate the tires. He filled the deflated tires and pushed both vehicles to the market to fetch Kong Qi. While she failed to find food, she did come across a collection of tools, molds for making tofu, a machine for producing sesame oil, and a noodle press. Lu Xiangbei loaded these items onto the tricycles, and they resolved to relocate from this county town. Aside from food, other supplies were plentiful. It was clear that one trip would not suffice. Multiple journeys would be necessary. Kong Qi was determined to transport as much as she could, and when Lu Xiangbei inquired if she intended to start a workshop, she nodded. Declaring that the economic development of the small village rested upon her shoulders, she must embark on her entrepreneurial venture. Kong Qi's essential destination was the seed store, which she had thoroughly ransacked. The supplies she gathered before heading south could easily form a mountain. Consequently, Lu Xiangbei cleared the courtyards adjacent to their residence to accommodate the amassed goods. The vacant houses on either side had long been uninhabited. Lu Xiangbei dusted the yards and interiors, while Kong Qi tidied up, converting the 2 houses into storerooms. Although designated as storerooms, they could not be in disrepair. Lu Xiangbei mended the doors and windows, and Kong Qi sealed them securely. They meticulously inspected the corners and rooftops to prevent any rodents from infiltrating and gnawing at their provisions. He had never before found such joy in playing the role of a little ant, despite knowing that survival for mankind would only become increasingly arduous in the future. Chapter 153. Gathering pig. Kong Qi's workshop could only clear out one more empty room. Spices such as chili powder and pepper could be cultivated and dried, then ground into powder using a small electric grinder. The process of creating spices was straightforward. However, the production of cooking oil posed a challenge. She expressed a desire to make soybean oil, to which Lu Xiangbei responded that the oil extraction machinery was readily available in the village, with small oil mills in the countryside. Local villagers could bring raw materials for pressing, paying a nominal fee for electricity and labor. Yet, the issue of electricity remained problematic, as their generator could not power the oil extraction machine. Kong Qi unearthed a book to show Lu Xiangbei, which contained diagrams of ancient oil extraction processes, along with the names and appearances of the necessary tools. Unfortunately, the internal structure of the tools was unknown, and relying on her to replicate them was far more challenging than capturing a pig for lard. Lu Xiangbei promised to research the matter when time permitted and to craft a set for her, though it would require some time. Although the animals in the farm are confined within their enclosures, there are instances of free-range poultry and livestock that have managed to escape. The 2 chickens that Lu Xiangbei previously captured serve as evidence of this. He hopes that the pigs, cows, and sheep may also survive. He possesses the ability to thrive in any environment. If it were solely up to him, he would not exert himself in search of poultry and livestock. He gradually comprehends a profound truth. His solitary existence is merely survival, whereas living alongside Kong Qi embodies life. As Kong Qi is preoccupied with harvesting and planting vegetables, she cannot accompany him, so she allows Lu to follow him instead. Lu Xiangbei rides off on a tricycle. Hunting may be easy, yet locating a specific target relies heavily on fortune. For half a month, Lu Xiangbei ventures out daily, and at last, he stumbles upon a large black pig. The term stumble upon is perhaps an understatement, for he owes a debt of gratitude to Lu. The large black pig was under attack by a bear, gravely injured, and lying helplessly in the snow, unable to flee. Lu, swifter than Lu Xiangbei, leapt from the vehicle like a bolt of black lightning, charging toward the bear, just as the meal seemed within reach. The bear, unwilling to relinquish its prize, engaged in a few rounds with Lu despite its furious barks going unheard. Listening to Lu Xiangbei's account, Kong Qi could not help but worry for Lu, glancing at its mouth to ensure no bear had inflicted harm, fearing it might lose a few teeth. Fortunately, Lu emerged unscathed, having successfully driven the bear away. Anticipating her thoughts, Lu Xiangbei chuckled and explained, "Indeed, it seems the king of beasts is no longer the lion or tiger, but rather Lu. Prepare yourself, I must venture out once more." "What are you going to do?" Lu Xiangbei took off on another tricycle, and Lu promptly followed, jumping into the vehicle to sit beside him. When Lu Xiangbei encountered the black pig, it was already gravely injured. By the time the battle between NV and De Go Xiong concluded, the black pig had succumbed to its wounds. The most significant injury was on its neck, where a bear's claw had torn through skin and flesh, leaving it completely exsanguinated. The yard was filled with vegetable patches, leaving no room for the pig. She could only set up outside the courtyard to boil water, laying down a plastic sheet on the ground to commence the butchering process. Although she had never performed this task before, she was no stranger to the art of bone shaving. Equipped with a cleaver, a bone knife, and a sharpening tool, she began her work. First, she extracted the contents of the pig's belly, placing them into several large basins. Next, she dismembered the legs, severed the head, and finally, scalded the skin to remove the hair. The black pig had not been fed with fodder and had likely escaped danger on numerous occasions, resulting in relatively lean meat. Weighing approximately 200 pounds, Kong Chi found the task of handling the whole pig to be rather manageable. With her newfound strength, she effortlessly flipped the lifeless body without much difficulty. She fetched a water hose from the yard to wash away the blood and offal, directing the filthy water into the drainage ditch, which still contained the snow they had pushed aside during their snow-clearing efforts. After a half-day's labor, she stored the neatly prepared meat in a natural freezer. That evening, they would feast on saltwater liver and spicy stir-fried pig lungs. Prior to the disaster, Kong Chi had relished saltwater pig liver, often preparing it for herself in her rented apartment. The ingredients were simple, once cooked and sliced. It could be enjoyed with garlic paste or chili oil. She had also planted a few broccoli seeds, and fortuitously, one was ready for harvest. Perfect for a cold dish with wood-ear mushrooms. She constantly rotated her vegetable crops, meticulously recording the maturation times of each variety. By documenting the timeline from sowing to harvest, she could effectively manage the quantity of her produce. If the vegetables have a long harvest time, she plants 10. For those with a shorter growing period, she sows 5. This way, by the time the longer growing vegetables mature, the shorter ones have already yielded 2 harvests, resulting in a nearly equal total yield. She suspects she may have a slight obsession with gardening. Although it seems somewhat trivial, she persists in this practice. Moreover, she has observed that the harvest cycle of these vegetables is considerably shorter than that of those in Lu Xiangbei's small courtyard. Indeed, it is reduced by a factor of 3. This relentless activity keeps her occupied daily, with vegetables ripening in succession. As she harvests one today, another is ready by tomorrow. Furthermore, the produce from these plants exhibits no nutritional imbalance. They ripen uniformly, with each ear of wheat producing grains that grow, develop, and mature simultaneously. Likewise, a single tomato plant may bear 8 fruits at once, all transforming to a vibrant red and reaching maturity together, necessitating simultaneous harvesting. In Lu's courtyard, the growing period is merely condensed, free from maladies or harm. Here, Kong Chi feels as though she is not cultivating vegetables in the tangible world, but rather in a virtual realm. Reminiscent of nostalgic online games like Penguin Farm that debuted shortly before the disaster. She senses a mysterious force influencing the crops, though she cannot quite identify it. Her uncertainties are not hidden from Lu Xiangbei, who advises her to wait and observe the growth of other plants in the village come spring. This approach allows for the exclusion of any peculiarities of the locale before considering other factors. The piglets have grown quite sizable, contained by a net and guarded by Lu, who ensures none dare to escape, all obediently resting within the enclosure. Lu Xiangbei witnessed the process of a great bear hunting, at least halfway through. By the time he maneuvered his vehicle closer, the black pig had met its fate. Chapter 154. The Two During Spring Festival. At that moment, he was momentarily lost in thought, allowing Lu to dart ahead. On the return journey, he pondered what could have driven the black pig to such reckless bravery. After much contemplation, he concluded that the most plausible reason was the instinct to protect its young. He and Lu collaborated to capture the entire brood of piglets. With new members joining the fold, Kong Chi was compelled to seek another location for raising the piglets. Furthermore, this new place could not be too cold. Lu Xiangbei assisted her in tidying up an empty room in the backyard, restoring the stove within, preparing to house the piglets inside. Concerned that the piglets might follow due to their tender age, Kong Chi decided to initially keep them in the yard. She enclosed a circle adjacent to the courtyard wall, mashing leftover tofu dregs and boiled corn kernels to feed them. The piglets had been weaned and showed no signs of illness while in the yard. The small courtyard became increasingly lively. Kong Chi planted another batch of pumpkins, sweet potatoes, and corn. She and Lu Xiangbei did not consume much of these, using the leftovers to feed the pigs. The hens laid eggs consistently, and the rabbits and piglets thrived with hearty appetites. With the presence of living creatures, Kong Chi found herself busier, feeding them first thing in the morning. Lu Xiangbei would rise to prepare breakfast, and once she finished feeding the animals, they would share their meal. He also organized the vegetable cellar in the backyard to store potatoes, sweet potatoes, pumpkins, and other easily preserved vegetables. She crafted red bean paste from the red beans collected before her journey south, steaming a pot of bean buns, and also preparing fried cakes. All grains and legumes were stored in sealed rice bins, and thus far, none had encountered pests. She prepared several bags of flour rolls, steamed buns, and sticky bean buns, freezing them outside. This year, they had meat, and she deep-fried a basin of both vegetarian and meatballs. The ribs and the mountain chicken that Lu Xiangbei had hunted were all stewed, making it convenient to heat a large bowl when it was time to eat, adding some potato chunks and mushrooms. On the day of the Little New Year, after washing her hair, Kong Qi lamented how long it had grown without a trim. Casually, she mentioned that it had been ages since she last permed it. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiangbei offered to give her a perm. Among the various items she had collected, there were no hair products. When gathering supplies, she only thought about tying her hair back or cutting it short, never considering the need for special treatment. In that moment, she merely expressed a fleeting thought, yet Lu Xiangbei eagerly volunteered to perm her hair. "We don't have perming supplies. How can we do it?" she questioned. "Leave it to me. You need not worry," he replied. Kong Qi had complete faith in Lu Xiangbei's abilities, never doubting him. He led her to the kitchen, where he first shaped her hair. She noticed his professionalism, though the absence of a mirror in the kitchen meant she couldn't see the results. She placed her blind trust in him, even as the scent of singed hair began to waft through the air. She believed in Lu Xiangbei, certain he wouldn't set her on fire or incinerate her on the spot. The final outcome exceeded her expectations. She thought she might end up with hardly any hair left. In the end, with no one around to see her in this post-apocalyptic world, she felt no psychological burden. It was the new year, and she let Lu Xiangbei experiment with her hair. Even if she ended up bald, it mattered little, for only Lu Xiangbei would be there to witness her transformation. Kongyi tousled her profusion of curly hair and gave Lu Xiangbei a thumbs up, remarking, "A golden-haired lion celebrating the new year, auspicious." As long as her hair remained, Kongyi was content. So adorable, like a porcelain doll. Lu Xiangbei's aesthetic sense caused Kongyi some concern. "Well, it's a vintage doll. Wow, that makes it not only adorable, but also exceptionally precious." Roar. Kongyi imitated a lion's roar, then chuckled. She had noticed that since Lu Xiangbei had relocated to the small village, he had become more talkative and prone to laughter. While his animosity persisted, he no longer wore a perpetual frown. In essence, he had become more harmonious. She hoped this positive change would endure. The New Year's Eve dinner was more lavish than the New Year's Day meal. Before the holiday, she had prepared a bag of frozen dumplings, all filled with pork and Chinese cabbage. On New Year's Eve, she made a pot of chive and egg dumplings, cooking them fresh. After dinner, they played chess, cards, and set off fireworks outside. They even took Earl to play hide-and-seek in the village. The ultimate victor was invariably Earl. No matter where they concealed themselves, it could always find them. Earl seemed to comprehend that it was a game, neither standing motionless nor wandering off. When Kongyi and Lu Xiangbei hid, it would seek them out one by one. Lu Xiangbei couldn't help but lament that it had been many years since he had spent the New Year with family. Yuwen's tradition was to travel, never spending New Year's Eve at home, instead indulging in revelry in other locales. Not resuming business until the 7th day of the new year. Lu Xiangbei was not fond of travel. He preferred to be with family. Alas, his familial ties were tenuous. His biological parents had abandoned him, and his adoptive parents had passed away prematurely. Kong Qi had never experienced the warmth of foster parents. Her heart had long been hardened by life's adversities, enabling her to swiftly adjust her mindset in the face of setbacks. However, this does not imply she possesses a heart of stone, for beneath that tough exterior lies warmth and tenderness. She settled onto the sled, laughing as Lu Xiangbei pulled her along. At precisely midnight, they returned indoors to enjoy dumplings, and after their meal, they retired for the night. On the morning of the first day of the new year, upon seeing Lu Xiangbei, Kong Qi exclaimed, "Happy New Year." Her demeanor suggested she might kneel to pay her respects, startling Lu Xiangbei, who quickly supported her. The success of her jest brought a smile to her face as she extended her hand, requesting a red envelope. "I've already given one to Lu. You should play the part of an older brother too." The red envelope Kong Qi had given Lu contained a meaty bone. Her request from Lu Xiangbei was merely for the sake of festivity. They both understood that traditional currency had lost its significance in these times. Whatever Lu Xiangbei offered her was merely a token of goodwill. Upon receiving the red fabric pouch and opening it, she was momentarily taken aback. Inside lay a set of exquisite gold jewelry and a jade ring. Lu Xiangbei selected the ring, taking her hand to place it on her ring finger. It fit perfectly, and he nodded in satisfaction. This is far too extravagant. I cannot accept it. Chapter 155. Underhanded schemes. Kong Qi feared he might truly insist, so she refrained from removing it in his presence. Moreover, the design of the gold jewelry suggested it was an antique, likely feminine. With a little contemplation, she could surmise that these gold ornaments belonged to Lu Xiangbei's adoptive mother. In retrospect, the box might possess a hidden compartment, concealing other items. Presently, she did not perceive Lu Xiangbei as particularly interested in gold or jade artifacts. Regardless of the ease with which one could wander into a gold shop or an antique store, only items imbued with special significance are worthy of Lu Xiangbei's collection. However, despite his firm intention to gift her something meaningful, she accepted it merely to safeguard it for him. Nevertheless, she refrained from wearing it. Providing a reasonable explanation, the preciousness of the gift, coupled with her daily labor, rendered it impractical to wear a ring, as it might be damaged. Lu Xiangbei acquiesced to her decision not to don the ring, but did not relent in adorning her wrist with a golden bangle. On her other wrist, she wore a metallic bracelet gifted by Nanxing, asserting that wearing an additional golden bangle would pose no hindrance in her activities. With a resigned sigh, Kong Qi extended her hands. Had it not been for the differing materials and colors of the bangles, one might have mistaken her for wearing a pair of shokao. Lu Xiangbei had presented the gift without disclosing its profound significance. The jade ring was a family heirloom from his adoptive father, traditionally passed down to the firstborn daughter-in-law. The gold jewelry had belonged to his adoptive mother as part of her dowry, originally intended for her daughter's marriage. However, as fate would have it, she bore no children and bequeathed the set to Lu Xiangbei, instructing him to present it to his future bride as a betrothal gift. Although he had yet to avenge his grievances, he recognized that sacrificing his happiness for revenge was unwarranted. He resolved not to pursue vengeance at any cost. There would be others in need of his care, and he must prioritize his own well-being. On the 15th day of the first lunar month, Lu Xiangbei crafted a courtyard adorned with colorful lanterns for Kong Qi. They savored the handmade tangyuan she prepared, seated in the courtyard, basking in the moonlight. However, as the night waned, Lu Xiangbei had to depart once more, embarking on a journey to a distant location in search of supplies, specifically targeting firearms. There are only a few places where weapons can be found. Even though Lu Xiangbei did not explicitly state his destination, Kong Qi understood where he intended to go. In truth, Lu Xiangbei was also uneasy about leaving Kong Qi alone at home. The harrowing battle that had befallen the Lu family courtyard lingered in his mind. The ruins of their home evoked vivid images of the peril they had faced. Consequently, they postponed their departure for a few days, allowing Kong Qi to gather what needed to be gathered and plant what needed to be planted. After ensuring she had not forgotten her flower-patterned ball and securing the courtyard gate, the duo, accompanied by their dog, set out once more to collect supplies. Kong Qi practiced her boxing daily, with Lu Xiangbei accompanying her in sparring sessions. She was reluctant to expend bullets for practice, opting instead for her crossbow and slingshot. Lu Xiangbei crafted a heavy-duty slingshot for her, capable of launching stones or small metal fragments with remarkable force. Her accuracy and strength had improved significantly, and with the formidable slingshot he had fashioned, they now possessed double assurance for their journeys. They were well equipped with both cold and hot weapons. However, the ammunition for the hot weapons could not be replenished, which was why Lu Xiangbei resolved to venture out in search of more. As they entered the cold epoch, the pressure of survival intensified. Whether facing humans, beasts, or zombies, firepower was essential. Lu Xiangbei sought to stockpile as many weapons as possible while their logistical supplies remained ample. During their excursions, they made sure to mark their presence on the streetlights along the major highways. Having gone too long without encountering others, Kong Qi's vigilance noticeably lagged behind that of Lu Xiangbei's, until an arrow whizzed perilously close to her head. Upon hearing the sound, Lu Xiangbei instinctively reacted by kicking Kong Qi. They were each riding a tricycle in close proximity, with Lu Xiangbei's long legs. He delivered a swift kick to Kong Qi's thigh, causing her to tilt slightly. He himself leaned back, narrowly evading a fast-flying arrow. Kong Qi initially paid little attention to the arrow, but was abruptly kicked by Lu Xiangbei, causing her to slide off the seat of the vehicle. To avoid falling to the ground, she grasped the handlebars to maintain her balance, crouching beside the vehicle. Upon raising her head, she noticed an arrow embedded in the snowy ground ahead. From the trees lining the road, two figures fell, landing in the snow beneath the branches. Remarkably, Kong Qi had been oblivious to their presence while approaching, and so had Lu Xiangbei. These individuals had camouflaged themselves exceptionally well, remaining motionless, with no footprints beneath the trees. Were it not for the arrows they had loosed, their positions would have remained hidden from prying eyes. However, they had encountered Lu Xiangbei, and unless they managed to kill him with a single shot, their fate was sealed. How did you ascertain their location? Kong Qi pondered, pushing her dropped jaw back into place. Lu Xiangbei offered little explanation as he approached the lifeless bodies sprawled beneath the trees. Kong Qi trailed behind him, maintaining a cautious distance while readying her crossbow for a potential shot. The corpses were clad in skin-tight suits resembling tree bark, with only their heads, hands, and feet exposed. What is this? Zombies? Upon glimpsing the face of one corpse, Kong Qi was taken aback. The condition of the skin bore resemblance to that of a zombie. Yet their eyes remained unchanged, appearing more akin to those of a living person. Lu Xiangbei examined the blood oozing from the corpse. Zombie blood was safe to touch, provided one did not come into contact with an open wound or ingest it. He dipped his fingers into the blood seeping from the corpse's wound, and Kong Qi promptly offered him a tissue. After he had finished, he wiped the blood from his fingers with the paper. The body exhibited a temperature lower than that of a normal human, falling beneath the standard range. So, a half-corpse. What does that mean? Half human, half corpse. How is this even possible? I find myself at a loss, uncertain whether these entities have always existed or if my reincarnation has altered the future, giving rise to phenomena that were absent in my previous life. What you do after your rebirth should have no bearing on them. It cannot possibly affect their existence. What I mean is that the things you were unaware of in your past life cannot be influenced by your rebirth. Kong Qi felt that her explanation fell short and quickly elaborated. For instance, your act of saving me in this life indeed allowed me to survive. Yet it does not imply that my uniqueness is a gift from you. Before encountering Lu Xiangbei, she had been overlooked by the zombies. The supplies from Lu Xiangbei merely helped her endure the harsh winter following the catastrophe. Therefore, she does not perceive any connection between the mutations of animals or living beings and Lu Xiangbei. Upon discovering a new species, they resolved to take an alternate route. No one could ascertain whether they had wandered into the encirclement of this new species, and advancing further would be exceedingly unwise. The scent of the new species should resemble that of the zombies. Otherwise, even if they were oblivious to the presence of someone in the trees, Lu would still be able to detect it. Lu showed no reaction to the zombies, remaining silent when it caught their scent. The new species could camouflage itself, wield bows, and behave in ways indistinguishable from humans, even crying out in agony when struck. Yet, what if they were carnivorous? Who knows how many of their kind might be lurking? Lu Xiangbei guided Kong Qi to change course and take a smaller path. Kong Qi gently patted Lu's head, instructing it to call out twice upon detecting zombies and thrice when encountering wild beasts. She firmly believed that Lu could comprehend her. Lu Xiangbei inquired about her leg, asking if it still pained her. She patted the area where she had been kicked, revealing a large shoe print. It's nothing. It doesn't hurt anymore. My recovery ability is quite impressive now. When Lu Xiangbei had kicked her, he had controlled his strength, so it was merely a painful bruise, not an injury to her bones. However, the sudden kick must have ignited some anger within the young girl, and he feared that Kong Qi might be upset with him. Yet, Kong Qi harbored no such thoughts. Rather, she felt immensely grateful for Lu Xiangbei's intervention, for without that kick, her life could have been in peril. With snow blanketing the ground, taking the minor roads instead of the highway posed considerable danger. While riding her tricycle, Kong Qi had fallen into snow pits multiple times, as the surface concealed treacherous holes beneath. In such instances, Lu Xiangbei had to utilize his folding shovel to extricate both her and her vehicle from the snow. After several tumbles, Kong Qi decided against riding parallel to him. Instead, she followed closely behind, ensuring that if anyone were to fall, it would be Lu Xiangbei. Yet, as he rode steadily onward, he encountered no snow pits, gliding smoothly along the path. Kong Qi felt unfortunate, grumbling about the unfairness of it all, though deep down, she did not wish for Lu Xiangbei to meet with any misfortune. After riding for half the day as they contemplated a rest, they suddenly spotted an individual rushing towards them. It was evident that the person was being pursued. Lu Xiangbei halted his vehicle, and Kong Qi followed suit. The distance was too great for her to discern the person's features, but she could see long hair and a slender figure. Lu Xiangbei drew his gun. Though his hand hung loosely by his side, the safety mechanism was disengaged. Meanwhile, Kong Qi readied her crossbow, aiming at the approaching figure. From the person's movements, It did not appear to be a zombie. Upon noticing them, the individual raised their arms in a plea for help. Such conduct is beyond the capacity of zombies, however. Having recently encountered the half-zombified, they remained vigilant. The approaching figure was halted by Kong Chi a mere 10 meters away. Halt! Remain where you are. The individual, a woman with raven tresses, was clad in an oversized men's down jacket. Her countenance, exquisitely fair, was flushed crimson by the cold, a runny nose threatening to spill forth. Help me. Please, save me. There are fiends, ghastly fiends pursuing me. They devour people. It is truly horrifying. The comely woman wept as she spoke, evidently traumatized. She divested herself of the down jacket, twirling to demonstrate her lack of armaments. Beneath, she wore a form-fitting khaki sweater, its contours revealing the absence of concealed weapons. Her cotton trousers pockets were flat, her legs unadorned with daggers or any other accoutrements. Devoid of both weapons and sustenance, her origins were enigmatic. Kong Chi scrutinized her. The woman's skin was delicate, her lips a healthy hue, unchapped and unblemished, her face immaculate. Prior to the cataclysm, Kong Chi would not have found this remarkable. But given the prevailing conditions and environment, her pristine state suggested a locale of considerable comfort, akin to the hamlet where Kong Chi and Lu Xiangbei had found refuge. Observing their continued vigilance, the woman rolled her sleeves to her elbows. Kong Chi glanced at Lu Xiangbei, who nodded in affirmation. Adorn yourself with the garment, he said with gentle demeanor, though his weapon remained trained. Relate the circumstances presently. The frigid northern climb, especially in the wilderness, was unforgiving. Even a brief removal of a down jacket could prove unbearable. The beautiful woman hastily donned her clothing, hunching her shoulders and stamping her feet. As she wiped her nose and exclaimed, "Our camp has been attacked. A horde of grotesque beings stormed in, slaughtering everyone, and they even feasted on the remains." "What manner of creatures are these?" Lu Xiangbei inquired. "Well, their faces are horrifically disfigured, resembling those afflicted with a dreadful skin disease. Even when killed, they revive as zombies, roaming about to bite anyone in their path. Are they not zombies while alive? They only transform upon death." Kong Chi interjected, unable to restrain herself. "Precisely. While alive, they appear somewhat normal, yet they possess the ability to speak and wield weapons. Zombies cannot do that. Where is your camp located?" Lu Xiangbei's expression remained unchanged, while the beautiful woman's uncertainty about his belief lingered. Chait City lies in the eastern part of the Nan Plains, not on their planned route. We managed to escape by car, but a few others with me. They were caught. Those creatures pursued us relentlessly, and they had vehicles as well. I barely managed to flee. I implore you to help me. Take me away from here. Where do you intend to go?" Lu Xiangbei glanced at Kong Chi. They shared a tacit understanding. Their destination was not one suitable for others. I have nowhere else to turn. Where have you set up camp? Take me with you." "We have no camp." Lu Xiangbei indicated their tricycle with his gun. "We go wherever fate leads us, without a fixed abode." "Then allow me to accompany you. I can be of assistance, truly. I possess the gift of farsight, capable of detecting any zombies within 100 miles. That ability is of no use to us now. The North is devoid of zombies." Kong Chi voiced her thoughts, reflecting on her own situation. Her ability to be overlooked by zombies, once remarkable, now seemed futile. "You don't intend to migrate southward?" she inquired. "The northern region is no longer habitable for humans. It's likely to become the domain of beasts and ice. Herbivores will inevitably perish, leaving you to contend with fierce carnivores. Though, I suppose it's not entirely unfeasible." Kong Chi chuckled dryly. "It seems you haven't grasped the gravity of the situation. The northern frontier will endure at least a century of winter, according to foreign experts. Regrettably, he was bitten to death not long ago." "Thank you for sharing such crucial information," Kong Chi said tactfully, "but we genuinely prefer not to venture south." "The south is overrun by zombies," Lu Xiangbei stated bluntly. The woman's expression registered surprise, apparently unaware of the zombie southward migration. She recounted that their group had placed all their hopes on the south, believing it to be their salvation. Their plane had originated from even further north, a place also inhabited by survivors, though whether they could still be considered human was debatable. The woman referred to them as savages. Now, their team had been attacked by strange beings, leaving her as the sole survivor. On her own, she had no means of traversing the 3 northern provinces to reach the south. Her ability, while useful, would be challenged by facing hundreds of millions of zombies. This signified that she would struggle to find a safe haven. Kong Chi mused that the conflict between the living and the undead was a matter of endurance, a battle of attrition. With the absence of official authority, clearing the zombies had become exceedingly difficult. The woman claimed to be engaged in business abroad with her boyfriend, who tragically became one of the first to transform into a mutated zombie after a disaster struck. She formed a small team with her close friend, her friend's boyfriend, and several others whom they encountered while fleeing. These individuals were resourceful, adept at procuring weapons and piloting aircraft. The woman expressed her desire to team up with Kong Chi and Lu Xiangbei, stating that she would follow them wherever they went. Lu Xiangbei, contemplating his response, informed her that they were planning to head towards Baishan, and if she was willing, they could travel together. However, he clarified that it was merely companionship, not an invitation to join their group, and he only mentioned their destination without revealing their actual whereabouts. Kong Chi remained silent, trusting that Lu Xiangbei was more astute than she. Their true objective was not Baishan. Lu Xiangbei's statement was a means to conceal their genuine destination. As they traversed the path ahead, they encountered a fork, one route leading to their actual goal and the other to Baishan. "Is it safe over there? I need a place to settle," the woman remarked, noticing Lu Xiangbei's reluctance to allow her into their group, prompting her to change the subject. "We are uncertain ourselves. We just hope to gather some supplies and fuel," Lu Xiangbei replied. "Here, wear this," Kong Chi said, removing her hat and tossing it to the woman. The woman's ears were flushed red from the cold. In such temperatures, going without a hat could lead to frostbite. She caught the hat, expressed her gratitude, and placed the still warm hat upon her head. "My name is Shirley. It's a pleasure to meet you. Didn't you mention that strange beings were pursuing you? Where are they?" Lu Xiangbei did not engage with her inquiry. They had been standing and conversing for quite some time, without any sign of the creatures approaching. The woman's earlier urgency suggested that the monsters were lurking just behind her. Standing and chatting now seemed to alleviate their urgency, leaving Lu Xiangbei with a sense of suspicion. Perhaps I ran too swiftly and left them behind," the woman remarked as she glanced over her shoulder. Yet, there was no one pursuing her. At least 10 minutes had passed without the appearance of the peculiar individuals she had mentioned. Kong Chi crouched down, gently patting Lu's head, and whispered, "Sniff carefully. If you detect the scent of zombies, let out a couple of barks. Let us proceed. You may ride this vehicle." Lu Xiangbei signaled to Kong Chi to relinquish her tricycle. "Very well, I shall ride the sled." Kong Chi understood his intent, dismounted, and unfastened the sled from the back of her vehicle, securing it to Lu. The woman followed Lu Xiangbei on the tricycle, while Kong Chi trailed behind them on the sled. This arrangement made it challenging for the woman to discern their true nature. Kong Chi harbored doubts about whether Shirley was indeed the woman's real name. She had not even disclosed her surname, leading Kong Chi to suspect it was a pseudonym or perhaps a name from abroad. The woman clearly possessed East Asian features, not even resembling a mixed heritage. Lu Xiangbei reassured Shirley that it was their first journey to Baishan and that they might get lost along the way, urging her not to worry. As anticipated, they took several wrong turns. Either they veered onto the wrong road or misjudged a turn, leaving traces at each junction. When they spotted small cabins by the roadside, they would pause to warm themselves by the fire. Lu Xiangbei wished to keep their true circumstances hidden from the woman, and Kong Chi felt the same, particularly regarding their provisions. They had brought in abundance of food for this journey, including steamed buns, bean-filled pastries, fried cakes, meatballs, and spiced dried meat. If these provisions were revealed, Shirley would ascertain their living conditions. Famished, Kong Chi retrieved a bag of dried meat. Hunting in winter was common, making dried meat the safest choice. She shared several pieces with Shirley and took out a pot to brew snow water for drinking. She hesitated to distribute the water they brought, as it was fruit juice. They placed the jerky over the fire to roast it, eliminating the chill before indulging in their meal. Shirley's life should not be inferior to theirs, and she wouldn't be overly astonished by a morsel of food. After finishing their meal, they tended the fire for a while longer before continuing their journey. As dusk approached, they needed to find a place to spend the night. Lu Xiangbei discovered a village by the roadside. They guided their vehicle off the highway and onto a rural path leading into the village. There was no one around, neither people nor zombies. Lu Xiangbei chose a house, and they gathered firewood in the kitchen to kindle a flame, huddling around the stove for warmth. The selected house had both the courtyard gate and the door locked, yet it was reasonably clean inside, devoid of corpses or bloodstains. Shirley ventured into the bedroom, rummaging through the cupboard to retrieve bedding, which she carried to the kitchen, distributing it among Lu Xiangbei and Kong Chi. The three of them were to spend the night outdoors, unable to enjoy the luxury of a comfortable bed as they would at home. They wrapped themselves tightly in the quilts, sitting against the walls by the stove to rest. Neither Kangqi nor Lu Xiangbei mentioned dinner, nor did Shirley inquire. As the stove radiated warmth, the kitchen became cozy, and they leaned against the walls, wrapped in their quilts. The donkey lay by the door. Having received its own piece of bedding, Kangqi folded the quilt, allowing it to nestle in the middle, resembling a hot dog. The night howled with fierce winds. Yet the little kitchen remained snug and warm. The firewood stacked in the courtyard was undisturbed, as they were merely passing through and had no need to conserve for anyone. They filled the stove generously with wood. Kangqi fell asleep during the first half of the night, but upon waking in the latter half, she remained alert and did not return to slumber. With her eyes closed, she sat until dawn. At 5 in the morning, she feigned waking up, stretching lazily, and added a few logs to the stove. Lu Xiangbei had feigned sleep until 6, having not rested throughout the night, secretly observing Shirley's movements. He was aware that Shirley also had not slept, and it was not until Kangqi pretended to wake that she feigned being startled awake by his actions, rubbed her eyes, and mumbled, "It's dawn." Chapter 158. Wolf attacked. The three of them vigilantly endured the night. In the morning, Kangqi produced some jerky, distributing 2 pieces to each person. As they prepared to leave, they concealed their food cleverly, disguising it as other tools, making it difficult for anyone to discern where the food was hidden. Each item of food was stored separately, ensuring that when they retrieved the jerky, no other provisions would be revealed. Shirley had inquired of Lu Xiangbei whether he and Kangqi lived by hunting. Lu Xiangbei did not lie about this matter, especially since they had 2 donkeys and could easily capture some wild rabbits or small wild boars. Shirley expressed her envy, stating that she could not hunt, but was eager to learn and hoped that Lu Xiangbei would teach her. Lu Xiangbei replied that hunting was not something one could master in just a few days, and moreover, suitable weapons were hard to come by, with no surplus firearms or ammunition available for practice. Shirley then set her sights on Kangqi's crossbow, remarking that such an item could be found, and the arrows could be reused, even made by oneself. Unlike Lu Xiangbei, Kangqi did not outright refuse her, but suggested that they would teach her once they found a crossbow. Shirley understood that pressuring them would yield adverse effects. Since Kangqi had agreed to teach her, she decided to wait until they found the crossbow and arrows to broach the subject again. As they traversed a village, they discovered some supplies, and Shirley gathered warm items such as a hat, scarf, and gloves. She also stumbled upon a cotton jacket and a pair of old-fashioned thick cotton pants. In the northern regions, families typically store their winter clothing, preserving summer and autumn garments neatly within their wardrobes. She acquired a hot water bottle, and during moments of rest by the fire, she would heat a small pot of water to fill it. After several days with Lu Xiangbei and Kangqi, she had gathered numerous items, filling her backpack, which she carried while cycling. To keep her from noticing Erlu's peculiarities, Kangqi discreetly advised Erlu to refrain from calling out when encountering wild beasts, suggesting that it was acceptable to feign timidity. Lu Xiangbei was remarkably skilled with firearms. Even if Erlu did not drive off the animals, he could still neutralize any nearby threats. Shirley, having witnessed Lu Xiangbei's marksmanship, was particularly eager to become his apprentice. However, Lu Xiangbei's reasoning was quite sound. Where could she possibly procure weapons domestically? Mastery of shooting required extensive and rigorous practice, which was beyond their current capabilities. Shirley inquired about the relationship between Lu Xiangbei and Kangqi. In Kangqi's presence, Lu Xiangbei declared that he was Kangqi's boyfriend, to which Kangqi did not refute, but instead responded with a gentle smile. Shirley constantly surrounded Lu Xiangbei, asking a plethora of questions, which irked Kangqi. Yet she felt powerless to voice her discontent. When it came to personal matters, Shirley consistently directed her questions solely at Lu Xiangbei, never addressing Kangqi. For instance, she would ask Lu Xiangbei about his favorite foods, the city he lived in before the disaster, and his leisure activities. Her casual tone, coupled with her radiant smile, made it difficult to refuse her inquiries. Regardless of the question posed, Lu Xiangbei often refrained from answering, perceiving Shirley's curiosity as excessive and suspicious. Thus, she continued to question him all the way to Baishan, her inquisitiveness being her only transgression. Kangqi found herself without the opportunity to act on her role as Lu Xiangbei's girlfriend. Lu Xiangbei surreptitiously cautioned her to be wary of the woman, implying that Sherry was more complex than she appeared. Sherry matched Lu Xiangbei's daily distance on her own, even augmenting her baggage along the way, her burden no lighter than his. Unless Lu Xiangbei and Kangqi broached the subject of dining, she never proactively mentioned it. During their journey, she had also gathered some provisions, ostensibly freeing her from further self-denial, allowing her to eat whenever she pleased. Yet, she refrained from doing so, always waiting to partake with Kang Chi and Lu Xiangbei together. She kept pace with their rhythm flawlessly, and despite her frequent inquiries, no other fault could be found in her. Lu Xiangbei deliberately decelerated their pace to conceal their prowess. Even so, Sherry remained deeply impressed by him, captivated by his wilderness survival skills, cheering him on like an ardent admirer. However, Lu Xiangbei was unmoved by this display, deriving no pleasure from her applause. Nor did he relax his vigilance toward her for a moment. On the 7th day of their acquaintance, they encountered a pack of wolves at night. The pack assailed the cabin where they had sought refuge, shattering the windows and leaping inside. These wolves were unlike the beasts of the pre-disaster era, their heads as hard as iron blocks. Due to their sheer numbers, even Lu Xiangbei's marksmanship was insufficient to overcome them. Lu Xiangbei instructed Kang Chi to hide under the bed, as her crossbow was ill-suited for such close-quarters combat. Moreover, the wolf's fur was akin to armor, and the crossbow bolts, upon striking them, could only penetrate a mere arrowhead's depth. Unable to instantly kill them, the venom on the arrowheads required time to take effect. But the wolf pack afforded Kang Chi no such opportunity, charging in with savage ferocity after breaching the defenses. Their refuge had 3 windows, with Lu Xiangbei guarding one, while Kang Chi and Sherry were unable to hold the other 2. The wild wolf leapt into the small cabin, its sharp fangs instilling terror in Kang Chi. A single bite could surely cost him 10 pounds of flesh. Sherry did not flinch. Instead, she retreated to Lu Xiangbei's side, wielding a shovel to fend off the advancing wolves. She exhibited remarkable bravery, and Kang Chi felt a pang of guilt as he huddled with her LV beneath the bed, leaving Sherry to confront the pack outside. It seemed somewhat dishonorable. The scent of air LV beneath the bed deterred the wolves, causing them to swarm toward Lu Xiangbei and Sherry instead. The cabin was designed with a living area and a kitchen. Lu Xiangbei and Sherry occupied the kitchen while Kang Chi remained in the main room. Sherry secured the door leading from the kitchen to the inner room, but it was soon breached by the force of the wild wolves. The wooden door was no match for their strength and yielded after just a couple of blows. Lu Xiangbei and Sherry fought valiantly until dawn, and the howling of a lone wolf signaled the retreat of the pack. To Lu Xiangbei's astonishment, the wolves displayed a remarkable instinct, dragging away the corpses of their fallen comrades to avoid obstruction while charging. A few ventured inside first to clear the bodies, while others pressed forward to attack Lu Xiangbei and Sherry. Kang Chi witnessed the scene unfold with clarity. Fortunately, they had not parked their vehicle outside, and all their weapons were secured within it, conveniently positioned in the kitchen for Lu Xiangbei's access. However, after a night of fierce combat, they had expended at least 100 rounds of ammunition. If the battle continued through the night, they would soon find themselves bereft of their firearms. Sherry's strength waned, nearly leading her to collapse. Yet she persevered, her shovel and gloves caked in wolf's blood and sticking to her hands. She discarded the shovel and removed her gloves, revealing palms blistered and bloodied. Feeling a sense of guilt, Kang Chi retrieved some gauze and hydrogen peroxide to tend to her wounds. Kang Chi understood that Lu Xiangbei was wary of Shirley, unwilling to reveal Lu's secret to her. In her eyes, Shirley displayed remarkable bravery, showing no signs of unease. Lu Xiangbei urged them to leave the small cabin immediately, asserting that they must seek a safer refuge. Of course, he could not risk venturing outside the village, as he was uncertain whether the wolf pack still lurked nearby. Without the cover of a house, they stood no chance against the wolves. Chapter 159. Tripping hazard. Lu Xiangbei chose the most well-decorated house in the village for their concealment, and the 3 of them slipped inside. He procured a ladder to ascend to the rooftop, while Kang Chi gathered firewood from the courtyard into a small barrel, which Lu Xiangbei hoisted up with a rope. The house was notably tall, standing about 3 meters from the ground, making it somewhat challenging for the wolves to leap up. Perched atop the roof was an advantageous position. And that evening, Lu Xiangbei planned for all 3 to remain there, lighting a brazier for added safety. This house served as the village's vantage point. Lu Xiangbei ignited fires in several locations throughout the village, placing large logs into iron barrels so that they could spot any wolves entering the village. Around the small courtyard, he also set up a circle of fire barrels filled with oil, though they remained unlit for the time being. Lu Xiangbei instructed Kang Chi to follow his commands. When he said to ignite, she would use her crossbow to shoot fire arrows, igniting the wood inside the barrels. Kang Chi found a bedsheet to wrap around Lu, securing it on her back to avoid stepping on it during any ensuing chaos. They rested inside the house for the first half of the night, and just past midnight, The trio climbed to the rooftop to light the brazier. Wrapped in blankets, only their eyes visible, they gazed at the dark expanse of the sky and the world beyond the village. The biting wind swirled about, causing the flames in the brazier to flicker erratically. Just as they produced a modicum of warmth, they were extinguished by the fierce cold. Behind Kong Chi, Lu was a source of warmth, making the chill somewhat bearable. However, for Shirley, the cold was unbearable. She trembled uncontrollably, yet chose to remain silent and grit her teeth in endurance. Around 2 in the morning, the wolf pack returned. Surging into the village from all directions, their numbers greater than the previous day. Lu Xiangbei estimated that if they expended all their bullets, even with perfect accuracy, it would be impossible to eliminate every last wolf. What chaos would ensue when over 1,000 wolves gathered to hunt? Kong Chi could not help but wonder if they truly sought to feast upon this meager flesh. She and Shirley were relatively slender, while Lu Xiangbei, though more robust, was still lean. 1,000 wolves dividing the flesh of 3 individuals would surely mean a gruesome fate. Yet, she had heard that wolves bore grudges. Given that Lu Xiangbei had slain many of their kin the day before, it was conceivable that today's attack was not merely for sustenance, but for vengeance. Lu Xiangbei did not wield a firearm. Instead, he grasped an axe meant for chopping wood. Its handle shortened to ensure that he could strike without risking harm to his companions, while still being long enough to allow him to stand at the edge of the roof and fend off the wolves. With Shirley's hands injured, Lu Xiangbei instructed her to remain still and refrain from engaging in combat today. Kong Chi and he positioned themselves on either side, each guarding a 90-degree angle, Kong Chi overseeing the upper left corner and its flanks, while Lu Xiangbei maintained watch over the lower right corner and its periphery. Standing back to back, they ensured that the entirety of the rooftop's expanse remained within their line of sight. In the midst of them, Shirley crouched, wielding a long stick, ready to assist in any gaps in their defense. Initially, wolves may not possess the capability to leap to the roof's apex. However, through repeated endeavors, they ascertain that by constructing a ladder, they can surmount the obstacle. Consequently, a collective of wolves forms a living scaffold, one atop another's back, coalescing into a lupin ladder. Lu Xiangbei, with unwavering composure, continued to wield his axe. While Shirley marveled at the wolves' ingenuity, he remained impassive. After nearly an hour of relentless combat, he discarded the axe, seizing his firearm. In contrast, Kong Chi's participation appeared desultory. The wolves occasionally surged toward her sector, only to hesitate upon approach, affording her the opportunity to strike them down in a manner akin to a game of whack-a-mole. As the number of wolves assailing the courtyard swelled, Lu Xiangbei exhausted his ammunition. At that juncture, Kong Chi emitted a sudden cry, plummeting from the rooftop. Shirley, not Lu Xiangbei, was the first to vocalize her alarm. Engaged in fending off wolves with her staff, she caught sight of Kong Chi's descent and promptly cried out. Kong Chi extricated herself from the wolves that had landed upon her, some even treading on her face. Fortuitously, she had fallen upon the wolves, averting impact with the frigid ground, and thus escaped unscathed. Kong Chi, now situated beneath the eaves, emitted a series of agonizing cries. Despite her vocal distress, she was inwardly jubilant, a sensation she likened to the resolution of a long-pending matter. She overheard Shirley informing Lu Xiangbei that she had accidentally fallen. However, this was a fabrication. She had been deliberately tripped by Shirley, who, while ostensibly engrossed in repelling the wolves, had surreptitiously extended her leg, using her foot to forcefully dislodge Kong Chi from her perch. In recent days, she and Lu Xiangbei have been discreetly discussing the enigmatic figure of Shirley. Lu Xiangbei harbors suspicions that Shirley may have ulterior motives, while she believes that Shirley merely seeks to integrate into their group, thus attempting to curry favor with Lu Xiangbei, the one who holds the ultimate authority. To test Shirley's true character, Lu Xiangbei refrained from sending Lu into the fray during the wolf attack. This decision was twofold, primarily to safeguard Lu's secret, and secondarily to gauge Shirley's response in the face of peril. When the first wave of wolves descended upon them, she exhibited remarkable bravery and resilience. Her hands blistered and bloodied, yet she did not utter a sound of pain. Kong Chi held a favorable impression of her, believing that Lu Xiangbei's suspicions were somewhat excessive. However, she was swiftly confronted with reality when Shirley revealed her true intentions to eliminate her. Fortunately, with Lu at her side, the wolves dared not inflict harm upon her. They howled in fury, trampling over her without causing injury or biting her. As Lu tumbled from the rooftop, it emitted a few whimpers. Upon hearing Kong Chi scream, it mimicked her anguished cries. Immediately, both the girl and the dog fell silent, lying under the eaves in a feigned state of death. The wolf ladder was reassembled, and Lu Xiangbei prepared to descend to rescue them. Shirley cautioned him against acting impulsively, asserting that Kong Qi was already lost, and his descent would serve no purpose but to squander his own life. Just then, following Kong Qi's presumed demise, a prolonged howl echoed from afar. Reminiscent of the wolves' retreat from the previous day, the wolves ceased their advance, turning to withdraw from the village. Lu Xiangbei, look, there is light, she exclaimed, her voice filled with joy. The illumination, more fortuitously timed than the wolves' howling, emanated from headlights of a vehicle. Shirley joyfully declared that the occupants of the vehicle wielded fire arrows, launching a fiery projectile towards the wolf pack. Oh my goodness, it is them. It is my companions. They are not dead, Sherry exclaimed in surprise, vigorously waving her arms and calling out to the distance. I am here, Zhang Tong. After her shout, she turned to Lu Xiangbei and urged, we must leave quickly, before the wolf pack launches a second attack. They have a vehicle, and the wolves cannot catch us. No. My girlfriend. She would want you to survive, even in her stead. You cannot succumb to despair. We must go. Sherry lowered the ladder from the rooftop, and Lu Xiangbei remained silent, removing his gloves and tossing them onto the eaves near Kong Qi. Then he followed Sherry as they departed, sprinting out of the village and into the jeep parked outside. Once they had gone far, Kong Qi picked up the gloves that Lu Xiangbei had discarded, stepping out from under the eaves to watch the vehicle's headlights fade into the distance. Lu, let's follow closely. We must not lose track of Lu Xiangbei. Chapter 160. Lu's infiltration. Kong Qi felt a chill at the thought of that group possessing rocket launchers. Fortunately, she had been devoured by wolves first. Otherwise, she might have been shot dead. Sherry's intentions became clear. She aimed to abduct Lu Xiangbei, solely him. Thus, she had resorted to tripping Kong Qi. If Kong Qi thwarted Sherry's scheme, a rocket could very well end her life. Kong Qi understood the principle of survival of the fittest. They could recruit Lu Xiangbei, but they must not eliminate her. Having been eliminated, Kong Qi, accompanied by Lu, trailed the group. Whether they truly intended to recruit Lu Xiangbei remained uncertain. After all, what if they harbored other nefarious plans? Kong Qi was not particularly afraid of anything else. Life was arduous in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Lu Xiangbei had mentioned that after the onset of the Cold Era, a cannibalistic tribe had emerged, notorious for their terrifying brutality. Their leader was quite selective, refusing to consume the old, weak, sick, and disabled, instead opting for the young and robust. Yet, as Lu Xiangbei gazed at meat with a hardened demeanor, it struck her that she, with her tender and delicate appearance, should logically be their target. She envisioned various conspiracies, peddling a tricycle laden with provisions, following the group under the guidance of Lu. There lay a snow-covered path, previously devoid of tracks, now marked by two distinct tire impressions. She doubted her legs could outrun 4 wheels, and there was a time difference between her and the group. Fortunately, it hadn't snowed in recent days. She whispered to Lu, urging him to alert her of any scents apart from Lu Xiangbei's, whether they belonged to humans, beasts, or corpses. She feared that the lair of half-dead beings might be nearby, and if there were hidden sentinels around, she might not detect them, relying solely on Lu. Indeed, after walking a few miles, Lu suddenly bit her sleeve, directing his gaze toward a specific spot ahead. Although Kong Qi had keen eyesight, if the target was camouflaged and remained motionless, she would not be able to discern it. Lu dashed forward, and before she could intervene, he sprinted toward a distant tree. Something atop that tree shifted suddenly, and an arrow shot forth, aimed at Lu. In response, Kong Qi swiftly loosed a crossbow bolt, which struck the assailant in the head, causing him to tumble from the tree. Meanwhile, Lu tilted his head, narrowly evading the arrow shot at him, which embedded itself in the snow below, leaving him unscathed. You frightened me to death, you foolish donkey. Kong Qi dashed forward in an attempt to seize Lu, aiming to strike its rear. However, Lu swiftly twisted away, evading her assault and darting off, tongue lolling out. In truth, from the position of the half-corpse, it should have spotted her long ago, yet the range of the arrow it wielded was comparable to that of her hand crossbow, rendering it unable to reach her. Thus, it likely intended to wait until Kong Qi drew nearer before taking action, but unexpectedly, a large dog rushed towards the tree where it concealed itself. Should the dog discover its presence, it would become a living target. Perhaps in a moment of panic, it revealed its position. Observing Lu frolicking, Kong Qi deduced that no other sentinels lurked nearby. She called out to Lu before resuming her pursuit of Lu Xiangbei's scent. As she traversed the woodland, She spotted a cluster of buildings ahead, atop which figures were visible, causing her to swiftly drop to the snow and crawl forward. She retrieved the camouflage she had prepared at home, draping a piece of pure white cloth over herself, before cautiously crawling towards a tree, concealing herself behind it to survey the area beyond the forest. The establishment she beheld was a factory, its walls adorned with the slogan "Safe Production" painted in bold letters. Within the factory yard stood several small structures, the tallest being 3 stories high. On the rooftop of this 3-story building, a guard stood watch, firearm in hand. Just moments prior, Kong Chi had shot an arrow at the half-corpse, striking it squarely between the eyes. It did not utter a sound, but simply toppled from the tree. Throughout the commotion, Lu remained silent. Thus the sentinels on the rooftop had yet to discover her presence. Gradually, she crawled to the factory's main entrance, where she could see individuals moving about inside. She was aware that armed guards also patrolled within. The figure on the rooftop was armed with a gun. While the sentinels employed arrows, she could potentially best the sentinels, but the guards with firearms posed a formidable challenge, although she too possessed a firearm. The sound of a shot would draw the attention of more than just a solitary guard. What should I do? Kong Chi murmured softly. Her solitary experience in rescuing someone occurred in Bear City when she saved Sweet Girl. It was sheer luck that she managed to seize the opportunity during a breach, as the Sunglasses Man and his crew were entirely captivated by the intruders, allowing her to save Sweet Girl. From her observations, the silver lining was that there were no surveillance cameras, but the downside was that the guards at the front gate changed shifts every 4 hours, maintaining a constant watch. Indeed, she had endured a day and night in the woods, merely waiting for a chance to rescue someone. Each time she felt on the brink of freezing, her body somehow managed to recover. Nevertheless, the agony of the cold was a torment she had to endure repeatedly, a cruel cycle of freezing and recovering. While she failed to uncover any security loopholes, Lu had succeeded, and only he could exploit this vulnerability due to a hole at the corner of the factory's outer wall. No matter how thin she was, Kong Chi could not squeeze through. Only Lu could navigate that space. The guards inside the gate and on the rooftop were distracted by noise, illuminating the area with a powerful flashlight directed towards where the rabbit had landed. Seizing the opportunity provided by the moonlight and the guards' distraction, Lu swiftly slipped through the courtyard wall. When the guards spotted the rabbit darting out, they lowered their weapons that had been aimed at that spot. Lu Xiangbei's binoculars were tucked into her embrace, and every 10 minutes, she would take them out to observe the movements within the factory. The absence of sound indicated that Lu had successfully infiltrated. A black cloth was tied around his neck, concealing a note within. She recalled the 2 half-dead beings that Lu Xiangbei had slain. There were no footprints beneath the tree where they had concealed themselves, as it was impossible to hide shoe prints in the snow. Even if one attempted to sweep with branches, it would leave evident scratches. In order to allow the snow to naturally conceal the footprints, they lingered in the trees for an extended duration, no less than 3 to 5 days, and sometimes as long as half a month. The stationary sentinels inadvertently safeguarded her. She buried the corpse in the snow, meticulously smoothing the surface with branches. After a few days of wind, it would appear as an unremarkable snow mound. Clutching a note from Lu, she ventured to a spot where the factory guards were out of sight, illuminating a miniature flashlight while shielding it with her clothing, bending over to read the note. Chapter 161. Collaboration from within. Lu Xiangbei informed her that Shiri served as bait for the half-corpse individuals, aimed at selecting suitable candidates for evolution. This process involved identifying individuals who could undergo mutation into half-corpse beings, with a mere 10 success rate for women, while robust young men boasted a staggering 90 success rate. The consequence of failure was a complete transformation into a mindless zombie, a fate from which no one could escape. Kong Chi felt a pang of concern for Lu Xiangbei. His immunity to the zombie virus precluded him from becoming a half-corpse. If the half-corpse beings were to discover this fact, his situation would become perilous. Kong Chi ignited a fire in the woods and concealed herself in the nearby snow, recognizing that rushing into the factory to rescue individuals would be tantamount to suicide. Instead, she resolved to create a disturbance outside, coaxing the factory's occupants to emerge. The sled lay hidden beside her, poised for a swift escape. She awaited the approach of someone investigating the fire, ready to strike clandestinely. Her marksmanship was on par with her archery skills. When 3 individuals ventured out to investigate, she dispatched 2 of them in the blink of an eye. Utilizing the previous half-corpse body to divert the trio's attention, she leaned the corpse against a tree, facing away from the factory. As they entered the woods, their gazes were drawn to the corpse behind the tree, providing Kong Chi with the perfect opportunity to fire her weapon. She struck 2 individuals, and the third quickly discerned her position, raising his weapon to fire. Suddenly, Lu, concealed beneath the snow, sprang forth and tackled the remaining assailant. The bullet lost its aim, burying itself in the snow. Lu, having succeeded with a single blow, did not linger in battle. He swiftly turned and fled. The man instinctively retaliated, reaching out to strike Lu, providing Kong Chi with the opportunity to fire another shot at him. The trio appeared to lack combat experience, prompting Kong Chi to silently acknowledge her fortune. However, the sound of gunfire alerted those within the factory to the unfolding crisis, and it was only a matter of time before they dispatched someone to investigate. She harnessed Lu to a sled, binding the half-corpse to it, and waited for someone from the factory to emerge before urging Lu to begin their escape. Meanwhile, Kong Chi meticulously obscured their footprints in the snow, climbed a large tree, and wrapped herself in the bark garments of the half-corpse. Lu Xiangbei had informed her that there were a total of 23 half-corpse individuals and 7 normal humans within the factory, with Shirley being one of them. The 4 individuals Kong Chi had eliminated were all half-corpse beings, and the 4 that had ventured out to investigate the gunfire were also half-corpse. This left 15 half-corpse beings and 7 normal humans remaining in the factory, bringing the total of normal humans, including Lu Xiangbei, to 8. Upon discovering the sled pulled by Lu with its occupant, the 4 half-corpse beings immediately pursued them, having realized that an ambush had struck the factory. Caught off guard, they fell to the ground, succumbing to gunfire. Kong Chi then aimed at the fallen bodies, unleashing a barrage of shots for 5 seconds. After discarding the corpse from the sled, she took her place upon it and made her escape. Kong Chi reached a nearby low hill, where she kindled several small bonfires on the slope, feigning a campsite to potentially disrupt the morale of her pursuers, though she remained uncertain of its efficacy. She merely wished to assist Lu Xiangbei, who intended to exploit the chaos to counter the half-dead from within. Her role was to create disturbances from the outside, aligning her efforts with Lu Xiangbei's maneuvers. As for whether he could single-handedly vanquish 15 half-dead beings, Kong Chi harbored no concerns whatsoever. With no one stationed on the rooftop and the guards at the main gate absent, she and Lu stealthily scaled the wall and entered. Inside, the sounds of conflict resonated, concentrated around a 2-story small building. She brandished her firearm and approached the exterior of the building, leaning against the window to peer inside. The combatants were half-dead creatures and ordinary humans, indicating that Lu Xiangbei had successfully rescued the 7 normal individuals. An intense battle unfolded before her, and as Kong Chi clung to the window, she searched for Lu Xiangbei's figure. Not finding him on the first floor, she assessed the height of the second-floor windows and abandoned the idea of climbing up. Seizing the opportunity amidst the turmoil, she shattered a first-floor window and aimed her gun inside to fire. Lu Xiangbei had intentionally concealed several firearms, specifically reserved for her use. After depleting her submachine gun, she switched to 2 handguns, her gaze fixed on the unfolding skirmish within. As the normal humans managed to force the half-dead away from themselves, she seized the moment to shoot, obliterating one of their heads with a single shot. The first floor served as a processing workshop where half-dead beings and ordinary humans clashed amidst machinery. Kong Chi first eliminated a half-dead creature in the workshop, then dashed to the entrance, dispatching another. She and Lu coordinated seamlessly. He diverted the attention of the half-dead from one side, while she fired from the other, catching them off guard. Trained by Lu Xiangbei, she may not have met the standards of a professional soldier, yet she exhibited agility and precision in her actions. Moreover, her targets were half-dead creatures, devoid of any psychological barriers. As they attempted to take her life, they showed no mercy whatsoever. The gunfire from the second floor sounded particularly fierce, while the half-dead on the first floor were not all armed, thus affording normal humans a chance to engage in combat. The struggle on the first floor was one of hand-to-hand combat, while the second floor erupted in a fierce gunfight. Noticing the absence of foes at the staircase, Kong Chi and Lu stationed themselves at the stairway, ready to fire at any half-dead they encountered. Within 5 minutes, the half-dead on the first floor were completely dealt with. The bullets flew chaotically on the second floor, and Kong Chi dared not ascend. She could hear the roars of the half-dead nearby, while Lu Xiangbei was situated at the farthest point from the staircase. Should she recklessly charge forward? The likelihood of being transformed into a sieve by the half-dead was high. Thus, she opted to wait at the staircase, where the half-dead, retreating and firing, were generally oblivious to her presence, their backs turned as they descended. She took this opportunity to send them off to their demise without hesitation. Once the gunfire around the staircase ceased, Kang-chi called out to the upper floor, "I'm coming, honey." Hearing Lu Xiangbei's voice reassured her of his safety, prompting her to indulge in a bit of playful banter. "Chi-chi?" Lu Xiangbei called out. He descended the stairs briskly, casting a glance at the processing workshop where ordinary humans stood at the entrance, indicating that the half-dead had been entirely eradicated. Otherwise, they would not dare to stand idly by. "Count the bodies to ensure none have escaped," he instructed one of the individuals lingering at the workshop's entrance. As he spoke, he reached out, pulling Kang-chi close, inspecting her from head to toe. "I'm unscathed, perfectly well," she assured him, glancing towards the staircase, where a figure was descending behind Lu Xiangbei, none other than Sherry, the one who had led her to the rooftop to feed the wolves. Shirley widened her eyes in astonishment, as if unable to believe the sight before her. Chapter 162, Revealing Fangs. Hello. Kang-chi felt that her heart was not entirely consumed by anger. Quite the opposite. In fact, anger occupied only a small fraction of her emotions. She was so calm that it even struck her as peculiar, as she managed to greet Shirley with a smile. However, her smile lacked warmth, not born of joy. "Kang-chi, you're alive? How astonishing. This is wonderful. Your elation is equally astonishing to me. I thought you had pushed me down with the intent of causing my demise." "Push you? I swear. I was solely focused on those wild wolves. I had no time to pay attention to you. Did you perhaps step on something on the roof, mistaking it for my foot? Indeed, you might have stepped on something else and assumed it was her foot." Given the chaos at that moment, such a misunderstanding is conceivable. "Young lady, you shouldn't speak recklessly. Shirley is not a villain." Before Kang-chi could respond, a figure standing at the workshop door interjected. "The girl must be quite shaken. Her mind in disarray, but it's unwise to cast baseless suspicions. We have all witnessed Shirley's character. She would never harm anyone." The man next to him added, "Who are you?" Kang-chi inquired calmly. As she scrutinized the individuals before her, she realized that Shirley's comrades were indeed alive. Contrary to her previous belief that they had perished, they had merely been confined by the half-dead. The two who stepped forward to defend Shirley included a burly man and a reclusive one, while the one who ultimately introduced himself was an elderly gentleman sporting glasses. The elderly man bore a Western visage and spoke fluent Mandarin. Lu Xiangbei refrained from joining their conversation instead. He crouched down and whispered a few words into Lu's ear. With a whimper, Lu turned and dashed out of the building. Lu Xiangbei rose, placing a reassuring hand on Kang-chi's back and gently patting it twice. Just as Kang-chi was about to retort, she caught Lu Xiangbei's subtle cue, smirked coldly, and fell silent. The bespectacled elder grew visibly anxious as a figure bolted outside. "Perhaps he's gone to deliver a message. We must depart swiftly," the muscular man urged. "There's a vehicle outside. I shall drive," the introverted man declared, racing towards the exit. "Remember to gather the supplies. Those are our belongings." A man clad in a suit rushed out of the small building, heading towards the adjacent structure. "We mustn't forget the monster's weaponry." A lean man in camouflage ascended the stairs. "Wolves. A pack of wolves is descending upon us." She cast a furtive glance at Lu Xiangbei, who sensed her gaze and winked at her. "Let us confront them. Those relentless beasts," Kang-chi thought, observing the group, still perplexed by Lu Xiangbei's intentions. From their words, it seemed they too had faced the onslaught of wild wolves. The pack quickly surged into the factory compound, encircling the small building where they had taken refuge. The individual who had gone upstairs for weapons returned with several firearms, distributing them among the muscular man, the introverted man, the suited gentleman, and himself, neglecting the corpse-counting fellow and the bespectacled elder. The corpse-counter, with a whip at his waist, appeared to be a master of cold weaponry, rendering firearms unnecessary for him. The elder and Sherry did not acquire weapons, and it seemed the others tacitly acknowledged that they would not partake in the impending gunfight. The confrontation with the wolf pack was imminent, as all those armed gathered at the window, bracing themselves to fend off the oncoming assault of the wild wolves. Lu Xiangbei executed an astonishing act that left everyone utterly astounded. He rendered Shirley unconscious and, with a swift motion reminiscent of a shot put, hurled her into the midst of the wolf pack. The occupants of the building were caught off guard, unable to intervene, for they could never have anticipated such a turn of events. Lu Xiangbei, a figure of remarkable agility, moved with fluidity and speed akin to lightning. By the time their minds processed what had transpired, Shirley had already been cast into the fray. Any attempts to thwart the wolves now could only be directed at the predators, as Shirley was enveloped by the pack. However, the anticipated tragedy did not unfold. Instead of attacking, the wolves refrained from aggression towards Shirley. Kangchi was left speechless, realizing that her survival amidst the wolves was thanks to Erlu. As Kangchi struck at the wolves, they retaliated by stepping on her in a display of annoyance, while Shirley's descent into the pack elicited no ire. The wolves responded to her with soft whines, as if in playful affection, before turning their attention to Lu Xiangbei with bared teeth and wrinkled noses. The others were rendered mute by shock. Suddenly, Kangchi grasped Lu Xiangbei's intention. He suspected that the recent assaults by the wolves were not mere coincidences or acts of vengeance, but rather orchestrated by Shirley, who had been subtly encouraging or perhaps manipulating the situation from behind the scenes. Lu quietly returned to the group, settling down beside Kangchi's calf, eliciting an approving thumbs up from Lu Xiangbei. The reclusive Shirley opened the window before her, calling out to the Shirley amidst the wolves. As the impact of her fall began to wear off, she gradually regained consciousness, rising from the pile of wolves, and burst into laughter, standing confidently among them. The pack of wolves remained motionless, thousands of wild wolves encircling the factory. Disciplined like a well-ordered legion, they awaited their leader's command. The whip-wielding youth cast a sidelong glance, his expression laced with disdain at the others' apparent lack of comprehension. Indeed, it was you who sustained injuries from their fangs in your valiant effort to safeguard me. The bespectacled elder approached the window, his gaze a mixture of perplexity and sorrow. A gaggle of imbeciles, Sherry muttered, her contemptuous gaze sweeping over the group. Yes, that's it. Surrender it, and spare me the inconvenience. Sherry's demeanor exuded the confidence of a triumphant victor. Nay, it is not in my possession. I entrusted it to another. The elder shook his head. To whom? With a mere gesture from Sherry, the wolf pack surged forward in unison. I gave it to someone named Nanxing. She absconded with the item long ago, and I am ignorant of her whereabouts. The elder stammered, his anxiety palpable. Chapter 163. Recognition upon hearing the name Nanxing. Kangchi felt the urge to exchange a glance with Lu Xiangbei, yet she refrained from doing so, lest she betray her knowledge. Her eyes darted about, and she managed to maintain her composure. Lu Xiangbei, in contrast, remained composed, his gaze unwavering, as if the name Nanxing held no significance for him. The elder, confronted with Sherry's inquiry, vehemently shook his head, asserting that he was unacquainted with Nanxing, a figure who had materialized abruptly, seemingly omniscient. At the time, the elder had not yet aligned himself with his current comrades, rendering him vulnerable and isolated. Nanxing had threatened his life, compelling him to relinquish the object. Sherry's countenance underwent an abrupt transformation, her voice laced with malice as she declared, "Then your existence is now devoid of purpose." With a swift gesture, she seemed to issue a command to the pack of wolves, which, upon hearing her directive, prepared to charge towards the small building. However, Erlu leaped forward, positioning himself defiantly before the wolves and barking loudly. His growls were fiercer than ever, exuding a presence that rendered the wolves hesitant to advance. Despite Shirley's repeated gestures, the wolves obstinately ignored her commands. Were they rebelling? Infuriated, Shirley lashed out with her leg, kicking at a nearby wolf, which retreated but refused to move forward. Perhaps this was a manifestation of bloodline suppression? A thought flickered in Kangchi's mind. The individuals inside the small building stood in stunned silence, their firearms inadvertently lowered. Suddenly, Lu Xiangbei raised his hand and shot Shirley in the forehead. Her eyes widened in shock as she fell backward. The caliber of Lu's firearm was relatively small, sparing her head from being obliterated. Upon witnessing their master slain, the wolves, now devoid of restraint, turned and fled, vanishing into the darkness without a sound. Wow! Exclaimed the nerd, gun in hand, glancing at his companions. Pinch me. Am I hallucinating, or have I been devoured by wolves, experiencing these visions posthumously? Don't be foolish. We ought to express our gratitude to that dog. The burly man lowered his weapon and whistled at Lu, shouting, "Well done. Good dog." Yet, he had killed Shirley. The man in the suit exchanged glances with his companions, directing his gaze towards Lu Xiangbei. Shirley was in league with the wolves. Do you not see that? He asserted. Sasha was commanded by her to slay Wang Chenxiu, Alex. They were all victims of Shirley's treachery, and we, like fools, were manipulated by her. The camouflaged man angrily struck the windowsill. Indeed, we regarded her as our savior, yet ironically, the crisis was of her own making. Our companions have perished, and we still express our gratitude towards her, the introverted young man lamented. It was all for that object. She meticulously schemed to deceive me into relinquishing it. The bespectacled elder expressed his regret. I was utterly oblivious to her intentions. How foolish of me. She staged a rescue for you. Who could have foreseen such treachery? Perhaps we ought to bestow upon her an award for performance. The brawny man consoled the elder. But what precisely is that object? What does she desire? The man in the suit inquired of the elder. I am equally in the dark, I assure you. It is a square metallic box, larger than a Rubik's Cube by 2 dimensions. I only know it must be related to the meteorite. For not long after the meteorite fell, an old friend of mine suddenly appeared, entrusting me with this square metallic box for safekeeping. Did your friend not disclose what it contained? The introverted young man asked. No, he was in a hurry, as if something urgent awaited him. I found it strange. After all, he hadn't contacted me in 30 years. His sudden appearance at my doorstep, without even a phone call, was unlike him. Moreover, he seemed preoccupied with the view outside, as if evading someone. Weren't you curious to open the box and take a look? The camouflaged man inquired. Of course. I was curious, yet I couldn't open it. The bespectacled elder shrugged helplessly. For the sake of a box, this deranged woman has slain so many. And now seeks to kill us. It must be something of utmost significance, the brawny man remarked. Kangqi approached Lu Xiangbei, while the others continued deliberating the matter of the box behind them. As they stepped outside the building, the lifeless body of Sherry lay on the ground. What had happened to her? Kangqi instinctively grasped Lu Xiangbei's sleeve upon seeing the corpse's head. While Sherry's body appeared normal, her head exhibited a peculiar transformation. Her cheeks were sunken, and her hair was desiccated, resembling a millennia-old mummy freshly unearthed. Below her neck, her body bore no distinction from that of a living person. Yet, her head, mere minutes deceased, had taken on an appearance akin to that of a desiccated corpse. The bullet hole in the center of her brow remained, sending a chill down Kangqi's spine. Could she have been transformed by a supernatural entity? What kind of entity? A wolf demon, perhaps? One ought not to attribute the inexplicable to the supernatural. The otaku who rushed over to examine the body gagged upon seeing her head. The group had ceased their discussions about the box, for they could not derive any conclusions. They were utterly unfamiliar with Nanqing. Mr. Liu, thank you for your timely intervention. We misjudged the situation. Miss Long, we apologize for our lack of discernment, causing you distress. The bespectacled elder offered a sincere apology. Let us depart quickly. We must not forget that the creature has gone to raise the alarm, and this place is ill-suited for lingering. The otaku hastened toward the jeep. Let us go. Get in. The burly man clapped his hands, beckoning everyone to board. Kangqi remained still, casting a glance at Lu Xiangbei, who nodded in affirmation, prompting her to proceed toward the factory's entrance. They had concealed their tricycle, along with its contents, and she carried only a few items with her, including a single bag of spiced dried meat. Kangqi and Lu Xiangbei found themselves in a vehicle operated by a socially awkward individual, accompanied by a muscular man. Kangqi occupied the front passenger seat, while Lu Xiangbei and the muscular man settled in the back. The socially awkward driver engaged Kangqi in conversation, which was less of a dialogue and more of a monologue, as he recounted their experiences. The encounter with the half-corpse was devoid of any sinister plots. It was merely a stroke of misfortune for them. However, he hesitated to affirm whether Shirley was genuinely under threat. Once he acknowledged Shirley as a villain, all her actions would inevitably come under scrutiny. When Shirley appeared, they had just been captured, having spent only a few days at the factory. The lair of the half-corpse was not located within the factory, it merely served as a temporary refuge for them. It was not a matter of capturing one to evolve another, as they operated under a unified management system. As for the bespectacled elder and the suited man, individuals like the socially awkward driver were deemed unworthy of undergoing evolution. They lacked even the qualifications to be considered for sustenance, merely existing as hostages. He expressed profound relief that, despite inadvertently acquiring a treacherous ally, they had managed to discern her true nature in time. He repeatedly expressed his gratitude toward Lu Xiangbei and inquired about how Lu Xiangbei had perceived the issues surrounding Shirley. Kangqi was equally curious. She had witnessed Lu Xiangbei sending Erlu away, but she had not anticipated that Erlu was meant to lure the wolf pack. The swift arrival of the wolves suggested they were lurking nearby. However, during her 2 days of concealment outside the factory, she had failed to detect their presence. Lu Xiangbei merely attributed his insight to intuition, asserting that he felt a connection between Shirley and the wolf attack, clearly reluctant to elaborate further. Lu Xiangbei's reticence prompted the socially awkward driver to refrain from pressing the matter, accepting Lu Xiangbei's instinctual explanation and redirecting the conversation to inquire about Erlu's background. Lu Xiangbei fabricated a background for Earl, portraying it as the Wolf King. According to the tale, its wolf mother was the Wolf Queen. In the aftermath of the disaster, as wildlife gradually proliferated, the old Wolf King battled tigers and bears, vanquishing numerous fierce beasts, all to safeguard the young Earl. Earl, possessing the blood of the old Wolf King, was inherently distinct from other wolves from birth. Despite its dog-like appearance, all other wolves feared it. Upon hearing this, the otaku felt that Earl's origins were too legendary and wished to interview it if it could speak. The macho man also accepted Earl's Wolf King persona, remarking that it possessed an imposing and regal bearing. At that moment, Earl was sprawled on the luggage behind the seat, its tongue lolling out in what appeared to be a smile. The otaku frequently alluded to Lu Xiangbei's badass performance at the factory, recounting how he escaped from the prison and eliminated the guards to rescue them. In his excitement, he would release the steering wheel to imitate Lu Xiangbei's neck-twisting action. The macho man directly inquired whether Lu Xiangbei had served in the military or was currently an active-duty soldier. Lu Xiangbei did not conceal this, admitting that he had once been a soldier. The macho man nodded knowingly, while the otaku requested Lu Xiangbei to teach him a few self-defense moves, even simple ones. Lu Xiangbei agreed, much to his delight. His sole passion had been gaming, and he once believed he would die without it. However, when the virus outbreak occurred, he realized he would not. He also detested travel, yet now he was the most enthusiastic about fleeing on the road, having learned to drive after the disaster. Luke, a robust fellow, had a foreign-born father and a lineage of flight instructors spanning 3 generations. His mother's fervent passion for aviation instilled in him an inexplicable yearning for the skies, leading him to become a pilot in his own right. As a pilot capable of operating military transport aircraft, his affiliations are self-evident. Lu Changyi meticulously disclosed every facet of their personal information, including their familial circumstances. In reciprocation, Kong Qi and Lu Xiangbei felt compelled to reciprocate, divulging what they could about their own backgrounds. So, there exists a survivor encampment in Feng Province? Lu Changyi exclaimed, his elation palpable upon hearing Lu Xiangbei mention their involvement in the camp's construction. Indeed. Idiot. Pay closer attention. Do you even know where Feng Province is? Luke, seated directly behind the pilot, playfully tapped Lu Changyi on the head. But our aircraft was wrecked. Where shall we procure another? At this juncture, I would strongly advise against aerial travel. Kong Qi interjected, recalling the harrowing assault she and Lu Xiangbei had endured. Heavens, is that truly the case? How large are these avian creatures you speak of? Are they capable of seizing aircraft? Lu Changyi inquired, as if listening to an outlandish tale. Affirmatively. They are of considerable size, seemingly mutated beyond recognition. Such birds did not exist in the pre-disaster world. How could non-existent avians suddenly attain such immense proportions? What could have caused such a transformation? Does this imply that the skies are no longer safe? Precisely, Kong Qi solemnly affirmed. Then how are we to survive in the future? Luke, do you have any ideas? My expertise lies solely in aviation. You would be better served seeking counsel from a more astute individual. Professor Wang, perhaps? Although he teaches mythology, his most daring pursuit involves picnicking on park lawns. Ding Wei is a wholesale food merchant, lacking any knowledge of wilderness survival. As for Lan Yifan, he is a gun dealer and a businessman, is he not? We cannot rely on him. It seems we are left with only Qian. I find this young man to be dependable, despite his taciturn nature. He proves useful in critical moments. However, I cannot shake the feeling that he has his own agenda and will depart once the opportunity arises. His skills are commendable, yet I cannot place long-term trust in him. Indeed, he has not even divulged the details of his background, and I remain unaware of how many family members he has. You have a penchant for prying, akin to conducting a household census. Friends ought to foster understanding. Mr. Lu, are you truly unwilling to accompany us? Luke turned to glance at Lu Xiangbei. Yes, you will certainly reunite with your family. Thank you. Lu Xiangbei and Kong Qi spoke in unison, prompting the 4 individuals in the vehicle to exchange knowing smiles. Lu Xiangbei informed Lu Changyi and others that he and Kong Qi intended to travel to Baishe, so Lu Changyi drove them there. Lu Xiangbei suggested they might try their luck at Changshan Airport, as it is a tourist area with a sparse population. The zombies from the 3 northern provinces have all fled, making it potentially safe. Outside Baishe, Lu Changyi and the others bid farewell to Kong Qi and Lu Xiangbei, and then the 2 groups parted ways. With the tricycle unavailable, Kong Qi and Lu Xiangbei had no choice but to walk into the city to seek alternative transportation. A sled could not accommodate 2 individuals, and even if the donkey could pull it, the sled's weight would hinder progress. Searching Baishur was not part of their plan. It was merely a serendipitous occurrence, and to conceal their true intentions, they were willing to take risks. Having been allotted 2 parcels of sustenance by Lu Changyi and his cohorts, they did not hasten into the city center. Instead, they sought a secluded locale on the outskirts to ignite a warming blaze. Discovering an apiarist abode, they sought refuge within its walls, shielded from the elements. After warming the provisions over the fire and consuming them, a sense of warmth permeated their beings. Thus invigorated, the pair embarked on their journey toward the urban expanse. Chapter 165, The Genesis Baiqing II, stood as a deserted metropolis. Kangqi and Lu Xiangbei kindled a substantial bonfire on the thoroughfare leading into the city. They lay in wait, concealed in the shadows, observing whether the flames would entice any denizens to emerge. After a vigil of nearly 3 hours, not a single soul ventured forth to investigate. Emerging from their covert position, they advanced into the concrete jungle. Before the cataclysm, the city had teemed with vehicular and pedestrian traffic, a vibrant surge of life. The streets had resonated with a cacophony of sounds, the very essence of urban vitality. Yet now, the surface world was but a collection of urban cadavers. A thick mantle of snow enshrouded them. And Kangqi perceived that she and Lu Xiangbei were traversing a desolate necropolis. As in times past, when wild beasts inhabited graveyards, claiming tombs as their lairs, so it remained in the present day. Earl bounded ahead, its barks serving to deter the creatures lurking in the vicinity. Some living beings were concealed beneath the snowy stratum, their identities remaining unknown to Kangqi from their approach to their departure. She shadowed Lu Xiangbei as they sought the Baishur police department. Lu Xiangbei intending to replenish their ammunition. However, upon locating the precinct, they discovered that it had been thoroughly plundered. Within the structure lay several skeletal remains clad in police uniforms. Corpses that had naturally transformed into bone were undoubtedly those who had perished during the outbreak of the calamity. At that time, any living beings within the city, save for the zombified, had been driven away in terror. Lu Xiangbei examined the remains, noting the absence of bite marks or torn fabric, indicating that the corpse had not been subjected to animal predation. The bodies within the police station were all victims of homicide. Some had suffered severe head trauma, while others bore gashes upon their cervical vertebrae, and some had their spines severed. Lu Xiangbei surmised that the perpetrator employed weapons such as axes or hammers, which were likely of considerable size. The armory had been thoroughly ransacked, with firearms and ammunition cabinets stripped bare. Among the remains were 2 more corpses clad in police uniforms, both of whom had met their demise via gunfire, each bearing 2 bullet wounds located on their backs. Xiangbei, do you think it could be the same over there? Kangqi mused, observing the lifeless forms on the ground, realizing that their chances of finding any weapons seemed rather bleak. It might be even worse. We arrived too late. Lu Xiangbei had contemplated this possibility. They had indeed come too late. It was a well-known fact that the race was against time, and the one who acted swiftly would prevail. In the country, where weapons were stored, ordinary citizens had neither seen nor heard of them. If they could not seize them in the initial throes of disaster, they must be prepared for a fruitless expedition. What shall we do if we encounter half-dead beings? There are wild men beyond our borders, half-dead beings in the north, and zombies in the south. Are we to consider relocating to the moon for safety? Fear not, for I am here. I shall not allow them to harm you. I am not afraid. It is you whom I shall protect. Very well, you protect me. My esteemed leader. Kangqi stood on tiptoe, draping her arm over Lu Xiangbei's shoulder, nodding as she patted him on the back, playfully declaring, fear not, for the boss has your back. Enfolding her waist with a swift embrace, Lu Xiangbei bent at the knees, his other hand deftly scooping up her legs, cradling her in a princely hold. Yet, this was not his ultimate intention. With a surge of strength, he lofted her into the air, eliciting a startled cry from Kangqi. As she descended, he caught her securely, repeating the action several times, until Kangqi's pleas for mercy filled the air. You're the boss, you're the boss. Boss, have mercy. Too brutal. Finally planted firmly on the ground, Kangqi clutched the doorframe, feigning tears with theatrical flair. Enough with the dramatics, let's go find something to eat. Hooray. Though the environment and conditions for survival were becoming increasingly dire, abandoning hope at this juncture would be premature. Lu Xiangbei strode out of the armory with his long legs, Kangqi scurrying backward to catch up, latching onto his arm like a human ornament, being carried out of the building. Enduring perilous crises together had fostered a deeper intimacy between them, the presence of another person providing a sense of reassurance. While foraging for sustenance, Kong Qi's thoughts drifted back to the matters of the wild wolves and Sherry. She nudged Lu Xiangbei's shoulder, inquiring as to how he had discerned Sherry's connection to the wolf leader. You witnessed her kicking the wild wolf. I did. Did you observe the wolf's reaction? What reaction? It didn't bite her? Not only did it not bite her, but it also showed no anger. A wolf being struck without displaying anger, is that not peculiar? Indeed. When I fell from the rooftop, crushing those wolves, they were afraid of Earl, so they dared not harm me, but they were extremely angry, trampling all over me. Look, here, and here, there are still their claw marks. Kong Qi meticulously searched her clothing for any stains and discovered a distinct claw mark on the side of her garment, the wolf's paw smeared with mud, rendering the imprint particularly vivid. She wielded a shovel, attempting to strike the iron-headed wolf. However, for wolves, if they are not threatened by a creature of significant strength, they are unlikely to exhibit good temper. Ah, so that was the case. You did not notice beneath the bed. Later, on the rooftop, she shoved the wolf down. Yet it emitted no sound of anger. The three of us confronted the wolf simultaneously, but her treatment was markedly different from ours. Indeed. I was so engrossed in the wolf that I failed to pay attention to her. The pack of wolves exhibited an eerie friendliness towards her, which led me to suspect that she might be an insider, revealing our position to the wolves. To convey information, there must be a means of communication. I observed her behavior for any abnormalities and contemplated whether she possessed a unique method of transmission, or perhaps the wolves tracked her by scent. Kong Qi listened in silence as Lu Xiangbei glanced at a noodle breakfast shop, and the two walked side by side. Lu Xiangbei continued, stating that to facilitate summoning, the distance between the wolf pack and her could not be too great. Otherwise, in an emergency, they would not arrive in time. Upon your mention, it indeed seems plausible. The wild wolves serve as her tools, readily accessible for immediate use. This aligns with the thought process. Additionally, while in prison, I overheard Lu Changyi lamenting their misfortunes, first pursued by zombies, then by savages, and after a narrow escape, they encountered the wolf pack. I inquired about the wolves' appearance. He described them as particularly large, with heads as hard as iron blocks. Thus, they are pursued by the iron-headed wolf abroad, while we are similarly pursued domestically. Coincidentally, there is an individual among us, further solidifying your belief in the connection between Xueli and the wild wolf. Indeed, Lu Xiangbei pushed open the door of the noodle shop. The bags of noodles in the kitchen remained, albeit riddled with holes from rodent gnawing. Clearly, her concealment was not profound. She likely never intended for a prolonged disguise. Chapter 166. The truth behind speculation. I speculate this is related to the purpose of that object. Xueli is aware of its function and believes that Professor Wang is also cognizant of it, hence her intention to compel him to utilize the contents of the box. However, Professor Wang is oblivious, and the object may not even be in his possession. Therefore, I assert that Xueli cannot afford to wait much longer. Her patience has reached its limit. Could it be that the half-dead is also in league with her? That is difficult to ascertain. You mentioned burying her. Indeed, her injuries are severe. Burying her in the earth might remedy her condition. How remarkable is that? The absence of the box does not necessarily imply that she utilized it. As Lu Xiangbei spoke, he cast a glance at Kong Qi's wrist. Kong Qi raised her hand adorned with a metallic bracelet, seemingly grasping Lu Xiangbei's implication. Did she provide me with that item? There exists such a possibility. Moreover, Nanxing is exceedingly enigmatic. Whatever she conjures would not surprise Kong Qi, but rather appear entirely natural to her. Professor Wang recounted that shortly after the meteorite fell, a friend sought him out. Could it be that this bracelet is crafted from the meteorite? No, it does not emit light. The one on our mountain does shine. It is not certain that every meteorite is the same. The day after the meteorite fell, I heard on the news that the stones were of different colors. Could it really be? Good heavens, this bracelet wouldn't have any radiation, would it? It's too late to consider that now. We can only hope it has no adverse effects. How much does Nanxing really know? I hope she is thoroughly familiar with this thing. I believe she wouldn't harm me. That's not necessarily the case. She has that severe ailment. What ailment? Emotional deficiency disorder. Goodness gracious. Lu Xiangbei wasn't deliberately trying to frighten her. He was merely stating a fact. Nanxing is a genius in academic pursuits, but she has significant issues with emotions. Lu Xiangbei was just a child then, and there were many things he didn't understand. He only felt that Nanxing was even more aloof after the treatment than before. However, he couldn't interfere with the decisions made by the adults. Nanxing used to come to his house occasionally to play, but later she stopped going. His aunt said that Nanxing had heavy academic commitments and couldn't be distracted by other matters. Later, he joined the army and left his hometown, and contact between the two of them was severed. Initially, he had called Nanxing from the military, but every time Nanxing answered the phone, she said she was reading and would hang up after a few words. After several times, Lu Xiangbei stopped calling her. His aunt was even more blunt. She changed the home phone number without telling him and moved without informing him. Lu Xiangbei couldn't help but overthink. His adoptive parents were gone, and he had no blood relations with those relatives. It was possible that they were unwilling to have any further involvement with him. Lu Xiangbei had never spoken to anyone about his family affairs before, but Kang Qi was different. He was willing to let her know him better. The two individuals traversed every alley and thoroughfare, exploring every conceivable location where sustenance might be found. The supermarket had been thoroughly cleaned out, and the kitchens of various restaurants had transformed into a paradise for rodents and insects, leaving nothing edible for humans. They managed to procure some candies from a convenience store, but all other provisions had spoiled. The white market was devoid of any resources, explaining the absence of survivors. Kang Qi sighed deeply at the futility of their detour. They found no means of transportation. Bicycles were available, yet their tires were deflated, and other vehicles lay abandoned, bereft of fuel or power. Upon departing from the white market and en route to Sanyang City, they scoured several villages, managing to acquire a modicum of food. When they finally arrived at their destination, the scene that greeted Kang Qi was astonishing. The ground had caved in, forming a seemingly bottomless pit. This was not merely a localized subsidence. It spanned hundreds of kilometers, reminiscent of the sinkholes reported in the news many years prior. During her school days, Kang Qi had been intrigued by bizarre old news stories and had read numerous peculiar reports. However, she had only encountered accounts of sinkholes that swallowed entire houses or buildings. She had never heard of such vast, fathomless chasms. Lu Xiangbei guided her to several locations, each featuring enormous sinkholes. Not only were firearms and ammunition absent, but even aircraft and artillery were nowhere to be found. Is this what you refer to as an unknown attack? After visiting several sites, Kang Qi gradually realized the implications of Lu Xiangbei's earlier words, which suggested that all official forces had fallen victim to an unidentified power's onslaught. The places Lu Xiangbei took her to were all storages for various weapons, and regardless of whether these armaments were concealed underground, nestled within mountains, or located in military camps, they had all been swallowed by the unfathomable sinkholes. Swallowed whole, along with weapons and buildings, this could not possibly be the work of zombies. Half-dead beings, savages, animals. None of these terrifying dangers compare to the horror of the sinkhole. Is it the sunglasses man? Kang Qi shuddered at the thought of the bizarre individuals from Bear City. Lu Xiangbei gently shook his head, uncertain if the sunglasses man possessed such formidable abilities. In his previous life, he had only heard tales. Now, witnessing this terrifying scene firsthand, his heart was far from tranquil. I will go down and take a look, Lu Xiangbei said after a moment of silence. What? No, you mustn't go down. We have no idea how deep this pit is. What if you encounter danger? Perhaps it merely appears deep, but is not so in reality. How can it not be deep? 50 meters, 100 meters, those are considerable depths. What will you do if you get injured at such a time? We've come this far. What's one more step? Seeing that her pleas were futile, Kang Qi suddenly had a flash of inspiration. She removed a metallic bracelet and placed it on his wrist. The bracelet was slightly small for Lu Xiangbei, and it left his wrist reddened as she adjusted it. If you must ascend, wear this. It may aid in your recovery should you sustain injuries. Have a bit of faith in me. Having faith does not alleviate my concern. Kang Qi dared not approach the edge of the sinkhole, fearing a gust of wind might sweep her away. To reassure her, Lu Xiangbei gathered a bundle of fine steel cables and several climbing ropes. I will descend only 200 meters. If I see nothing by the end of the rope, I shall return. You must come back. If you do not, I will descend to find you. They had made ample preparations. The edge of the sinkhole was composed of permafrost, rendering the likelihood of further collapse minimal, unless an earthquake were to occur. Chapter 167. Fortunately, all is well. The rope was secured to the half-remaining structure at the edge of the pit, which featured a square column at its corner. Lu Xiangbei wrapped the rope around the column and secured it, utilizing a high-altitude safety rope. The knots and loops were all tied by him. He was tethered to two ropes, one attached to the column and the other held tightly by Kang Qi. Should he encounter an accident below and be unable to ascend unaided, Kang Qi could pull him up. This arrangement was at Kang Qi's insistence. She felt uneasy with just one rope. Lu Xiangbei prepared himself, retreating to the brink of the sinkhole, and gradually began his descent. They had procured several climbing picks from an outdoor supply store, and with the strong winds below the pit, he needed to grip the walls firmly to maintain his balance. He had donned anti-slip ice claws designed for climbing on his shoes, carefully managing the rope as he lowered himself incrementally. Upon reaching a depth of 50 meters, the wind suddenly diminished, and he felt as though he had entered a remarkably tranquil space, with only a gentle breeze brushing against his frostbitten cheeks. Above, Kangqi anxiously awaited. Feeling overwhelmed, she took another rope and tied it to a different column of the half-structure, then approached the edge of the pit to peer down. Lu Xiangbei's figure had vanished into the darkness, and she couldn't shake the sense of peril lurking below. This unsettling sensation was a manifestation of humanity's innate fear of the unknown. The ground was bitterly cold, the breath forming ice in the frigid air, without her metal bracelet. She had indeed lost her extraordinary resilience. She could not remain still. Every 10 minutes, she had to engage in some activity to keep warm. Her palms were clammy with cold sweat, rendering her unable to remain calm. The rope oscillated gently, indicating Lu Xiangbei's continued descent. Kangqi, nearly frozen, kindled a fire within the partial structure, which fortunately provided shelter from the wind. She warmed herself briefly by the fire, then hastened to the edge of the sinkhole to observe. After an hour and a half, the rope ceased its movement. Suddenly, the taut rope slackened, prompting a soft exclamation from Kangqi. She rushed to the sinkhole's edge, but no sound emanated from below. Based on the elapsed time, Lu Xiangbei had likely reached the bottom. "Damn it," she muttered. "Weren't you supposed to come up immediately upon reaching the bottom?" The coil of rope in Kangqi's hands was wound around her arm. She hesitated to pull it up, fearing that raising it would prevent Lu Xiangbei from locating it. The rope's slackness suggested that Lu Xiangbei had detached himself from it. Consequently, any upward pull would render her rope inaccessible to him. Lu Xiangbei had promised to signal his safe arrival by blowing a whistle, but she had heard nothing. She alternated between lying prone to listen and jumping up to keep warm, pausing intermittently to call out. After another half hour, the rope tightened once more. Bringing a sigh of relief from Kangqi, Lu Xiangbei was safely ascending. As soon as he emerged, Kangqi pressed a hot water bottle into his arms, placed heated stones in his hands, and guided him to the fire within the structure. Lu Xiangbei sipped some hot water, gradually regaining warmth from the heat in his hands and arms. "Why didn't you whistle when you reached the bottom?" "I was worried sick," Kangqi demanded as soon as he seemed recovered. "I did whistle." "Huh. No, you didn't. I was lying right at the edge of the pit, listening. I did whistle. Perhaps the distance was too great. There was something not far from me. I went down. It's only a few steps away. Are you not being rather cautious? How could you be so careless?"